Ancient 1 Chapter 604 to Chapter 658. The Wooding River is a mysterious place, and it flows under the Apricot Valley. The members of the May family must cultivate appraisal techniques in the Wooding River from a young age in order to obtain the mystical ability and possess appraisal talent. The entrance to the Wooding River is a door that has existed for an unknown number of years, and no one knows when it has been erected there. Every time a female baby is born in the Apricot Valley, once she reaches the age of 5, she must open the door and enter the Wooding River to cultivate and absorb the power of the river water. Those with high aptitude can achieve it in 3 to 4 years, while those with low aptitude need more than 10 years to achieve small success. Perhaps it's because we cultivate this technique, but the women of the May family have been married to outsiders for generations, and the children they give birth to are all girls. Xianxia was stunned. There's such a thing? I understand now. After you get married, will this appraisal technique be passed on to the men? A blush flashed across Aunt Jio's face, and she nodded. Young Master Yun is really smart. After a man and a woman get together, the embryonic vitality of the technique will be planted in the man's body. As the man continues to cultivate, it will gradually grow, and finally, the appraisal technique will be achieved. The process is extremely complicated, so I won't explain it in detail. Aunt Jio withdrew her gaze and glanced at Maidong. She said coldly, however, not long after your mother gave birth to you more than 10 years ago, she actually lost the key to the door that leads to the Wooding River. Maidong's face turned pale, and she seemed to be a little emotional. Xianxia said, lost it? Doesn't that mean that no one in the May family has cultivated appraisal techniques for the past 10 years? Aunt Jio shook her head. Back then, when Wanbai lost the key, my mother was furious and threw him and Maidong's father into the Wooding River. That door was forcefully opened by my mother for the past 10 years, and it hasn't been closed for more than 10 years. My mother also overworked herself last year, and she passed away in meditation. So there was such a secret. No wonder the people of the Apricot Valley treated Maidong so coldly. Maidong said guiltily, I'm sorry, Aunt Jio. I apologize to you and the old patriarch on behalf of my mother. Apologize? Can your apology bring my mother back to life? Can your apology open the closed door again? Aunt Jio became more and more agitated, and she couldn't help but say angrily, not only did your mother cause me to lose my mother, but she also caused the May clan to fall into an unprecedented predicament. The direct consequence was that we lost our appraisal magic and disappeared from the continent. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Xianxia also frowned and said nothing. Li Feiyu was even more surprised. If that was the case, the May family was the last generation to have the appraisal magic. This would not only affect the May family itself, but also the operation of the merchant union. Xianxia suddenly said, Aunt Jio, you want to forge a peerless weapon just to cut open that door? Aunt Jio nodded and appraised, that's right. If we can't cut open that door, the May family's appraisal skill will disappear forever. Xianxia frowned and said, since it's a tangible object, it must be the path of destruction. Actually, you didn't have to go through so much trouble. Wouldn't it be better to spend a lot of money to invite several top experts at Emperor Wu's level? Aunt Jio smiled bitterly. Did young Master Yun really not know, or did you do it on purpose? Top Emperor Wu's level. How many top experts of Emperor Wu's level are there in this world? My May clan might not be able to invite them even if we spent all our wealth. My previous idea was to gather all the power of the May clan to forge a divine weapon. If we have enough heavenly illuminating imperial metal as material, I think we should be able to cut open the door. Her eyes showed hope again. I saw that young Master Yun's sword was made from Northern Sky Frosty Star Iron, and it's a 9th grade weapon at that. If you're willing to part with it, no need to say anything, it's impossible. Xianxia flatly refused. That Northern Sky Frosty Star sword was related to his heavenly sword illustration, so every sword was extremely precious. Aunt Jio nodded and said, what if I let Maidong return to the May clan? She could see that Xianxia loved Maidong very much. Whether it was friendship or love, as long as it could solve the May clan's current problem, everything else was not a problem. Maidong's heart shook, and she looked at Xianxia with pitiful eyes. Xianxia said, that sword is extremely important to me, so I won't part with it. However, I can think of a way to help you open that door. Aunt Jiao's eyes showed disappointment. Young Master Yun's sword was indeed earth-shattering, but it was not enough to cut open the door. If it still can't open in the end, I can only rely on the Merchant Alliance to help. Li Feiyu said, the Myriad Treasure Tower will definitely do its best to help. However, even the Myriad Treasure Tower cannot use Emperor Wu's power at his peak. However, we will do our best in terms of resources and other aspects. However, I can see that young Master Yun's magical power is not small. Aunt Jiao, you can really let him try. Perhaps there will be an unexpected effect. Mei Dong'er suddenly said, Aunt Jiao, let young Master Yun try. Moreover, my parents were drowned in the Wooding River back then. I also want to pay my respects to them as soon as possible and even retrieve their remains. Aunt Jiao said, their remains are definitely gone. Even my mother couldn't dive too deep into the Wooding River. Ordinary female disciples can only cultivate at the outermost layer. With my strength back then, I could only dive 500 meters at most. Your parents were directly sunk by the gravity technique. I reckon that not even their bones are left. Mei Dong'er's heart ached when she heard this. She said with tears in her eyes, Mother's crime is too great. Dong'er can't absolve her. I hope that I can try. If it really can't be done, even paying my respects to them will be enough to fulfill my heart's wish. Aunt Jiao snorted coldly. You have to be able to open the door first. If young Master Yun is willing to try, please follow me. Aunt Jiao led everyone through for a while and arrived at a plum blossom forest. A fragrance filled the air. There was an exquisite small teleportation formation hidden in the forest. It looked very simple and unadorned. Aunt Jiao said, this is the teleportation formation that leads to the Wooding River. The ancestors of the Mei family have tried their best to find the exact location of the Wooding River, but they couldn't. Only the spatial coordinates recorded in this teleportation formation can teleport us there. Everyone, please head up. Li Yunxiao looked at the teleportation formation in astonishment. It was definitely not something from the current era. The Mei family's inheritance must have been very old. Furthermore, it was very likely that it had been passed down since they obtained the mysterious appraisal power. The few of them walked into the formation. Aunt Jiao started to cast a spell to activate the formation. Soon, all kinds of lights shot out, and everyone immediately disappeared into the plum blossom forest. The next moment, they appeared in a space that was as white as day. Everywhere was a vast expanse of whiteness that extended to infinity. In this white light, a towering door stood tall and straight. This, Li Yunxiao felt dizzy. He smiled bitterly and said, it really is a door. Apart from the door, there seems to be nothing else. This kind of space should have been opened up by an ancient almighty. Now, no one knows where it is. We can only enter through Merlin's coordinates. It's very normal that the ancestors of the Mei family couldn't find the location of this space. Aunt Jiao said, that's right. Young Master Yun's speculation is exactly the same as that of the Mei family's ancestors. Because of this, the spatial coordinates are very important. Once they are lost, the entire Mei family's appraisal power will be completely lost. This is the door that leads to the Wooding River. Young Master Yun, do you have a way to open it? The few of them walked up and started to touch the door with their hands. Its entire body was bronze in color, and it felt like an ordinary metal to the touch. There seemed to be nothing special about it. The two huge door knockers were several meters above the ground, and it was difficult to reach. Strange, this is just ordinary brass. Could it be that there is a powerful restriction on it, which is why it can't be opened? Mo Huayuan was the first to raise this question. However, after knocking on the door and probing it with his divine sense, he couldn't find any clues. Young Master Yun, did you find anything? Li Yunxiao raised his head to look at the towering door. He revealed a puzzled expression and said, Aunt Jiao tried, but no matter how she attacked, she couldn't move this bronze door in the slightest. Aunt Jiao said shamefully, that's really the case. She even used a 9th grade profound artifact and caused a powerful Emperor Wu to be seriously injured by the profound artifact's backlash, but it still didn't leave any marks on this door. Li Feiyu was shocked, and he said in shock, even a powerful Emperor Wu couldn't use a 9th grade profound artifact? Then this door. Even if Emperor Wu was at his peak, he might not be able to blast it open. Aunt Geo smiled bitterly and said, so the Mei family has already fallen into an unprecedented crisis. Li Yunxiao said, I understand. This door isn't here. What? His words immediately shocked everyone, and they fell into deep thought. Aunt Geo said in shock, young Master Yun, what do you mean? Can you explain it in detail? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, this door is like a transportation array. It's a hub that connects two places. It must have a physical body standing in one of the spaces, and a projection projected in the other. Aunt Geo's heart turned cold, and she said in a daze, you mean to say that this door isn't a physical body, but a projection? How is that possible? I can clearly feel it when I touch it. She found it hard to accept this reality. If this was really the case, then the Mei family would never have any hope of opening this door. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, who said that a projection must be an incorporeal body? Why can't a physical body be projected? This concept was hard for everyone to accept, but after thinking about it carefully, they felt that it was possible. There was no clear boundary between reality and illusion. If one was strong enough, it wasn't impossible to project a physical body. Aunt Geo said in a daze, if that's the case, then our Mei family will never have any hope? Her face was ashen, and she was completely unwilling to accept this deduction from Li Yunxiao. However, she believed it without a doubt in her heart, because it was just as Mo Huayuan had said. This was only an ordinary brass door, and there were no formations or restrictions on it. They had used a 9th-grade profound artifact and Emperor Wu's power, but they still couldn't move it in the slightest. They couldn't even leave a mark on it. This was completely unreasonable. However, if it was as Li Yunxiao had said, then it was completely explainable. Aunt Geo only felt the world spin, and she was in a daze. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, Aunt Geo, you don't have to be like this. There are many people with extraordinary abilities in the world. Even if this door is a projection, you can still pass through it without a key. Is that true? Aunt Geo woke up from her despair. She grabbed Li Yunxiao's hand excitedly. She had completely lost her composure, but she didn't care about that. Young Master Yun, is that true? Do you really have a way to pass through this door? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, I can't, but I know someone who can. Oh? Who? Li Feiyu was very curious and asked first. He thought he knew a lot about the peerless experts and extraordinary people in the realm of heaven martial arts, but he couldn't think of anyone who could solve this situation. Li Yunxiao's expression became somewhat solemn. A trace of fighting spirit even flashed across his eyes as he said word by word, in this world, the person who has the most thorough understanding of spatial techniques and is the most powerful can easily shuttle through several spaces with a raise of his hand. No one even knows where his actual body is. Even if he appears in front of you and is lifelike, it is possible that he can appear in several different places at the same time, and all of them are his real body. Xiao Xuanzi, who came with him, couldn't help but say, so powerful? How can there be such a powerful ability in the world? After saying this, he retracted his head and stuck out his tongue. He discovered that the whole place was silent, and everyone's expression became grave. Li Feiyu swallowed and said in shock, young Master Yun, are you talking about? Li Yunxiao nodded and said, yes, that person. I think there are many people who can solve this door, but if it's that person, he will definitely be able to. Aunt Geo's face turned pale, as if she was shocked by that name. She came back to her senses and said with a bitter smile, young Master Yun, you must be joking. Even if that person has such magical abilities, how can the Mei family invite him here? Li Feiyu nodded and said, I'm afraid that even if the myriad treasure tower comes, that person won't give face. Mo Xiaochuan was silent. He just looked at Li Yunxiao and pondered. Mei Dong'er was extremely curious, just like Xiao Xuanzi, she was completely baffled by what she heard. She could not help asking, who is that person you were talking about? Mo Huayuan sighed and said, who else could it be? Rumor has it that he's already infinitely close to the 10 directions divine state. He's ranked second on the Heaven and Earth Excellence ranking several decades ago. He's the Lord Martial Emperor who was given the title Void by the Sanctuary. Magnetism. The second Emperor Wu, Shuiqing Fan. Mei Dong'er was also startled by this name. Her face flushed red. Those names were like myths, existing only in legends. There were too many martial artists in the Sky Martial continent who grew up listening to these famous names. Mo Xiaochuan coldly snorted and said, although I don't deny that Shui Qingfan is very powerful, I think he relied on some luck to be ranked second. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. Naturally, he felt dissatisfied on behalf of Gu Feiyang. In his heart, Gu Feiyang would always be the strongest. Even Ao Chongkong did not think that he could defeat his master. Mo Xiaochuan's words caused everyone to be drenched in cold sweat. They were all speechless and did not know how to respond. Those who dared to criticize the 10 Great Emperor Wu were all ignorant and fearless people. But Mo Xiaochuan's powerful strength was clearly not in line with the arrogant people. Li Yunxiao said solemnly, Shui Qingfan's strength is tyrannical, and he is ranked second. This position is not empty. Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled as he looked at Li Yunxiao. This peerless expert, who had nothing in the world and no one in his eyes, actually held Shui Qingfan in such high regard, which made him somewhat surprised. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion and speechlessness. It seemed like Li Yunxiao was very familiar with Shui Qingfan. They all frowned, feeling that it was very appropriate, but they could not say anything. Mo Huayuan was even more shocked in his heart. He had many guesses about Li Yunxiao's identity, but he eliminated them one by one. Unfortunately, his big brother was not willing to reveal it no matter what, which made him even more curious. Aunt Jiao said bitterly, young Master Li, is it possible that the Myriad Treasure Tower will rashly make a move against Lord Zhua? Li Feiyu shook his head with a bitter smile and said, Aunt Jiao thinks too highly of the Myriad Treasure Tower. Shui Qingfan is the person whose whereabouts are the most uncertain among the 10 Great Emperor Wu. Even if a divine domain appears and you see his true body descending, it might not be the truth. Aunt Jiao knew that these words were not false and said to Li Yunxiao, can young Master Yun recommend another person? Li Yunxiao pondered for a moment and said, there are a few people who might be able to break this situation, but I am not confident. However, inviting them will definitely not be easier than finding Shui Qingfan. There is another way that we can try. There is a family with unparalleled mechanism and puppet skills over there, the Thousand Leaf family. Maybe they can break this projection predicament. Thousand Leaf family? Li Feiyu couldn't help but ask, young Master Yun's grade 8 puppet, is it a product of the Thousand Leaf family? Li Yunxiao didn't answer and only said indifferently, although the Thousand Leaf family's whereabouts are hard to find, they still have connections with some forces on the continent. If the Myriad Treasure Tower can help, it will be much easier to find them than Shui Qingfan, and it will be much easier to invite them. Li Feiyu said, indeed. After I return, I will order people to search for the Thousand Leaf family's whereabouts. Aunt Jiao seemed to see a glimmer of hope and nodded. Thank you for your guidance, young Master Yun, and thank you for your help, young Master Li. Li Feiyu waved his hand and said, Aunt Jiao is too courteous. If the Mei family's divine arts are lost, it will be a huge loss to the Merchant Alliance. Mo Huayuan suddenly said, this door is naturally formed without any gaps. I wonder where the key is inserted. The keyhole definitely points to the physical space on the other side, forming a connection. If everyone joins forces to attack the keyhole, there is a possibility of opening the passage. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's right, Master Mo is right. However, if we fail, the only connection between the two independent spaces will be severed, and the Wooding River will truly be lost forever. When Mo Huayuan heard him call him Master Mo instead of Big Brother Little Chuan, he felt indescribably awkward. He said embarrassedly, young Master Yun, you can just call me Huayuan. Aunt Jiao said, this door's construction method is very exquisite. The key is not a normal key, but a jade pendant and a set of spirit arts. Only by working together can this door be opened. Mo Huayuan said, so that's how it is. His face revealed a look of admiration. It was obvious that he was very impressed by the construction method of this door. Mei Dong'er's delicate body trembled slightly. She extended her hand, and a completely transparent piece of beautiful jade appeared in her palm. This jade, could it be the key? Ah! Aunt Jiao shouted in shock. She flew over and snatched the beautiful jade from Mei Dong'er's hand. She held it in her hands and examined it closely. Her body couldn't help but tremble violently. Mei Dong'er said, this is the jade pendant that my mother left for me. She asked Grandma what to bring it with her from Apricot Valley. In the letter she left behind, she said that when I come of age, I should bring this jade pendant back to Apricot Valley. Could this actually be the key? Wanbai. What the hell are you doing? Aunt Gio's expression became somewhat sinister. She growled in a low voice, "You tricked everyone in Apricot Valley and indirectly caused my mother's death. You evil woman, what are your intentions?" Everyone was stunned. So the so-called key wasn't lost. Instead, it had been secretly sent out of Apricot Valley by Wanbai. Meidonger couldn't help but ask, but why? Why would my mother risk her life to secretly take this jade pendant away? Why would she want me to return it in the future? Aunt Gio slowly regained her agitated emotions. She said coldly, "Your mother has always been a strange person. Who would know what she was thinking?" Humph. Li Yunxiao's gaze focused on the beautiful jade. He pondered and said, "So that's how it is. That should be the reason." "What? Young Master Yun, what did you see?" Meidonger asked anxiously. After finding out that the key wasn't lost, she was extremely shocked. She didn't understand why her mother would do this. She didn't even care about her own life. The reason behind this was clearly not simple. A trace of pity flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He said, "Do you really want to know?" Meidonger answered naively, "Of course. Is there anything I can't know?" The rest of the people also felt a chill in their hearts. They seemed to have thought of something. Li Yunxiao pointed at the beautiful jade and said, "This jade pendant is called the 1,000 Spirit Moon. It's a peerless divine jade. Its value isn't below that of the heavenly illumination imperial gold. Furthermore, it's a rare divine item that can suppress the 5 righteous imperfections." Ah! Meidonger's entire body trembled. No matter how naive she was, she understood at this moment. She was completely stunned. Her beautiful large eyes were quickly soaked in tears. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged her head and cried bitterly. "Wah! Sob sob sob, I understand now. Mother stole the key and willingly died to save me." Sob sob sob. Although she had never seen her mother's face since she was young, she had imagined all sorts of scenes countless times in her heart. However, she never expected that it was actually this hidden story. That limitless motherly love flowed through her body, making her feel incomparably warm, but at the same time, she couldn't bear this mountain-like love. Aunt Gio also fell silent. Her eyes were filled with shock. She held the 1,000 Spirit Moon jade tightly in her hand and pursed her lips. Sob sob sob. Meidonger was the only one left in the entire space, hugging her head and crying bitterly. Everyone knew that there was no way to go up and comfort her at this moment. They could only let her vent her emotions. Even though Aunt Gio hated Wanbai to the bone, she was moved by her emotions at this moment. The old grudges seemed to have vanished the moment the key returned. Meidonger, although Wanbai is guilty, she has already paid for it with her death. As for you, you have done a meritorious deed by returning the key. I will allow you to enter the Mei family. Also, you can come and ask me for this 1,000 Spirit Moon jade at any time. It can be used to suppress the discomfort in your body." Her decision was already very lenient. Li Feiyu couldn't help but nod as he listened. Li Yunxiao said, "There's no need for that. As long as one entered adulthood, the body would automatically recover. This is also the reason why Wanbai wants Donger to return the jade pendant after you reach adulthood. So that's how it is." Aunt Gio shook her head and sighed. "Back then, the marriage between your mother and your father was greatly opposed by the clan. My mother was too stubborn, and the clan rules were harsh. If not for that, with Wanbai's exceptional talent and my mother's fondness for her, she would have been able to negotiate with my mother. My guess is that she was worried that the negotiation would fail and raise my mother's wariness, making it even harder for her to obtain Muqian Lingyue. As such, she did not hesitate to sacrifice her life in exchange for your healthy growth." Sob, sob, sob. Meidonger was speechless. She could only cry bitterly. She was completely covered in tears. Li Yunxiao said, "Aunt Gio, since the key has been found, why don't you open the door and let us all experience it? Let Donger pay respects to her parents." Meidonger's body trembled, and only then did she slightly stop crying. Her eyes had swollen like peaches in such a short period of time. She looked at the door anxiously, eager to pass through it. Aunt Gio was slightly worried and said, "All right. Ever since my mother passed away, this door has never been opened again." She placed the jade tablet in her palms and gently separated her hands. A brilliant light flowed out, and the entire tablet slowly rose and flew to the front of the door as she chanted the incantation. Aunt Gio formed a seal with both hands, and the jade tablet shot out a dark green light into the door. The light gradually radiated from the door, forming the shape of a snowflake. As it grew larger, the edges of the snowflake started to spin, and a rumbling sound came from afar. "It's been more than a decade, and I finally hear this sound again." Aunt Gio was so excited that she could hardly contain herself. She stared unblinkingly at the quietly opening door, and a strange feeling drifted out from inside. What dense spiritual qi. Just what space is the Wooding River in? It actually has such dense spiritual qi fluctuations. It's not any weaker than the current Yanwu city. Li Yinxiao was shocked, and his eyes flickered as if he was thinking about something. Rumble, the door opened completely, and a warm light flickered inside like a gem. "Everyone, welcome to the Wooding River. You are the first outsiders to visit the Wooding River in thousands of years." Aunt Gio was overjoyed. Although it was inappropriate to bring outsiders here, she could not suppress the joy in her heart. Furthermore, she could not refuse everyone's request. "Mother!" Mei Dong'er let out a sorrowful cry. She rushed in first and burst into tears. Everyone glanced at each other before shaking their heads and sighing without end, and then they followed Aunt Gio's footsteps and entered one by one. The scene in front of them immediately shocked everyone. They saw that the door was opened on top of a precipitous cliff, and in front of them was a boundless sea of clouds. To be more precise, it should be a sea of spiritual qi. Below him was a stream of liquid-like spiritual energy. Just by looking at it, one would feel refreshed and indescribably comfortable. Li Feiyu exclaimed, "Oh my God! How is it possible that the Mei family has such a strong spiritual qi environment? I've never heard of any peerless experts appearing in the Mei family for thousands of years, but it's impossible that they couldn't be nurtured in such an environment." Li Yinxiao frowned and said, "No, there seems to be something wrong with this spiritual energy." Aunt Gio was shocked, and an intense look of shock appeared in her eyes. She said, "Young Master Yun is indeed amazing. He discovered the situation so quickly." Bitterness appeared in her eyes as she said, "I don't know why, but the spiritual qi here contains something different. The ancestors of the Mei family have studied it for too long before they found the source. This spiritual qi contains a poison called the sunset mist." Sunset mist? There are only a few poisons in the world that can affect a martial artist's cultivation, but I've never heard of such a poison. Li Feiyu said, "Could it be that no ancestor has found a way to neutralize it in the past thousands of years?" Aunt Gio smiled bitterly and said, "Neutralize? Young Master Li, this sunset mist is the key to the Mei family's appraisal technique. Only by inhaling a large amount of this poison can the people of the Mei family cultivate the appraisal technique. Moreover, the ancestors speculated that the Mei family's members were all female, so it should have something to do with this poison." This, Li Feiyu sighed and said, "The world is big, and there are too many magical things. Whether this sunset mist is good or bad, I really can't tell." Aunt Gio pointed to a cliff and said, "Mei Dong'er, that was where your parents sank into the river that day." "Lord Mother, Lord Father." Mei Dong'er knelt down in tears. As she wailed, she felt dizzy, and she actually fainted on the cliff. Mo Huayuan bent down to check and said, "She's fine. She just fainted because she was too emotional." Li Feiyu sighed and said, "Anyone who encounters this kind of thing can't help but be devastated." Li Yinxiao also sighed and asked Aunt Gio, "Can I go down and try in this Wooding River?" "What? Young Master Yin wants to go down?" Aunt Gio was stunned. She asked in surprise, "Aren't you afraid?" "Afraid of what?" Li Yinxiao smiled and said, "Afraid that you'll only give birth to girls in the future?" Aunt Gio blushed and said, "Of course, this is also a concern." Li Yinxiao laughed and said, "A girl is a girl. I quite like it." He glanced at Li Feiyu and said, "Young Master Li, are you interested in going down and giving it a try? What about little Chuan and Huayuan?" The three of them turned slightly pale and hurriedly shook their heads and retreated. Xiao Xuanzi also took a step back, afraid that Li Yunxiao would drag him down with him. They were all disciples of aristocratic families. Carrying on the family line was a very important matter. If they could only give birth to girls, they would probably be killed by the elders of their families. Young Master Yun, I don't think you should go down. I don't think there's anything to see, Mo Xiaochuan said embarrassedly. He also didn't want his master to have no descendants. It's fine. Wait for me here. Li Yunxiao turned around and jumped into the Wooding River. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he quickly disappeared. Mo Xiaochuan's face was a bit pale. He said, Aunt Jiao, there won't be any danger down there, right? Aunt Jiao shook her head and said, the spiritual energy structure here has been analyzed countless times by the ancestors. Other than the sunset flower, there's nothing else. However, there's an extremely strong sunset flower poison 500 meters down. Even I don't dare to go too deep. That thing accumulates to a certain extent and will produce an extremely strong corrosive effect that the body can't withstand. When Mo Xiaochuan heard this, he didn't say anything. Instead, he sat down cross-legged on the cliff and began to slowly wait. After Li Yunxiao fell into the river, he immediately felt an ice-cold feeling. It was indescribably comfortable. This river water was basically formed from spiritual energy, and it poured into his body. Genryu's voice came over and said, could it be that you want to cultivate here and break through to martial monarch? For the sake of cultivation, you don't even want to carry on the family line? It's just a trifling poison. What can it do to me? Li Yunxiao circulated the tyrannical heavenly body tempering art. A layer of golden light immediately appeared around his body, isolating him from the river water. He continued to sink deeper. How are you going to cultivate by isolating the spiritual liquid like this? Genryu asked in confusion. A bright light flickered in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He snorted and said, who said I want to cultivate? I originally planned to take some time to return to Yanwu City. Looks like there's no need now. Genryu said in shock, could it be that you want to? A bright light shot out from between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. The world god steel turned into the size of half a person and moved side by side with him. They continued to sink. The spiritual energy here is even more terrifying than in Yanwu City. Although it contains a certain amount of poison, it's enough for me to repair the steel. After I repair it, I'll get rid of all the spiritual energy in the steel. That way, there shouldn't be any residual poison left. Li Yunxiao said in deep thought. TCH, I thought you weren't afraid of giving birth to only girls. Genryu said in disdain. Li Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, what does it have to do with you whether I give birth to a boy or a girl? If you talk nonsense again, I'll pull you out and trap you in this Wooding River. I'll let you try. Genryu's expression changed greatly. With Li Yunxiao's personality, he really might do it. A sullen expression appeared on his face, and he didn't dare to make a sound. Li Yunxiao and the world god steel became one, creating a vacuum in the surroundings. He kept on sending deity techniques into the steel. Patterns of light appeared on the world god steel, flashing one after another. Flowing lights circulated within. Li Yunxiao turned into a beam of light and shot into the world god steel. The deity technique words appeared in the space within the steel, giving off a powerful rhythm. Rays of rule power flickered continuously, making it hard for others to grasp them. Ha! Li Yunxiao let out a loud shout and pointed in the air with both of his hands. Every time his fingers landed, there would be afterimages and illusory lights. Very soon, a golden circular formation condensed in front of him and expanded, spreading out towards the boundless space. At that moment, in the Wooding River, with the world god steel as the center, a whirlpool started to form. A large amount of spiritual energy turned into liquid and spun, gushing into the steel. The light from the world god steel became more and more brilliant, shining on the surroundings of the whirlpool and forming an auspicious glow. On the cliff, Mo Xiaochuan, who was sitting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes and looked down in shock. It was as if he wanted to see through it, but he couldn't. Aunt Jiao, is there really no danger in the Wooding River? Mo Xiaochuan couldn't relax and asked again. Aunt Jiao frowned slightly and said, for thousands of years, I've never heard of any danger. However, don't sink below 500 meters. Otherwise, the poison will be so strong that experts below Emperor Wu will find it hard to resist. 500 meters, Mo Xiaochuan looked down. The interference of the divine sense in the Wooding River was very strong. He estimated that he was already 500 meters away, but he couldn't see any trace of Li Yunxiao. However, the Wooding River was boundless, and he didn't know if he had gone somewhere else. He couldn't help but feel a little irritated. Big brother, don't worry. Young Master Yun will be fine. This brat is too mysterious. You should know his abilities better than me, so you should have more confidence. Mo Huayuan comforted. Yes, but this brat? Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened, and he shouted, if you speak disrespectfully to young Master Yun again, you can scram back to the sanctuary. Mo Huayuan was stunned, and then he laughed bitterly. His big brother's respect for Li Yunxiao came from the bottom of his heart, and it made him feel very strange. Sanctuary? Aunt Jiao and Li Feiyu were both shocked. Li Feiyu said, could this lord be from the sanctuary? Mo Huayuan said indifferently, I'm not considered a person of the sanctuary. I'm just following my master to cultivate in the sanctuary. Li Feiyu said, who is your teacher? Mo Huayuan hesitated for a moment, then said, my master's name is Yuan Gaohan. Li Feiyu was shocked and said in shock, Lord Yuan Gaohan, who is in charge of the sanctuary's spirit bureau? Mo Huayuan nodded slightly. This, Li Feiyu and Aunt Jiao were shocked. One of the people following Li Yunxiao was the disciple of the sanctuary's division chief, and the other was a powerful Emperor Wu expert. Who exactly was this Li Yunxiao? Both of their hearts were in turmoil, unable to calm down. In the Universe God Monument, Yuan Gaohan, who was cultivating in silence, suddenly opened his eyes and said in surprise, This is such a fluctuation of spiritual energy, what is Li Yunxiao doing? He flew up and said, take care of the divine fire on this purple cauldron. Then he turned into a ray of starlight and flew far away. Gu Yuesheng hurriedly sat in front of the purple cauldron, paying full attention to the golden light on the cauldron, afraid that there would be any changes. At the same time, the few people who were cultivating at the foot of Fengsuan Mountain also sensed something and flew over. The demonic dragon had already manifested itself, and it circled around Li Yunxiao's body. It looked at the spiritual qi that was surging in from all directions, and it quietly lay dormant in the air as it watched this scene unfold. Li Yunxiao, you're repairing the Universe God Monument. Yuan Gaohan was the first to see the scene in front of him. It was as if the sky had collapsed and a flood had flooded the earth, turning the surroundings into a vast ocean. The refinement and repair of ordinary first-rank to ninth-rank profound weapons required the use of a cauldron, but the repair of a sacred weapon actually led the sea of spiritual energy into it, refining the universe. It was Li Yunxiao's second time doing such a thing. The first time, the Universe God Monument was in perfect condition, so it was obviously not as strenuous as it was now. Old Yuan, help me control this prime clear spirit gathering array. Li Yunxiao shouted, and the circular golden formation in front of him flipped in the air, falling towards Yuan Gaohan. Yuan Gaohan was taken aback and did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly circulated his soul power and received the light of the formation, carefully circulating it in front of him. It was this prime clear spirit gathering formation that sucked in the sea of spiritual qi. Li Yunxiao stretched out his long finger and drew strange symbols in the air. A red light flowed along his fingertip. Soon, the shadow of a phoenix was drawn out by him, dancing in the sky. The surrounding space started to change under Li Yunxiao's will, traversing 1,000 miles. The phoenix cried in the sky and flew down towards the ground, instantly igniting all the spiritual qi below, turning it into a sea of fire. The ancient territory formation appeared on the ground, flickering with red fiery light, illuminating the entire sky. Yuan Gaohan swallowed his saliva and was so excited that he could not control himself. He muttered to himself, the ancient territory formation created the earth, water, fire, and wind. To be able to see such a magnificent scene in my lifetime, my life is not in vain. Li Yunxiao's expression was calm. He changed the seal in his hand, and a small piece of earth breath soil slowly appeared in his palm, emitting bits of earth essence light. He casually slapped it down, and the space flickered and changed again, revealing a barren land. Territory power of earth, open. Territory power of wind, open. Under his control, the entire world deity monument started to tremble. 3 territory power appeared in red, yellow, and gray colors, faintly appearing in the sky. A large amount of water of spiritual chi that surged and started to be absorbed by the 3 powers madly, growing stronger continuously. The spiritual chi that was originally afraid of overflowing was completely emptied in an instant. It was devoured crazily in the Wooding River, but it still felt like it was not enough. Yuan Gaohan's expression changed greatly. The prime clear spirit gathering formation that he was presiding over actually felt like it was about to collapse under such a speed of absorption. He gritted his teeth, no longer caring about his own safety, and channeled all his power into it. If this spirit gathering formation were to collapse, the entire process of supplying spiritual chi would be interrupted, and the reopening of the 3 territories would be a complete failure. He was first and foremost a refinement master, and second was the division chief of the sanctuary. He could not allow such a rare failure, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Even if I die, I have to hold on. Yuan Gaohan let out a loud roar, and the power of starlight on his body started to dissipate. In the turbulent world deity monument, he seemed to be in a precarious situation. However, under his efforts, the prime clear spirit gathering formation also started to stabilize. An endless amount of spiritual chi was absorbed into the 3 territories, and it gradually expanded. The hundreds of golden tadpole runes from the great world deity technique dissipated in the air, turning into beams of light that shot out in all directions. Each beam of light pierced through the air, as if a law had been struck into the world, causing Xianxia's heart to tremble. These powers, these rules. Are they formed from the power of the world that constructed the world deity monument? Every character turned into rays of light that shot out in the air, and his heart was astonished once. It was as if some kind of rule had been added to his body, and his understanding and comprehension of the world deity monument was also increasing continuously. Genryu was also astonished by the magnificent scene in front of him. Just repairing the damaged parts already has such a marvelous sight. Back then, when the person was refining the world deity monument, what kind of world-splitting scene was it? As time passed, the supply of spiritual chi started to catch up with the rate of consumption. Yuan Gaohan heaved a sigh of relief, but his entire body was already in a trance, as if it was going to disappear at any time. He wanted to call for Guiweshing to help him hold on for a while, but he was still worried. He took out the starlight stone and absorbed the spiritual chi while barely holding on. After the hundreds of great realm deity technique characters disappeared in the sky, Li Yinxiao closed his eyes and started to meditate in the air. His left hand was placed on his dantian, and his right hand was raised to form a seal, as if he had entered a mysterious state. Following the opening of the 3 territories, the recovery of the world deity monument started to operate automatically. As long as there was enough spiritual chi, the restoration was only a matter of time. After an unknown period of time, Li Yinxiao suddenly opened his eyes, and the aura on his body was completely different. He put down his right hand and let out a soft cry. A ray of light shone from his body, giving off an auspicious color and spreading out with his body as the center. Genryu, who had been hibernating in the sky and had not moved, also opened his eyes at that moment. He glanced at Li Yunxiao and sneered, "I thought that you had comprehended some profound technique, but you have only made a breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. How disappointing. Look at the spiritual chi in the sky. It seems that the sunset poison is getting stronger and stronger." "Humph, only a martial emperor?" Li Yunxiao let out a soft humph and felt the surging power in his body. Not only had he made a breakthrough to the martial emperor realm, but more importantly, his comprehension of the world deity monument had deepened. In particular, the rules of heaven and earth contained in the golden tadpole characters had allowed him to make a qualitative leap. With a flash, he appeared next to Yuan Gaohan, helped him up, and said, "Old Yuan, it's been hard on you." He drew a symbol in the sky with his long finger. Then, Yuan Gaohan's weak body was enveloped by a ray of light and sent into a formation in Fangsuan Mountain. The formation was surrounded by starlight stones, which was also where Yuan Gaohan usually absorbed astral power to cultivate. Yuan Gaohan had long been unconscious and was on the verge of death. The moment he entered the formation, the surrounding starlight stones were immediately drawn out by the formation's power and entered his body. After Li Yunxiao had done all this, he appeared in the sky at the next moment. With a wave of his hand, 3 rays of territory power dissipated in the sky and sank into the ground. A ball of water gradually condensed in front of him, emitting wisps of spiritual qi. Li Yunxiao extended his finger into it and felt it. After a while, his finger turned golden, and a faint layer of fine powder appeared on it. It is indeed much more poisonous than before, but the spiritual qi is also more abundant. This thing can prevent the Mei clan from producing any top experts for so many years, but it also contains appraisal power. However, it is indeed very corrosive. Even my elementary indestructible golden body is starting to be corroded. He looked at the tip of his finger and blew out gently, dispersing the fine powder. He mumbled, "It seems like the Universe God Monument still needs some time to recover. However, if it is filled with this kind of poison, it will be very difficult to get rid of it completely. Why don't I give up now and slowly recover after I return to Yanwu City?" After Li Yunxiao made up his mind, he waved his hand and the prime clear spirit gathering formation disappeared. The spiritual qi that was like a flood in the universe stopped flowing in slowly. He started to transmit a message to the few people in the universe divine monument regarding the matter of the spiritual energy being poisonous. Duan Yu kept on shouting and scolding while the others were astonished as well. They isolated themselves from the spiritual energy in the outside world and used origin stones to cultivate for a long time. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire space shook as if the Universe God Monument had collided with something outside. Li Yunxiao's pupils contracted. His body flickered and he appeared outside the Universe God North. He pushed away the water pressure in the surroundings and realized that the pressure was unimaginable. Even with his power as a martial emperor, he was unable to create a vacuum. He had no choice but to activate his indestructible golden body to prevent the poison from entering his body. In the future, if he were to be unable to reach the peak of martial arts after being poisoned, he would really want to cry but no tears would come out. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. It turned out that the Universe God Monument had been sinking continuously in the indefinite river and had already sunk to the bottom of the river. It had collided with a huge stone tablet, resulting in the tremors from before. The stone tablet was no ordinary item. After the collision, there were flowing spots on it. There seemed to be restrictions on it. Li Yunxiao kept the Universe God Monument in between his eyebrows. At the same time, he shot out a gust of astral wind that flowed on his skin. The elementary state of his indestructible golden body could no longer withstand the corrosion of the poison at the bottom of the river. The golden color had long since dimmed. As the astral wind blew, he felt slightly more relaxed. Li Yunxiao walked forward and stared at the stone tablet. There were 4 big words flashing on it: "Winding river leads to seclusion." What does this mean? Li Yunxiao circled around the stone tablet and looked at it for a long time. He didn't notice anything strange and mumbled to himself, "I don't know what the winding river leads to seclusion is referring to, but this stone tablet is made of rare and precious material. It seems to be the legendary material." He pondered for a while and made up his mind. He said, "Let's dig it out first." Li Yunxiao did as he thought. The pressure at the bottom of the river was nothing, but the poison was too corrosive. He only took a few steps before he felt that the ancient gale was unable to withstand it. "Imperial bell!" Li Yunxiao shouted. His body was like a big bell, emitting sound waves that pushed away the spiritual liquid around him. Only then did he move forward with difficulty. His pupils constricted slightly. Near the stone tablet of the winding river, there was a faint light flickering. He focused his gaze and saw that it was a ring. There were also traces of people being here scattered around. Could it be? Li Yunxiao extended his hand. His fingers turned golden. He clenched his hand and used his origin power to suck the ring into his hand. Could this be the relic of Mei Donger's parents? He looked around. Everything else was already corroded. Whatever, I'll go up and see. I'll take this tablet away first. It's definitely something good. He kept the ring and tried his best to move over. Without saying anything, he hugged the stone tablet and started to pull it up with all his might. His current physical strength was enough to fight against a 1-star revered martial artist. He clenched his fingers together and grabbed the stone tablet with all his might. Suddenly, a tyrannical power rushed out from the stone tablet. It emitted a dense light at the bottom of the river and rushed into Li Yunxia's body, shaking him away. Numerous white lights were shaken out of Li Yunxia's body. It was the light of the bright moon divine physique. His entire body retreated under the huge pressure at the bottom of the river. What's going on? Li Yunxia's heart trembled. The power just now came from the ground under his feet. It was transmitted out through the stone tablet. Not only that, it seemed to have touched some powerful restriction. The entire ground under his feet emitted a terrifying energy wave. The stone tablet seemed to have been activated at this moment. Li Yunxia's heart actually trembled. What exactly is below this tablet? That rotten and oppressive feeling seemed to come from the land of death. It made one's heart shiver. Even someone as strong as Li Yunxia felt an indescribable fear, causing his expression to change. Not good, retreat first. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. That power was actually so strong that he could not resist it. It was as if an indescribable danger was approaching, as if the gates of hell were opening. Li Yunxiao took a deep breath. Bright moon divine light circulated around his body as he released all his essence. He even took out the northern sky cold star sword to split open the waterway as he desperately swam upstream. The terrifying power below was like a lion that was gradually awakening, causing the entire river to become restless. At this moment, tens of thousands of miles away, there was a blue lake with a faint blue aura rising from it. The surroundings of the lake were deathly silent. Not even the sounds of insects and birds could be heard, giving off a strange sense of tranquility. The atmosphere was oppressive and decaying. In the middle of the lake, there was a small black dot that gave off a restless aura. Someone was actually cultivating there. That person had delicate features and a handsome appearance. He was a youth. At this moment, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed, as if he felt a strange feeling that made him extremely uncomfortable. What's wrong? This 9 Springs Hades is where the 5 poisons in the world gather. I don't know which scattered space it came from, but it seems that there's a problem with the river on the left. After the youth pondered for a while, he frowned and muttered to himself, should I tell Wei Qing about this? He once said that this is a place of death, and there's only poison and nothing else. Looks like he doesn't know about this. Never mind, even if there's an abnormality, it's probably because something happened in that unknown space. As long as it doesn't affect my worldly poison body, there's no need to worry about it. After the youth made up his mind, he continued to cultivate. A beam of light appeared on his body. It was actually a 5-colored poisonous light that spread out on the surface of the lake, making people shiver. In the wooding river, Li Yunxiao used all his strength to rush upwards. After 10 minutes, he felt the pressure decrease, and the terrifying feeling gradually faded. He looked down with lingering fear. It was as if there was some terrifying monster below him that was gradually getting further away. The world is indeed so big that we can't easily see through it. After sighing inwardly, Li Yunxiao gradually floated to the surface. Young Master Yun. The people on the shore had been waiting for a long time. Seeing him come ashore, they finally relaxed. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils shrank, and he said in surprise, young Master Yun has only been down there for a day and a night, and you've actually broken through a major realm. No wonder you're unwilling to come up. Only then did everyone realize that his cultivation had broken through to Martial Emperor, and they were all shocked. Li Feiyu's eyes were filled with doubt. He had always thought that Li Yunxiao had suppressed his cultivation. Even though he hadn't discovered anything abnormal during his battle with Aunt Jiao, he didn't think that Li Yunxiao was only at the martial ancestor realm. Now, his frown deepened, and he was still filled with doubt. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I've gained a little. At this moment, Mei Donger had already woken up. She stared at the river in a daze, as if she had lost her soul. She didn't even notice Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, Donger, I found a ring down there. It's extremely likely that it was something left behind by your parents. He took out the ring, and a dim light flickered in his hand. It had already been severely corroded. It was obvious that it was a priceless treasure in the past. Otherwise, it would have turned to dust long ago. Aunt Jiao's expression changed greatly, and she said in shock, could it be that young Master Yun dove into the river? But that's impossible. Li Yunxiao said vaguely, it was just luck. He didn't say whether he had dove into the river, which made Aunt Geo feel depressed. A relic. Mei Dong'er let out a sharp cry and went forward to snatch it. She held it in her hand and looked at it carefully, feeling inconsolable. Li Feiyu said, "Young Master Yun, I have a request. Right now, Rain Peak City's inter-region teleportation formation is being urgently repaired. I hope that this master can go and lend a hand." He was referring to Mo Huayuan, who had made such a request after learning of Mo Huayuan's identity. However, Mo Huayuan's reply had caused him to be taken aback. A level 8 artificer actually had to listen to Li Yunxiao's opinion. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Oh? How is the repair of the inter-region teleportation formation going? Does Brotherly understand the situation?" Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, "The repair of the inter-region teleportation formation is extremely difficult. Almost all the alchemists in Rain Peak City have gone to help. I didn't expect young Master Yun to have such an expert hidden by his side. If Master is willing to go and help, the repair would have been completed long ago." Since Mo Huayuan was Yuan Gaohan's disciple, his cultivation was naturally not low. This was also the reason why Li Feiyu had set his eyes on him. Li Yunxiao said, "I will definitely help." He turned around and said, "Huayuan, can you come with me?" Mo Huayuan hurriedly said, "Young Master Yun's orders, of course I will go." His humility made Li Yunxiao a little uncomfortable. He looked at Mo Xiaochuan, but the latter felt that it was very natural, as if it was only natural. Li Yunxiao looked at Mei Dong'er worriedly. Aunt Geo hurriedly said, "Leave Mei Dong'er to me. If this kind of thing doesn't wash away with time, who can calm the pain in their hearts?" That's fine. I'll leave it to Aunt Geo." Li Yunxiao glanced at Mei Dong'er and sighed. "Take care." After this separation, it would be many years. If they were to meet again in the future, it would be many more years. Mei Dong'er suddenly said goodbye to Li Yunxiao and looked at the ring in her hand in a daze. She didn't know when she would be able to walk out of her sorrow. Aunt Geo also sighed. However, she had already obtained the key, and the most important thing in her heart was done. She was afraid that Mei Dong'er would take things too hard, so she specially ordered experts to protect her in secret. She wasn't afraid that Mei Dong'er would do something stupid and die, but she was afraid that Li Yunxiao would come looking for trouble after she died. As for Wang Da's death, she also began to secretly make arrangements. She spread the news that Li Yunxiao was the one who did it, hoping to clear his relationship with Mei Valley. Li Yunxiao naturally didn't care. After Li Yunxiao and the others left Mei Valley, they headed for the transportation formation under Li Feiyu's lead. The two of them were rather anxious, afraid that they would miss the time. Although the road to Mei Valley was difficult to find, after they left the valley, they just had to head north. After the group flew for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, they saw several black dots speeding towards them. There was a total of 10 people. Furthermore, all of them were martial saints. Furthermore, they were all familiar faces. "Everyone, what's the matter?" When Li Yunxiao saw these 10 people surrounding them, and they were all people from the trading convention, he immediately understood. He asked, "Could it be that you can't bear to see the two of us leave and miss us?" "Humph, it's true that you miss us. Where did your master go?" The person who scoffed was Bai Xiao. When he saw little King Kong without his gourd, he frowned and said, "Could it be that he is still in Mei Valley?" Another martial saint said, "What's the point of talking nonsense with them? Capture them all first before questioning them. Send 2 people to keep an eye on Plum Valley, in case that young Master Yin escapes." "That's right. This myriad treasure tower's northern region's 4 prodigies have quite a lot of treasures on them too." Another martial saint revealed a greedy look. Li Feiyu was speechless and said kindly, "Everyone, we're in a hurry to repair the teleportation grand array. Please move aside. Don't invite trouble for yourselves." "Repair the teleportation grand array? What business do you have with us? Leave all your treasures behind and you can leave." Bai Xiao said coldly, "Otherwise, I can only see if the legendary northern region's 4 prodigies are really as impressive as the rumors say." "Impressive my ass. If not for the myriad treasure tower backing him up, this brat isn't even worth a fart," Lu Feng said disdainfully. Li Feiyu thought to himself, "Indeed, you won't die if you don't seek death." They still haven't seen that we already have a powerhouse like Emperor Wu among us. Even if we attack together, we definitely won't be a match. He sighed and said, you guys know that I'm from the Myriad Treasure Tower and still dare to make a move against me? He still harbored a trace of hope, hoping that these people could retreat in the face of difficulties. Pooh! Didn't you hear what your father said just now? If there wasn't the Myriad Treasure Tower, you're just a pile of shit. What are you pretending in front of us for? Lu Feng seemed to find him extremely displeasing to the eye and spat out a mouthful of saliva. Haha. Li Yunxiao burst into laughter and said, Brother Li, people are just so strange most of the time. You're clearly treating them well, but they still want to insult and slander you. This kind of person isn't worth saving. His gaze turned cold, and he said in a chilly voice, Little Chuan, finish this battle quickly. 10 breaths. Mo Xiaochuan smiled easily. He didn't need to use any martial skills at all. His fingertip drew out a ray of light that flashed in the air. The ray of light instantly turned into 10 rays of sword qi that shot out with the force of a thunderbolt. Before anyone could understand what was going on, they were cut open one by one, and they couldn't be more dead. Li Yunxiao waved his hand and immediately collected the storage rings left behind by the 10 people in the air into his hand. He said, no thanks. When Li Feiyu saw this, he felt a chill in his heart. Although he had killed many people before, they were all minor characters who were far weaker than him. These martial saints were chopped up like carrots. It was hard for him to accept this. However, the difference between a martial saint and a martial emperor was like the difference between heaven and earth. Li Feiyu said dejectedly, let's go. Li Yunxiao, Mo Xiaochuan, Mo Huayuan, Xiao Xuanzi, and Li Feiyu, the 5 of them turned into a ray of light and flew towards Rain Peak City. The teleportation formation was located outside the city and was heavily guarded. Moreover, they were all powerful martial artists. Who's in front? Stop quickly or don't blame me for being impolite. A martial emperor shouted loudly. Suddenly, his expression changed and he said in shock, not good, there's an expert inside. Everyone, don't panic. I am Li Feiyu of the 10,000 Treasure Tower. I specially invited an alchemist master to help repair the teleportation formation. Quickly call out the person in charge. The few of them stood in the sky, immediately causing everyone to panic. Just as the guard was about to go in to report, he heard Yang Ping's laughter and said, haha, I wonder where young Master Li invited this alchemist master from. All the alchemists in the city have already been gathered by me. Could it be someone new? When the guard heard Yang Ping's voice, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Even if the sky collapsed, there would be someone to hold it up. Yang Ping's gaze swept across the few of them. When he looked at Mo Xiaochuan and Mo Huayuan, his pupils shrank and his heart shook violently. The 2 of them gave him an extremely powerful aura and powerful energy fluctuation. Moreover, they were 2 completely different types of energy. Mo Huayuan was very familiar with the aura of an alchemist. As for Mo Xiaochuan, he said in shock, this lord is, Li Feiyu said, these 2 are young Master Yun's friends. He pointed at Mo Huayuan and said, this is Master Mo Huayuan, the disciple of the Sacred Realm's Spirit Division's Master Yuan Gaohan. As for this, he glanced at Mo Xiaochuan and wanted to introduce him, but he found that he didn't know who this person was. He only knew that he was Mo Xiaochuan's big brother. He could only say embarrassedly, Master Yang, don't be long-winded. Hurry and bring this master to the formation. The disciple of the Sacred Region's Director General. This reputation was too great, and it gave Yang Ping a fright. Cold sweat trickled down his face, and he didn't dare to ask any more questions. He hurriedly led the way. The group passed through several corridors and arrived at a spacious open space. Many people were busy doing their own work. In the middle was a huge teleportation formation, which was being repaired in full swing. It seemed to have been mostly repaired. Li Yunxiao asked, Master Yang, what's the current situation? Yang Ping was startled, and his face showed slight displeasure. He thought that this servant actually dared to talk to him without any respect. However, when he thought that these people couldn't be offended, he could only endure it even if he was displeased. He said, there are still some key points that can't be solved, but with Master Mo here, it naturally won't be a problem. Mo Huayuan frowned and said, I haven't built a teleportation formation myself. Let me take a look. I hope it works. Yang Ping smiled and said, Master Mo, don't be too modest. If you can't even repair this place, then you'll have to go to the sacred region or the soul formation sea to invite someone over. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, Don't worry, with young Master Yun here, you can ask him if you don't understand. Everyone felt dizzy when they heard this. They might be able to accept it if it was just a question, but the word consult was a little too serious. What made everyone's eyes even more shocked was that Mo Huayuan actually nodded calmly and said, Yes. Young Master Yun's spell Dao is much stronger than mine. Let me take a look first. If I can't solve it, I'm afraid young Master Yun will have to do it. Cold sweat appeared on Yang Ping's forehead, and he said embarrassedly, that young Master Yun is actually a spell refinement master? Why isn't he here? Li Feiyu smiled and explained, This is young Master Yun. The one at the trade fair yesterday was just one of his puppets. Ah. Yang Ping jumped in fright, and his heart shook violently. He rejoiced that he didn't show any impatience just now, or else he would have unknowingly offended this person. Li Yunxiao turned around and smiled. Sorry about yesterday, I didn't show my true face. Please forgive me, Master Yang. Yang Ping smiled bitterly and said, Not at all, not at all. Yang Ping is already very grateful that young Master Yun is willing to help prepare the teleportation formation. These words were only said to the strong. If it was a normal person, they would have already used their fists to teach the other party an unforgettable lesson. Yang Ping walked into the formation and began discussing with the group of arcane refinement masters who were repairing the formation. He would occasionally look over. Soon, an old man with a face full of stubble led the group forward. He stared at Mo Huayuan and said, Greetings, Master Mo. The people behind him also bowed. Mo Huayuan said, You also have the aura of a rank 8. We are of the same rank, so there's no need to be so polite. The arcane refinement master said, I'm just a wandering cultivator. How can I compare to Master Yuan's disciple? I was fortunate enough to listen to Master Yuan's lecture once in the Holy Region, and I benefited greatly from it. Oh, you've listened to Master's lecture before? Then we can address each other as fellow disciples. Mo Huayuan's interest was immediately piqued. Just as he was about to talk to that person in detail, Li Yunxiao coughed heavily a few times and said, Repairing the formation is more important. He was afraid that the two of them would talk endlessly and delay his journey. Extreme displeasure flashed across the arcane refinement master's face. As a rank 8 arcane refinement master, his status was also extremely noble. No one dared to interrupt him when he was talking. He was about to get angry, but he was pulled back by Mo Huayuan and hurriedly said, Let's talk business. Let's talk business first. Humph, is that person a junior from Master Mo's family? Children can't be too spoiled. The two of them had already walked far away, but the angry voice of the arcane refinement master could still be heard. Mo Xiaochuan was furious. He was about to rush over and vent his anger when he was glared at by Li Yunxiao, causing him to retreat. Yang Ping made an inviting gesture and said, Young Master Yun, everyone, follow me to the hall to rest. It's too noisy here. He roughly understood now that this group of people was led by Li Yunxiao. He became even more interested in Li Yunxiao's identity. Along the way, he secretly hinted to Li Feiyu to reveal Li Yunxiao's identity. Li Feiyu bitterly smiled and shook his head. Yang Ping was extremely displeased and made an unfriendly gesture. Li Feiyu bitterly made a I really don't know gesture. Yang Ping immediately glared at him and made a I really don't know gesture, making Li Feiyu completely depressed. Young Master Yun, where are you going? Yang Ping enthusiastically asked. He thought to himself, since Li Feiyu isn't willing to say, then I'll ask him myself. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, I'm going the same way as Brother Li. Yang Ping gave Li Feiyu a really ungrateful look, meaning, I'm going the same way as you, and you're still trying to trick me by saying you don't know. Li Feiyu was truly shocked this time and said, Young Master Yun is going to Sanyang City? Li Yunxiao said, I heard that the Merchant Union's 2 meetings will be held in the next few days. We are going to see the world. Does Brother Li not welcome us? Then I'll just tour by myself. I won't tell anyone that I know Brother Li, lest I lose face. Li Feiyu bitterly smiled and said, "Young Master Yun, don't be sarcastic. If young Master Yun is willing to go, I naturally welcome you. But is young Master Yun really just going to tour? Or do you have other plans?" He emphasized the last 4 words, and his gaze turned cold. "Oh? Brother Li seems to be afraid that I have ulterior motives. I do have my own reasons for going to Songyang City, but it has nothing to do with Myriad Treasure Tower. Also, I have a few friends at Myriad Treasure Tower." Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. "That's good." Li Feiyu said seriously, "I also don't want to have a conflict with young Master Yun. But if a conflict really arises, I won't be lenient either." He changed from his previous gentle and refined appearance and suddenly became forceful. It was as if he was no longer afraid of Emperor Wu and Mo Xiaochuan at the side. "Haha, you two are both young prodigies. Why are you suddenly at daggers drawn? Everyone, be happy. With Master Mo's help, that transportation formation will be repaired very quickly. I don't know when we will meet again at Rain-Gathering Peak City." Yang Ping sighed emotionally. "Let me toast you two with a cup of spirit wine. I'm afraid that the next time we meet, you two will already be at the peak of the martial path. We won't have any more interactions." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Lord Yang is too serious." The 3 of them slowly savored the fine wine as they chatted idly. Li Yunxiao's knowledge and experience caused the 2 of them to be extremely shocked. This was definitely not the knowledge and experience that a teenager should have. Very quickly, the 3 of them began to chat happily. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Mo Huayuan and that rank 8 artificer arrived together. Yang Ping was overjoyed and said, "What? Could it be that it's completely repaired?" That rank 8 artificer shook his head and said, "There was great progress with Master Mo's help, but we were still blocked by a barrier. Master Mo said he wanted to ask this young Master Yun." He purposely lengthened the last 2 words to show the dissatisfaction and disdain in his heart. If it wasn't for Mo Huayuan displaying extremely strong ability, he would have thought these people were swindlers. Mo Xiaochuan heard the sarcasm in the words and sneered. "A frog at the bottom of a well, how can you know the vastness of the sea and sky?" "I'm a frog at the bottom of a well? Haha." That rank 8 artificer laughed loudly and said, "When I was cultivating in the divine domain and soul transformation sea, I didn't even know where you 2 brats were. You actually said I was a frog at the bottom of a well." Although he could see that Mo Xiaochuan was not ordinary, to them, unless it was an artificer stronger than them, they wouldn't hang you up even if you were Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao naturally knew the temperament of these artificers and didn't mind. He only said in surprise, "With Huayuan's strength, there shouldn't be a problem." Mo Huayuan said with a serious expression, "Young Master Yun, not only is the teleportation formation plate damaged, but the spatial passage is also heavily damaged. Even if the formation plate is repaired, we might not be able to pass through smoothly. It's very risky." Li Yunxiao said in surprise, "The passage is damaged? If it's just fighting for the teleportation order, at most the formation plate will be destroyed, could it be?" Li Feiyu said in shock, "Young Master Yun means that someone purposely destroyed the passage? This possibility is very high. I just don't know the extent of the damage. Let's go take a look." Li Yunxiao also had a worried expression. If the passage was completely destroyed, it would be troublesome. "Take a look? Can you measure the extent of the damage?" The rank 8 alchemist had a strange expression as he stared with wide eyes. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "No, I can only repair all the damage." "Ah?" The rank 8 alchemist's mouth opened wide. Mo Huayuan was also shocked. Repairing the spatial passage was far more difficult than simply repairing the formation plate. Moreover, the biggest hidden danger was the possibility of being swept into spatial turbulence at any time. Although Li Yunxiao barely beat him due to luck and tricks, he did not think he had the ability to directly repair the passage. Therefore, he kindly reminded, "The passage behind the formation plate is almost unreachable. It's very dangerous." Mo Xiaochuan looked at the rank 8 alchemist with contempt and sneered, "Open your eyes and watch, frog at the bottom of the well." Then, he glared at Mo Huayuan and said, "And your vision is too low. You'll never be able to climb to the peak." Although he did not understand alchemy, The only person in the world who could defeat the Yao race's alchemist was his master. If even he could not do anything, then this teleportation formation could be said to be completely finished. Mo Huayuan seemed to want to say something, but he moved his lips and held it back. The rank 8 alchemist said angrily, Master Mo, we'll wait to see their show, humph. Li Feiyu was also suspicious. Could it be that Li Yunxiao's strength was above rank 8? This thought gave him a fright, and he hurriedly followed. The people around the teleportation formation had stopped working long ago, and they were all discussing spiritedly. When they saw Mo Huayuan's group, they immediately stopped talking and revealed expressions of respect. Clearly, Mo Huayuan's strength had already obtained their respect and affirmation. Li Yunxiao walked directly into the formation, bent down, and placed his hand on the formation core to sense. Behind the eye of the formation was a vast and unknown void. His divine sense instantly spread out for thousands of kilometers, but he actually could not sense any link. The destruction is so thorough. It's definitely not an ordinary accident. Li Feiyu's expression changed drastically, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. I thought it was strange. There must be a reason behind it. Young Master Yun, can you repair it? He was getting impatient. Li Yunxiao was the same. He said in a deep voice, I've tried, but I have to enter the void to find the broken path. Mo Xiachuan exclaimed, how dangerous is it to enter the void? Why don't you let me do it? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said, you don't know the method, and the risk isn't as serious as you think. I have my ways. He pressed his hand on the formation core, and an extremely powerful soul force flowed from his hand into the formation. He then sat cross-legged and ignored the outside world. Mo Huayuan's pupils shrank, and an indescribable emotion flowed in his heart. He seemed to have sensed something just now. Mo Xiachuan solemnly said, Lord Yangping, this place has temporarily become a forbidden area. No one is allowed to approach, or they will be killed without mercy. Yangping's heart shook, and he hurriedly said, of course. He hurriedly began to disperse the crowd. Some fighters were still fine, but many arcane masters were not willing to do so. The rank 8 arcane master angrily said, didn't he say he was going to enter the void to repair the passage? Why is he still sitting here? Didn't you say you wanted me to watch? Why is there nothing else? Mo Xiachuan pointed at him and said, the others can leave, but you can stay. Today, I want you to watch, or else a frog in a well can't talk to the ocean. The rank 8 arcane master was furious, and he coldly snorted and said, today, I'll see how he makes a fool of himself. Mo Huayuan solemnly said, big brother, what technique is young Master Yun using, can you tell? Me? Mo Xiachuan shook his head and said, I don't know, but your expression doesn't seem right. Mo Huayuan said, this technique is very similar to a god art of my master. Mo Xiachuan bitterly smiled, thinking that your master is still inside my master's arcane treasure. However, he couldn't say this out loud, so he could only say, Huayuan, although I don't understand the art path, all the arts in the world are interlinked. Although you have achieved something now, don't be arrogant. Take the martial path as an example, stepping into the realm of Emperor Wu is just the beginning. Mo Huayuan's heart trembled, and he hurriedly said, I will listen to Big Brother's teachings. This time, the rank 8 arcane master also became silent, as if he agreed with Mo Xiachuan's words. Everyone surrounded Li Yunxiao and sat down, waiting quietly. There were no other good ideas. Yangping ordered a large number of experts to block the surroundings, not even a mosquito could fly in. What Li Yunxiao used was the Starlight Soul Body, condensing a strand of soul power outside his body and entering the void. That soul carried the world god steel and traveled through the endless night. There was only endless night in the void, and one couldn't see the end. Just like that, Li Yunxiao traveled for an unknown amount of time, and suddenly, a large number of spatial disturbances appeared in front of him. They were irregular and floated in disorder. So this is the break point. Who did it, to actually float so far? Li Yunxiao muttered to himself, looks like I'll have to spend some time. He stepped on the world god steel, and just as he was about to start repairing it, an extremely sharp light suddenly slashed over. Li Yunxiao was shocked, and he hurriedly dodged to the side. His eyes focused on the void, and he shouted, who is it? You actually hid in this void space. You destroyed this passage on purpose, didn't you? TSK, so smart. But no matter how smart you are, you can't be smarter than my young master. 7 figures gradually appeared in the void, and one of them sighed. Back then, young master left the 7 of us to guard this place to prevent others from repairing the passage. At that time I was very disdainful, and thought it was unnecessary. Now, it seems that it is indeed necessary. I can't help but admire my young master's intelligence. Xianxia's gaze swept past the 7 of them, and he chuckled. I think your young master is really stupid. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left the 7 of you here to die. What a joke. Looking at your aura, you are just a 3rd-level alchemist. Do you really want to kill the 7 of us? The person in front felt that it was hilarious. Another person said, don't talk nonsense with him. These alchemists are all sick in the head. They are usually extremely arrogant, and I have suffered quite a bit from them. Let me kill this person to vent my anger. After staying in this void for so long, I'm bored to death. It's not easy to get something fun, so how can I let you enjoy it alone? If you want to go, let's go together. Another person shouted, as if he had seen meat, and began to divide it up. Xianxia was not in a hurry, and he watched them coldly. Among the 7 of them, only one was a martial venerable, and the rest were martial emperors. I'm very curious, who is the young master you are talking about? One of them snorted, why do you know so much when you are about to die? Xianxia smiled, you can't even tell a person who is about to die? Can you guys not be so cruel? Oh no. That person sneered, ants should have the awareness of ants' misery. The martial venerable snorted, stop fighting. An ant can be killed in one move. It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. If you guys aren't going, I will. Don't, leave it to us to add some fun. The other 6 people said at almost the same time, and they all charged forward. Xianxia said, since I can't get anything out of you, then farewell forever. He pointed a beam of light at his feet, and the universe god's monument immediately gave off a brilliant light. It flew forward, and 3 people flew out from the light. Xianxia smiled, I haven't let you out for some fresh air for a long time. You can exercise your muscles. The 3 of them stood in a straight line. They were Duanyu, Yu Jiolin, and the Xianlei cloud-shocking roar. The aura they emitted shocked the 6 people. What's going on? Where did these 2 people and 1 beast come from? Oh no, they are almost peak martial emperors. Xianxia said, try to keep them alive. I have something to ask them. Don't worry, as long as that martial venerable doesn't interfere, these people are nothing. Duanyu burst into laughter, old you, how many do you want to take on? Yu Jiolin humphed, they are just a motley crew. Whatever. The 2 of them had stayed in the universe god's monument for too long, and they had already broken through to peak martial emperors. In addition to the Xianlei cloud-shocking roar, there were 3 peak martial venerables, and they shocked the 6 people. How dare you? With me here, you can't be so arrogant. The martial venerable was shocked, but fortunately, they were only at the level of martial venerables, and they were still within his control. Dear, your opponent is here. Although Xianxia's voice was gentle, it was like a death knell. Immediately after, the martial honor saw a puppet emitting the aura of a peak martial honor appear before him. His heart immediately sank to the bottom of the valley and turned cold. Go. Xianxia snapped his fingers gently. The little King Kong from the gourd, Duanyu, and the others rushed forward in high spirits. The 7 opponents fell into despair. It was a one-sided massacre. In just a few breaths' time, 3 of the 7 people were dead, and 4 were severely injured. The martial venerable was also brought forward by little King Kong from the gourd. Duanyu complained loudly that the opponents were too simple, and he brought Yu Jiolin and the Xianlei cloud-shocking roar back to the universe god's monument. Alright, can you tell me who the young master you are talking about is? The martial venerable's meridians were all broken, and he was almost paralyzed. He moaned, kill me. The young master will definitely avenge me. Xianxia shook his head and sighed, I hate people who are hard to deal with when I'm interrogating them. Moreover, you are pretending to be hard to deal with. Xianxia pointed with his finger and 2 sword lights immediately shot out. There was a miserable shriek as the martial saint's arms were cut off and sent flying into the boundless night. The other three who didn't die all had pale expressions. They weren't afraid of death. To be able to walk the martial path to this point, which one of them didn't take life and death lightly? It was just that a warrior could be killed but not humiliated. It was very difficult for them to endure humiliation and die. Kill us. If you are also a martial artist, then please give a martial artist the dignity they deserve. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, martial artist's dignity? Then please do the loser's responsibility first. Loser's responsibility? Everyone was confused and frowned. Li Yunxiao said, that's right, this is the loser's responsibility. Tell me everything I want to know first, otherwise don't talk to me about martial artist's dignity. The four of them trembled. The martial sovereign said in shock, no, we can't say it. If we say it, young master won't let us go. It's fine if we die, but don't drag our families down. Sigh, life and death are difficult. Li Yunxiao sighed and said, then we can only slowly torture you. The four of them trembled. When they raised their heads to look at Li Yunxiao in fear, they saw a pair of blood-colored crescent moon eyes. At the place where the teleportation formation was being repaired, everyone was already a bit impatient. The rank 8 alchemist frowned and said, is he really repairing the formation? He knows that the spatial passage is broken in the void, so what's the use of sitting here? He's just pretending to be mysterious. His thoughts were everyone's thoughts, except for Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan said coldly, shut up, frog at the bottom of a well. If this kind of blame and suspicion fell on him, he could just laugh it off and not mind it at all. However, if it was his master, he absolutely couldn't bear it. Mo Xiaochuan was afraid that when the time came, he wouldn't be able to bear it and would slap this person to death. Humph, other than scolding people, what other ability do you have? If you want me to shut up, show me what you've got. The rank 8 artificer could not hold it in any longer and said angrily, I've always been in charge of repairing this array formation, and it's almost complete. You guys have just arrived, and not only are you useless in repairing the array formation, you're even playing tricks here. How hateful. Oh, almost finished? If you really had the ability to finish it, would we still be sitting here? Mo Xiaochuan said coldly, if you don't have the ability, then just sit there and wait. Enough. I've had enough. Even if it's Emperor Wu, he doesn't have the qualifications to shout in front of me. I've seen enough of Emperor Wu. The rank 8 artificer stood up and pointed at Li Yunxiao, if your young master Yun can repair this teleportation formation, I will kowtow and acknowledge him as my master. If he can't do it, make him kneel down and kowtow to me. Do you dare to take a gamble? Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, although I dare to bet, I can't decide young master Yun's matter. How about this, if young master Yun can't repair it, how about I kneel and kowtow to you? If he's done, just kneel and kowtow a few times. There's no need to acknowledge me as your master. I don't think he'll accept you as his disciple. You. The rank 8 artificer said angrily, good, good. Then I'll let you kneel. Although I've seen many Emperor Wu, I've never seen an Emperor Wu kneel to me. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, similarly, no rank 8 artificer has ever kneeled to me before. I'm sure it'll be very satisfying. The bet between the two of them immediately caused the surrounding people to feel dizzy. This was not an ordinary bet. Whether it was a tier 8 alchemist kneeling or a martial emperor kneeling, it was enough to shock the entire city. All of them broke out in cold sweat. Mo Huayuan was also shocked and said, Big brother, why are you so careless? Although he knew how powerful Li Yunxiao was, he wouldn't blindly believe him. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, don't worry, this idiot will definitely kowtow to me. It's just that I suddenly have a wicked thought. If I can see young Master Yun fail, even if I have to kowtow a few times, it'll be worth it. In Mo Xiaochuan's memory, he had never seen Li Yunxiao fail. He had always wondered who in this world could defeat his master, whether it was in the martial Dao or Formula Dao. So when the news of the Sacred Realm ranking tournament spread, Li Yunxiao was ranked 3rd, he was very shocked. He wanted to see what kind of people Ao Chongkong and Zhui Qingfan were to actually be able to defeat the god in his heart. This? Mo Huayuan was speechless. His lips moved slightly as he secretly transmitted, Big brother, who is this young Master Yun? Can't we reveal it even between us brothers? Mo Xiaochuan sighed and said, you'll know sooner or later, there's no need to be anxious. Mo Huayuan did not know what to say. He could only let out a long sigh as he secretly prayed that this Li Yunxiao would not fail. Otherwise, seeing his big brother kneel and kowtow to someone, this was something he could not accept no matter what. The rank 8 alchemist was still very respectful towards Mo Huayuan and said, Grandmaster Mo, don't worry. For your sake, I'll let your big brother apologize later, there's no need for him to kneel. Mo Huayuan said gratefully, many thanks. Suddenly, Li Yunxiao, who was sitting in the center of the formation, slowly opened his eyes and said with a smile, even so, that Xiaochuan would be too embarrassed to let you kneel. Young Master Yun. Mo Xiaochuan was the first to rush up and said, how is it? Li Yunxiao said with a smile, in order to not let you kowtow to someone, even if I have to risk my old life, I have to fix it. Otherwise, if you kowtow to someone, could it be that there's light in my face? Sigh, so disappointing. Mo Xiaochuan sighed and said, seeing that idiot's confident appearance, I thought I could finally see you fail for once. His pretentious look made everyone want to give him a few tight slaps. After a brief daze, the rank 8 alchemist shook his head in shock and said, impossible, I don't believe it, you're lying to me. He hurriedly ran into the formation and began to pour soul force into it. Very quickly, his expression changed drastically and became completely sluggish. Mo Huayuan was also extremely shocked. He checked again in shock and found that it had indeed been completely opened and connected to infinity. He looked at Li Yunxiao in shock, and a monstrous wave surged in his heart. Such powerful strength, could he be a rank 9 existence? Although Yang Ping and Li Feiyu were also shocked, they were more happy. Li Feiyu let out a big breath and said with a smile, finally can leave this damn place. Yang Ping said, damn place? Could it be that this Yang did not treat you well in Rain Peak City or something, making young Master Li so unhappy? Li Feiyu knew that he had misspoken and hurriedly apologized. Yang Ping laughed and said, no need to be so polite, young Master Li. There are still 7 days left until Songyang City's martial arts and arts meet. If you don't make it in time, the Myriad Treasure Tower's position will be in danger. Li Feiyu said with a smile, Lord Yang is too serious. The Myriad Treasure Tower's foundation is not supported by 1 or 2 people, nor can it be shaken by just anyone. The entire Myriad Treasure Tower is not much with or without me, its ability is really limited. Yang Ping said with a smile, since this teleportation formation was repaired by young Master Yun, then it should naturally be used by young Master Yun and young Master Li first. Everyone, please. The rank 8 alchemist was still standing in the formation blankly, his face full of confusion. Although Mo Xiaochuan won, he was a martial emperor. Naturally, he would not be stingy and haggle over every ounce. He was also too lazy to make Mo Xiaochuan honor his bet. Previously, it was only because he had pointed at Li Yunxiao that he had infuriated him. Huayuan, farewell here, who knows when we will meet again. Mo Xiaochuan said with some vicissitudes of emotion. Blood was thicker than water with this cousin of his, even closer than ordinary blood brothers. After this short meeting, they immediately had to go their separate ways again. Big brother, I should stay by Master Holy Regent's side to continue cultivating. If you have time, you can come to the Holy Regent to find me at any time. Mo Huayuan was also extremely reluctant to part, the 2 brothers hugged each other. Suddenly, a strange voice sounded out in the air, laughing weirdly and saying, Yang Ping, this teleportation formation is fixed, you actually didn't inform us and secretly let people use it first. Our family's lord really has status and identity in your eyes. Yang Ping's expression changed, revealing a look of horror. A streak of light shot over from afar, passing through layers of martial artists' defenses. Not a single person reacted in time. Furthermore, the power of that streak of light was extremely strong, so much so that no one dared to block it. The light landed in the courtyard and spread out. There were actually as many as 9 martial artists, and under the escort of the 8 was a green-clothed old man. His green robe was filled with patterns of skulls, and he was currently lazily sitting on a palanquin. The 8 martial artists around the old man were all overbearing, and a young man at the front on the left shouted, Yang Ping, our family's lord said that if it was fixed, he would be the first to be informed, and you actually let others use it first. Do you still have our family's lord in your eyes? Yang Ping was extremely shocked, and hurriedly bowed, saying, Lord Gong's son, this formation was just fixed by them a moment ago. That's why I let them use it first, as a test, in case there were any mistakes. If there were any problems while traveling through the void, it would be too dangerous. Oh, so you're saying that there's a reason why you didn't take my words to heart? The old man slowly said, since it has already been fixed, then let them scram. This seat is willing to be this test subject, in case those weak trash accidentally lose their lives. Yang Ping's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he said embarrassedly, this. Lord Gong's son, this isn't too appropriate, you are, enough. Don't talk nonsense, I've made up my mind. Let them scram. Gongsun Zhan pointed at Li Yunxiao and the others, his eyes half squinting, as if those people weren't worthy of his gaze. Under his imposing manner, Yang Ping didn't dare to have any thoughts of disobedience, and he just looked at Li Yunxiao, as if he was asking for help. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, since when did the realm of heaven martial arts have so many idiots? Mo Xiaochuan said with a smile, who said they are idiots? It's because when you were powerful, they were very smart, and they knew how to be obedient. How can such people be called idiots? At most, they're just amusing fools. When the conversation between the two fell into everyone's ears, they all broke out in a cold sweat. Only they would dare to say such words. Yang Ping kept muttering in his heart. Please don't destroy the teleportation formation again. Otherwise, he would really want to cry but have no tears. Impudent. Do you know who my lord is? Damn it. The martial artist who spoke was furious. Without saying a word, he shot out a sword light from his body and rushed forward as one with a sword. The golden chi was oppressive, and a cold intent spread out. Although he could not see through Mo Xiaochuan's cultivation, he could clearly see Li Yunxiao's level of a one-star martial emperor. In the martial path, only people of the same realm would fight together. If the difference in strength was too big, there would be a gap. Since Mo Xiaochuan and Li Yunxiao were talking and laughing intimately, they were naturally about the same strength. Mo Xiaochuan gently stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the tip of the sword. With a light twist, he broke the sword into 7 or 8 pieces. Then, he turned his fingers into a palm and pushed forward. The palm wind force swept up the broken blades and twisted them into a domineering palm force that slapped down. Bang, bang, bang. Several broken blades pierced through the man's body, and 7 or 8 large holes immediately appeared in the man's body. He let out a blood-curdling scream and spat out a mouthful of blood in the air. Like a fountain, he was also sent flying and fell to the ground dead. Ah! This quick action happened in the blink of an eye. The other 7 martial artists could not react in time. They saw their previously arrogant and domineering companions turn into corpses. They were so scared that they all took a few steps back. You've got guts. Gongsun Zhan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes were spitting fire as he turned around. When he saw Mo Xiaochuan, his pupils shrank and he said seriously, no wonder someone dares to ignore my dignity. So it turns out that Emperor Wu is also involved. Don't you know that even Jiutian Emperor Wu is like heaven and earth? Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, so you also know. Gongsun Zhan's anger gradually calmed down. He wasn't an idiot. In fact, no one who could cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu was an idiot. He couldn't tell the depth of the other party's cultivation, but he was sure that the fearless attitude was real. After advancing to Emperor Wu, due to the fact that he could control the rules of heaven and earth at will, he could summon the power of rules with just a wave of his hand. Therefore, even if they were both Emperor Wu, it would still be difficult for him to see the depth of his opponent's power. He would only know if he fought. But if there was a huge gap between them, then the result would be. Tell me your name first. I don't fight with nameless people. Gongsun Zhan was fearful and didn't dare to act rashly. He wanted to get some information from the other party first. This was a common greeting behavior between Emperor Wu. Mo Xiaochuan sneered and said, what a joke, scram. You. Gongsun Zhan's face was livid with anger. He looked extremely awkward as he sat on the sedan chair. One of his subordinates had died, so how could he retreat in shame? But if he wanted to fight, the other party's fearless and calm appearance made his heart pound. Moreover, his real goal wasn't to steal the teleportation array. There was no need to have any conflict with Emperor Wu. After thinking, he said seriously, "This place is too small. If we fight, I'm afraid the teleportation array that was just repaired will be damaged again, so," Mo Xiaochuan impatiently interrupted, "killing you is a piece of cake. You actually want to affect the teleportation array? You're thinking too much. Arrogant. You're pissing me off." Gong Sunjian couldn't hold it in anymore. The other party didn't give him any face and humiliated him. If he could still swallow this, then today's matter would definitely become a knot in his heart on the path of martial arts in the future. It was very likely that his cultivation would stop advancing, and it might even create a demon in his heart. The meaning of martial arts lay in never turning back and pressing forward with indomitable will, to be able to cultivate to the level of Emperor Wu, which one of them was ordinary. Gong Sunjian also understood this. Under Mo Xiaochuan's ridicule, he had reached the point where he had no choice but to make a move. His anger was instantly buried, and he became as calm as still water. It was as if he was a completely different person. The surrounding people trembled. Earlier, it was as if they were next to a volcano that was about to erupt, and they were afraid of being burned to ashes by the magma. However, at this moment, it was as if they were in a cold icehouse, and they could be frozen by the cold air at any time. Li Yunxiao also smiled and praised, "Not bad. To be able to control your emotions to the finest detail, your cultivation is indeed not bad." He was originally praising, but in Gong Sunjian's ears, it was full of mockery. His emotionless heart immediately fluctuated, and a trace of anger appeared on his face. A cold light flashed in his hand, and sword energy flew up. Sword sweeping heaven, shattering vast expanse. Within this sword, there was a sense of the vast expanse of heaven and earth, giving people a sense of peace and happiness. "Good sword, this idiot has some skill." Li Yunxiao said, "Be careful to protect the formation, don't let it be destroyed again." After saying this, he flashed nearby like everyone else. With Emperor Wu's sword energy, even his elementary indestructible golden body would be instantly destroyed. No wonder he was so blind, he really does have some skill. Mo Xiaochuan took a step back with his right foot, and a golden light spread out from under his feet, enveloping the entire teleportation formation under the golden light, for fear of being destroyed by the two's energy. Then, he waved his fists in front of him, and yuan qi gathered from all directions, sandwiching the sword between his fists. The control of power was extremely exquisite, not letting a single ripple spread out, so as to avoid hurting the people nearby. Gong Sunjian was shocked. Just this move showed that the opponent's exquisite control of power was far superior to his. But just having exquisite control was not enough. The key to victory was still absolute strength. He poured Emperor Qi into the long sword, and in an instant, rays of light shot out, breaking the yuan qi defense in Mo Xiaochuan's hands, advancing 3 feet, and piercing Mo Xiaochuan's heart. Mo Xiaochuan's expression was calm as usual, and the wind from his fist shook the sword body, creating an ear-piercing sound. He couldn't move his feet, otherwise, if he moved, the formation would be easily shattered by the Emperor Qi, and they wouldn't have time to carry out large-scale repairs. Dang, dang, dang. Fist shadows fluttered around him like butterflies. Under one punch, there were more than 30 layers of energy that could topple the mountains and overturn the seas, each stronger than the last. Gong Sunjian's long sword was under a huge pressure, and the sword's momentum changed, causing it to stab out. The sword energy shot out from the tip of the sword without diminishing, directly piercing through the void within a kilometer. The surrounding people were so shocked that their faces turned green. If someone had been in front of the long sword just now, they would have been finished in an instant. When immortals fought, mortals would be implicated. This was not a lie at all. Fighting with me, yet you still want to protect the formation? How arrogant. After that sword strike, Gong Sunjian's confidence increased greatly. He swept his sword horizontally, and the sword light condensed into an illusory image, as if there was a sword spirit within it. It gave people a bloodthirsty aura, and it mercilessly slashed down. Mo Xiaochuan's right foot didn't leave the ground. He spun his upper body, and his 2 fingers formed a sword seal, pointing at the opponent's sword image. He lightly shouted, "If it wasn't for protecting the formation, do you think you could still live until now?" Bang, bang, the sword energy formed by his finger shook the sword image and was instantly annihilated. The power of Gongsun Zhan's sword was so powerful that it was going to cut him into ashes. Mo Xiaochuan was finally moved. Half of his power was poured into his right leg to protect the formation. Moreover, his movements were restricted, and he was restricted in all aspects. Sluts are so unreasonable. You clearly saw the gap between us, but you don't know how to retreat. You still want to borrow my formation, and you can take advantage of it. Even so, you can stay here forever. A powerful sword energy suddenly burst out from Mo Xiaochuan's body. Just by standing there, it was as if he had turned into an invincible divine weapon that was about to be unleashed. Just the power of the sword caused Gongsun Zhan's sword energy to stop. As if it had sensed something dangerous, the sword suddenly let out an ear-piercing cry, as if it was warning. Not good. Gongsun Zhan was shocked. He wanted to put away his sword and escape. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Mo Xiaochuan was. So it turned out that he was just warming up. Under that sword energy, he only felt his body go cold, and he no longer had any will to fight. Want to leave? Did you eat shit long ago? Mo Xiaochuan's cold voice rang out. He raised his arm high, and on his right arm, there seemed to be a vague sword shape. It was faintly discernible, and it flickered with a ghostly light. Li Feiyu's pupils shrank as he looked at Mo Xiaochuan's right hand in shock. He couldn't tell if it was a real sword or just a sword shape, but the sword intent was so powerful that it caused everyone's heart to tremble. Li Yunxia's expression also changed slightly. He stared at the sword with a smile in his eyes, full of appreciation. Red dust gazing at the bright moon. Mo Xiaochuan softly said. This sword art was the Mo family's thousand signs righteous art. When he used it, it was countless times better than Li Yunxiao's. This was because this sword art was personally taught by his ancestor. It was completely different from the sword art that Li Yunxiao had only seen a few times. The sword energy slashed down, and a sea of sword energy appeared. All the martial artists within several kilometers were immersed in this sea of sword energy. They held their breaths in shock, and they didn't dare to make the slightest movement. It was as if the slightest movement would cause them to be turned into mud by the sword energy, or even disappear. Ah! Stop, I'm just... Gongsun Zhan was completely afraid. He trembled and roared, but his voice was instantly annihilated in the sea of sword energy. Not only him, but the 7 martial artists behind him didn't even have the chance to scream before disappearing in an instant. It was as if they had never existed in this world. A huge ravine appeared on the ground. With Mo Xiaochuan's right foot as the end, it extended for thousands of meters, and it was unknown how deep it was. TCH. You don't know what's good for you, wasting Big Brother's sword intent. Mo Xiaochuan snorted in disdain. He looked to his side and said to Li Yunxiao, Young Master Yun, how was that sword attack just now? His eyes were filled with expectation, hoping to receive his master's praise. Li Feiyu and the others were already covered in cold sweat. They were so shocked that they forgot how to move. Their nerves were too tense, and they couldn't relax. They couldn't even move their necks. Their throats were dry coughing, and they couldn't make a sound. I was delayed by something today, so I just finished a little more than a chapter. The next chapter might be around 11:30 p.m., but it will definitely be finished before 12 p.m. Everyone, go to sleep first. Your health is more important. I'll read it tomorrow. Good night to everyone. Big Brother, you're so powerful. Mo Huayuan revealed a joyful expression and sincerely praised, I wonder what Big Brother's cultivation is now. According to my calculations, that sword is at least 3-star Emperor Wu. Hee hee. Mo Xiaochuan smiled proudly. His gaze never left Li Yunxiao's body. It seemed that only his affirmation was true. Li Yunxiao also smiled and lightly said, There's no need to use a butcher knife to kill a chicken, you're too lazy. Only then did Mo Xiaochuan let out a sigh of relief, as if afraid that his performance would displease his master. Li Yunxiao didn't criticize him, which was already the best praise. As for him being too lazy, it meant that he could clearly fight and defeat the opponent, but he was too lazy to do so and directly used his sword to kill the opponent. Isn't this because I'm afraid he'll waste everyone's time, haha. Everyone listened to his laughter, but not a single one could laugh. Their stiff bodies began to slowly melt, and they could slightly move. A Jiotian emperor who was still extremely arrogant a few minutes ago, and had a bit of fame in the northern domain. In just a few moves, he was directly turned into ashes by him. Other than Li Yunxiao and himself, no one else could laugh. Let's go, we've already wasted a lot of time. There are only 7 days left. I'm afraid that little girl has already become an ant on a hot nest. Li Yunxiao thought of Ding Ling Er's impatient appearance and didn't find it funny. Little girl? But ma, oh, is it Madam Li? Mo Xiaochuan's eyes lit up, and he began to gossip. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you'll know when you get there. It's very likely that you'll meet an old friend. Mo Xiaochuan's heart moved, and he said with joy, could it be? Li Yunxiao nodded and smiled, since he already knows my whereabouts, it's very likely that he's already in Xianxia city. Let's go. He stepped into the formation, and Mo Xiaochuan followed closely behind. After Li Feiyu regained his senses, he also calmly walked into the formation. Big brother, we'll part here. If you have time, you must come to the sacred region to find me. We brothers will meet again. Mo Huayuan couldn't bear it and even felt like crying. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and scolded, don't say any more, you are a rank 8 alchemist respected by tens of thousands of people. If you cry, I can't afford to lose this face. Yang Ping hurriedly piled up a large number of primal stones on the formation and said, everyone, please come to Rain Peak City again. Li Yunxiao smiled faintly. He moved his hands and a large number of primordial stones instantly turned into ashes. The spiritual qi was immediately absorbed into the formation, and the entire formation began to operate. Soon after, the 3 of them felt a huge tearing force. They were no longer in Rain Peak City. They could feel all kinds of forces surging towards them from all directions, attacking their bodies and even their spiritual senses. This was something that would happen during long-distance teleportation. Fortunately, the 3 of them were not ordinary people, so they were able to take it calmly. Soon, within the endless darkness, a speck of light appeared before them. Then, it grew larger and larger. By the time it was the size of a human, the 3 of them were already outside the void, and faint sounds could be heard. Someone's teleported here again. Quick, see if there's anyone? Sigh, this is already the 13th batch today. I guess there's nothing we can do. Cheer up. Can't you see that Sir Captain's expression is getting worse and worse? Don't provoke him. Captain must have been scolded by his superiors, but this is not something we can decide. Perhaps Sir Li Feiyu is currently enjoying himself with a bunch of young and beautiful girls. How is that possible? Look at the situation now. Sir Li Feiyu would definitely not act rashly. Something must have happened. After the 3 of them appeared outside the void, they did not feel dizzy. They appeared in a stable space. All around them were martial artists wearing armor and wielding swords. The atmosphere was stern and tense, and everyone had a cold expression on their faces. Huh? What's going on? Isn't this Xianxia city? Li Yunxiao said strangely, it was a very unorganized and peaceful city. How did everyone become so tense? Ah? The first voice cried out in surprise and shouted with great joy, Sir Li Feiyu. It's Sir Li Feiyu. You finally returned. All the armed martial artists in the surroundings became nervous and brimmed with joy as if their mission was completed. Sir Ren, Sir Li Feiyu is back. The first person hurriedly ran out and shouted. Li Yunxiao smiled playfully and said, Brother Li, thanks to you, so many people came to welcome us. It brings glory to us. Li Feiyu said awkwardly, I've let young Master Yun see a joke. These people must think that I don't know the gravity of the situation. I'm afraid they're already worried sick for not returning for such a big matter. He shouted with some anger, who is the person in charge? Surrounding the teleportation point like this, don't let the world laugh at us. Xianxia City had a total of 4 inter-region teleportation formations, and at the same time, there were also 4 teleportation points. This place was surrounded by people from Thousand Treasure Tower, and the other 3 places were probably no exception. Mo Xiaochuan sneered, joke? How can it be a joke? Such boldness should make the world tremble. Li Feiyu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his eyes were almost spitting fire. Although Thousand Treasure Tower was the Merchant Alliance's leader, Doing it like this had probably already incurred quite a number of people's inner conflict. Feiyu, you're finally back. Worried me to death. A sonorous voice came over. Before even seeing the light, an old man appeared in front of the three people. The old man was dressed in embroidered jade robes and had a spirited expression like Feiyong. He did not look at Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan, but directly pulled Li Feiyu's hand with a big laugh and said with a loud laugh, "Haha, you're in perfect condition. I was really afraid that something happened to you, making us few old fellows anxious to death. Hurry back and let Lord Deputy Tower Lord ease his heart too." Elder Ren. Li Feiyu flung the old man's arm over and said with a bitter smile, "Why did you make such a big scene? Everyone is watching us as a joke." Elder Ren held his head high and puffed out his chest as he said matter-of-factly, "Joke? Who dares to laugh at our sect? This Songyuyang city is our word. If someone dares to laugh, make them scram. Domineering, domineering." Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and said with a smile. Li Feiyu was speechless and quickly introduced, "This is my sect's seventh elder, Ren Guangran. These two are good friends I met on the way, young Master Yun, and his friends." He did not know Mo Xiaochuan's name, so he could only introduce them like this, saying, "If it wasn't for their help, I'm afraid I would still be trapped in Rain Peak City, and I might not have been able to make it to this gathering." "Oh? Rain Peak City? No wonder I couldn't find you even after sending so many experts. So you're in a corner of the northern region. What's going on?" Ren Guangran did not pay attention to the two after glancing at them. When his gaze fell on Mo Xiaochuan, he revealed a bit of surprise, but that was all. Li Feiyu briefly explained the matter of the teleportation formation being damaged and said, "If it wasn't for young Master Yun and his friends, we would really be in trouble this time." Ren Guangran looked at Mo Xiaochuan a few more times and said, "Master Yuan Gaohan, who is in charge of the Sacred Realm Spirit Sector, is your brother's master? And you entered Rain Peak City from South Fire City. Could it be that your brother is Mo Huayuan, and you are Mo Xiaochuan?" Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled slightly, and he said in shock, "The Myriad Treasure Tower's information is actually so comprehensive and detailed, truly frightening." His words seemed to be pointing at something. Li Feiyu said in surprise, "Elder Ren, you know them?" Ren Guangran chuckled, shook his head, and said, "I don't know them, but a genius disciple of Master Yuan Gaohan is in South Fire City, a member of Black Iron City's Mo family. This is known to the world, not to mention the Myriad Treasure Tower, which is the most well-informed. And that genius disciple Mo Huayuan's brother, very few people know that it's you, Mo Xiaochuan." Li Feiyu frowned and said, "Oh? It seems like Master Huayuan and Lord Xiaochuan are quite famous, but why have I never heard of them?" Ren Guangran said with a smile, "That's because among the younger generation, their era has already passed. Right now, it's you northern region's four prodigies who are famous all over the world. Back then, Mo Xiaochuan's fame was even above his brother's, because his master was the third-ranked titled Emperor Wu, Lord." Li Feiyu was taken aback, and his body suddenly trembled as he cried out involuntarily, "Third Emperor Wu, titled Army Destroyer Gu Feiyang?" Li Yunxiao's pupils constricted slightly, and then returned to normal. No one noticed that a trace of disturbance appeared in his emotions in that instant. And, back then, Lord Gu Feiyang was insufferably arrogant, and could be said to be like the sun at high noon. His disciples were also famous throughout the world. What a pity, Ren Guangran sighed. Li Feiyu also understood that this pity could only refer to the matter of Gu Feiyang's death later on. His gaze towards Mo Xiaochuan also became respectful. He didn't think that the person in front of him would have such a great background. No wonder his strength was so high. However, if Mo Xiaochuan's background was so great, not only was he a disciple of Gu Feiyang, but he was also a member of the Mo family of Black Iron City. Then, what was the identity of Li Yunxiao, who was protected by his side like a servant? When he thought of this, he immediately felt a headache, and even more so, he felt a sense of fear, as if he didn't dare to think about it further. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and said, "Haha, Master's matter happened a long time ago, it doesn't matter, it's not a pity, it doesn't matter at all." Ren Guangran looked at him strangely, and a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes as she said, "You're quite open-minded. Hee, a sage once said that time is the best healing medicine. After a long time, everything will be open, haha." Mo Xiaochuan pretended to see the impermanence of the world, but it caused Ren Guangran and Li Feiyu to feel infinite contempt in their hearts. After all, the position of the 10th Great Emperor Wu in the hearts of all the martial artists was very high. It's good that you're open. Ren Guangran said coldly and said, Feiyu, let's go. He didn't seem to want to stay with Mo Xiaochuan any longer. As for Li Yunxiao, he had already ignored the cultivation of a one-star martial emperor. He didn't even think that there was anyone there. Li Feiyu's heart moved, his eyes flickered, and he slowly said, Young Master Yun, why don't you come to my 10,000 treasure tower and let me do my duty as a host? Li Yunxiao's brows furrowed, sensing that Li Feiyu's expression seemed to have changed. He said without batting an eyelid, No need, I also have important matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave for now. Either way, we're all in the city, I reckon we'll meet again very soon. Li Feiyu said, Xianxia city is too big. I'm afraid that young Master Yun will get lost on your first time here. It's better for me to accompany. Li Yunxiao's origins were too strange and mysterious. Furthermore, Mo Xiaochuan's strength was also extraordinary. Inside Xianxia city, he had no idea what secret map he had, but he suddenly had the thought of wanting to control the two people in his grasp. If one were to say that Xianxia city had any unstable factors, then these two people were definitely it. Ren Guangran also immediately understood Li Feiyu's meaning and said with a big laugh, Haha, yeah. The two of you better follow us to the Myriad Treasure Tower to do it, and then our people will be responsible for accompanying. Right now, the city is so chaotic. It's very dangerous for the two of you to wander around randomly. Mo Xiaochuan said, Why do I feel that following you guys is the real danger? Young Master Yun, let's hurry and go, don't waste time with these bad people. NN. Li Yunxiao also nodded repeatedly, turned around, and was about to leave. Ren Guangran snorted and said, The two of you are not giving my Myriad Treasure Tower face like this? I can't even invite you personally? As his voice fell, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. The surrounding martial artists also seemed to have noticed that something was wrong and became at daggers drawn. Dark clouds seemed to appear in the sky. Ren Guangran was confident that once he gave the word, the two would definitely submit. However, the result made him stunned. Li Yunxiao said, The two of you look like you're very bored. Aren't you afraid that the pain will be too much and turn into broken eggs? Daring to say such words in front of Seventh Elder, all of the Myriad Treasure Tower's people were stunned. Following that, they all pulled out their weapons and surrounded over. Their attacks and steps forward were in unison. Their aura instantly condensed, and a powerful pressure rolled up. This was definitely a very terrifying team that was trained. Mo Xiaochuan looked around contemptuously and said with a snort, What use can this bunch of trash have? Do the two of you want them to follow you and break the eggs? Li Feiyu was shocked. In Yufeng City, Li Yunxiao could act arrogantly with Mo Xiaochuan's power, but now they were in Xianxia City, and the Seventh Elder's cultivation was definitely suppressing the two of them, yet he was still so arrogant. Just what was he relying on? Ren Guangran also cast an inquiring look at Li Feiyu. Li Feiyu only felt that he was in a difficult position. If they were to fall out and fight, who knew what kind of trouble it would cause? I'm only inviting you with good intentions. Since young Master Yun is unwilling, I naturally can't force you. But could young Master Yun tell me why you have come to Xianxia City? After all, this period was too sensitive. I'm afraid that the two of you will be implicated. After all, the two of you are my good friends. Feiyu will risk my life to protect the two of you. The tense atmosphere was suddenly filled with righteousness by his words, as if he would go through mountains of daggers and seas of fire for a bosom friend. Li Yunxiao sneered coldly in his heart, thinking to himself that these northern domain's four prodigies were indeed not only powerful in cultivation, but their wisdom in handling things was also much stronger than ordinary people. Li Yunxiao revealed a grateful look and said excitedly in a loud voice, Many thanks to Brother Li for making such a heavy promise, making this one move to tears. Rest assured, if I encounter any difficulties in this Xianxia City, I'll directly report Brother Li's name. With Brother Li backing me, I'm afraid that no one will dare to do anything to me. Mo Xiaochuan also smiled and said, This is great. Coming to Xianxia City first, I was still worried half to death, fearful of running into some expert or the like. Now that I have the Myriad Treasure Tower as a backing, I can do whatever I want, haha. Li Feiyu was immediately dumbfounded. Ren Guangran also opened her mouth wide, only feeling that it was very inappropriate, but did not know what to say. Li Feiyu said embarrassedly, young Master Yun must be joking. In Xianxia City, if you guys don't go and provoke others, naturally no one will provoke you. But if you guys take the initiative to cause trouble and provoke people, then I, Li Feiyu, will also. Understood. Li Yunxiao said loudly, if someone takes the initiative to provoke us, just directly report Brother Li's name will do. Brother Li's righteousness, young Master Yun will remember it. Since the two of you aren't so bored, I'm afraid that you have things to do, so I won't disturb you. Farewell for now. We're all in Xianxia City, we'll be able to meet again sooner or later. His one sentence blocked Li Feiyu's refusal, making the other party speechless. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, I hope so. Young Master Yun is the most worthy friend I've ever met. Ren Guangran was startled inwardly. Regardless of whether it was hypocrisy or words of emotion, to be able to make Li Feiyu say this kind of words, it was enough to see that the other party was not simple. Li Yunxiao cupped his fists and took his leave, turning to leave with Mo Xiaochuan. The surrounding martial artists all had haughty expressions, wanting to block in front of the two people. A bright light gathered in Li Yunxiao's eyes, and his powerful soul power abruptly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the people in front of him trembled violently, and all of them unconsciously moved to the sides, creating a path for them. They watched as the two of them left, trembling. Ren Guangran said, Feiyu, what's the background of that young Master Yun? He's just a one-star martial emperor. How could he make Mo Xiaochuan bow his head like that? You should know that every Emperor Wu's expert is extremely arrogant. Even if you're much stronger than him, he'll at most fear you and respect you. But I saw that he has a master-servant relationship with this young Master Yun. That's not respect, it's admiration. To be able to make an Emperor Wu's expert admire him so much, who is he? Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, I don't know. When did such a person appear in the heavenly martial arts realm? It seems like we have to let the intelligence department investigate this person's background as soon as possible. Ren Guangran said, all right, I'll give the order immediately. Also, we can't let them act recklessly in Xianxia City. We have to find out their goal and movements. I'll let Immortal Fire handle this matter. Li Feiyu was moved, and he said, since Immortal Fire is going to handle this matter, there won't be a problem. The Treasure Tower's people immediately reorganized themselves, and under Ren Guangran and Li Feiyu's lead, they disappeared from the space drop zone. Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan left the teleportation drop zone and walked into the streets of Xianxia City. The roads crisscrossed and extended in all directions, showing the endless prosperity of the whole city. This was the world's #1 shopping center, Xianxia City. Although the city was big, there were 8 tall flags in the center, one by one. They were the emblems of the Merchant Union's 8 permanent board members, fluttering in the wind in the sky. Flying their own Chamber of Commerce's emblem in the sky was the ultimate dream of every Chamber of Commerce. Young Master Yun, this Xianxia City doesn't just have many merchants, it also seems to have many spies. We've only taken a few steps, and there are already more than 20 spies following us. Hee, after all, this is a sensitive period. It's normal for the big chambers of commerce to be nervous. Look at these businessmen, they all have tricks up their sleeves, and none of them are ordinary people. Then should we think of a way to avoid them? Otherwise, it'll be inconvenient for us to find them. Avoid? Hide where? Everyone here is a soldier, and Xianxia City is probably the world's #1 city. Let them go. They're just carrying out missions to make a living. Li Yunxiao walked toward an old woman selling tea eggs on the side of the road, and said, Old woman, may I ask where the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is located? The old woman's face was full of wrinkles, and her body trembled as if she would collapse at any moment. She revealed a look of fear and confusion, and said in a squeaky voice, What did you say? I am old woman, can't. Okay, stop pretending. Li Yunxiao interrupted impatiently, 3-star Martial Emperor Cultivation, do you think that no one can recognize you just because you stuck an ore-concealing talisman on your calf? It's useless, an excellent old woman like you is like a firefly in the night wherever you go. Hurry up and tell me the way to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Old woman, she stared blankly for a long time before saying, how did you find out? Mo Xiaochuan said with a smile, this road is filled with martial artists with decent strength, how could there be an old woman with no cultivation at all? Moreover, could an ordinary old woman afford to eat so many herbal tea eggs? Hurry up, don't waste my family's young master's time. The old woman revealed a look of understanding and said, so that's how it is. She sized up the two of them, then pointed to the north and said, after walking for about 10 li, we will reach the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's base. That place is the most imposing. 10 li? Mo Xiaochuan was shocked, and said, how big is this city? The old woman grinned and said, this thing runs for about 100 li, why don't the two of you buy a compass car? As long as you set the location, this car will naturally take you there. This kind of compass car is a specialty of Xianxia City. She pointed to a shop opposite, there were many strange-shaped cars inside, and there were also many people riding on the road. Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan felt that it was quite fresh, and there were still a few days before the two meetings, so they were not in a hurry. Thus, they called a two-person car, set the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's base, and drove automatically. The car seller frowned and said to himself, Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? This time, they will definitely be disqualified as permanent directors. Who are these two people, and what is going on? This news must be passed on. Similar things had been happening in Xianxia City since a few days ago. The entire city was a huge intelligence network. Dozens, or even hundreds of merchant guilds were all trying to find out all kinds of information. The people in charge of intelligence were so busy that they were dizzy and disoriented. Xiaochuan, what do you think of the merchant union? On the compass car, Li Yunxiao looked at the bustling streets outside and suddenly asked. Mo Xiaochuan frowned and did not dare to answer casually. After thinking for a while, he said, rich enough to rival a country, and extremely powerful. Li Yunxiao's eyes flashed, and he said, if the entire merchant union's power is united, it can even surpass the 7 super forces, becoming an existence that can rival the sacred domain and deity transformation C. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked. He followed Li Yunxiao's gaze and looked at the 8 flags in the center of the city, and said in shock, young Master Yun, you mean that if we can enter the merchant union's permanent council, we can control the core of the merchant union and become an existence that can contend against any major force in the world? Li Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, the merchant alliance looks like a pile of loose sand on the surface, but almost all of its power is in the hands of the 4 core alliances, and within these 4 core alliances, the 10,000 Treasure Tower and the 4 Extremes sect are the leaders. These 2 sects control more than half of the merchant alliance's power. If these 2 sects join hands, it's enough to command the entire merchant alliance and become a true colossus. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, don't worry about that. Wang Ba Xiong too, whoever doesn't move, I don't think there's any possibility of them cooperating. Li Yunxiao said, under normal circumstances, they won't, but if there's an external pressure one day, the brothers will defend against it and unite as one. External pressure? Mo Xiaochuan said, what does young Master Yun mean? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, for example, those super large sects in the North Domain, who doesn't covet the benefits of the Merchant Alliance or the Sacred Domain? What do you think the Sacred Domain is? If it wasn't for everyone understanding this, once they put pressure on the Merchant Alliance, it would definitely cause them to be incomparably united internally. Therefore, all these years, the Merchant Alliance has been developing in a very relaxed environment, and no one would be stupid enough to touch them. Mo Xiaochuan said, then what are the North Domain sects planning? Li Yunxiao said, they live in hardship and die in peace. Let the Merchant Alliance have internal friction, and when the internal friction is about done, they can swallow them up again. But this could also lead to another very bad result, and that is, in the Merchant Alliance's internal friction, an overlord would appear and truly unify the Merchant Alliance. That would definitely be a disastrous result for the North Domain. He smiled lightly and said, but at least we can't see this kind of momentum right now. The North Domain sects won't allow this kind of thing to happen, and there will definitely be all kinds of movements behind the scenes to continuously break down the Merchant Alliance's internal unity. But the Merchant Alliance isn't easy to deal with either, but this kind of power struggle has nothing to do with us. The two continuously talked about all kinds of secrets of the continent, as well as the disputes of these years, while admiring the prosperity of Songyang City, they were also very satisfied. The compass chariot finally arrived at the designated location. As it continued forward, a few martial artists appeared in front of it and blocked the road. One of them shouted, "Who are you? Please get out of the chariot." Li Yunxiao flashed the Heavenly Essence Merchant Association's token. The eyes of those martial artists lit up as they exclaimed, "So, it's a supreme-level member." Li Yunxiao kept the token and said, "On my way here, why did every merchant union draw a circle and list it as a forbidden area, not allowing outsiders to enter? Such a big city has been divided into dozens of forbidden areas of various sizes." The martial artist smiled bitterly and said, "Esteemed guest, you may not know this, but the merchant union's 2 sessions this time are much more intense than any previous sessions. Not only have they set up a forbidden area, but they have also set up an isolation array to shield them from the outside world. Anyone who enters must be strictly interrogated. But you're a supreme member of the highest level, so you don't need to be interrogated." "But..." He hesitated for a moment before saying, "You can't go in right now." Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said, "Why?" "I want to see your clan's young lady Ding." That martial artist said awkwardly, "Just now, young master brought a group of people in, and he strictly ordered that without his orders, no one is allowed to enter." "Young master?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "The young master you speak of, could it be Ding Ling Er's younger brother, Ding Peng?" That martial artist said, "It is young master Ding Peng. We don't dare to disobey the orders from above. Please wait a moment, it shouldn't be long." Li Yunxiao said, "Then is Ding Ling Er inside?" That martial artist said, "Young lady Ding is also inside. She should have something important to discuss with you." Suddenly, Li Yunxiao's heart stirred. An inexplicable feeling of irritation welled up in his heart, as if he sensed that something was about to happen. His expression changed abruptly, and he said, "Let me in." Then, without any explanation, he strode inside. The surrounding martial artists were all aghast, and they said, "Esteemed guest, please don't make things difficult for us." Li Yunxiao had the highest level of supreme token. Those who could have this token were all close friends of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, or people who had made great contributions to the Chamber of Commerce. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there were no more than 5. They couldn't afford to offend this kind of person, but Ding Peng had ordered them to follow. "All right, I won't make things difficult for you." Li Yunxiao's mental power spread out, and the space around him distorted. He and Mo Xiaochuan immediately teleported away, leaving behind a blank space. That martial artist was taken aback, and then he said with great shock, "Not good. They must have gone in, quickly inform young master Ding Peng." One of the martial artists quickly ran inside, and he could faintly see Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan's figures in front of him. He shouted with all his might, "Stop!" But how could the 2 of them pay attention to him, and they disappeared into the forbidden area of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. In the main hall of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, there was a gloomy atmosphere. Ding Ling Er sat on the main seat, and Yu Rong stood on her left. There were 4 other martial artists standing behind her. They weren't very strong, and they were all only martial monarchs. On the guest seat, an elegant young man was leisurely tasting the tea in his hand, and from time to time, he would use the lid to gently remove the tea leaves. There were also 4 martial artists standing beside the man, and they all had cold expressions, filled with a baleful aura. A young man walked up to the main seat, and he didn't dare to look Ding Ling Er in the eye. He lowered his head and said, "Sister, I'm doing this to help the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. This Chamber of Commerce was built by Father, and I can't just watch him destroy it." Ding Ling Er's cold and angry gaze shifted from him to the young man below. She said coldly, "Young Master Wu, if you have something to say, just say it." Ding Ling Er is all ears. The young man, Wu Yu, put down his teacup and said with a smile, "Haha, Sister Ling Er's words and actions are still as nimble as before. I have always admired you. Ever since I met Sister Ling Er at the East Region's Mind Source competition." Ding Ling Er waved her hand and interrupted, "Let's not talk about the past. If young Master Wu has nothing else, I'll see you out." Wu Yu wasn't angry, and he chuckled. Why is Sister Ling Er's temper getting more and more irritable? Could it be related to the current situation of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? It's causing Sister Ling to toil all day, and her temper is getting worse by the day? Ding Ling snorted coldly. Is there anything wrong with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's situation? I feel that everything is fine. Ding Peng couldn't help but reprimand, Sister. Young Master Wu is here to help us, but why are you so cold? You're pushing the Chamber of Commerce into a pit of fire by rejecting your friend like this. No wonder after Father handed over the Chamber of Commerce to you, it's getting worse every year. Ding Peng. Ding Ling scolded angrily, step aside. Their Luochu Chamber of Commerce has been eyeing us covetously, and they've been secretly targeting us all these years. They're our number one enemy, and you're saying that you're helping us? Since when did you get involved with them? After Ding Peng was scolded, his face flushed red, and he had an appearance of throwing caution to the wind as he roared, what do you mean get involved with them? I'm discussing business with young Master Wu with the identity of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's young lord. You'll only continuously make enemies for the Chamber of Commerce, while I can turn enemies into friends. Not only did I stop competing with us, I came to help us instead. The difference in our abilities is clear at a glance. Ding Ling was angered until her entire body was trembling, and she said furiously, you scram to one side for me. I call the shots in the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Ding Peng said coldly, based on what? Just based on Father's muddle-headed decision? Father is already old and can't differentiate between good and bad people at all. Such an important meeting, and Father actually didn't come to participate. He's already powerless to do anything about the Chamber of Commerce's matters. And I, as Father's only son, absolutely can't watch the Chamber of Commerce be ruined in your hands without doing anything. You're infuriating me to death. Elder Yu, take him down and lock him up. Ding Ling slapped the table and stood up, not lightly angered. Wu Yu had been sneering for a long time by the side before slowly saying, Sister Ling no need to get angry. Although your younger brother is young, his abilities in all aspects are indeed not beneath yours. What he said is not false. If we can come to an agreement today, then our two chambers of commerce will be as close as a family, and there will no longer be any distinction between us and enemies. Isn't this a great thing? Let me ask you, having been in power for so long, have you ever reached this step? Ding Ling suppressed the anger in her heart, and said coldly, oh, I would like to hear this useless younger brother of mine talk to you about being as close as a family, without any distinction between you and him. Wu Yu smiled and said, actually, it's a very simple matter. Since the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's development till today, there have indeed been very glorious times, but now it's already very desolate. Its overall strength is far inferior to our Luochu Chamber of Commerce. But if we can obtain the full support of our Luochu Chamber of Commerce, we can definitely return to the peak. Ding Ling said coldly, Wu Yu, has your Luochu Chamber of Commerce become a charity hall? Learning from that screw Emperor Wu, not benefiting yourself, but only helping others. Wu Yu laughed and said, haha, there's naturally no free lunch in this world. Younger sister Ling naturally has to contribute as well. Actually, it's very simple. As long as younger sister Ling marries me, we husband and wife will jointly control two large chambers of commerce, and then merge them into one. Let me ask you, isn't this permanent director position in the bag? Ding Peng said, that's right, elder sister. At that time, young Master Wu will become my brother-in-law, and our two chambers of commerce will be very close. Brother-in-law will be the chairman, and I will be the vice-chairman. At that time, even squeezing into the core 4 alliances is also a piece of cake. Ding Ling felt her head spin, and she was so angry that she almost fainted on the spot. Her petite body kept trembling, and her anger was stifled in her chest, unable to speak. Yu Rong said angrily, young Master Peng, you're really muddle-headed. Wouldn't this be handing over the Chamber of Commerce to this surnamed Wu on a silver platter? Ding Peng pointed at Yu Rong and berated, who do you think you are, to also dare to point and lecture me? Old slave, get lost for this young master. He said, elder sister, you mustn't listen to this old slave's nonsense. At that time, our two families will share the Chamber of Commerce, and what belongs to brother-in-law will also be yours. Otherwise, with this kind of situation, there's simply no way to hold on. Once we lose the qualifications of a board member, we'll immediately face the outcome of being devoured. I'm also doing this for the good of Father's business. good, good, good. As expected, it's for the good of Dad's business. Ding Linger wanted to cry, but no tears came out. She choked and said, I finally understand Dad's helplessness back then. He said you wouldn't amount to much, so he let me, a girl, take over the merchant guild. Big sister has always hoped that you could grow up quickly so that I can return the merchant guild to you. Do you know how tired big sister has been all these years? She suddenly felt like all her hopes had been extinguished. The spiritual sustenance that she had painstakingly supported for so many years collapsed at once. Her entire heart was empty. At this moment, she had a feeling of wanting to escape. She wanted to escape from this burden and this complicated world. Everything that she had done all these years seemed to be meaningless at this moment. Ding Peng snorted. That's because Dad is biased. Since you intend to return the merchant guild to me, then do it now. Ding Linger said painfully, since you've already grown up and have your own thoughts, big sister will not care about this merchant guild anymore. I'm just a girl after all. Dad's business will be inherited by you sooner or later, but can you bear the responsibility? Ding Peng said, don't worry about this, big sister. The capable people and experts that I've gathered will definitely not be less than what big sister has. In addition, with young Master Wu's help, I will definitely carry forward the business that Dad left behind. Ding Linger's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, fine, you will be in charge of the merchant guild from today onwards. Big sister will not care anymore. Yu Rong said in shock, young miss, this matter is of great importance. Let's talk after you ask old master. Ding Peng said angrily, dog slave. Who are you to interfere in the matters of my Ding family? Dad is already old and powerless. He should just enjoy his remaining years. Big sister can make the decision for this kind of matter. His eyes shone with a burning light, looking like he couldn't wait any longer. Ding Linger looked at him coldly. A golden token flew out from her hand. It was the heaven token that symbolized the highest authority in the Heaven Essence Merchant Guild. Only the president could wear it. Ding Peng was overjoyed. He suddenly caught it and felt very hot in his hands. Wild laughter appeared on his face. He turned the token over and over again, afraid that it was fake. Wu Yu's eyes also lit up. He laughed and said, haha, congratulations, brother Peng. Ding Linger looked at Ding Peng and became even more disheartened. She said, Elder Yu, help me leave. She had difficulty standing up. Yu Rong let out a long sigh. He had never thought that at such a critical moment, it would actually be the internal collapse of the Merchant Guild. From then on, the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild would never return. He also aged a lot in an instant. He supported Ding Linger and was about to leave. Wait. Wu Yu stretched out his right hand and blocked the two of them. He laughed sinisterly. Sister Linger, we haven't agreed to the marriage between us. Pfft. Get lost. Ding Linger, who was initially weak, suddenly felt a surge of energy from somewhere. With a wave of her hand, a beam of light shot out towards Wu Yu's head. She wanted nothing more than to tear him into pieces. Haha. Wu Yu laughed loudly. His 5 fingers formed a blade and slashed the ray of light apart. His eyes revealed an astonished expression as he said in shock, 2-star martial monarch? Haha, Sister Linger is indeed one of the 2 beauties in the Merchant Union. Her talent is so amazing. She would be perfect to be my wife. Brother Peng, we are a family now, please help me persuade your sister. After Ding Peng ascertained that the Heavenly Yuan token was not fake, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a spirited look, he said, Sister, you are not young anymore. You have been running around for the Merchant Guild for so many years. It is time for you to find a good husband and teach your children. In the whole heavenly martial arts realm, the 4 talents of the North region are the most respected in the younger generation. But what kind of people are they? They will definitely look down on you. So, it is better to be down to earth. Marrying Brother Yu is the most suitable candidate. He is also the most suitable match for you. Ding Linger's chest tightened when she heard this. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding Peng frowned and said, Sister, are you going to wait for the right price? If you wait until you are old, you will become a leftover woman. It is better not to be too ambitious. Wu Yu laughed loudly and said, "Haha, how can I bear to let your sister become a Saint Seiya?" Ding Peng snorted and said, "It is fine to become a Saint Seiya, but I am afraid that you will become a Saint Seiya on the same level as Tiger Cub. Do you think my Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild will support you for a lifetime?" He acted like he was the master of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild. Puff. Ding Ling couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. She was on the verge of collapsing. Yu Rong was so angry that smoke was coming out of his head. He roared loudly and raised his iron staff to attack. He said angrily, "Today, I will go against my superior. You old servant who doesn't know how to spell the word death." Ding Peng flew into a rage and kicked the iron crutch. Two waves of spiritual pressure spread out and both of them were forced back a few steps. They were evenly matched in the fight. Ding Peng felt humiliated, especially since today was the day he took over the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild. He was offended by a servant, and it was even seen by outsiders. He immediately shouted angrily, "Kill him! Kill this old servant!" The four martial artists of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know what to do. Ding Peng was furious and shouted, "Do you dare to disobey my words?" He quickly took out the Heavenly Yuan Order and extended it in front of the four people. He said angrily, "The Heavenly Yuan Order is here. Do you dare to disobey it?" The four of them didn't dare to look directly at the Heavenly Yuan Order. They all lowered their heads or turned their heads away. Ding Ling had been in charge of the Merchant Guild for many years. She was the one and only leader in everyone's hearts. How could the world change just because of a token? Wu Yu also frowned. His eyes revealed a trace of seriousness as he said, "Old brother Peng, it looks like you still have a long way to go. Today, let this old brother hold the fort for you." With a flash of his eyes, a martial artist beside him stood up. His aura spread out. It was actually the domain of a martial saint. It suppressed everyone until their faces turned pale. Some of them even found it hard to breathe. Ding Peng frowned and said, "Sis, where are the golden edge and silver edge that father passed to you? Since you handed the Merchant Guild to me, those two powers should be given to me as well. Otherwise, the entire Merchant Guild will be an empty shell. What's the use of it?" Wu Yu's heart skipped a beat. The 8 members of the Merchant Guild's board of directors were all extremely powerful. Although they were all merchants and did business amicably on the surface, they all had powerful martial prowess supporting them in the dark. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to do business. Ding Ling smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild's golden edge and silver edge has always been in my hands? If that was the case, would I still be bullied by you now? Those two powers have always been in father's hands. He has never passed them to me." Ding Peng's expression changed drastically. A trace of panic flashed across his face as he said, "Impossible. Father is already old and has long stopped caring about the Merchant Guild's matters. If not for the Golden Edge and Silver Edge's help, how could you survive these few years with just those lackeys around you? Don't try to lie to me." Wu Yu's expression also changed drastically. He could tell that Ding Ling was not lying. If the two powers supporting the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild had never been in Ding Ling's hands, then it was simply a miracle that she had been able to support the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild to its current state all these years. He could not help but be shocked. Ding Ling said coldly, "You can ask father about this yourself. If I could control one of the Golden Edge and Silver Edge, would I still be under your control? Today, I will eliminate all of you." Ding Peng was greatly shocked. He immediately seemed to be in a trance. If his father found out about today's matter, his fate could be imagined. Furthermore, the two strongest powers of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild were still in his father's hands. Wouldn't the Heavenly Yuan token in his hands become a mere decoration? Wu Yu said, "Brother Peng, there is no need to hurt yourself. You are the old chairman's only son. The Golden Edge and Silver Edge will fall into your hands sooner or later. Let's not talk about him today. Let's talk about my marriage with Sister Ling. Since this old dog and these 4 cultivators do not listen to the Heavenly Yuan token, there is no point in keeping them alive." He ordered coldly, "Kill these 5 pieces of trash and bring Sister Ling to my Chu Luo Merchant Association as a guest." "Yes." The Martial Honorable replied expressionlessly. He snorted softly and a domineering force spread out in the territory. Yu Rong and the four martial emperors screamed in horror. Their bodies flew into the air and exploded into a bloody mist. The five of them did not even have the chance to say a word before they fell to the ground, dead. Elder Yu. Ding Ling Er's heart ached as if she had lost her parents. Elder Yu had raised her since she was young. He was like a father to her. She looked at everything in front of her and could not believe it. She swayed and steadied herself. She clenched her teeth so hard that blood came out. Wu Yu, I will make you pay with your blood. Wu Yu thought nothing of it and snorted, you're going to be my wife soon. There's no such thing as deep hatred between husband and wife. His face was cold. Even if the golden edge and silver edge of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Guild were still in the old man's hands, as long as he controlled his son and daughter, he would not have to worry about the old man not giving in. Ding Peng hurriedly said, Brother Yu, you must treat my sister well. He had gradually calmed down. The enthusiasm he had when he obtained the Heavenly Yuan token was extinguished after he heard about the golden edge and silver edge. He felt that it was useless now. Now, he could only rely on Wu Yu wholeheartedly in exchange for a sense of security. Haha, don't worry. Your sister will definitely be my wife. Wu Yu's eyes lit up. He looked like he was possessed. Sister Ling don't worry. You will help me manage my harem in the future. Those concubines will have to respect you. You can do whatever you want to whoever you don't like. You don't have to go through me. Ding Ling Er's face turned pale. She wanted to struggle but was suppressed by the power of the territory. She could not move an inch. Wu Yu said impatiently, let's go to the Chu Merchant Association to discuss this joyous occasion. He walked up and carried Ding Ling Er. Ding Ling Er's eyes were filled with hatred. She said angrily, if you dare to touch me, I will definitely kill you. Wu Yu was startled by the hatred in his eyes, and a sense of fear rose in his heart. But on second thought, if he was afraid just like that, how could he tame her in the future? He immediately steeled his heart and went forward to hug her. Suddenly, a cold voice that seemed to come from the underworld rang in his ears. It made Wu Yu feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. If you touch her with your dirty hands, no one in the world can save you. Wu Yu's body shook. He looked around in fright, but there was no one there. He shouted in fright, who is it? Who is it? Come out. Young master, what's wrong? The martial venerable frowned. He didn't understand Wu Yu's sudden strange behavior. Wu Yu said in fright, someone just spoke in my ear. Who is it? The other martial practitioner also had a strange expression on his face as he said, young master must have fainted from shock. Where is there anyone? If someone came, how could they escape our eyes within a radius of several miles? He stopped talking. His eyes widened, and his mouth opened so wide that a duck could fit in it. Two people had appeared in the hall. They were silent, and he didn't know when they had arrived. Ah! The strong warrior who had released the realm also stepped back in fright. The whole hall was under the control of his realm power. Unless these two people were ghosts, they couldn't have appeared so silently without being detected. Ding Ling Er felt like she had been electrocuted. 2 streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. The person she had missed day and night had suddenly appeared in front of her. All the grievances in her heart were released in an instant. She couldn't hold back her tears, and her body trembled. She was like a water lotus in the wind, about to be blown away at any moment. But more than that, a warm feeling filled her body. It was an indescribable warmth that drove away all the coldness in her body. Under the sunlight, the water lotus slowly stopped swaying and blossomed into a gorgeous flower. Although the white lotus was pure and holy, it bloomed only because of you. Because of you, it became even more beautiful. Young Master Yun. Ding Ling Er held back her sobs and called him softly. Her voice expressed all her emotions. She didn't need to say anything. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, you have been wronged. Ding Ling Er, who had finally stopped crying, started sobbing again. She sobbed softly. Who are you? Wu Yu's face darkened. He said angrily, this is an internal affair of the Merchant Union. It will affect the whole world. It will affect the power structure of the whole realm of heaven martial arts. If you don't want to get into trouble, leave immediately. Li Yunxiao was speechless. Mo Xiaochuan couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Haha, young Master Yun, this idiot is really funny. He wants to kidnap a woman, and it will affect the power structure of the realm of heaven martial arts. He has been masturbating for too long." Wu Yu was furious. He shouted, "Venerables, take them down." He waited for a moment but did not see any movement. He turned around in shock and saw that the two martial honors had turned green in the face and their eyes were filled with terror. One of them said, "Young master, this man is Zhoutian Emperor Wu." Ah! Wu Yu was also shocked. He hurriedly retreated and exclaimed, "Who are you people? Even the Nine Heavens Martial Emperor would not dare to offend our Chu Luo Merchant Association." Li Yunxiao was too lazy to talk to him and said to Mo Xiaochuan, "The old way, beat the three of them half to death first." Mo Xiaochuan laughed. "Crush their bones or crush their meridians?" Li Yunxiao said, "That's up to you. Why don't you shatter them all? Just keep them alive and don't die. Maybe they still need to ask questions." "Ah? How dare you?" "Ah." Wu Yu wanted to threaten them, but he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Mo Xiaochuan injected the Zhoutian Emperor's aura into Wu Yu's body. Then, he heard the sound of bones cracking. Wu Yu fell to the ground. The other two martial venerables were shocked. They turned into two beams of light and tried to escape. With a snort, they felt the sky turn dark. An invincible power pressed down on them. Then, they felt pain all over their bodies. They almost lost consciousness. In a few seconds, Wu Yu and the two martial venerables were paralyzed on the ground. Except for their heads and necks, their bones were all crushed. Their meridians were all broken. They were lying on the ground like three pieces of meat, moaning. Ding Peng was dumbfounded. The change in front of him was too dramatic. His biggest support was instantly turned into mud, moaning on the ground. Ding Ling wiped her tears and said, "Young Master Yun, if you didn't come, Heavenly Yuan commerce would be done for." Li Yunxiao smiled. "I was delayed by something. Didn't I make it in time? I don't care if Heavenly Yuan commerce is done for, but I won't allow you to be done for." Ding Ling blushed. All her negative emotions were swept away. "Let's talk about it later." She looked at Yu Rong on the ground and revealed a sorrowful expression. She sobbed, "Elder Yu treats me like his own daughter. My martial skills were all taught by Elder Yu since I was young. Every time I wanted to slack off, Elder Yu would scold me harshly, but he never hit me." She squatted down and hugged Elder Yu in her arms. Ding Peng was covered in cold sweat. He tried to escape, but he was blocked by an invisible wall. He couldn't break out no matter how hard he tried. Mo Xiaochuan sneered. "You want to escape with a scum like you? Colluding with outsiders to betray your own sister, betray the foundation of your ancestors. Just wait to be beaten to death." Ding Peng was afraid. He pointed at Ding Ling and said angrily, "What a good sister. You even lied to me saying that silver light wasn't in your hands. You were clearly trying to trick me with the Heavenly Yuan token, then secretly calling for silver light and gold lights people to come over. As expected of my good sister. You actually schemed against your own little brother like this." Ding Ling cried even harder. She hugged Elder Yu's corpse and cried. Slap, Li Yunxiao slapped the air and sent Ding Peng flying. Ding Peng also spat out a mouthful of teeth. "Xiaochuan, continue to slap him. If he faints, stab his Tsuchi acupoint. Slap him for a few hours first." Mo Xiaochuan said awkwardly, "Young Master Yun, slapping him for a few hours and not dying, isn't this too difficult?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Think of a way yourself." At this moment, a large number of martial artists rushed in. They were all chasing after the two of them. Seeing the situation in the hall, they were all shocked. Then, they saw Mo Xiaochuan continuously slapping Ding Peng. Slap, slap. They were all shocked and wanted to rush up to save Ding Peng. "All of you, stop." Ding Ling stopped crying and stood up. Her face was full of tears. She was like an ice beauty. Although she was sad, she couldn't be sad. She suppressed her emotions and said indifferently, "Bury these four and Elder Yu. Don't allow anyone else to come in." Everyone was shocked. Only now did they see the 5 corpses on the ground and the 3 pieces of rotten flesh still groaning. They were all guessing in their hearts. However, Ding Ling was the person in charge of the merchant association. She didn't dare to disobey her orders. She hurriedly moved the 5 corpses out. Ding Ling looked at Ding Peng. His head was already like a winter melon. If he continued to slap, who knew what would happen? After all, he was her little brother. Her heart immediately softened and said, "Young Master Yun, tell him to stop." Only then did Li Yunxiao call Mo Xiaochuan his assistant. Mo Xiaochuan smiled and said, "I just thought of a fun idea. Every time I slap him, I will send a certain amount of essence into his face and blood vessels, slowly making his face swell up. I have to control his head to swell up and make sure it doesn't explode. It is a test of ability." Ding Ling looked at Ding Peng's wintermelon face. Hearing Mo Xiaochuan's words, she immediately felt her scalp go numb. She said with grief, "I didn't think my little brother would do such a thing and cause Elder Yu's death. The 2 meetings haven't even started and this kind of situation happened. This time, Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association is really in a precarious situation." Li Yunxiao said, "I just arrived at Xianxia City. It is indeed a precarious situation." "Oh right, didn't Young Emperor and Yun Shang come with you?" Ding Ling said, "They are already here, but I secretly placed them in the city as a secret force to prevent them from being exposed. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well during this period of time. I have already received Big Sister Jean Xian's message, but I haven't seen you." She smiled and said, "Now that young Master Yun is finally here, I feel like my burden has been lightened. I don't have to be so tired anymore." Mo Xiaochuan said with a strange expression, "Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association is one of the 8 council members of Merchant Union, and you are the person in charge of Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. How can you not even deal with a few dregs? I heard your little brother say something about golden edge and silver edge, what is it?" Ding Ling sighed and said, "This is a long story. Although I am the person in charge of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, I am in charge of business matters. The 2 truly powerful forces are called Golden Edge and Silver Edge, but they have always been in my father's hands. Even I have never seen them before." "Oh, so strange?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "I have seen Ding Qi several times, but I don't have much of an impression of him. What is the meaning of his actions? He didn't even send experts for such an important matter. What is he planning? Could it be that he doesn't care about these 2 meetings at all?" "Impossible." Ding Ling firmly denied. "I still remember father's instructions when he handed the Merchant Association over to me. I have to do my best to make the Merchant Association flourish. Father is already old, and he is powerless to do these things." Mo Xiaochuan snorted coldly and said, "He is powerless, yet he is holding on to the core strength of the Merchant Association. I think he is plotting something." Ding Ling was stunned, and her body could not help but tremble. She denied it repeatedly, but a huge question mark appeared in her heart. Mo Xiaochuan's words did make sense, but she had never doubted her father. "Young Master Yun, do you think so too?" Li Yunxiao thought the same, but he only sighed and said, "The truth is no longer important. The most important thing now is how to maintain this empty shell of Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association, at least until the end of the 2 meetings. Your move of secretly hiding the young emperor and the others is pretty good. It can be used as a surprise attack. However, the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association is too empty. I can see that the strongest among the people around you is only a martial monarch. Could it be that the other merchant associations have not discovered this?" Ding Ling smiled bitterly and said, "They should have already discovered it. However, in fear of the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association's name, who would dare to be the first to eat crabs? Otherwise, I would not have been able to establish myself in this Songyang city long ago. Perhaps father is testing me with this?" Li Yunxiao said, "Your father might have his own ideas, but the more he does this, the less the other merchant associations will be able to figure out your background. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. Right now, all the news in Songyang City is in chaos. How many people can tell what is true and what is false? As long as we stall until the 2 meetings begin, I'll defeat those minions, and everything else will be easy. Right now, I'm just afraid that others will find out about your background and make a move before the 2 meetings." that'll be troublesome. Ding Ling didn't know what to do and said, then what should we do now? Originally, she was the one who made the decisions, but now that Li Yunxiao was here, she became extremely dependent on him and didn't even want to use her brain. Women would become idiots in front of the men they liked. Even someone as strong as Ding Ling was no exception. This kind of dependence was also a kind of happiness. Li Yunxiao said, everything will continue as usual. But his gaze landed on the 3 piles of rotten meat on the ground and said, but these 3 idiots seem to have become the first to eat crabs. Whether they succeed or not, I'm afraid that there will be more people coming to provoke us. We can first gather all the major chambers of commerce that are affiliated with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to have a meeting and pull them into the circle of the forbidden area. This is equivalent to strengthening our strength. Ding Ling smiled bitterly. In the past, when we were at our peak, there were a total of 79 merchant associations affiliated with Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association. Now, there are only 27 that have expressed their loyalty. Even among these 27, there are only 5 or 6 that I can truly trust. Moreover, their strength is limited. In this chess game, it will be very difficult for them to be of any help. Mo Xiaochuan couldn't help but say, so tragic? Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association has such a great reputation, known as one of the 8 giants of the merchant union, yet it has declined to such an extent. How have you been doing all these years alone? How about? He said to Li Yunxiao, young Master Yun, why don't I contact the other martial brothers and then Black Iron City? You contact some old friends from the past and rush to Xianxia City together. That's definitely a powerful force that can't be ignored. It won't be an exaggeration to say that it will intimidate the other 7 merchant associations. Ding Ling was shocked when she heard this. You are. Hee. Mo Xiaochuan introduced himself and said, I've already heard young Master Yun talk about you. Don't worry, with young Master Yun around, we can even destroy the entire merchant union. Ding Ling was shocked. She had heard of this person before her. He was also an arrogant and unruly person. She didn't expect to see him in person. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable sweetness in her heart. Obviously, Li Yunxiao had already regarded her as the closest person to him. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, do you think it's still more than 10 years ago? I'm just a slightly stronger martial emperor. Your rotten idea is completely unfeasible. Don't attract a large number of enemies before the reinforcements arrive. In a situation where there are no outside powers interfering in Xianxia City, we can only borrow strength to fight strength, temporarily seeking survival in this narrow gap. Moreover, what I'm most worried about right now is that with the Heavenly Yuan Commerce's current strength, even if they're able to advance to the next 2 rounds, it'll probably draw the dissatisfaction of the other merchants and put them in imminent danger. Ding Ling said worriedly, let me send a message to my father and ask him to send at least one of them to help me. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, that's a must. First, it's to increase our current strength. Second, it's to find out your father's thoughts. Apart from that, it's imperative that we convene the affiliated chambers of commerce. At this critical moment, everyone has to make their stand clear. We need to gain as much support as we can. For example, I think the Chu Chamber of Commerce will be a great help. His gaze fell on the 3 pieces of meat on the ground and he smiled knowingly. The Chu Chamber of Commerce? Ding Ling was shocked and said, although the Chu Chamber of Commerce's strength is limited, it's still a well-known existence. But why would they help us? Is young Master Yun planning to use Wu Yu to threaten them? It's useless. Not every chamber of commerce is united. Many of them are eager for Wu Yu to die. They won't be controlled by us because of this. Li Yunxiao's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, controlled? Do they deserve it? What I mean is to make an example out of the Chu Chamber of Commerce and recruit them. Ding Ling was shocked. Let's not talk about the fact that we can't deal with the Chu Chamber of Commerce at the moment. Even if we could, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce would never agree. They are one of the vassals of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, as long as we are fast enough and ruthless enough, it will be enough. We can bet that the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce will not make a move at this time. If we don't take the initiative, the situation will become more and more disadvantageous to us. Ding Ling's heart was beating wildly. The stakes were too high. If they failed, they would be expelled before the 2 sessions even started. She swallowed and said with difficulty, "Can you wait for me to send a message to my father and see how he responds? If he can get Jin Feng and Yin Meng to come, then we will have a better chance." Li Yunxiao shook his head. "We can't wait. Besides, I don't think it's likely that your father will send someone. Let Zhao Chuan and I deal with the Chu Chamber of Commerce. The young emperor will remain in the shadows and wait for special circumstances to arise." Mo Xiaotuan chuckled. "Miss Ding, don't you think it's a miracle that you lasted until now? It should be the power in your father's hands that acted as a deterrent. I'm afraid that your father actually has no more power. That's why he did this on purpose." Ding Linger was even more shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce be empty? Then why didn't her father tell her? Li Yunxiao saw through her thoughts and smiled. "Everything is just speculation. Send a message to your father and all the chambers of commerce that used to be affiliated with the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Chuan and I will go to the Chu Chamber of Commerce for a cup of tea. Let's throw a stone into this chaotic city first. I also want to see what kind of waves we can stir up." Ding Linger's lips were a little dry. As a girl, she had always been cautious in her actions. However, Li Yunxiao was bold and unconstrained. He was decisive in killing and punishing. He was unpredictable in every aspect. He made the entire situation revolve around him and killed them one by one, from Mount Meru to Brother Qing Forest. It was all like this. Now that Songyang City was here, a storm was about to blow early. Thinking about this, Ding Linger was filled with anticipation. She nodded heavily and said, "I'll listen to young Master Yun's instructions." Li Yunxiao looked at the 3 piles of mud on the ground and said coldly, "I originally thought that keeping them would be useful, but it seems like it was for nothing. Send them home." Mo Xiaotuan slapped down with his palm and the 3 of them instantly died. They were directly put into his storage ring. Other than saint artifacts that could open up independent spaces, other storage spaces couldn't contain living beings, but corpses could. After Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaotuan asked for the location of the Chu Chamber of Commerce, they immediately disappeared from the hall. Only Ding Linger was left sitting in the empty hall. Everything that happened just now seemed unreal, like a dream. Little brother's betrayal, old man Yu's death, young Master Yun's arrival, all these emotions were too great. If it wasn't for Ding Peng lying on the ground with his head swollen like a winter melon, she really would have thought it was all a dream. Ding Linger heaved a deep sigh and pulled herself together. She regained the appearance of the manager of the Chamber of Commerce and a strong woman of her generation. Then, she sent out a telepathic message and said, "Guards, send my order. Send 27 invitations to the affiliated chambers of commerce. Summon them for an important meeting." After the order was passed down, she took out a delicate sound transmission tool from her ring. Her hand was still trembling slightly as she held it in her hand. Her face was pale as she murmured to herself, "Father, I hope you won't disappoint your daughter." The Chu Chamber of Commerce's base also had its own forbidden area to prevent outsiders from entering. To be able to draw a circle in Songyang City, all of them were existences with status. At the very least, there were powerhouses like Emperor Wu watching over them. Other than the members of the 8 major chambers of commerce, there wouldn't be more than 10 chambers of commerce that dared to do this. "Father, I heard that Big Brother brought Ding Peng of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to kidnap Ding Linger." In a faraway place, a silver-robed young man with a livid expression said to a man who was lying on a rocking chair with his eyes half closed, "Father, didn't you say that my talent far exceeds Big Brother's and that I will be the one to inherit the Chu Chamber of Commerce in the future? Why is Big Brother marrying Ding Linger and not me?" "Oh? Are you angry?" The man was the president of the Chu Chamber of Commerce, Wu Jinzuan. He opened his half-closed eyes and smiled. "Are you drooling over your big brother's capital, or are you drooling over your big brother's beauty?" The young man was taken aback and snorted angrily, "Both. Ding Linger is one of the 2 beauties of the Chamber of Commerce. Who doesn't like her? Which young man in the Chamber of Commerce hasn't fantasized about her and Shui Luoyan? I'm also a normal man. Secondly, although the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is a skinny camel, it's still bigger than a horse. If Big Brother gets it, how am I going to fight him in the future?" Wu Jinzuan looked up to the sky and laughed happily, "Not bad, not bad. You know how to think. The young man said angrily, so what if I know how to think? Has father already decided to pass the Chamber of Commerce to Big Brother? Then I'll give up on this idea and never mention this again. Wu Jingzuan said indifferently, you are still too young. Do you think it will be easy for your big brother to control Ding Ping and then go to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to deal with Ding Linger? The young man frowned. I've already heard that there isn't even a single marshal venerable in the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's base. Big brother has brought 2 revered martial protectors with him. Wouldn't it be easy? Wu Jingzuan laughed coldly. If it's so easy, then the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is too easy to deal with. The 4 Extreme sect would not have made such arrangements and sent us there to check it out. What? The young man's body trembled as he said in shock, Big brother going to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is the 4 Extreme sect's idea? Wu Jingzuan snorted, what else? Do you think I want to be the first to eat a crab? It's fine if it's a crab. Even if I can't keep it, I can at least have a taste. But if it's a spider, it won't be fun. The young man was puzzled, but, isn't our Luochu Chamber of Commerce a subsidiary of the Tianyi Pavilion? Why do we have to follow the orders of the 4 Extreme sect? Wu Jingzuan narrowed his eyes and stared at the young man. He said earnestly, the relationship within the merchant union is the most complicated in the world. There were no eternal friends, and there were no eternal enemies. There were only eternal benefits. We will follow whoever has a better future. Young Master Tang Xian of the 4 Extreme sect is definitely the most powerful person among the younger generation of the merchant union. I'm betting on him. The young man was stunned. I understand what you said earlier, but isn't Li Feiyu of the Plethora Gem Tower the most powerful among the younger generation? I heard that his strength is unpredictable. Humph. Wu Jingzuan said disdainfully, no matter how powerful Li Feiyu is, he is just an ordinary man. Unless he can reach the level of Emperor Wu of the Jiutian sect, he will only be an ordinary man. As for Tang Xian, according to my secret information, he has probably obtained the array formation inheritance of Emperor Wu. The young man was shocked. The array formation inheritance of Emperor Wu? Did he solve the heaven and earth chess game? Wu Jingzuan shook his head and said, I don't quite understand the process. But if the rumors are true, Tang Xian will be undefeatable among the younger generation, not even Li Feiyu. Fortunately, the 4 Extreme sect is not a one-man army. Tang Jia is not easy to deal with either. He managed to keep Tang Xian in check. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Tang Xian would have taken over the Luochu Chamber of Commerce. The young man was drenched in cold sweat. He didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. He said awkwardly, then, Big Brother, you must have failed in your trip to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Wu Jingzuan shook his head and said, I don't know either. I'm waiting for the result just like you. It would be best if we can succeed, but it doesn't matter if we can't. Our goal is only to probe the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's strength and report back to Tang Xian. After that, we'll wait for his instructions. But, Father, isn't this too passive? Listening to the orders of others everywhere. The young man felt that this was very inappropriate and felt dissatisfied. Wu Jingzuan laughed and said, haha, of course it's inappropriate. However, in this chess game, we are only waiting for an opportunity to act. We must not act rashly. That's because we're just pawns at the moment. We can't become players unless we have enough strength. And Tang Xian is one of the best chess players in this game. The young man was shocked as he listened. The things his father said seemed to have completely opened a door to the pinnacle of the world for him, allowing him to peek into a higher level. Well said. Since you have the understanding of being a pawn, then you should also be prepared to die at any time. A cold voice came from afar. It was as if frost had descended, and the entire courtyard became solemn and bleak. Who is it? Wu Jingzuan's expression changed greatly. The conversation just now was silently heard by someone. He secretly blamed himself for being too careless. In shock, his divine sense suddenly spread out and immediately locked onto the 2 figures in the void. Only then did he slightly calm down and said coldly, since the 2 of you dare to come, why don't you dare to show yourself? A long laugh came from the sky and said, the ups and downs of the world fight for fame and fortune. Life is over in a flash. The troubles of the secular world cannot be wiped away. Watching chess without laughing is a fool. The void shook, and Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan's figures appeared, walking down step by step from the sky. Wu Jinzuan's gaze immediately fell on Mo Xiaochuan, and his pupils shrank. Mo Xiaochuan's aura made him feel a little uneasy, but thinking that this was Luochu Chamber of Commerce's station and there were many experts around, he calmed down and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Chess players." "Oh, just the two of you want to disturb Songyang City's chess game?" The light in Wu Jinzuan's eyes gradually expanded as he coldly stared at the two. Li Yunxiao said, "My strength is not enough, so didn't I come to ask for your help?" Wu Jinzuan sneered and said, "Help? Who the hell are you? How are you going to help?" Li Yunxiao also smiled and said, "It doesn't matter who we are. It's very simple to help. We just need to borrow your head. That's all." Impudent. Wu Jinzuan's eyes were filled with killing intent as he angrily said, "Where did this ignorant brat come from? How dare you behave atrociously in my Luochu Chamber of Commerce?" Although Wu Jinzuan was angry on the surface, his heart was as calm as a virgin. He purposely shouted this sentence to alert the experts of Luochu Chamber of Commerce. Since the other dared to come, they must have come prepared. Young Master Yun is right. Since we are chess pieces, we must be prepared to die at any time. Mo Xiaochuan's hand flashed, and 3 corpses immediately flew towards Wu Jinzuan. Wu Jinzuan's heart shook. He raised his hand and was about to shatter the 3 corpses. Suddenly, his pupils shrank and he cried out in shock, "You err." Among the 3 corpses was his beloved son. His heart shook and his entire body froze. The youth beside him also cried out in shock, "Big brother." He was very jealous just now, and now seeing Wu Yu's corpse, he also became sluggish. His heart gradually became filled with grief and indignation. Careless. When facing an expert like Emperor Wu, how many lives can you afford to be distracted? Mo Xiaochuan's voice seemed to come from the netherworld as it resounded in Wu Jinzuan's ears. Wu Jinzuan's body shook. He looked up, but what he saw was not Mo Xiaochuan, but a bloody pupil that opened between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows. It turned into a demonic full moon and directly attacked his sea of consciousness. Mental attack. He only felt his mind go blank, and then a cold voice came, "Red dust gaze reflects the bright moon." An incomparably tyrannical sword chi rose up, and the entire courtyard turned into a sword sea. The scene of yin and yang fishes devouring each other appeared in the sky and quickly fell down. This sword contained all of Mo Xiaochuan's power. He had to hit the target in one strike, or else this trip would have been in vain. Wu Jinzuan was naturally not an ordinary person. After a short moment of absent-mindedness, the fear from the depths of his soul immediately woke him up. The instincts of a martial artist were awakened at this moment. Without any thought, he subconsciously attacked. Falling 10 directions, flying waterfall cleansing stone. 10 cold lights shot out from Wu Jinzuan's fingertips. With just a few lights, they actually drew out a beautiful scene of a flying waterfall. Beautiful wheels rose up in the courtyard, clashing against the 1,000 dazzling righteous art. The 2 spiritual pressures collided in the air, shooting out tens of thousands of light rays. The courtyard surroundings became pitch black, and the space was broken one by one, spreading into the distance. It's too late. If you only have one life, you can go on your way today. Mo Xiaochuan raised his right hand and slashed down like a sword. His right hand faintly flashed with a supreme sword light, emitting a terrifying sword chi. It was already impossible to tell if it was an arm or a sword light. Third move, red furnace snow illuminates the world. The sword chi was like the sun and moon in the sky, like stars falling on the earth. A ray of light rose up in the courtyard and rushed straight into the sky. Boom! Wu Jinzuan's unique skill broke through as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. An armor flashed on his body and then solidified, protecting him like an iron bucket, but it was useless. Under that sword chi, nothing could stop it. The battle armor was suddenly destroyed, and the sword light shot into Wu Jinzuan's body. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his throat as he continuously retreated. He wanted to disperse the sword chi, but it was futile. Poof! Finally, all the meridians in his body were destroyed, and he spurted out a mouthful of blood. Wu Jinzuan's face was pale as he stood there, but he looked like he was about to fall. His eyes that were previously flashing with a bright light instantly dimmed down. A hero of his generation, the master of Luochu Chamber of Commerce, was inexplicably wounded by two people who randomly intruded. He could no longer fight. In this chess game that hadn't even started yet, he was already eliminated. Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Still not dead? These chambers of commerce are indeed powerful." After that move, he put down his right hand, retracted all his breath, and quietly stood behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao's eyes were calm as if he had already seen this result. He faintly praised, "First, I used your son's body to disturb your mind. Then, I used a mental attack to shake your sea of consciousness. Then, Xiaochuan attacked to take your life. 3 moves are closely linked, yet you still managed to keep your life. Worthy of being the master of Luochu Chamber of Commerce, worthy of praise." But his voice turned cold and turned into a sneer. He said softly, "But you are still a chess piece, and a chess piece should have the fate of a chess piece." Wu Jingzuan spurted out another mouthful of blood. In the end, he couldn't stand anymore. He knelt down on both knees, looking extremely dispirited. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Luochu Chamber of Commerce? Do you want to die?" When Mo Xiaochuan's sword energy soared into the sky, the entire city was shaken. Several powerful presences immediately soared into the sky from Luochu Chamber of Commerce's base. In an instant, they arrived at the small courtyard. Seeing the barren land and Wu Jingzuan kneeling on the ground, they were all dumbfounded. Li Yunxiao didn't wait for them to come back to their senses before he said coldly, "Your Luochu Chamber of Commerce dared to stir up trouble in my Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Originally, I should have sentenced all of you to death. However, considering that all of you have cultivated endlessly, Miss Ding is merciful. As long as you swear allegiance, regardless of your cultivation, you can live." You are from Heaven Yuan Chamber of Commerce?" An elder of Luochu Chamber of Commerce opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Li Yunxiao snorted, "I have already announced my name. How can it be fake? The Wu father and son dared to ignore my Heaven Yuan God's might. One is gone, one is dead, and the last one is trash." His cold gaze landed on the youth. The youth's legs trembled in fear as he desperately retreated. Don't kill me. That's my big brother and my father's business. It has nothing to do with me, nothing to do with me." The youth had already been scared out of his wits by the peak battle just now. Now that Li Yunxiao's gaze was focused on him, he was scared out of his wits and cried, "Please don't kill me, don't kill me." Everyone in the sky furrowed their brows and looked coldly at him. Wu Jingzuan was a hero, how could he give birth to such a cowardly son? "Wu, I'm innocent, you can't kill me, I'll kowtow to you." After saying that, the young man started knocking on the ground with a loud thud. Wu Jingzuan, who was kneeling beside him, suddenly moved. His body trembled, but all the meridians in his body had been shattered by Mo Xiaochuan's sword qi. He could no longer circulate any yuan qi, just like a heavily injured ordinary person. "Guild leader." The elder's heart trembled and he quickly flew down from the sky. As long as Wu Jingzuan didn't die, the Chamber of Commerce could definitely help him recover. "Who allowed you to touch him?" Mo Xiaochuan's cold voice fell. His entire body was like a sword about to be unsheathed at any time, his killing intent locked onto the elder. The elder's body trembled and immediately stiffened, not daring to move. Wu Jingzuan struggled to stand up, but the wounds all over his body opened up. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and fell to the ground, letting out a low groan. The youth was scared out of his wits. He cried and kowtowed, not sparing his forehead at all. The ground was covered in blood. The people of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce all felt pity. Such a tiger father, but he gave birth to such a useless son, and was even raised as a successor. Now it seemed that he was far inferior to Wu Yu. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "That's right, since you're willing to kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll spare your life. Miss Ding has always been merciful. As long as you're willing to repent, you'll have a way to live. Otherwise, you'll die without a doubt." "Ah?" The youth suddenly raised his head and said in disbelief, "Not killing me? Let me go?" Ha, great, thank you. Don't kill me, don't kill me." Great joy rushed to his head, and he suddenly became crazy. He danced with joy and laughed loudly, hopping away into the distance. The elder said in a daze, he's actually crazy. Out of the 3 fathers and sons who led the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce, one was dead, one was crippled, and the last one had gone mad. This huge change shocked the members of the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce and they found it hard to accept. Out of everyone, only Mo Xiaochuan realized that Li Yunxiao had directly used a mental attack and shattered the youth's sea of consciousness, which caused him to go crazy. Li Yunxiao said, "I will count to 3 breaths. Those who are unwilling to submit will end up like this." He gently flicked his finger, and a ray of sword light shot out, directly beheading Wu Jinzuan's head. Then, he grabbed it with his 5 fingers, and it flew directly into his hand. Holding the hair in front of everyone, he said, "1." Everyone's bodies trembled, and they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They could feel the terrifying aura of indifference from Li Yunxiao and Li Yunxiao, who had killed people like flies. Among them, there were 3 elders of Emperor Wu's level. Their bodies trembled, and they didn't dare to make a sound. 2. Li Yunxiao's voice was extremely long, and it brought great psychological pressure to everyone. They looked at each other and watched the movements of the others, planning to huddle together for warmth. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is one of the 7 major chambers of commerce, and yet you dare to bully the weak. Aren't you afraid that the other 7 chambers of commerce will join forces to suppress you? An old man was furious, and he could no longer bear this oppressive atmosphere. He opened his mouth to resist. Li Yunxiao's gaze fell on him. He was actually at the peak of martial venerable realm, and not even Emperor Wu. The other 3 Emperor Wus did not make a sound, as if they were truly afraid. Li Yunxiao said coldly, "Before the 7 chambers of commerce join forces to suppress me, I'll suppress you first." As soon as he finished speaking, Mo Xiaochuan's gaze turned. The old man at the peak of martial venerable realm suddenly felt his body turn cold, and the terror of death spread. He shouted loudly, "No, you can't kill me. I am from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. If you kill me, it will lead to a war between the 2 factions." "Oh?" Li Yunxiao smiled in surprise, stopped Mo Xiaochuan, and said, "Oh, the Tianyuan Pavilion, you failed to discipline your dogs and let them bite people. Are you going to punish you for not disciplining them?" Li Yunxiao said coldly. The old man's forehead was covered with sweat, and he said in a trembling voice, "This is a serious matter. I'm just a small steward, and I can't make the decision. How about I go back and report to my superiors? After all, the Luozu Chamber of Commerce is a subsidiary of the Tianyuan Pavilion. I hope you 2 will show some mercy. In the future, my chief steward will definitely come and explain things to Miss Ding." Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Oh? Can you control your chief steward?" The old man was taken aback and said, "Of course not." Li Yunxiao's face turned cold, and he shouted angrily, "If you can't, then how dare you boast that you will ask your chief steward to explain things to Miss Ding in the future? Are you trying to fool me?" Well, sensing the cold murderous intent from Li Yunxiao, the old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said hurriedly, "The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is one of the 7 major chambers of commerce. My chief steward will treat this matter with caution. There is no doubt that he will come in person." Li Yunxiao said coldly, "You know that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is one of the 7 magnates of the Merchant Union. How dare you provoke us? The Tianyuan Pavilion may be heartless, but the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce can't be like that. Today, I'll just give you a small punishment. Go back and tell your chief steward that if he doesn't apologize to us, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will not participate in the martial arts competition of the Merchant Union. Before the competition begins, the Golden Edge and Silver Edge Chamber of Commerce will wipe out the Tianyuan Pavilion with all our strength." The old man was shocked, thinking that the Golden Edge and Silver Edge Chamber of Commerce had finally shown up. He cupped his hands and said, "I'll pass on your words to my chief steward. I'll take my leave now." Li Yunxiao said, "Xiaochuan, give him a small punishment. Well, destroy his dantian and send him on his way." What? The old man was shocked and said in fear, "My lord, didn't you say that it's a small punishment?" Destroying a warrior's dantian was equivalent to completely destroying the warrior. There was nothing else that could cure the destruction of the dantian except for some ethereal items that only existed in the legends. Those ethereal items might not even be found in the Saint or Divine Sea realm. In other words, destroying the Dantian was the same as destroying the warrior's Dantian. Li Yunxiao said coldly, destroying the Dantian is a small punishment. If it's a big punishment, I'll peel off your skin, pull out your bones, and use you to light the sky lanterns. Not only the old man from the Tianyuan pavilion, but all the members of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce were drenched in cold sweat. They couldn't feel any warmth under the sun, and a cold wind was blowing on their backs. No, my lord, please don't. The old man begged bitterly, if you destroy my Dantian, my life will be ruined. Mo Xiaochuan snorted. His figure flickered, and with a bang, a fist light flashed out of the old man's Dantian. Then, a huge amount of spiritual qi swirled out like a whirlpool. The Dantian had been destroyed, and the spiritual qi was leaking out. Since you're plotting against the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, you should be prepared to die at any time, my dear. Mo Xiaochuan said coldly. Then, he waved his hand, and a wave of energy swept up the old man and sent him flying toward the Tianyuan pavilion. By the way, I forgot to tell you one more thing. Master Li Feiyu of the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda has said that if you want to deal with me, you should ask the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda first. I'll have to trouble you to pass on this message to your chief steward as well. Li Yunxiao added calmly. His voice spread in all directions, and everyone around heard it clearly. The members of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce were especially shocked. They felt their throats go dry. No wonder they dared to deal with the Tianyuan pavilion. It turned out that they had the support of the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda. Was something big going to happen in Xianxia City? Li Yunxiao looked at the members of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce one by one. With a pure smile on his face, he said, everyone, it's time for us to get down to business. Let's continue with the 3 breaths you just said. I've already said 2, so next is. A cultivator of the Emperor Wu turned pale and said hurriedly, my lord, we are willing to submit to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. His words caused an uproar among the crowd. This was especially so for the other 2 martial emperors. Their expressions were extremely unsightly, but at this moment, no one dared to say no or express their opposition. After all, Wu Jinzuan's headless body was still on the ground. Wu Jinzuan was the top cultivator of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce. They rushed out as soon as they sensed the battle, only to find that the top cultivator of the Chamber of Commerce had been completely crippled. With such strength, it would be a piece of cake to kill them. Li Yunxiao smiled and said with satisfaction, well, very good. Miss Ding has always been a merciful person. Now that we are in need of manpower, I will take you in on behalf of Miss Ding. You will be the low-level fighters of the Golden Edge and Silver Gleam. The Emperor Wu's eyes widened. He was speechless and said, these, low-level fighters, everyone felt dizzy. In addition to the 3 Emperor Wus, there were many martial venerable cultivators present. The lowest level among them was a martial emperor, but they were only low-level fighters. Li Yunxiao said, don't worry, guys. The Golden Edge and Silver Gleam recruited people not only based on strength, but also loyalty. As long as you do your job well, you will be promoted very quickly. Hee hee. The crowd pulled a long face and cursed inwardly, hee hee, my ass. I was just forced by the situation to submit to you for now. When the situation changes, you will be the first one to be killed. I'll let you act like a tyrant for a while, and then I'll deal with you in the future. How could Li Yunxiao not know what these people were thinking? He also laughed coldly in his heart. He had already thought of a way to deal with this. Once they returned to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's base, he would place restrictions on these people to control them. Everyone had their own thoughts. Under the leadership of a few leaders, the entire Luochu Chamber of Commerce's base moved inside the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Mo Xiaochuan's move just now had already caused the entire city to shake. By the time the experts of the major forces came to investigate, the place was already empty. Only Wu Jinzuan's headless corpse was left in everyone's eyes. For a moment, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and the Tianyi Pavilion were pushed to the teeth of the storm. The Plethora Treasure Tower also got into trouble because of Li Yunxiao's words. The entire Songyang city suddenly became more tense, and the undercurrent surged more violently. All the major intelligence agencies began to investigate these 3 chambers of commerce. In a large meeting hall in the Plethora Treasure Tower station, The interior was luxuriously decorated with beautiful jade inlaid pearls everywhere. It was spotless. The people present were all dressed in brocade clothes, looking extremely luxurious. The hall shone with the splendor of jewels, which was in line with the usual extravagant style of the plethora treasure tower. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of Li Feiyu's timely return when they immediately received the information about the Luochu Chamber of Commerce. They became stunned and frowned. "Feiyu, what's going on?" On the seat of honor, a man in a black brocade robe said in a deep voice with a hint of anger on his face, "The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is really bold. How dare they use our name to cause trouble? It seems that our plethora treasure tower hasn't been active for a long time, which made our underlings restless or think that we are easy to bully." Li Feiyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said embarrassedly, "Vice Tower Master, this matter." He looked at the three elders sitting on the seat of honor with a pleading gaze. One of them was Ren Guangran. Ren Guangran also felt a headache and didn't know how to explain it. He patted his head and said, "Here's the thing." He immediately recounted what happened when Li Yunxiao and Li Feiyu were teleported to Songyang City together. Then, he said gloomily, "This brat even used this sentence. He is so despicable." Li Feiyu was also sweating profusely. "I didn't expect him to be from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's golden edge and silver gleam. I can't deny what I said. What should I do?" Cui Bo, the vice tower master of the plethora treasure tower, was also stunned. He pondered for a while before saying, "You can't blame Feiyu for this. It's just that young Master Yun is too crafty. What do you think of this matter?" Other than the deputy tower master, there were 3 other elders of the myriad treasure tower here: 7th elder Ren Guangran, 8th elder Di Xinghua, and 2nd elder Xian Yutong, as well as more than 10 experts of the general manager level. Cui Bo continued, "Since Feiyu said something like this, flatly denying it will hurt my myriad treasure tower's reputation even more. However, we can't deny that we can't be used by the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Does anyone have a plan that satisfies both sides?" Everyone was silent, only feeling that this matter was too difficult. Li Feiyu suddenly said, "I have an idea, but I don't know if it will work." Since the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had raided the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce and annexed the latter, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce should not be underestimated. As the leader of the merchant union, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Why don't we send a letter condemning the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce and ask the person in charge to come out and make a public apology to the Chu Chamber of Commerce? This way, not only did we obtain the initiative in the situation, but we also directly announced to everyone that our myriad treasure tower has no relationship with the Heavenly Essence Commerce. Yes, this is a good method. Ren Guangran showed a look of approval and nodded, saying, "Moreover, we can find out the background of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce and how powerful the Golden Edge and Silver Edge are." Cui Bo frowned and said, "Ever since Ding Qi handed the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to Ding Ling these 2 core forces of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce have never appeared again. I don't know what Ding Qi is up to." At this time, they reappeared in front of everyone again. Their strength remains to be seen. Ren Guangran said suspiciously, "Could it be that they have secretly developed to the extent that they can ignore the Tiani Pavilion? Isn't that a little too frightening?" Cui Bo shook his head and said, "I don't think so. Ding Qi has been under our surveillance all these years, and it seems that he hasn't done anything out of line. If we can strengthen these 2 forces without anyone knowing, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will not decline day by day." Elder Xian, Elder Di, what do you 2 think? Di Xinghua was the 8th elder of the plethora treasure tower. He stretched and said, "The situation in the merchant union is complicated and ever-changing, but I never thought that the first variable would be caused by the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. I just think that this time's 2 sessions will be more complicated than any of the previous sessions. We, the plethora treasure tower, may need to send more people." Cui Bo frowned and said, "This time of the year is the most tense period. A large number of masters have been sent to various parts of the continent to guard against sudden changes in the business. I'm afraid it will be difficult to send more people to help. Let's observe the situation for a while longer. I will be more confident when I report to the tower master. What about you, Elder Xian?" Xian Yutong's face was yellowish and looked a little dull. He said dryly, "Ding Qi has been out of the merchant union's sight for many years, but he has always been under our surveillance. I don't think he will appear for no reason. I don't think the two extra people of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce are Gene Edge and Silver Edge. Even if they are, Emperor Wu alone can't do anything. What happened today doesn't seem like Ding Ling style. Let's wait and see what the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will do. Since they have made the first move to disrupt the game, let's wait and see. Elder Xian's words make sense. Cui Bo finally announced, let's do as Fei Yu said. Immediately write a letter and question the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Let them give us an explanation about the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. Just as they were about to end the meeting, an announcement came from outside the door. An ordinary servant hurried in. Vice Tower Master, we have just received a notice from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. The servant presented a document with both hands and said, please take a look, Vice Tower Master. Cui Bo frowned and stared at the notice for a few seconds. Then, he took it and read it. His expression changed drastically. He slammed it on the table and said angrily, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is so fast and cunning. Ren Guangran was stunned, what happened? Cui Bo handed the notice over and said, read it to everyone. Ren Guangran took the notice and read it word by word, notice to all members of the Chamber of Commerce. Today, the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce's father and son openly violated the Chamber of Commerce's basic principle of peaceful and stable development. They harmed and destroyed our Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Acting President Ding Ling tried to persuade them in every possible way but to no avail. Thus, she had no choice but to punish them. Now that the culprit has been executed, everyone can relax and do not worry. However, even though the culprit has been executed, the culprit behind the scenes is still at large. Moreover, he is restless and wants to destroy the Chamber of Commerce's peace and stability. Even though the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce is weak, we are not afraid of any forces. We have sworn to fight to the death against those who have destroyed the Chamber of Commerce's peace and stability. Other than the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce's father and son, the rest of the people have good intentions. After realizing the truth, they have sworn to be loyal to acting President Ding Ling. Moreover, they want to merge the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce's business with the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce in order to seek better development. Acting President Ding Ling had to reluctantly agree to the Chamber of Commerce's request. After the martial arts and martial arts conferences, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce will gradually take over all the businesses of the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce on the continent. This is the full text of the above announcement. I hope that all members of the Chamber of Commerce can work together to crack down on all acts of sabotage and seek common development. Ren Guangran was completely dumbfounded. She threw the notice on the ground and said angrily, this is outrageous. You have annexed the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce, but you put it in such a righteous, hypocritical and cunning manner. We are not stupid. Who would believe you? Xian Yutong's expression was a little strange. He picked up the notice and read it again carefully. Cui Bo asked seriously, Elder Xian, what do you think? Xian Yutong pondered and said, everyone knows that this is just an excuse. However, it is a fact that the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has annexed all the senior members of the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce. No one will stand up for a dead Chamber of Commerce, except for its former owner, the Tianyi Pavilion. However, in this notice, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce claims that it is the victim. The mastermind behind the scenes has not shown up yet. If the Tianyi Pavilion takes action now, it will be the same as claiming that it is the mastermind behind the scenes. Moreover, with this notice, we have no reason to send a letter to the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce to question them. This report is indeed timely, and the approach is truly brilliant. It does not seem to be Ding Ling-er's passive approach at all, where she would be tired of dealing with it and seek a comprehensive solution in a narrow gap. Well, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce has indeed taken too much initiative this time. Cui Bo said thoughtfully, since sending a letter is no longer feasible, what should we do? Xian Yutong hesitated for a moment and said, we don't have to worry about it now. It should be the Tianyi Pavilion that is anxious. If someone from the Tianyi Pavilion comes to ask about our relationship with the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, we can just ignore it. There is no need to make it clear to the public. Since the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce wants to use our name, we might as well change our strategy a little. we might as well grant their wish and acquiesce. In this way, they may be able to contend with the Tianyi pavilion for a while. All we need to do is wait for the result. Cui Bo's eyes glinted. He said with a smile, that is a good idea. The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce wants to use my name, and we will use their strength to contain and suppress the Tianyi pavilion. Although the Tianyi pavilion is not a threat to us, it is still one of the four core alliances. Delaying them for a while will do us no harm. Yes, let's do that. Xian Yutong said, in that case, we still have to send the letter. As for the content, just say that we have received the notice. As the leader of the Commercial League, the Myriad Treasure Tower will not tolerate any behavior that disrupts the harmony of the League. We also express our appreciation and approval for the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce's handling of the Luozi Chamber of Commerce. This, Cui Bo felt that it was inappropriate. He said hesitantly, doesn't this mean that we are openly supporting them? What should we do if the Tianyi pavilion comes to question us? Xian Yutong said with a smile, Vice Head, you are wrong. The purpose of this letter is to make 2 points clear. First, we are the leader of the Commercial League. We should ask them to open their eyes and not be confused. Second, we are supporting the act of maintaining the unity of the Commercial League, not the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. If the Tianyi pavilion comes to question us, just say that we have been deceived by the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce's letter and can't tell the truth. That's great. Cui Bo's eyes lit up and he praised, Elder Xian's visit to Xianxia City is a great help to Cui Bo, otherwise, the situation in Xianxia City would be a headache for me. I would be punished by the Tower Master if things go south. Xian Yutong smiled faintly and said, I'll do my best. That's all. Cui Bo immediately ordered, do as Elder Xian said. Send a letter to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. While the Plethora Gem Tower received the letter, the hundreds of members of the merchant union who had gathered in Xiangyang City also received the letter. For a moment, all kinds of speculations were going on and they all felt the pressure of an impending storm. Humph! How dare you make a false accusation? How dare you, Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and Ding Ling Er? It was cold and gloomy in the Tianyi pavilion. The atmosphere was oppressive. The people in the room were even breathing cautiously for fear of making any noise and frightening someone. An old man covered in blood knelt in the middle of the hall. He was trembling uncontrollably. It was the martial saint who had his dantian destroyed by Mo Xiaochuan and was sent flying back. He lost his spirit energy and fell from the sky, causing his bones to break. At this moment, apart from pain, he was also terrified, causing his body to tremble more and more. I sent you to the Luozi Chamber of Commerce to assist them and give them advice so that you could help them at the critical moment. Now you tell me that the Wu father and son are dead, that the Luozi Chamber of Commerce has been absorbed by the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, and that your cultivation has been destroyed. You came back like a stray dog. The chief elder of the Tianyi pavilion, Su Danhe, faced forward with his hands behind his back and said slowly, I'm puzzled. Why did you say that you were from the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? Didn't you discredit the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? The old man trembled violently and said in a trembling voice, Grand Elder, I just wanted to use the name of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce to intimidate them. I didn't expect that they wouldn't listen to me and even hurt me like this. I'm incompetent and my cultivation has been destroyed. Please, Grand Elder, for the sake of my past contributions, find me a miraculous elixir to restore my cultivation. Su Danhe turned around with a surprised expression and said incomprehensibly, you are so incompetent. How dare you ask for an elixir to heal your dantian? Why didn't I realize that you were such a thick-skinned person before? She took out the notice in her hand, bent down and opened it in front of the old man. Take a look, you're simply as shameless as the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. It's strange that when the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce took in the Chu Luo Chamber of Commerce, they didn't take in a talent like you? Su Danhe's eyes became colder and colder. She stared at the old man and made him shiver. Trash. Su Danhe spat out 2 words and waved his hand, drag him down and beat him to death. Ah? Great Elder, even if you don't consider my contributions, at least spare my life for my hard work. The old man screamed in horror, as if he couldn't believe that Su Danhe wanted to kill him. Noisy. So noisy. Su Donha waved her hand and a ray of light shot out of the old man's throat, immediately creating a bloody hole. The old man's face was full of fear and despair. He covered his throat with both hands and struggled with all his might. At this moment, 2 disciples of the Tianyi pavilion came up and dragged him out. Su Donha's face was cold. She pointed at the notice on the ground and said in a cold voice, "Who can tell me what we should do about this?" The people in the hall were all high-ranking officials of the Tianyi pavilion. No one dared to make a sound. They all kept quiet out of fear. One of the old men mustered up his courage and said, "Great Elder, the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce has gone too far. We only sent Wu Yu to force Ding Ling to marry him and to test their strength. How dare they destroy the Chuluo Chamber of Commerce? They know that the Chuluo Chamber of Commerce is our vassal, but they still act so brazenly. They obviously don't take us seriously. I think we should use the method they used to deal with the Chuluo Chamber of Commerce. We should destroy the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce as quickly as we can to show the might of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce." Su Donha was infuriated. She yelled, "Destroy the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce? Is there something wrong with your head? If we destroy one of the 7 major merchant unions, it will cause a huge uproar. What will the other 5 chambers of commerce do? Can't you think before you speak?" The old man's face turned blue from the scolding, but he didn't dare to refute. He shut his mouth and said nothing. Su Donha took a moment to calm down and said, "The Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce must be taught a lesson. Otherwise, they won't know their place. But before that, we must investigate 2 things. First, we must find out what agreement the Plethora Gem Tower has with them. Second, we must find out how many people the Gold Edge and Silver Edge Chamber of Commerce sent. If they come out in full force, I'm afraid we can't handle them. We must send word to the nearby masters and get them here as soon as possible. This time, we must kick them out of the 7 major merchant unions no matter what." Having said that, she glanced at a woman in white with a veil in the crowd. Her harsh tone immediately softened. She asked, "Yui, what do you think?" Liang Yui's body moved slightly, and the 2 bells on the sword at her waist rang clearly. Her jet-black long hair fluttered behind her. Her skin was smooth as cream. She moved her fingers lightly and said softly, "Everything is up to the First Elder. I'm just curious who they will send out for the martial and sorcery competition this time." Su Donha said, "This is also something to consider. As an important investigation, it's best to destroy it before the competition to avoid future troubles." Liang Yui frowned slightly. She said softly, "No need to do that." Su Donha smiled. "I know you're very confident. But your energy must be used to deal with Li Feiyu and the others. The less trash in the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the better." Liang Yui didn't speak. The light in her eyes gradually dissipated. She seemed to be no longer interested in other things. Su Donha said, "I'll personally make a trip to the Plethora Gem Tower. You guys do your best to investigate. Be prepared to go with me to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce to teach that cheap girl a lesson." She waved her hand. "Disperse here." After the Songluo Chamber of Commerce was destroyed and the entire Chamber of Commerce's experts were devoured by the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, the 27 affiliated chambers of commerce also received invitations one by one. They were invited by Ding Ling to attend the banquet. The banquet was simple. In the small hall, everyone was discussing timidly. Everyone's expression was very solemn. They would steal glances at Ding Ling from time to time. Ding Ling sat there without saying a word. No one could tell what she was thinking. It was as if she had no thoughts. After 10 minutes, Ding Ling finally opened her mouth. Her gaze fell on Li Yunxiao who sat on the left. She said, "Young Master Yun, the remaining 8 chambers probably won't come. Of the 27 chambers of commerce, only 19 came. 8 empty seats were left." It was like a slap in the face. Everyone's expression didn't look too good. Li Yunxiao smiled indifferently. Since the 8 chambers didn't come, then they don't have to come in the future. I'll make a trip to them tomorrow. I'll punish their leaders and guide them to kindness. The 19 chambers of commerce that had already arrived had a drastic change in expression. They were shocked. On one hand, they couldn't understand the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's actions. On the other hand, they were glad that they had come to the appointment. Ding Linger said, "Time reveals a man's heart. The 19 chambers of commerce here are the most loyal partners of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. I'll remember all of your names. I won't mistreat you in the future." One of the old women said, "Young Lady Ding is too polite. Our Extreme Fang Chamber of Commerce has always followed the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce ever since it was taken over by Old Man Ding Shan. It's thanks to the old man and young Lady Ding's care that we've been able to survive in such a dangerous environment until now. The Extreme Fang Chamber of Commerce's survival has long been tied to the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce." "That's right." The other 19 chambers of commerce also agreed and expressed their loyalty. Li Yunxiao's gaze swept across everyone. With the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's declining situation, everyone thought that the 2 chambers of commerce had come to an end. The chambers of commerce that could withstand the pressure from all sides and come out to support the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was definitely the existence of a hardcore alliance. Ding Ling was also grateful. She said, "Many thanks to the chief stewards for your help." This time, Ling gathered everyone here to unite everyone's strength to fight against the changes in the future. "In order to not let our strength be divided, I want to expand the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's base and let everyone move in at the same time. This way, we'll be connected and can take care of each other. Does anyone have any wise ideas?" An old man hesitated. "Forgive me for being blunt, but may I ask if young Lady Ding has any big moves planned? What happened to the Chu Chamber of Commerce today has spread like wildfire. I wonder if there's any hidden agenda." Ding Ling smiled and said, "I do have some ideas for big moves. The Chu Chamber of Commerce's incident was their own fault. They actually dared to have ideas on our Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. It's normal for them to be wiped out in an instant." She clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, several extremely powerful forces spread out in the field. The space seemed to solidify, and the unbearable pressure became stronger and stronger. "Hey, this is..." Under everyone's astonishment, more than 10 rays of light flew in and revealed their true bodies one by one. All of them were powerhouses. The 3 leading them had cultivations comparable to Emperor Wu. Their auras were shocking. The martial artist's cultivation was at the peak of the martial emperor realm. As soon as they entered the field, they immediately bowed to Ding Ling and said in unison, "The Chu Chamber of Commerce has joined the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. We pledge our loyalty to Lady Ding Ling." Everyone was shocked, especially the 3 martial emperors, who revealed a look of loyalty and devotion, which made everyone's hearts tremble. It was easy to defeat an Emperor Wu, but it was extremely difficult to subdue one. Furthermore, it was hard to imagine that so many powerful martial artists would support him so firmly in such a short period of time. After the initial shock, everyone revealed a joyful expression. At the very least, this meant that the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was far more powerful than they had imagined. This time, the team that had gritted their teeth and fought to the death seemed to have seen hope of victory. Ding Ling smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. I am happy for you all that you have forsaken the darkness for the light." One of the Emperor Wu said loudly, "The Wu father and son have overestimated themselves and brought about their own destruction. Fortunately, Miss Ding is magnanimous and forgave the past. We will pledge our loyalty to you to the death." Ding Ling said, "We will be one family from now on. Everyone, please sit." That Emperor Wu said, "As scapegoats, we do not dare to sit. We will just stand." Everyone fainted. Was this still the Jiutian Emperor Wu they knew? There was no trace of the domineering aura of a Jiutian master. What was the difference between him and a captive martial artist? Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, "Miss Ding is very pleased with your loyalty. How about this? There are 9 merchant guilds that were delayed and could not attend the banquet. Everyone, please bring Miss Ding's condolences to them. What do you think?" "Oh, there is such a thing." That Emperor Wu's face turned murderous. He snorted and said, "They really don't know what is good for them. Young Master Yun and Miss Ding, don't worry. We will be back soon." The murderous aura of the dozen or so people instantly suffocated everyone present. Ding Ling showed a trace of pity and said, "After all, we have been together for so many years. Let them go if you can." That Emperor Wu looked at Li Yunxiao and asked for his opinion. A trace of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. Li Yunxiao said calmly, since misting is so merciful, then just kill the leaders. Take in the rest and give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yes. The dozen or so martial artists no longer hesitated. After receiving the name list, they did not waste any time and turned into light beams that shot into the sky, dispersing in all directions. The people from the other 19 vassal merchant associations were shocked, unable to recover from their shock. The Heavenly Essence Merchant Association was so arrogant and despotic. It was completely different from their usual dodging style, trying to please both sides. As for the young man on the left side of the seat of honor, although his cultivation was mediocre, he would occasionally reveal a kind of spirit that only a peerless expert would have. His every move was always inadvertently shocking, making it difficult for others to fathom. That young Emperor Wu stood there calmly. Although his eyes were half closed lazily, as if he didn't care about what was happening, he was like a black hole. Just by standing there, he made it hard for everyone to calm down. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, there's no time to lose. Everyone, start moving into the restricted area of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce now. I'll immediately get someone to double the area. As long as everyone works together and never waver, no matter how the chess game changes, we will be invincible in front of us. Her words shocked everyone. They hurriedly stood up and said, we are willing to follow misting forever. We will never be disloyal. They hurriedly took their leave and began to make arrangements for the relocation. Soon, everyone in the hall had left, leaving only Ding Ling Li Yunxiao, and Mo Xiaochuan. As soon as the crowd left, Ding Ling-er's aloof attitude was gone. She was filled with tenderness, as if she were a completely different person. She was puzzled and said, how did those warriors train? I didn't expect them to be under my command in such a short time. I was worried that they would become a hidden danger. But from what I saw just now, they seemed to be very loyal. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, it's simple. I just cast a little restriction formation on them. Without my unique technique, their dantian would explode within 3 days, and they would be completely disabled. How dare they not show their loyalty? Ding Ling nodded and said with a smile, I see. Young Master Yun is Emperor Wu, the vanquishing army. He can easily deal with some ordinary experts with some tricks. I'm worried that the Tianyi Pavilion will come to us to punish us. What should we do then? She looked a little gloomy as she said, I've sent a message to my father, but I haven't received a reply. Li Yunxiao frowned slightly and said in confusion, let's not worry about what Ding Shan is up to. As for the Tianyi Pavilion, we don't have to worry about it. Someone will take the blame for us when the time comes. Ding Ling asked curiously, someone will take the blame for us? Who is it? Is it Li Feiyu? Li Yunxiao shook his head with a smile. He looked in the direction of the Four Extremes sect in the distance and said with a smile, Tang Xian. At the station of the Four Extremes sect, a young man was listening attentively to the report. His face was flickering with a strange expression. It seemed that every time he looked at him, his expression would be different from before. It was difficult to tell his true expression. Young master, that's all. A martial venerable reported and said, I hope young master can lift the restriction spell on me so that I can return to serve you. This martial venerable was the person who had sworn allegiance to the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He was also the liaison that the Four Extremes sect planted in the Luozi Chamber of Commerce. He did not manage to escape in time and was recruited by Li Yunxiao. Tang Xian paced back and forth in the hall and said with a smile, what a Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I was almost fooled by you. Oh? What do you mean, young master? A man wrapped in a black robe sat quietly on the side and couldn't help but ask. Tang Xian sneered and said, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is playing an empty fort strategy. The more they try to show off, the more it proves that they are in a weak position. This is the only way to mess up the situation and make it difficult to predict. Although this is a risky move, it is still a good idea. It doesn't seem like something that Ding Linger would do. It must be the doing of that young Master Yun. The man in the black robe was taken aback and asked in confusion, why do you say so? Although he asked this question, he already believed it in his heart. This was because he had been by Tang Xian's side for a long time and had never seen her guess wrong. Tang Xian smiled and said, I also have a guess about this young Master Yun, but I'm not sure if it is correct. Mr. Hidden Dragon, I'll have to trouble you to confirm it for me. However, let's first help him remove the restriction. Perhaps we can find some clues from the restriction method. All right. The man in the black robe stood up and slowly walked towards the martial honor. The martial honor was overjoyed and quickly thanked him. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Mr. Hidden Dragon. He turned around and pulled off his shirt, revealing his sturdy back. A golden pattern was imprinted on his back. Hidden Dragon stared at it for a while and said, It's a very clever restriction, but it is not a problem for me, Hidden Dragon. He extended his skinny hand and slowly dug his long and narrow nails into the martial honor's flesh. Blood immediately gushed out and soon, his back was completely dyed red. Both of Hidden Dragon's hands continuously formed strange seals and each seal was inserted into the martial honor's back. Every time he did so, a red light would be shot out and gradually fused into the golden restriction. Under the impact of the blood light, the restriction began to slowly activate as if it was about to be broken. Insignificant tricks. Break for me. Hidden Dragon's finger quickly pointed down and touched the formation. Instantly, the golden restriction shot out a strong light as if it was blooming. Then, it turned into rays of light that shot into the sky above the hall and gradually condensed into a shape. This. Hidden Dragon was shocked and quickly retreated to protect his body, afraid that there was a hidden attack. Ah. This. Tang Xian's shocked voice sounded. Hidden Dragon looked up into the sky and instantly opened his mouth wide. He was stunned. The restriction turned into rays of light and condensed into 8 big words in the sky. Young Master Tang Xian, do you dare to meet me? Tang Xian and Hidden Dragon were both shocked. An indescribable shock spread in their hearts and they both saw the fear in each other's eyes. Under the restriction, there was a hidden 8 words. Not only did the other party discover this secret, but he also had such great foresight that he would find someone to break it. Even Tang Xian, who always prided himself on being flawless, was completely stunned. He couldn't believe that there was someone in this world who could scheme against him. Young Master, Mr. Hidden Dragon, what's wrong? Although the martial saint also felt that something was amiss, his back was facing the hall and he did not see the words. He slowly turned around and saw 2 completely stunned faces. Whether it was Tang Xian or the Hidden Dragon, in his mind, they were both extremely intelligent people. They always had a smile on their faces, as if they had everything in the world under their control. He had never seen such a dumbstruck expression on their faces. The shock in Tang Xian's eyes couldn't dissipate. He only said in a daze, this. He couldn't recover for a long time. Finally, he said seriously, Mr. Hidden Dragon, this person's identity must be investigated immediately. I'll go now. Hidden Dragon also couldn't hide the shock in his heart. He turned around and disappeared on the spot. The martial honor was dumbfounded. He didn't know what had happened, but he felt his back relax. The restriction seemed to have disappeared. He thanked Tang Xian repeatedly. Tang Xian impatiently waved his hand to dismiss him. He paced back and forth in the hall alone. He seemed to be a bit annoyed. This feeling of not being in control made him extremely uncomfortable. It seemed to indicate that the chess game was deviating from his calculations. Suddenly, a heroic spirit welled up in his heart. He said coldly, Young Master Yun, right? Since you want to meet me, I, Tang Xian, will grant you this right. I also want to see what kind of monstrous geniuses are hiding in the young generation of the realm of heaven martial arts. During the night, a murderous aura filled the entire Xianxia city. The warriors of the Chu Chamber of Commerce swept through the 9 chambers of commerce that had separated from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Those who deserved to be killed were killed, and those who surrendered. There wasn't much resistance. As for the other chambers of commerce, apart from the powerful existences that supported Emperor Wu, they all kept quiet out of fear. They were all worried about their own safety. The intelligence agencies stayed up all night, transmitting the latest news to their respective chambers of commerce. Many of them stayed up all night to discuss future strategies. However, Li Yunxiao had a good rest. The next day, he woke up from his meditation. A ray of sunlight shone in. The entire Xianxia city was boiling with excitement after his arrival. The two pieces of news were like sunlight, quickly spreading throughout the streets and alleys. The first was that the Merchant Union was indignant about the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's unprovoked attack. With the approval of the Treasure Tower and several core members of the Merchant Union, the Tianyi Pavilion would punish them. The second piece of news came from the Four Extremes sect. Tang Xian, who had always been regarded as the wisest person among the younger generation of the Merchant Union, had sent out an invitation letter to Li Yunxiao, the governor of Yanwu City from the southern mountain range, at the Fragrance Pavilion. The Fragrance Pavilion was the tallest ornamental building in Xianxia City. It had a panoramic view of the entire city. It was the property of the Four Poles sect. It was a good place to play flute and zither, recite poems, and paint. Tang Xian enjoyed the feeling of looking into the distance and enjoying the view of the world. I've spread the news of Li Yunxiao's identity to the entire Xianxia city according to young master's order. Now they've revealed their true colors. The Tianyi Pavilion has also communicated with the Treasure Tower. They're ready to attack the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. On the highest floor of the Fragrance Listening Pavilion, Tang Xian was brewing tea. She listened to the report from the hidden dragon behind her and smiled with satisfaction. Whether he becomes a chess player and appears in the chess game of Xianxia City with an identity that I respect, or a clown that will be destroyed after a few jumps, it all depends on whether he can pass this test. The hidden dragon's body was completely covered in a black robe. He said in a deep voice, "This Li Yunxiao seems to have some background." Two titled Emperor Wu came to Yanwu City that day. As far as I know, even people from the sanctuary went there. Young master, you must not underestimate him. Tang Xian did not mind. She boiled the water and steeped it on the fresh tea leaves, giving off a fragrance. The incident in Yanwu City is related to the collapse of Mount Meru, one of the four immortal realms. Of course, the sanctuary will be affected. As for the arrival of the two titled Emperor Wu, there are many secrets. We must not make wild guesses to avoid confusion. But no matter what, in Xianxia City, I don't care who Li Yunxiao is. Whether he's a dragon or a tiger, he has to lie down. The hidden dragon nodded and said, "He's just a lord of a city in the southern region. I don't think he can do anything. The invitation has been sent. Now that Li Yunxiao's identity has been exposed, I'm afraid they won't dare to come." Tang Xian smiled and said, "If he doesn't dare to come, then I'll be really disappointed. Who can be on par with me throughout the ages? The wind chases for thousands of miles. Listen to the fragrance, boil water, and drink tea." With one move, the waves overturned the palm. The sound of laughter and poetry came from outside the pavilion, and the space twisted. Two men slowly appeared, walking through the air. Ripples spread under their feet, like ripples on a calm lake that had been blown by the wind. The two of them slowly walked into the building. Li Yunxiao sat down without any hesitation and drank the tea Tang Xian brewed. He smiled and said, "Young master Tang Xian, you think too much." Tang Xian was startled. He carefully looked at the two of them. Li Yunxiao and Mo Xiaochuan's demeanor was extraordinary. There was a faint celestial air about them, as if they were floating above a mortal world. This made him feel inferior. A trace of displeasure appeared on Tang Xian's face. She coldly said, flipping the raging wave's palm, "For you to compare yourself with me, aren't you overestimating yourself a little too much?" Hee hee. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Tang Xian, I'm giving you face. If you don't want it, then I don't mind crushing you with a flip of my palm." Tang Xian was stunned. Looking at Li Yunxiao's carefree expression, he didn't look like he was joking, nor did he look like a brainless retard. However, anyone with a bit of rationality wouldn't say such shameless words in front of him. He was stunned for a while, then laughed involuntarily. "A mere native from the Southern Territory dares to talk big in front of me? What a joke. I really want to see how you're going to crush me with a flip of your palm." His words became colder and colder. The atmosphere in the pavilion became tense. A sharp glint flashed in Li Yunxiao's eyes. He smiled and said, "It seems that strength is the only way to talk. Since you want to be beaten, then I have no reason not to satisfy such a cheap request." Li Yunxiao lightly slapped the table, and the boiling water immediately shook into the air. However, it didn't scatter. Instead, it slowly condensed and turned into a mini water dragon. With a loud roar, it bit towards Tang Xian. Child's play. A mere one-star martial emperor is no different from an ant in front of me. Tang Xian coldly punched out. His fist hit the water dragon and immediately broke the dragon's shape, turning it into a puddle of tea. Tang Xian exclaimed in surprise. Not only did the tea in the shape of a dragon not dissipate, but it also began to spin in the air. It gradually expanded and became as bright as a thin film. In the end, it formed a water ball that was about to envelop him. Although the expression of the hidden dragon behind him couldn't be seen clearly, a divine light flashed across his black robe. He seemed to be extremely surprised. Interesting, but a technique is still a technique. Don't you know how to use brute force to defeat 10 techniques? Tang Xian coldly snorted. It seemed that he was very annoyed that he couldn't break his opponent's technique. A green light appeared in his hand, and a small white ball that emitted a gentle light appeared in his palm. It suddenly turned into thousands of needles and shot out in all directions. The ball that was formed by the tea was finally punctured with thousands of holes. It started to lose its shape and sprinkle down. Li Yunxiao chuckled and lightly knocked on the table with his finger. The tea that had lost all its spiritual energy seemed to have regained its strength. It condensed into a water phoenix in the air and flew towards Tang Xian. Tang Xian was furious and shouted, "Are you done yet?" A ball of flame suddenly burst out from his hand and formed a flaming fist that punched towards the water phoenix. Heat waves rippled in the air above the fragrance-listening pavilion. The pot of tea was finally completely evaporated, no longer existing. Tang Xian, I was just playing with you. Is there a need to be angry? It's a pity that this pot of good water is gone. Li Yunxiao chuckled. His calm demeanor made Tang Xian's heart skip a beat. Wasn't the attitude of watching the storm with a smile and casually toying with the opponent what she had always been pursuing? It should have appeared on her. Why was it that she saw it in the opponent's figure and became the one being toyed with? Tang Xian was infuriated that he was suddenly at a disadvantage in terms of demeanor. However, he also restrained his contempt and his expression became somewhat gloomy. Li Yunxiao said lightly, I want to see you, not to beat you up, but to cooperate with you. Tang Xian laughed, haha, you're just a southern region bumpkin. What right do you have to talk about cooperation with me? The southern region had always been known as a place where even birds wouldn't defecate. All the major forces were too lazy to set foot in it. For tens of thousands of years, there had never been any experts from the southern region. Therefore, the warriors of the southern region were often ridiculed as bumpkins. Li Yunxiao looked at him as if he was looking at a fool. He sneered and said, I'm giving you face by saying cooperation, but frankly speaking, I'm asking you to do it. As for qualifications, when I was in Yufeng City, it seemed that someone deliberately destroyed the teleportation formation to prevent Li Feiyu from returning to Songyang City. I happen to have some evidence in my hands. Oh, there's such a thing? Why didn't I know about it? Tang Xian directly pretended to be ignorant and said coldly, Are you threatening me? How credible do you think your evidence is? Will one Baolu make things difficult for me because of your insignificant evidence? Li Yunxiao extended 2 fingers unhurriedly and said, Are you interested in Tang Jia's experience in the demon plane? Tang Xian's heart shook. He narrowed his eyes and said coldly, What does his business have to do with me? Do I have to worry about how my good-for-nothing brother is embarrassing himself outside? Li Yunxiao laughed and said, Among the younger generation of the Merchant Union, Tang Xian, who is known as the wisest and calculated person, really doesn't live up to his reputation. I thought it would be easier to speak with a smart person, but it seems that I found the wrong person. You are not qualified to cooperate with me. Li Yunxiao stood up and was about to leave. Tang Xian's expression changed greatly and he said angrily, I haven't finished speaking. How can I let you come and go as you please? The hidden dragon's figure moved, and immediately, a black gas swirled around the fragrance-listening pavilion. The bright and beautiful building suddenly became chilly. Mo Xiaochuan's expression changed and revealed a rare solemn expression. He seemed to be very afraid of Hidden Dragon. The bones in his right hand cracked and a powerful sword energy spread out from his right hand. The pressure of the sword energy radiated out from the building and collided with the black gas. A huge wave of spirit force shrouded the area. Tang Xian looked at Mo Xiaochuan in shock. An armor faintly appeared on his body to protect him from being affected by the battle between the two. Li Yunxiao, on the other hand, was unperturbed by the powerful spiritual energy ripples. He said indifferently, Tang Xian, I had too high of expectations for you. That's why I'm disappointed. If you continue to be this foolish, then the next one to be eliminated will definitely be you. Tang Xian's expression was extremely ugly. His eyes flickered as if he was struggling. He raised his hand and signaled Hidden Dragon to stop. He gritted his teeth and said, Li Yunxiao, I was a bit rude just now. I'll immediately get someone to brew another cup of tea and we can talk again. How about it? Li Yunxiao gently smiled and said, I'll give you one more chance. Don't disappoint me. Tang Xian suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. This was something he had never experienced in so many years. He had always schemed against others, but he had never been schemed against like this before. This was because Li Yunxiao's words directly hit the biggest doubt and hidden danger in his heart. What exactly happened in Tang Jia's trip to the Light Song Forest? He couldn't find out no matter what. The heavy atmosphere gradually relaxed. Soon, another pot of spring water was brewed. The fragrant tea gradually brewed, and Li Yunxiao felt very comfortable drinking it. Tang Xian's face was gloomy as he said, Li Yunxiao, what exactly did Tang Jia experience in the demon plane? I also found out that you were also in the demon plane at that time and seemed to have experienced the entire process. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's nothing much. It's about the same as the rumors outside. It's about Noah's Ark and what? Tang Xian was shocked. Even Hidden Dragon's body trembled. His eyes constantly flickered under his black robe, showing that he was unable to calm down. Tang Xian's face was so ugly that it was about to drip water. He said word by word, did Noah's Ark really appear? Who has it now? Li Yunxiao slowly drank a few mouthfuls of tea before putting down the teacup. His leisurely look made Tang Xian want to cut him off with a knife. Wait. Hidden Dragon suddenly shouted in a deep voice, someone is eavesdropping. His skinny arm pointed towards the outside of the building, and a ray of cold light cut a black line in the space, frighteningly cutting the space hundreds of meters away. The surrounding space collapsed towards the isolation point, and the entire Tingxiang pavilion instantly tilted. Bang! A crisp sound reverberated through the air. Long space split was directly blocked in the distance. Then there was a constant buzzing sound, as if some kind of magical weapon had been shaken by that attack. It kept making vibrating sounds that made people's ears ring. In front of the black crack, an object faintly appeared in the space. It was constantly trembling. Everyone's eyes narrowed. It turned out to be a gold coin. What surprised everyone even more was that the gold coin was definitely the most ordinary real gold coin, not some kind of magical weapon. To be able to block Long's space split attack with a gold coin, it could be seen that the person who came was extremely powerful. The gold coin had become distorted under the vibration and was buzzing incessantly. A man's arm emerged from the void and gently stretched out 2 fingers to pinch the gold coin. Only then did the trembling of the gold coin stop. The man said in distress, this gold coin can buy a lot of herbal tea eggs. Who's going to compensate me? The air faintly twisted and swayed, and 2 figures stepped out from it. The man with the gold coin in his hand was behind, constantly holding the gold coin and wailing. Third uncle, stop it. Don't let others laugh at us. The leader of the group was dignified and harsh. His gaze shot over from afar, ignoring Tang Xian, and directly fell on Li Yunxiao. With a hint of provocation, he said coldly, Li Yunxiao, we meet again. Tang Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked at the person who came and was suddenly shocked, Wu Zun. Qian Wudi, rumor has it that you obtained the 7th constellation realm Tao fruit in the demon plane. It turns out that it's true. You actually broke through a big realm in one fell swoop. Tang Xian's gloominess after being ignored by Qian Wudi was immediately swept away after seeing his cultivation. Her eyes revealed a deep dignified expression. The person who came was Qian Wudi. His aura was completely different from before. He snorted coldly and smiled softly, all this is thanks to Li Yunxia's help, but his gaze also became fierce. But what I regret is that I directly retreated from the demon plane. As a result, I missed the opportunity of Noah's boat. Li Yunxiao, I am also very interested to know what the situation was like at that time. The words Noah's Ark seemed to be filled with infinite magic, causing everyone in the fragrance pavilion to look solemn and nervous. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "You still owe me 1 billion mid-grade primal stones. If you want to hear a story, pay up first." A pained expression flashed across Qian Wudi's face. But as he thought about how he had relied on the 7 constellations Dao fruit to comprehend all of the martial emperor martial intents, and with the massive amount of heavenly treasures, he had been able to directly reach the peak of the martial emperor realm. Then, the powerhouses of the sect had joined forces to enlighten him, opening up the road to the martial saint realm. In this way, Li Yunxiao's 7 constellations Dao fruit had contributed greatly, and a mere 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones was indeed worth it. Thinking of this, Qian Wudi didn't mind. He took out a storage bag and threw it to Li Yunxiao. 1 billion mid-grade primal stones. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with envy, and he humphed, "Brother Wudi, 1 billion mid-grade primordial stones for a 7 constellations Dao fruit, you've really struck it rich." Qian Wudi ignored him and coldly said to Li Yunxiao, "Cut the crap. What's going on with the Noah's Ark?" Tang Xian was once again ignored by Qian Wudi, and he immediately felt extremely humiliated and sullen. He angrily said, "Qian Wudi, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you've become a martial saint. You're just a 1-star martial saint. Not to mention me, even my good-for-nothing elder brother can easily kill you." Qian Wudi looked at him with contempt and mocked, "You claim to be the best strategist, but in our eyes, you're just a clown. Only by continuously increasing your strength and reaching the peak of the martial path is the unchanging right path. In this regard, you're far inferior to Tang Jia. You." Anger surfaced on Tang Xian's face, but he forcefully suppressed it and coldly said, "Fine, fine. Qian Wudi, I, Tang Xian, will remember what you've said today. You'll see the consequences in the future." Pfft. Qian Wudi's face was full of disdain. He ignored him and turned to Li Yunxiao, "Speak. Tell me everything you know in detail." Li Yunxiao looked at the two of them arguing. He smiled and said, "It seems that the two of you really want to know." Qian Wudi and Tang Xian frowned, not knowing what he meant, but they nodded. Li Yunxiao clapped his hands and smiled, "Very good. Since you both have something to ask of me, then it'll be easy." Qian Wudi was taken aback, and his face turned green. He coldly sneered, "I knew you wouldn't be so easy to talk to. What do you mean we have something to ask of you? If you don't explain yourself today, do you think you can leave this place alive?" As his tone turned cold, the atmosphere in the pavilion became tense again, as if a fight would break out at the slightest disagreement. Li Yunxiao calmly took a sip of tea and smiled, "Brother Wudi, Prince Tang Xian was just as angry as you. Why don't you sit down and have some tea to calm yourself down? As for whether or not I can leave this place, you don't have to worry about that. What you need to worry about is Tang Jia's current level. Both of you are ambitious people, don't get kicked out unknowingly." Qian Wudi coldly said, "No matter what you say, don't even think about getting anything out of my hands. I only ask you, did Tang Jia get Noah's Ark?" Li Yunxiao's face showed his displeasure, and the tea in his hand turned cold. He coldly said, "Brother Wudi, it seems like we can't have fun together anymore. Let's not talk about this anymore. Goodbye." "Humph, you can only play this trick on Tang Xian. All tricks are useless in front of me." Qian Wudi's domain power spread out, and a golden light flashed in his hand. He formed a seal and attacked Li Yunxiao. He coldly said, "Li Yunxiao, I'm also curious about your current level. Do you still have the qualifications to fight me?" Qian Wudi's sudden attack made the situation tense. However, the third uncle behind him was still fiddling with the bent gold coin and glaring at Hidden Dragon from time to time. He was still blaming Hidden Dragon for destroying his coin. Mo Xiaochuan coldly stood in the air, even retreating to give them space to make a move. As long as Emperor Wu's experts didn't make a move, he didn't need to. Tang Xian was happy to watch the show. She retreated to the side to observe, hoping to find out the true strength of the two. Li Yunxiao's expression did not change, and he was still calm. He didn't care about Qian Wudi's seal. He simply waved his palm and gathered wind and clouds to block the seal. Tang Xian's pupils shrank. Li Yunxiao was only a one-star martial emperor, but he was actually able to suppress his opponent by an entire realm. This shocked him greatly. Not only him, but even the third uncle and Yin Long, who seemed to have a close relationship, were attracted by this. Qian Wudi naturally knew how powerful Li Yunxiao was, so he wasn't surprised at all. He just snorted and changed the seal in his hand. The golden light condensed into a saber light under his control, and it slashed at Li Yunxiao's wind and clouds palm energy. Li Yunxiao was still calm. He made a few strange gestures with his hands, and then he gently pinched two fingers together, stopping the saber light. This time, the third uncle and Yin Long's expressions changed greatly. Under Li Yunxiao's two fingers, there was a faint flow of the laws of heaven and earth. Although it was weak, it did not escape their eyes. They were abnormally shocked. Qian Wudi was also shocked. He originally thought that after advancing to martial saint, he would be able to suppress Li Yunxiao. However, he discovered that the domain energy did not affect him at all. Instead, the energy between Li Yunxiao's fingers made his heart palpitate. Retreat! Qian Wudi shouted, and the saber light instantly disappeared between Li Yunxiao's fingers. I didn't expect that after parting at Mount Meru, your strength would still make me look at you in a different light. Naturally, he couldn't suppress his opponent in an instant. There was no need to continue this fight. Qian Wudi also knew that unless he used all his trump cards, it would be difficult to suppress his opponent. He wasn't even confident that he could suppress his opponent if he used all his strength. More importantly, he didn't want to expose his strength. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "Then can we talk properly?" Qian Wudi nodded and said, "You've already proven that you have the qualifications. Tell me, how do you want to extort us? As long as it's not too outrageous, we'll do as you wish." These words were said in a carefree manner, but they also sounded strange and made everyone frown. Li Yunxiao smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Wudi's words are too unconscionable. The benefits that the 7 constellations Dao fruit has brought you far exceed the value of what you've paid for it. This time is no exception. The inside story that I know will also bring you far more benefits than what you paid for it." Seeing that the fight had stopped, Tang Xian couldn't help but feel disappointed. He sighed and said, "Just say it. Does young Master Yun like to talk nonsense?" Li Yunxiao chuckled, "All right, the conditions are actually very simple. Since the two of you already know my identity, you should naturally know my stance. I will protect the heavenly yuan commerce. However, because you announced my identity, the heavenly yuan commerce is now in the teeth of the storm. You must help me solve this problem." Tang Xian frowned and said, "It's your own misdeeds that led to the heavenly yuan commerce's current crisis. What does it have to do with me? Don't try to push the blame onto me." Li Yunxiao gently tapped the table and said with a faint smile, "It doesn't matter what caused the current crisis. What matters is how to solve it. This is what you need to do in exchange for Tang Jia's information." "Impossible." Qian Wudi spat out coldly and said sarcastically, "The heavenly yuan commerce is now facing the revenge of the Tianyi Pavilion and the tacit approval of the Plethora Treasure Tower. This is the attitude and stance of the entire merchant union. If we were to step in, it would completely divide the entire merchant union into 2 distinct factions. It would deepen the conflict within the merchant union, and the consequences would be unpredictable." Tang Xian nodded and said, "That's right. This is a serious matter. Let's talk about something else." Alas! Li Yunxiao shook his head and sighed, "Is the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce doomed? The poor Tianyuan Pavilion is merely being used by others. If they knew that the Luozi Chamber of Commerce was no longer under their control and now listens to you, young Master Tang Xian, I wonder if they would still be so determined to deal with the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." Ahem, ahem. Tang Xian coughed heavily and scolded, "What young Master Yun said is completely groundless. I don't know where you got this information from. You can't be so irresponsible. Hearsay?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "The remaining members of the Luozi Chamber of Commerce are still in my hands." They said the same thing in unison. "You." Tang Xian was enraged. If the Luozu Chamber of Commerce was under his control, there would be no evidence left after Wu Jinzuan's death and the spy was withdrawn. However, if Li Yunxiao ordered the members of the Luozu Chamber of Commerce to say the same thing in unison, the Tianyuan Pavilion would have no choice but to believe it. If that happened, they would be in even more trouble. He said angrily, I don't know which immoral person spread such irresponsible news. It is impossible for the Four Extremes sect to confront the Tianyuan Pavilion head-on. However, I admire young Master Yun's performance today, and I would like to befriend him. How about this, I can lend you some of my strength in secret to help you fight against the Tianyuan Pavilion. This is the best I can do. Xian Wudi sneered, Brother Tang Xian, you are indeed forthright. Do you think I, Qian Wudi, am not worthy of befriending you? Why don't you lend me some of your strength as well? Tang Xian was infuriated. She felt that Li Yunxiao had her back against her will at every step. It was an extremely unpleasant feeling. Now that she was being mocked by Qian Wudi, she said coldly, if young Master Wudi likes it, I don't mind bringing the elites of the Four Extremes sect to your money gang. Li Yunxiao said, the two of you should think about how we can help the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce survive this calamity. Otherwise, there's no need for you to ask about Noah's Ark, the Heaven and Earth chess game, or the mighty figures of the demon race. What? And it has to do with your Majesty's Heaven and Earth chessboard and the demon race? Tang Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. There was an irrepressible depression surging in her heart. She seemed to have thought of something and could no longer remain calm. She gritted her teeth and said, the Four Extremes sect will do our best to help you with the matter regarding the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce. Tell me everything that Tang Jia encountered in the demon plane. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, don't worry, young Master Tang Xian. Since I've come to you, I naturally intend to reveal everything. How is Brother Wudi doing here? Qian Wudi said coldly, I'm not interested in the Heaven and Earth chess game and the demon race. I just want to know where Noah's Ark is now. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly, stood up, and cupped his fists. He said, if you're interested in listening to my story, you can wait for my good news at the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's station. You can all get the information you need from me. I'll take my leave now. Today, the young talents of the Merchant Union made me feel even more pressured. There are so many talents in the heavenly martial arts realm, and I'm about to be eliminated. Haha. He looked up and laughed, then turned into a beam of light and disappeared with Mo Xiaochuan. Yin Long's figure moved slightly. He wanted to chase after them, but he was stopped by Tang Xian, who said with a gloomy face, let him go. Even if we catch up with him, we won't be able to get more information out of him. Yin Long said in a deep voice, young master, this person is too scheming. I've never seen someone like him before. Moreover, when he fought just now, it seems that his strength is far from what it looks like on the surface. I'm afraid this person will be a great opponent in the future. Tang Xian looked at Qian Wudi and said, young Master Wudi, what should we do about this? Qian Wudi said coldly, what else can we do? If we want to get his information, we have to do as he says. Li Yunxiao is Li Yunxiao. He hasn't changed from when he was in Mount Meru. In fact, he's even more arrogant than before. But all of this has nothing to do with me. What I want is absolute strength. In this world, if you use some people well, they'll be your friends. If you don't use them well, they'll be your enemies. Tang Xian, you always think that you're smart, so you should understand this. Third uncle, let's go. We have something to do when we go back, Qian Wudi said. Qian Wudi called out, and his third uncle's silhouette distorted at the same time, directly disappearing from the fragrance pavilion. Tang Xian looked at them coldly. Her eyes suddenly became serious, and her face was extremely unsightly. Young master, are we really going to be manipulated by Li Yunxiao? Hidden Dragon found it hard to accept and said unwillingly, I suggest that we directly capture him. I don't believe that we can't get the information we want out of him. Tang Xian said slowly with a gloomy face, this is too risky. Tang Jia's matter is very important to me. Originally, everything was under control. He only went to Demon Origin, but after he came back, I couldn't figure him out. Moreover, there are some mysterious people helping him. They should be the people from the demon race that Li Yunxiao mentioned. If I'm not wrong, the price he paid for the people from the demon race was a large amount of cultivation resources. I asked the elder in charge of resources to check and found that the amount of heaven and earth treasures and primordial stones flowing to Xianxia is hundreds of times more than before. Hundreds of times? Hidden Dragon said in shock, how can the sect allow such a shocking amount to be used freely? Could it be? Xianxia said coldly, yes, this is also what I'm worried about. I'm afraid that he has already obtained Lord Father's approval, so he can allocate resources at will. But if he wants to get Lord Father's approval, what trump card does Xianxia have? Is it really Noah's Ark? Although this speculation is unlikely, we have to be careful. If Noah's Ark really recognizes him as its master, then we will be in big trouble. As his analysis went deeper, he became a little irritable. He continued, and the Heaven and Earth Throne chess game that Xianxia mentioned just now. Mr. Hidden Dragon, you should know that my biggest reliance is on the Heaven and Earth Throne. If there is a change in this area, then I will completely lose Lord Father's support. Even with your help, I'm afraid that I can no longer compete with Xianxia. Therefore, the information about Xianxia is not only vital to me, but it is also a matter of life and death. Hidden Dragon was also shocked. He said in a daze, so, we have been taken advantage of by this guy, and we have to protect the Tiani Pavilion from this disaster? Xianxia said gloomily, yes. Speaking of which, Xianxia, have only myself to blame for this. Wu Jinzuan has always been my man. The Tiani Pavilion is just a big idiot. From now on, keep an eye on the Tiani Pavilion. If there are any signs, immediately send people to support the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. I must get the information at all costs. The two soon disappeared from the sky above the fragrance pavilion, leaving only the tea that was gradually getting colder. Suddenly, a figure gradually emerged on a pillar. He was expressionless, and all kinds of runes were flashing around him. When his body gradually solidified, he finally walked down from the pillar and fixed his eyes on the stone bench that Xianxia had been sitting on. Xianxia. What is his relationship with Gu Feiyong? Or is he Gu Feiyong? The face of the man gradually revealed. It was Yuan Bo, the third elder of the Plethora Treasure Tower. His eyes were extremely cold. He paced back and forth on the fragrance pavilion and murmured to himself, based on my familiarity with him, he does look like his style of doing things, and that man is indeed Mo Xiachuan. Is it possible that Xianxia is Gu Feiyong? Yuan Bo's face was extremely solemn and excited. He murmured to himself, if he is really Gu Feiyong, then is the agreement with the Plethora Treasure Tower still valid? This matter involves too many things. I can't be sure until it's 100% confirmed. This trip to the southern region has yielded some useful information. It's not appropriate for me to meet this man for the time being. As for Noah's Ark, Yuan Bo thought for a moment and murmured to himself, Gu Feiyong is still alive, Noah's Ark, the mighty figure of the demon clan, and the Heaven and Earth chess game are all earth-shattering events. At this moment, the situation is changing, and it feels more and more complicated. I'd better not meet Cui Bo and Xian Yutong for the time being. I'll think about it after I straighten out everything. As the third elder of the Plethora Treasure Tower, I had to eavesdrop on these young people's gatherings. If the news got out, I would be too ashamed to stay on the continent. Fortunately, I've obtained so much useful information. It's not in vain that I've done such a degrading thing. After he finished speaking, his figure also moved, gradually fading in the air, and finally disappearing. Xianxia and Mo Xiachuan turned into a ray of light, shuttling back and forth in the sky above Songyang City without the slightest scruple. There were many experts in the city, and the situation was also abnormally complicated, so very few people would fly like this. Mo Xiachuan snorted and said, these spies are so fucking annoying. Why don't I go and eliminate a few, so that their divine senses don't sweep over us all day long? They're also doing their job, understand? Xianxia seemed to be in an extremely good mood. He quickly entered the Heavenly Essence Merchant Guild station and landed. The entire Merchant Guild station had a huge divine sense shielding formation activated to prevent other people from probing. Generally, it was basically safe after entering. Mo Xiachuan said, young Master Yun, seeing that you're always smiling, you're actually so confident that the Four Extremes sect and the Money Gang will come to help. Actually, if you reveal your identity to the plethora treasure tower, with your relationship with them back then, it's not hard to find help. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, the money gang's Qian Wudi is wholeheartedly devoted to the martial Dao, pursuing even greater power. There's nothing else in his heart, so he's indeed not easy to use. But he has the obsession of the martial Dao, and Noah's boat is the best primer. As for Tang Xian, he has too many worries and too many distracting thoughts. He might be able to become a hero of a generation, but it's hard for him to see the pinnacle of martial Dao and become the peerless Emperor Wu. Although this person is quite scheming, he has many desires. Compared to Qian Wudi, he's actually easier to use. Mo Xiaochuan slapped his head and said, these businessmen just have a lot of reasons to do things. Unlike ordinary sects, if they want to fight, they just fight, killing and punishing decisively, simple and clear. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, this is what it means to be born in Jianghu and have no choice. So, the peerless experts are not overlords or leaders of sections. They are experts who hide in the realm of heaven martial arts and cultivate in seclusion. The so-called 10 great martial emperors were merely people driven by fame and fortune, seeking superficial fame. There are too many experts who are hidden in the abyss, unknown to the world. Mo Xiaochuan said with a smile, young Master Yun, being modest is not your style. If you don't want the fame, give it to me. Even in my dreams, I want to be on the wind and cloud list. Suddenly, a cold snort came from nowhere. Humph, you want to be on the wind and cloud list? In your dreams, you have to pass me first. As a powerful fist energy pierced through the air, the surrounding space seemed to collapse into a single point and converge on the fist energy. The power of rules quickly flowed out, as if there was only the fist energy left in the world. There was nothing else. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils shrank, and a bright light spread out. Only the fist energy became bigger and bigger in his eyes. That fist energy not only contained the power of rules and Jiutian Emperor's qi, but also the endless fist energy that contained extremely high martial intent. Oh? To be able to use such a fist. The fist energy became fiercer and fiercer, and the whole space was about to collapse. Mo Xiaochuan didn't care at all. Instead, he smiled and said softly, this simple fist energy only knows how to use this move. It has always been at the bottom of all the disciples. Even you, who are so stupid, have become Emperor Wu? Mo Xiaochuan gently raised his right hand. Suddenly, a sea of swords spread out and condensed into a ball of sword energy around him. It was independent of the world that was flickering with the fist energy, as if it was a world of its own. Since when did the Emperor Wu permit become something that anyone can issue? Humph, what's the use of talking? Even if you entered a few seconds earlier than me, so what? Under my fist energy, you still have to obediently wait to be executed. The cold voice was full of disdain and contempt. Arrogant. Mo Xiaochuan sneered. I haven't been beaten in a long time. It seems like your skin is itching. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm afraid you will forget who is the senior brother and who is the junior brother. As he said that, the ball of sword energy suddenly turned into dozens of golden lights. They flashed around Mo Xiaochuan's body and gathered in his right hand. A sharp sword shadow appeared on his right arm. As he slowly grasped it, the sword shadow suddenly absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy. It became dazzling, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The fist intent and the sword glow collided with each other in the small world of the heavenly Yuan Commerce's headquarters. The supreme martial intent rippled outwards, causing all the members of the heavenly Yuan Commerce to stare at the small courtyard in horror. Every single one of them was as silent as cicadas in winter. Under such pressure, they even stopped breathing, not daring to make the slightest noise. According to the information we received today, young Master Yun is actually a native of the southern region, not Jin Feng and Yinong. How dare he deceive us? What should we do? Without Jin Feng and Yinong of the Tianyuan merchants' support, we have angered the Tiani Pavilion. They are going to mobilize a large force. Will we become cannon fodder then? In my opinion, we should strike first and fight for a chance of survival. Otherwise, when the chariot of the Tiani Pavilion rolls over, we will die without a burial place. We still have the restriction formation of that native. How can we strike? Aren't we afraid that the restriction formation will activate and completely destroy our Dantian? Humph. How strong can the inhibition formation set up by a native of the southern region be? As long as we make a contribution, the Tianyi Pavilion will definitely take us in based on our strength. When the time comes, it will be a piece of cake for us to find someone to remove the inhibition formation for us. I think this is a good idea. In the entire Tianyuan merchant's residence, there are no other masters except for the Emperor Wu beside young Master Yun. They are just bluffing. If we don't strike soon, we will really become cannon fodder. The three Emperor Wu of the Luozu Chamber of Commerce were in a secret discussion. The identity of Li Yunxiao infuriated the three men. At the same time, they were terrified. They were humiliated because they were fooled by a native of the southern region whom they had always looked down upon. They were terrified because they had offended many chambers of commerce under the command of that native. Those chambers of commerce were backed by the council members of the 7 major commercial alliances. They must have accumulated a lot of resentment. In that case, let's live and die together. That's a deal. Besides, we can't delay this matter any longer. Let's do it today. One of the men who was plotting with a serious expression suddenly narrowed his eyes. Not only him, but the other two also felt a powerful martial intent spreading out. The might of the fist light and the sea of sword chi made even the 9 heavens martial emperors feel their hearts palpitate. Their souls trembled violently at this moment. What's going on? Why did the people of the Tianyi Pavilion attack us? The 3 men rushed out in horror to see what was going on. In the small courtyard, the fist radiance that had filled the sky had been broken by the sea of sword chi. The fist intent was forced back by the sword radiance and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Boy, open your eyes and see clearly. A junior brother will always be a junior brother. He can only be taught a lesson and beaten. Mo Xiaochuan laughed and raised his right hand. He was about to slash down with his sword. Under the powerful fluctuation of power, Li Yunxiao's body flashed with a golden light, and the initial state of the immortal golden body appeared. However, he still felt it was difficult to resist the powerful deterrence and was forced to retreat. When he saw Mo Xiaochuan raise his hand proudly, a fierce expression flashed across his face. He shouted, "Stop!" His voice was weak, but it was very useful. Mo Xiaochuan snorted and put down his hand. He withdrew the surrounding sword radiance into his arm, his face full of disdain. Li Yunxiao snorted and said, "If you slash down with your sword, I don't care whether the young emperor lives or dies, but the entire base of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce will be completely destroyed. All the plans will be ruined." "Sob, master. It's really you, old man." A burly figure rushed out of nowhere and knelt in front of Li Yunxiao. He cried and kowtowed. "Master, you are really not dead." "That's great, Sob." Li Yunxiao was in a good mood to see his long-lost disciple. He said, "Get up. After all, you are Emperor Wu of Jiutian, the commander of a regiment, and a big shot with tens of thousands of subordinates." Mo Xiaochuan snorted and said, "Master has already told me about you. You need Master to personally guide you in order to advance to Emperor Wu. You are so stupid. Also, Master, his minions are all bandits and robbers. How can they be called a big shot? Then wouldn't I be a top character, a peerless character, an eternal character?" Young Emperor Hao Lian was helped up by Li Yunxiao. He looked at Li Yunxiao's immature face and pinched it with one hand. He cried tears of joy and said, "Sob, Master, you have become like this. Young Emperor is not used to it." Li Yunxiao slapped his hand away and scolded with a smile, "You all call me young Master Yun now. My identity is not suitable to be made public." "Yes, young Master Yun." Young Emperor Hao Lian hurriedly nodded and said, "Also, little Chuan, I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you died long ago. You made me happy for a long time." "Shameless." Mo Xiaochuan laughed and kicked. He showed no mercy. After young Emperor Hao Lian dodged, he actually kicked more than 100 meters away. Li Yunxiao looked at the two of them and was very happy in his heart. The martial path was a path of no return. There was a possibility of dying at any time. Following this path, after reaching the peak, being able to see the people closest to you was already the happiest thing. Li Yunxiao suddenly felt something in his heart. He turned around and saw that in front of the small courtyard, the original pear blossom tree had been smashed into pieces by the spirit chi wave just now. Pure white pear blossoms scattered all over the ground, and on top of it stood a shy and bashful girl. Her clothes were as white as snow, spotless. Young Master Yun, being stared at by Li Yunxiao, Luo Yunsheng panicked for no reason. She hurriedly greeted him with a stutter. She was originally a heroine, and everyone in Jiaolan Academy feared her like a tiger. After knowing Li Yunxiao's identity, she also became a docile cat trainer. Women were originally made of water. That stubbornness and perseverance in their hearts was only for waiting, and only for you to be gentle. You're here too. Li Yunxiao only said softly, it caused quite a commotion just now. I'm afraid it has alarmed many people. Let's go inside and talk. Let Ling Er handle the matters here. Mo Xiaochuan's heart suddenly moved. He stared at the sky and said coldly, who is it? Come out. The sky quickly shook, and the 3 Emperor Wu experts of Luochu Chamber of Commerce appeared. The 3 of them didn't look too good. One of them said embarrassedly, we felt a strong commotion and thought something happened. Li Yunxiao said, it's nothing. It's just 2 subordinates sparring out of boredom. I've already stopped them. You can all leave. Yes. The 3 people's shocked gazes moved from Mo Xiaochuan to young Emperor Hao Lian. Their hearts were beating fast. Wasn't there only one Emperor Wu? Why was there another one? Was this kid really a native of the Southern Territory? Was there really a Jiutian Emperor Wu in the Southern Territory? Their minds were filled with question marks, but they didn't dare to stay for too long. With a flash, they left. However, it was as if the rebellion they had plotted against each other had never happened. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding and no one mentioned it again. The matter between young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan was quickly settled by Ding Ling Er. She told everyone that an expert from the Golden Edge Silver Light had come. This made everyone, who had started to feel uneasy after knowing Li Yunxiao's identity, gather their scattered hearts once again. The 5 people found a meeting room and sat together. With Li Yunxiao as the center, they were all the closest people to him. Young Emperor Hao Lian and Luo Yunsheng were both a little excited and nervous. Their joy was written all over their faces. Li Yunxiao said harshly, didn't I tell you to hide in peace? Why did you suddenly appear? It's like this, Mas, young Master Yun. Young Emperor Hao Lian also felt that this name was a bit awkward, and it took him a while to get used to it. He explained, originally, young Lady Ding arranged for us to disguise ourselves as guards of Xianxia City's City Lord Mansion and patrol around the 4 Extreme sect. Recently, we discovered some interesting things, and we were planning to investigate more. Who knew that young Master Yun's identity would spread, and young Lady Luo couldn't help but rush over to see you. Luo Yunsheng's face instantly turned red, almost purple, and she angrily said, young Emperor Hao Lian, you are so wicked. She hurriedly explained, that's definitely not the case, I didn't want to come over. The others all had expressions of disbelief. Li Yunxiao awkwardly coughed and said, cough cough, City Lord's guards? Songyang City also has a City Lord's mansion? Ding Ling Er smiled and said, yes, they usually maintain some order in the city, it's also a lucrative job. They are appointed by the Merchant Union, but they have very little contact with the Merchant Union, after all, they can't be seen in public. This time, during the 2 meetings, they also know that their power is limited, so they basically stay in the mansion all day and don't come out to see people. It's very easy for me to arrange a group of guards. Young Emperor Hao Lian shouted, that's right. My current identity is a guard captain, and I've earned over 1,000 source stones in just 10 days. My future is much better than being a mercenary in Light Song Forest. Everyone was stunned, and Li Yunxiao also said in surprise, so profitable? Ding Ling Er smiled and said, Songyang City is the #1 shopping center in the world. Although the merchants all have impressive backgrounds, the City Lord's mansion is the city manager arranged by the entire Merchant Union, so everyone has to give him some face and build a good relationship. Harmony and making money is the most important thing for merchants. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and said, I've been wandering around the 4 Extreme Sects camp, and I've hooked up with a few of the 4 Extreme Sects maids. TSK, this 4 Extreme sect really knows how to choose maids, all of them. Have soft skin, big breasts. Cough cough. More important. Mo Xiaochuan stomped his foot and almost kicked over. He scolded, the two madams are here, pay attention. Ding Linger and Luo Yunsheng were a little embarrassed. As the king of mercenaries, young Emperor Hao Lian's roguish nature made them feel extremely awkward. Haha, I almost forgot. Let's talk business. Young Emperor Hao Lian restrained himself and said seriously, has young Master Yun heard of the Death God Palace assassin organization? I found that they have been more active near the CG sect recently, and I heard from the maid that the CG sect has been assassinated several times, and the target is Tang Jia. Oh? Death God Palace. Cold sweat appeared on Li Yunxiao's forehead. He immediately thought of Yuan Ao and said, they were trying to save someone. They were trying to save Yuan Ao. Young Emperor Hao Lian was shocked, but he immediately gave a thumbs up and praised, as expected of young Master Yun. I just casually provided some information, and you were able to analyze the cause and effect. Who is that Yuan Ao? Li Yunxiao's face revealed a strange expression. He briefly explained the matter of Yuan Ao and frowned, that's strange. Why did Tang Jia and those great demons want to capture this person? Everyone's faces turned pale when they heard this, and goosebumps rose all over their bodies. Young Emperor Hao Lian slammed his palm on the table, looking disgusted, and said, if I had known that he was so abnormal, I would have killed him on the demon plane that day. Any man that fell into his hands would be better off dead. Cough cough, don't say any more. Mo Xiaochuan couldn't help but want to vomit. Where is this person now? Why don't we send him to hell together? Li Yunxiao shook his head and said with a wry smile, let's not talk about this for now. Young Emperor, continue to pay close attention to the situation over there. Although the Death God Palace is not a big name, they are ruthless and can be considered a tricky force. Let them cause some trouble for Tang Jia. Young Emperor Hao Lian said with a solemn expression, young Master Yun, I won't return to the security team. I will stay with you to protect you. I heard that the Tianyi Pavilion and the Treasure Tower are going to attack you. Everyone's face turned grim at the mention of this matter. Ding Linger said worriedly, I feel that the people of the Luochu Chamber of Commerce are getting restless. Even the affiliated Chamber of Commerce is restless today. I am afraid that they will scatter when the war chariot of the Tianyi Pavilion comes. Li Yunxiao sneered, this is a good test for them. Don't forget that I still have the supreme mystical artifact Universe God Steel. At the very least, we can hide in it and leave. We don't need to be afraid of any enemy in Songyang City. Haha, you should have said so earlier. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and said, why don't we go out and kill some people when we have nothing to do and then hide? We will kill them until they are speechless. Let's see who will play with us then. Li Yunxiao's face darkened. He said, how about the incident in the Qingge forest? Did you cure that little Hai's illness? Young Emperor Hao Lian grunted and said, his physique can be suppressed by the nourishment of the Emperor Qi. That kid wanted to come with me this time, but I stopped him. By the way, I have cleaned up the entire Qingge forest before I came here. There is only one mercenary group left. He said it very calmly, as if it was a trivial matter. However, they all understood the bloodshed behind these words. Mercenary City, which had been in chaos for hundreds of years, would not be so easily restored. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, you have entered the Jiutian Emperor realm. Don't do those boring things anymore. Focus all your attention on cultivation and strive to reach the pinnacle as soon as possible. Yes. Young Emperor Hao Lian responded and smiled, I have only stayed in Mercenary City for a long time. I have done what I wanted to do for so many years. It is actually quite boring. Li Yunxiao said seriously, after stepping into the monarch realm, your goal should be to ride on the righteousness of heaven and earth, to control the debate of the six qi, and travel endlessly. He looked tired. Everyone, go and rest. I'm afraid there will be a tough battle tomorrow. Yes, young Master Yun. Young Emperor Hao Lian and Mo Xiaochuan's expressions became serious as they accepted the lesson. Everyone left to rest. After Ding Ling arranged a few people, she was not in the mood to cultivate at all. She sat in the courtyard in a daze and seemed to have something on her mind. Li Yunxiao entered the world god Steel and quietly cultivated. He had extorted a large number of source stones from everywhere. He was not short of resources in the short term. The only thing he lacked was time. Genryu appeared and said seriously, "What happened in the Tianxiao mountains back then? Are you not going to tell your two disciples?" Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "I still have many doubts about what happened back then. Plus, with their current strength, they can't help at all. Now that I have this world god steel, everything will be clear after I recover my strength." Genryu nodded and said, "It is good that you know. I do not want what happened back then to happen again. I still hope that you can refine a body for me." Li Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly revealed a smile. "Hee, I've thought of a new way to use Yuan Gaohan's Starlight Soul body. It will be of great benefit to both of us." Genryu trembled and said angrily, "What are you thinking of again?" "I am telling you honestly, if you use me as an experiment again, I will definitely fight it out with you." Li Yunxiao did not care about his warning and grabbed him with his palm. He was in charge of the rules in the world god steel. There was no way that Genryu could escape. He was grabbed by his hand and integrated into his soul. He kept roaring and threatening. Li Yunxiao shouted, "Don't roar. I am thinking of a new idea. Back then, when I used the soul battle technique to integrate you into my soul, I thought of a wonderful idea. I will condense a Starlight Soul body and separate you into my clone. With that, my clone's power will be raised to the same level as my original body. By then, Tu Li Yunxiao will perform the technique at the same time and their power will be multiplied." After his explanation, Genryu gradually calmed down. However, he still said worriedly, "How feasible is it? How confident are you? Soul matters are related to life and death. You cannot be careless." Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "I'm not confident. I just thought of it suddenly. How would I know if I don't try?" Genryu suddenly felt a gush of power gushing into his body. It was the power of starlight. He cried out in astonishment, "You should at least consider it. You should at least have a theoretical foundation, right? Or maybe you should go and study it with Yuan Gaohan? Hey, are you listening to me or not? You can't do this to me." Genryu's voice became weaker and weaker. All of a sudden, streams of starlight appeared on Li Yunxiao's body. He performed a few seals with both of his hands and a lump of starlight gradually separated from his body. This lump of light was very different from the previous ones. It was not the faint yellow color that the starlight had gathered. Instead, it was mixed with a green color and the shape of a dragon could be faintly seen. The light contained a huge amount of energy and it kept changing in front of Li Yunxiao. It was about to condense. "Is there a problem?" Li Yunxiao's expression changed. A few rays of light shot out from his fingertips. He drew a symbol in the air and directly shot it into the lump of light. Suddenly, the starlight flickered and gradually, Li Yunxiao's appearance appeared. Li Yunxiao was stunned. The Starlight Soul body looked at himself and was also stunned. His current appearance was that of a monster. There were 2 horns on his forehead, his body was covered with green scales, and his body was faintly flickering with dragon chi. The Starlight Soul body muttered to himself, "My appearance, is this Li Yunxiao or Genryu?" Li Yunxiao also had goosebumps all over his head. He said in a cold sweat, "It's still not mature enough. Let me study it a few more times. But the only thing worth rejoicing is that the soul power coming from your body is indeed at the 7th rank. At least it's half a success." The Starlight Soul body scratched the back of his head and laughed, "Haha, is that so? It feels good. It's not that bad. But where did Genryu go? Could it be that I've assimilated him, or am I Genryu?" Li Yunxiao was sweating profusely. He hurriedly said, "Return to my body first. This experiment makes me feel strange." He pointed with his finger. The Starlight Soul body also stretched out a finger. When the 2 fingers touched, the Starlight Soul body immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Li Yunxiao's body. What on earth is the problem? Li Yunxiao sat down in the air and began to think carefully. He murmured to himself, "If the Starlight Soul body can advance to the 7th rank with the help of the Genryu, and I'm in the 7th rank, I should be able to advance to the 8th rank with the body fusion technique. Old Yuan seems to be cultivating in seclusion as well. He is helping me with my swordsmanship. I hope I can forge 2 more swords as soon as possible. At the very least, I can form a sword array of the lowest level. by then, I can even kill a martial venerable easily. Whatever, I should try my best to improve my cultivation. Li Yunxiao cleared his mind, drew out a large number of southern fire golden crystal sources, and began to cultivate. The next day, dawn broke, and the first rays of light shone on the land. The entire Xianxia city was in an uneasy atmosphere. Everyone knew that something big was going to happen today, so the morning was unusually quiet. Secret entry breakthrough. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his eyes. A stream of origin energy gathered in his body and instantly broke through to the two-star martial emperor realm. A golden incantation seal flashed in his hand, and he disappeared on the spot. In the next moment, he reappeared in the secret chamber. An oppressive aura spread in the surroundings. Humph, they have been creating panic since early on. I wonder who is in charge of the Tianyi Pavilion, but it doesn't matter who it is. Li Yunxiao's figure flashed and he appeared outside. Ding Ling and the others had already gathered together to discuss countermeasures. Young Master Yun. As soon as she saw Li Yunxiao, the solemn expression on her face immediately disappeared. Her melancholy was swept away. Is there any movement from the Tianyi Pavilion? Li Yunxiao glanced at the others. They were not as relaxed as Ding Ling especially those from the Luochu Chamber of Commerce. They all turned their heads away, not daring to look at Li Yunxiao. Ding Ling shook her head and said, I haven't seen anyone yet. However, the chambers of commerce around our station have all stayed away for fear of being implicated. Very good. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, then let's expand our territory a little more and swallow all those that have been moved. The Tianyi Pavilion is a chariot, but so is the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Ling you've been keeping a low profile for too long. Those mountain cats have long forgotten the power of a tiger. Many people are waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves. It's time to put an end to their unrealistic fantasies. Yes, everything will be decided by young Master Yun. I was afraid that the Tianyi Pavilion wouldn't come at the last minute. Let's organize a team and attack them. Young Emperor Hao Lian looked like he was itching to make a move. Everyone was speechless. If the Tianyi Pavilion could avoid this, they would have burned incense sticks and prayed to the gods. However, this maleficent being was trying to get himself killed. They were all sweating profusely. Mo Xiaochuan snorted and said, if you attack the Tianyi Pavilion, you will become a target for them. It's not a big deal if you die, but it's a big deal if you embarrass young Master Yun. Just as everyone was feeling perturbed, a thunderous voice exploded in the sky, and the sound shook thousands of miles. Who is in charge of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce? Come out now. The entire Xianxia city was shaken. Everyone looked into the distance. The location of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would definitely become the focus of attention today. Even the power structure of the 7 major merchant unions would change today. This change would affect the interests of countless businessmen. It would directly affect the power structure of the entire continent for the next few decades or even hundreds of years. It would tug at the heartstrings of countless people. Is this the prelude to the beginning of the martial arts and martial arts? If the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce falls, who will take its place? In the base of the plethora treasure tower, Cui Bo looked into the distance. He was deep in thought and a little bit of anticipation. Let's talk about it after today. It's too early to talk about the fall of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Maybe there will be an unexpected twist. Second Elder Shan Yutong's sallow face was expressionless. It seemed that the changes in the situation of the merchant union didn't concern him at all. Cui Bo was curious. He chuckled and said, oh? Elder Shan seems to have a different opinion. It's just that Su Danhe met with us yesterday. His determination to completely destroy the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is obvious to all. I really can't think of any other turning point for the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Could it be that Jin Feng Yingguang? However, according to our intelligence, that force has never appeared since Ding Ling came to power. Shan Yutong said indifferently, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Su Danhe is too conceited. The matter of the 7 heroes of the merchant union will affect everything. It must be pushed and developed by the situation. It's not something that can be decided by his will alone. But if he really has the ability to eradicate the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, then it's a good thing. It's not impossible for us to help him secretly. Chuibo chuckled and said, exactly. If the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce falls, then the seventh seat must be controlled by us. Or. He narrowed his eyes and said slowly, or from today onwards, it's not impossible for the board of directors to become 6. It's always better to have one less person to share power with. The color of the sky above Xianxia City was completely different. It was clear and sunny for thousands of kilometers, but layers of dark clouds had appeared around the heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's encampment. There was an oppressive feeling of an impending storm, making it difficult for people to breathe. They're here. Ding Ling was startled. Her slightly relaxed heart tensed up again. After all, it was a matter of life and death for the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. No matter how much she trusted Li Yunxiao, she couldn't help but feel apprehensive at the moment. Li Yunxiao's expression turned serious as he shouted coldly, "Who's making a racket outside? How can a jumping clown be worthy of seeing my acting president? If you want to see him, tell your manager to send a visiting card first. If my acting president is in the mood, he can consider meeting you." Haha, you don't know what's good for you. Arrogant. A person appeared in the sky and shouted loudly. A cube-shaped profound level weapon in his hand came crashing down. The profound level weapon kept on enlarging in the sky. It was really a cube without any carvings. Because of that, the cube seemed to be a specialized gravitational treasure. It was used to smash people. It was as if a mountain had come crashing down and the entire sky darkened. The formation above the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce shattered upon contact with the profound level weapon. Not only did the power of the profound level weapon not decrease, it became even stronger. It was as if it was going to flatten the entire place. Haha, let's see who's the jumping clown. The person in the sky gradually revealed himself and laughed maniacally. He said, "My profound level weapon cube is extremely heavy. Even a mountain would be crushed into pieces. Let's see how you're going to block it." Li Yunxiao revealed a surprised expression and said in surprise, this is a good thing. Its entire body is made of thunderbolt steel. It's a pity that it was damaged by someone and is only at level 8. However, it's not bad." With a wave of his hand, the Universe God Monument instantly turned into a small mountain and crashed towards the cube. If the surrounding warriors were to find out that the profound level weapon that he was using as a hammer was a supreme grade profound level weapon, they would probably vomit blood from anger. With a flash of the seal in his hand, the boundless weight of the earth spread out around the Universe God Monument and formed a region. The gravity in the region contracted at a terrifying speed. The person in the sky revealed a mocking smile. The Universe God Monument was flowing with light, as if it was made of jade. Even if it was a level 9 profound level weapon, it wouldn't dare to go against his cube head-on. Even if it wasn't destroyed, it would be greatly damaged. Boom! A shocking sound was emitted the moment the two profound level weapons collided. The entire space shattered instantly and it felt as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was sinking. It was as if the mountains were collapsing and the universe was breaking apart. Everyone in Xianxia City was shaken by the huge collision sound. They looked at each other in shock and thought to themselves, is it going to start just like that? When the cube was hit, the warrior in the sky felt an extremely strong rebounding force coming from his profound level weapon. It directly affected his mind and the blood in his body vibrated, almost exploding out of his body. What's going on? The warrior was shocked. This feeling was the result of a profound level weapon that cultivated the state of mind and soul. Only when the profound level weapon received a huge shock would it cause the owner to retaliate. At that moment, the sky was dark and the earth was dark. There were shattered voids everywhere and all sorts of negative energy filled the sky. He couldn't sense the condition of the cube at all. Just as he was in shock, a cold voice sounded in his ear, "Your profound level weapon is very good. I won't stand on ceremony and will gladly accept it." "Ah, you." The warrior was shocked and hurriedly threw a punch towards the source of the voice. He was a martial honor but he didn't notice when the other party had appeared beside him. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. "It's useless. Today, I'll make an example out of you." Li Yunxiao's figure started to turn blurry from the punch and he turned into a shadow before disappearing. The warrior was shocked and quickly put up his guard, afraid that there would be a sneak attack from a certain direction. Suddenly, his state of mind shook. He saw a crescent moon appear in Xianxia's eyes, and he immediately lost his guard. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough to be fatal. A cold light flashed in Xianxia's hand and the northern cold star sword broke through his opponent's defense. There was a sound like the wind hissing as the tip of the sword sank into his opponent's heart. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you're on the wrong side. These were the last words Xianxia said to him. Immediately after, the treasured sword in his hand spun and the sword chi dispersed. The warrior's body exploded into a bloody mist in an instant, leaving only his head behind. Xianxia casually slapped down and a spear appeared in his hand. He directly pierced through the head and the bloody head flew into the distance. The shattered sky began to repair itself slowly. Soon, all the black holes disappeared and the clear sky was restored. However, the previously oppressive atmosphere had also been swept away. Under the huge earthquake, all the surrounding buildings were crushed into powder and no longer existed. Not far away, the people of the Tianyi Pavilion were still in shock. Before they could figure out what had happened in the sky, they saw a spear with a head flying toward them and plunging into the ground in front of them. Crack! The head exploded in front of everyone. Brain matter splattered all over the ground and a pungent smell wafted in the air. Bang! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air, and their faces turned pale. In an instant, there was an uproar. My lord, you've gone too far. The head of the Tianyuan Pavilion exploded like a watermelon in front of the crowd. Everyone was enraged as if they had been provoked by their inferiors. They were so angry that they wanted to join the fight. The restrictive formation of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was broken, and many buildings were destroyed. Ding Ling and her companions appeared in front of the crowd. Compared to the anger and arrogance of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, the people of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce were nervous. Ding Ling how dare you kill my people? Su Danhe sat on a throne in the middle of the crowd of the Tianyuan Pavilion. She was livid and couldn't believe what had happened. She gnashed her teeth and said, "You are indeed evil. The Merchant League doesn't need tumors like you." His eyes were full of murderous intent. He shouted in a cold voice, "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." He had made up his mind to wipe out the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. He had planned to follow the old rules and exchange pleasantries. Now it seemed that he had overthought it. Su Danhe's eyes were burning with passion. The history of the Merchant League would change at this moment. She would be the one to write the new era. However, she thought inwardly, if that's the case, then all of you should die. Ren Guangran and Li Feiyu, as the representatives of the Plethora Treasure Tower, also came. They looked at each other and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. From the standpoint of the Plethora Treasure Tower, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce could be suppressed, but they couldn't let it disappear at this moment. The two of them had even planned to at least keep the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce as an empty shell so that they could use it as a bargaining chip when the board of directors was reshuffled. However, they didn't expect the people of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce to be so aggressive. They killed people without hesitation, which led to a one-sided situation. It would be difficult to deal with them now. The Tianyi Pavilion and many affiliated chambers of commerce were filled with murderous intent. They roared and charged forward. Although they did not have an army of thousands, they were all powerful warriors. Their auras burst out, and the shockwaves even reached outside the city. The sky darkened. Everyone from the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association stepped back in shock under this aura. All of them felt bitter in their hearts as they quietly thought that they had ultimately chosen the wrong side. It was likely that they would be completely annihilated today. If they had known this would happen, it would have been better to rely on others. You won't die if you don't court death. Ren Guangran looked at the group of people from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce who were like chickens waiting to be slaughtered and could not help but sigh. Li Feiyu frowned. The might of the two profound weapons earlier was too great. He was unable to clearly see how the martial saint died. The only thing he could be sure of was that he was killed by Li Yunxiao. He found it hard to believe that Li Yunxiao could kill a martial honor with his strength. There must be a reason that he did not know. However, at this moment, when the members of the Tianyi Pavilion rushed forward, he did not see a trace of fear on Li Yunxiao's face. There was not even a trace of panic on his face, let alone fear. What's going on? Could it be that he has a countermeasure? Li Feiyu was puzzled. Other than the few Emperor Wu's faces, the rest of them all showed genuine fear and panic. It didn't look like they had any trump cards. Scum of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce, hand over your life. Don't blame me for destroying the flower today. I'm going to pluck one of the two goddesses of the Merchant Union. How dare you oppose the Tianyi Pavilion? You should be prepared to die. The group of martial artists roared in high spirits. The strongest among them were the two Emperor Wus. These people were not the main force of the Tianyi Pavilion. They were all martial artists from the affiliated chambers of commerce. The purpose of this group was to test their loyalty and conserve their combat strength. Usually, large sects would send their minions and cannon fodder first in a life-and-death battle. However, the martial artist who used the magical artifact cube was a member of the Tianyi Pavilion. That was why Su Danhe was so furious. However, in the eyes of the crowd, these minions were enough to destroy the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Even these minions themselves thought so. Grand Elder Su, please spare our lives. The three of us are from the Luozi Chamber of Commerce. We were kidnapped by the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce and had no choice but to obey their orders. Please save us, Grand Elder Su. The three Emperor Wu's warriors of the Luozi Chamber of Commerce exchanged a look and suddenly leaped into the air together, heading toward the Tianyi Pavilion. I've heard about what happened to the three of you. A rare smile appeared on Su Danhe's face as she said, the Tianyi Pavilion will not mistreat you for forsaking the darkness for the light. But now, you have to show me some determination and action. The three of them paled slightly. They knew that Su Danhe wanted them to prove their loyalty. They immediately put on a determined expression and said loudly, "Thank you, Grand Elder Su, for forgiving us. Now, the three of us will serve the Tianyi Pavilion wholeheartedly. We will bring Ding Ling Er's head and present it to you, Grand Elder Su." The three of them stopped flying in the air and immediately turned around. Together with the group of affiliated forces, they turned around and charged toward the Tianyi Pavilion, their faces gleaming with excitement. They had a slim chance of survival in the face of death, and now they could work for the Tianyi Pavilion. The three of them were secretly delighted. The members of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce were in even more despair. The other members of the Luozi Chamber of Commerce were not in the mood to sit still and wait for death. They all shouted that they wanted to forsake the darkness for the light. However, Su Danhe's next sentence made them despair completely. I can still reluctantly accept the 9 heavens martial emperors who have come to my side. But you dregs, if you stand on the wrong side, only death awaits you. Kill all of you, leave no one alive. The remaining warriors of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and its affiliated forces, as well as the Luozi Chamber of Commerce, stopped feeling fear under Su Danhe's cruel command. Determination and desperation flashed in their eyes. The killing intent in Li Yunxiao's eyes became more and more intense. When the three Emperor Wu rebelled before the battle, he didn't have much of an expression. It was as if he had already expected it. However, when he heard that the three of them wanted to take Ding Ling Er's head, an irrepressible killing intent spread from the bottom of his heart. It condensed into a faint purple aura around his body, as if it was about to materialize. Even Mo Xiaochuan and young King Hao Lian were startled by Li Yunxiao's killing intent. The two of them secretly smacked their lips. They knew that the three people's words had touched Li Yunxiao's reverse scale. Xiaochuan, let me see what level your strength has reached since you left me. Li Yunxiao suddenly opened his mouth and said with an indifferent voice, I hope you won't disappoint me. Mo Xiaochuan's heart shook. A powerful battle intent shot out from his eyes. His entire body was like a sharp sword that was about to be unsheathed. Suddenly, everyone was startled. All the Emperor Wu present were startled. They looked at Mo Xiaochuan. Just now, a powerful battle intent burst out from his body, triggering the martial intent in everyone's heart. Mo Xiaochuan's mouth curved into a smile. He lightly responded and said, Young Master Yun, watch carefully. Other than young King Hao Lian, no one realized that he was using honorifics to call Li Yunxiao respectfully. After so many years of cultivation, I will not disappoint Master. A voice sounded in Mo Xiaochuan's heart. He looked up at the sky and let out a long breath. He stared at the endless sky, ignoring the large number of minions that were charging at him. Then, he gently took a step forward. Bang! Although it was a light step and was inconspicuous, just like a step taken by an ordinary person, it was as if he was stepping on some kind of rule. It made all the Jiutian realm warriors' hearts shake. It was as if that step was not stepping on the ground, but on their hearts. This time, everyone revealed a surprised and confused expression. That step was too ordinary, so ordinary that it was wrong. After that step, Xiaochuan, who was originally like an unsheathed sword, completely hid his aura. No more martial intent could be sensed from his body. He was like an ordinary person that suddenly lost its luster. Young King Haolian was shocked. The light in his eyes suddenly shrank as he stared at Xiaochuan's every move. Sword. Xiaochuan raised his right hand and lightly shouted. Then, a weak sword energy spread out from his body. It spun slightly and then became stronger and stronger. A sea of sword energy suddenly appeared. His right hand became somewhat transparent in the sea of sword energy. A profound weapon rhythm that made people tremble spread out from his palm, condensing into a small whirlpool that slowly expanded. Sudana's pupils suddenly shrank. She suddenly stared at his palm. A cyan sword tip slowly emerged like a bamboo shoot, slowly condensing into a solid shape. What kind of sword is this? At the same time, all the warriors of Emperor Wu were shocked as they stared at it in shock. As the sword grew longer and longer, the whirlpool of sword energy also became extremely fierce. The sea of sword energy that was originally suppressed by everyone's aura was continuously strengthened by the whirlpool of sword energy. There was actually a sign of one person fighting against thousands of soldiers and horses. Clang! Under everyone's shocked gazes, a cyan sword completely spat out from Xiaochuan's right arm. Light flashed on the long sword, and the runes disappeared. Xiaochuan's right hand formed a sword finger, guiding the cyan sword to spin out a few sword lights. He held it horizontally in front of his body and let out a strong, buzzing sound. The surging power on the sword was like the center of a wave, creating a restless whirlpool that continuously blew outwards. The warriors that charged forward were all shocked. Under this kind of sword energy whirlpool, they felt a terrifying sense of death. A feeling of being unmatched surged in their hearts and started to spread uncontrollably. Especially the three warriors of Emperor Wu. Their faces became deathly pale. In this sea of sword energy, they couldn't charge forward. That was completely seeking death, and they couldn't not charge forward either. Su Danhe was still watching from behind. If they didn't do it well, they would also be seeking death. An ancient rhyme resounded from the green sword, as if it was singing the story of bloodthirst and slaughter for tens of thousands of years. There were also strange symbols condensed from golden light, flashing and disappearing with the sound of the ancient rhyme. The sword has a spirit. Ren Guanran was the first to cry out in shock. It's actually a profound weapon that has inherited a weapon spirit. He's just a 3-star Emperor Wu, to what extent can he control it? Elder Su, tell everyone to retreat to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. This person needs to be at the level of an elder to restrain. Su Danhe frowned and snorted, he's just a 3-star Emperor Wu. So what if he has a spiritual artifact? He's just adding another treasure to our Chani pavilion. Elder Qiu, do you think you can defeat him? Don't worry, Grand Elder. I'll take his head and crush it in front of Ding Ling. I'll give him back his body. An old man stepped out from behind Su Danhe. He was dressed in a linen robe and had a handsome face. His eyes were filled with murderous intent and coldness. He shouted and rushed into the sea of sword chi. How dare a grain of rice shine brightly? As he charged in, the sea of sword chi began to become chaotic. The originally calm sea began to rise and fall, and the waves were magnificent. Elder Qiu scoffed coldly, his eyes flashing with disdain. He was not the slightest bit afraid of the sword chi cyclone. He swung his fists several times in the sea of energy, directly messing up the entire cyclone in the sea of sword chi, turning it into an irregular force that collided in the air. For the warriors in the sea of sword chi, it was even more dangerous than before. They retreated out of fear and fled out of the sea of sword chi. In an instant, dozens of people retreated and watched from afar, not daring to take a step forward. Xiaochuan looked at Elder Qiu's movements coldly. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said coldly, "Childish." He pointed at the azure sword with his right hand. Each time he pointed, a strange symbol would pop up. It turned into a beam of light and gradually disappeared. At the same time, he murmured, evil, consent, pleasure, hate, love, absolute, sound, touch. Open. As he uttered the word open, the azure sword with a terrifying aura split into two in front of Xianxia with a clang. The left sword was extremely young, like the sun, while the right sword was extremely keen and cold, like the moon and ice. The cyclones emitted by the two different sword chi merged and formed a tai chi fish. The sea of sword chi that had been disrupted was sorted out again, forming two distinct types of sword chi of extreme yin and extreme yang. They chased each other endlessly and continuously. Elder Qiu's expression changed drastically. His Jiutian Emperor energy was suddenly suppressed at this moment. Under the influence of the two sword chi, his Emperor energy was running more and more slowly. It was difficult to trap it. Not good, this sword intent can actually evolve. Boundless world, whirling illusion, thousand hands, thousand leaves, divine fist. Elder Qiu no longer dared to be careless. He displayed the ultimate skill of his life. With his arms as the foundation, he instantly transformed into thousands of fist shadows. It was like an ancient shaluo tree, its leaves drifting in the light, forming its own rules. This fist technique of his contained the boundless cycle of reincarnation of plants and vegetation, as well as the fleeting rhythm of time. Years ago, he had sat under an ancient tree and studied the passage of time for nearly 100 years, and only then had he been able to master it to this degree. It was as if he had formed a domain of his own, independent of heaven and earth. Li Yunxia's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He praised, "What a free and easy martial intent rule. Unfortunately, this old man isn't worthy of it." At this moment, other than the bleak sword intent and the sound of the wind, there was no other sound. Li Yunxia's words were directly transmitted into everyone's ears. They all frowned and glanced at him with disgust, revealing looks of disdain. Everyone was thinking the same thing. "You're just a martial emperor junior. Don't make random comments if you don't understand. Most of the souls under the sword are because they overestimate their own strength. Arrogance and underestimation of the enemy are the eternal bells of their souls." Xiaochuan's cold voice sounded out. He waved his hand and the two green blades suddenly began to spin. A terrifying power under his control, like fog or lightning, turned into a sword light. It was as if the entire world was contained within this sword. Besides this sword, there was nothing else in the world. This sword cut through the sky. This sword shocked the world. This sword contained all of Xiaochuan's strength. This was the strongest martial intent he had comprehended. The red dust gazes at the bright moon. The first move of the thousand dazzling righteous art. Xiaochuan didn't know how many times he had used this sword. Even at this moment, it was as if he had practiced every move. In his eyes, there was no longer any opponent. In the world, there was only his figure. However, the moment his sword stabbed out, a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. It was like dozens of years ago, outside of Black Iron City, in front of the ultimate god cave. "Let me go, let me go." Xiaochuan struggled with all his might. His knees were dripping with blood and his bones were exposed. He was already exhausted, but now he had the strength to desperately beat the man called Gu Feiyang in front of him. This was because he knew where this man was going to take him. That was the grave of the Mo family. He had never heard of anyone coming out alive. "You want to kill me? I don't want to follow you." Xiaochuan looked at the land of death getting closer and closer. A sense of powerlessness and fear surged in his heart. He thought of his father, Uncle Wanfeng, and his little brother. He couldn't help but want to cry, but he endured it. He struggled with all his might, hoping to break free from this man's grasp. Enough. Gu Feiyang landed in front of an ancient cave. This place was dozens of miles away from Black Iron City. For these powerhouses, it was only a blink of an eye. Peng, Gu Feiyang didn't pity Xiaochuan, whose legs were almost crippled. He directly smashed him against the cave wall, and a sharp pain came from his back. "You begged me to take you away. Otherwise, do you think I would want trash like you?" Xiaochuan felt as if his internal organs were broken. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and slid down from the cave wall. A thick trail of blood appeared behind him, but he couldn't see it. He only felt some broken stones fall on his body. Please let me go. I don't want to die. I want to become stronger. I want to become an expert like my father. Mo Xiaochuan endured the pain and struggled to stand up from the ground. However, his legs were too badly injured and couldn't support his thin and weak body. After trembling violently, he finally fell to the ground again. But he still didn't give up. He used his hands to support his body again, trying to stand up. Because he felt that a man had to stand at all times, and the more injured he was, the straighter he had to stand. Gu Feiyang just looked at him coldly and suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm. Pa! With a pa sound, the phlegm directly hit Mo Xiaochuan's forehead, causing him to flip over. He flipped 360 degrees in the air and fiercely fell to the ground. The feeling of his spine breaking came from his back, and the pain made his entire lower body numb. You're going to kill me. You're a bad guy, I definitely won't let you go. Mo Xiaochuan's spine was almost broken, and he no longer had the feeling of his lower body. He could only grab the ground with both hands, grab a stone, and fiercely throw it at Gu Feiyang. This little trash has quite a backbone. Gu Feiyang coldly snorted and ridiculed, You trash, you're not even as good as a mouthful of my phlegm. What's the difference between you and trash? You said you wanted to kill me. I'm so scared, woo. Mo Xiaochuan angrily gritted his teeth. He threw everything he could grab and fiercely said, Although I can't kill you, I definitely won't be defeated by you. At least I can hate you. If there's a chance, I'll definitely kill you. Gu Feiyang's gaze turned cold, and he snorted, With your trash appearance, you'll never have a chance. Not to mention you, even if it's your father, wanting to kill me is just a dream. But that's fine, you're about to go see your father. When you reach the Yellow Springs, cry and ask your father to protect you. Mo Xiaochuan was shocked and thought, No, I can't die. I still have to avenge my father, and I still have to protect little brother Huayuan. Although this person in front of me is a bad guy, his strength is extremely high. Even the ancestral elders are not his match. I can't be killed by him, and I have to learn his life skills. I begged you to take me out, I begged you to accept me as your disciple, not to let you kill me. Mo Xiaochuan asked loudly, You and my father are friends, you can't treat me like this. Gu Feiyang kicked, and a stone flew out from the tip of his foot. It directly brushed past Mo Xiaochuan's forehead. He screamed in pain, and a wound immediately appeared on his forehead, and blood flowed out. What are you doing? You pervert, you want to torture me to death, right? Mo Xiaochuan's eyes were spitting fire, and he tightly clenched his teeth. It was rumored that many experts in the realm of heaven martial arts had all kinds of perverted hobbies. Some liked to play with lolas, and some liked to torture boys. He thought that the person in front of him was definitely the latter. Gu Feiyang snorted coldly and said, I just want to tell you that the weak have no right to speak. Not to mention the right to speak, they don't even have the right to live or die. Just like you now, your life or death is in my hands. He threw a small bottle to Mo Xiaochuan's side and said, Apply the medicine to the wounds on your body and then go into this hole. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, and he said in a daze, You won't torture me to death? If I die in this hole, you won't be able to see it. Will you feel pleasure? Gu Feiyang was so shocked that his mouth opened wide. Looking at Mo Xiaochuan's naive appearance, he suddenly realized that he couldn't be ruthless. He smiled bitterly and scolded, Trash, you really like to talk nonsense. If you don't enter the hole in half an hour, I will cut off your flesh bit by bit, and then break your bones. Then, I will apply honey all over your body to attract ants. Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled when he heard this, and he broke out in a cold sweat. Even his spine, which had already lost all feeling, suddenly felt a chill. He was so scared that he trembled, and his teeth made a loud sound. He trembled and said, You are really, really ruthless. Gu Feiyang took out a stick of incense from somewhere, and green smoke rose from it. He said, It's almost finished. Ah? Mo Xiaochuan opened his eyes wide, and said anxiously, you are cheating. How can you burn incense like this? The stick of incense that Gu Feiyang took out did not light up one end. Instead, he tapped out a string of flames with his fingertips and burned the entire stick of incense at the same time. In the blink of an eye, it was about to burn out. Gu Feiyang looked at him with pity, and said coldly, "In short, after half an hour, regardless of whether your injuries are healed or not, I will throw you in." "You demon!" Mo Xiaochuan's body trembled and he quickly picked up the bottle. He took out some paste from inside and smeared it on his back and knees without caring about anything. He couldn't see his back, but his knees were already exposed. When his hands touched the bones, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. Fortunately, he couldn't feel the lower half of his body. Even if his hands touched the bones, he didn't feel any pain. "Eh?" he suddenly exclaimed. After smearing the ointment, his broken bones began to feel more and more. Even his knees were growing meat at a speed visible to the naked eye. They were about to recover. Spirit medicine, this must be spirit medicine. Mo Xiaochuan was overjoyed and immediately jumped up from the ground. He was very happy. But very quickly, he was startled and his heart sank to the bottom. This was because he saw Gu Feiyang's ridiculing gaze and the incense that had just finished burning on the ground. Gulp. Mo Xiaochuan swallowed his saliva and said in a daze, "Can you let me eat something? I don't have any strength left." Gu Feiyang coldly said, "I don't have much time to accompany trash like you. Go into the cave and see if there are poisonous mushrooms or something to eat. Maybe there are poisonous snakes or bats. You can catch them and eat them." Mo Xiaochuan's eyes revealed despair and he begged, "I beg you, don't let me go in. This is the Mo clan's death place. No one has ever come out alive. Some clan members who have been sentenced to death are sent to this cave. If they can come out, they can be absolved of all their crimes and be forgiven. But I have never heard of anyone coming out in my life." Gu Feiyang contemptuously said, "Your life? Only a few years? If you keep talking, I'll cut off your flesh." Mo Xiaochuan retreated in fear and said bitterly, "Fine, but at least give me a sword. I can protect myself if I encounter poisonous snakes." And only then did Gu Feiyang readily agree. He casually made a grabbing motion in the air, and dozens of stones in the distance exploded one after another. More than 10 rays of light gathered in his hand. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes widened as he looked over. He saw a ball of white liquid condensing above his opponent's palm. Soon, it became smaller and smaller until it finally condensed into the shape of a sword. Gu Feiyang gently flicked his finger and the sword directly stabbed under Mo Xiaochuan's feet, scaring him into retreating. Mo Xiaochuan composed himself, pointed at the sword and said, "This. You made it on the spot? This is just a sword made of ordinary iron, not even a profound-level weapon. How am I supposed to use it to kill my enemies?" Gu Feiyang said coldly, "Trash like you are only fit to use this kind of trash sword. If you spout any more nonsense, I won't give you this sword." Mo Xiaochuan knew that the person in front of him was abnormal. He hurriedly covered his mouth and used a lot of strength to pull the sword from the ground with his other hand. When he held it in his hand, he found that it was not as heavy as he imagined. He thought to himself, did he cut corners on this sword? Otherwise, how could it be so light? Forget it, it's better than nothing. After Mo Xiaochuan's wounds were smeared with the paste, he found that his strength began to gradually recover. He picked up the iron sword and waved it a few times, saying, "In that case, I'll go in. Will you follow me and protect me at any time?" Gu Feiyang frowned, looked at him coldly, and said sarcastically, "What do you think?" Definitely not. Then I'll go in. I hope I can come out alive. At that time, you must teach me martial skills." Mo Xiaochuan said very seriously. A pair of pure and flawless eyes looked straight at Gu Feiyang, without the slightest cowardice. Gu Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. It was as if he was touched by his innocence, persistence, and bravery. However, he still maintained his indifferent expression and snorted, "Let's talk about it when you can come out alive." His figure flashed and disappeared in front of Mo Xiaochuan. Mo Xiaochuan knew how powerful Gu Feiyang was. Although he disappeared, he must be hiding somewhere watching him. If he took the opportunity to escape, the other party would definitely not let him go. Thinking of this, he could only brace himself and raise the iron sword to give himself courage and walk into the ultimate god cave. A pair of star-like eyes looked at the back of the weak figure disappearing into the cave. He sighed softly and said to himself, although your aptitude is mediocre, you have qualities that others do not have. I wonder if the heavens are willing to grant you a fortune. If you can come out, I will bring you to the peak of this world. Mo Xiaochuan's thoughts returned from the faintly discernible young man. His mouth revealed a trace of a pure smile. He was grateful from the bottom of his heart and said to himself, thank you, master. On this road to the peak, I have always been following your back, never stopping. I want to learn your sword technique, the moves I used to fight with the ancestor. Please teach me. No need. Those moves are sword intents I created, they might not be suitable for you. The blood flowing in your body is the blood of the Mo family of Black Iron City. The thousand dazzling righteous art is more suitable for you. But, your sword technique is even more powerful than the thousand dazzling righteous art. Hee, idiot. There is no more powerful sword technique in this world, only more powerful people. Mo Xiaochuan's eyes flashed. All the power in his body was released at this moment and gathered under this sword. Master, I want to let you see my full strength. I want to see that the young man who knelt under you of Black Iron City has now grown into a powerful expert. Punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword, break! Mo Xiaochuan shouted. Under the guidance of the sword technique, the sword in his hand suddenly let out a cry. Under the thousand dazzling righteous art, the sword swept out in all directions, sweeping everything in its path. No. How is this possible? Elder Qiu was in his own domain and watched in horror as the sky full of sword energy broke through the law formed by the Emperor energy. The shadow of the ancient tree flickered continuously and finally disappeared. His eyes widened in horror. His eyes were filled with sword energy and he could no longer see anything. He watched in despair as he was swallowed alive. Rumble. An earth-shattering sound rang out. A large area of Xianxia city collapsed under the power of the sword. The sword energy and the thousand leaf palm collided and the shockwave spread out in all directions. All kinds of buildings collapsed one after another. This lasted for half the time it took to make a cup of tea. Where Elder Qiu originally stood, there was no one left, not even the dregs. Silence, a deathly silence, everyone was dumbfounded. They found it hard to think. That sword strike just now had completely stunned their souls. They stopped thinking and even forgot about their own existence. Only the remnant waves of the astral wind were still howling. Very good. That is the life of the sword, the breath of the sword. You let me hear the joy and cheers of this punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword. At that moment, I couldn't even tell if this punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword was you or if you had turned into the punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword. That feeling made my blood boil. A compliment and a comment came out of Li Yunxiao's mouth and immediately broke the deathly silence. Everyone came back to their senses, but under the power of that sword just now, fear had already been deeply engraved in their bodies. They only felt their bodies become incomparably stiff. The life of the sword, hearing Li Yunxiao's praise, Mo Xiaochuan's nervous face finally relaxed, revealing a trace of a gratified smile. To be able to receive your praise, every one of those tens of thousands of sword stabs over the years has value. After a short moment of relief, Mo Xiaochuan was also shocked. He carefully thought about Li Yunxiao's words and seemed to have understood something. Li Yunxiao smiled, your punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword is a peak rank 9 weapon. It is not only a weapon, but also a spirit, a will, and a Tao. Mo Xiaochuan's body slightly shook as if he had understood something. His eyes revealed great joy. He faintly felt as if there was a flash of light in his body, illuminating the darkness in front of him and extending the road into the distance. That sword just now was thousand dazzling righteous art. Is this the thousand dazzling righteous art of the Mo family of Black Iron City? It's actually so terrifying, Li Feiyu's eyes widened as he said absent-mindedly. Mo family of Black Iron City? Ren Guangran was shocked and cried out, ah! Punishing Heaven Devil Sweeping Sword, thousand dazzling righteous art. This is the family treasure of the Mo family of Black Iron City. Why is it on this person? Who is he? Su Danhe was shocked and said angrily, Black Iron City. Who are you in Black Iron City? The Tianyi Pavilion and the Black Iron City have never interfered with each other. We even have some business dealings. Why did you kill a member of the Tianyi Pavilion? Her face was extremely pale. The death of an elder was a great loss for the Tianyi Pavilion. It was almost a matter that could shake the foundation of the Tianyi Pavilion. She gritted her teeth and said angrily, I think you should give me an explanation for what just happened. After that sword strike, Mo Xiaochuan seemed to have gained more insight into the sword after receiving some advice from Li Yunxiao. He had a vague feeling that he was about to make a breakthrough. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Li Yunxiao's words rang in his ears again, everything is the same, man and sword are both old. Finally, Mo Xiaochuan was shocked by the number and the barrier in his heart suddenly opened. A neon light fell from the sky and shone on him. The surrounding power of rules surged and flowed into Mo Xiaochuan's body. Emperor Wu has advanced to the next level. Everyone was taken aback and looked at each other in horror. Emperor Wu's advancement was extraordinary. Every star could activate the power of heaven and earth and the rules of the world. They didn't expect Mo Xiaochuan to make a breakthrough after just one sword strike. At this moment, everyone had mixed feelings. Looking at Mo Xiaochuan who was shining brightly, they all had their own thoughts. However, except for the people of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, the rest of the people looked grave and gloomy. Congratulations, senior brother. Young Emperor Hao Lian was the first to congratulate Mo Xiaochuan, followed by Ding Ling'er and Luo Yunsheng. Then, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and its affiliated chambers of commerce also congratulated Mo Xiaochuan. Everyone was overjoyed. A battle of life and death between the two factions had suddenly turned into a one-sided celebration. Su Danhe was so angry that she almost fainted when she saw the one-sided celebration. Emperor Wu had advanced to the next level, and her own had lost an elder, which had shaken the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce. Su Danhe's hair began to turn golden, which was a sign of overflowing imperial aura. She could barely control her emotions, but she had to because she was the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, and the Tianyi Pavilion could not afford to offend the Black Iron City. She clenched her teeth so hard that they bled. She spat out word by word, people of the Black Iron City, the Tianyi Pavilion has a good business relationship with you. You owe me an explanation. Mo Xiaochuan was in a good mood, but his face darkened when he heard Su Danhe's words. He snorted and said, an explanation? Then the Black Iron City will cut off all business with you from now on. What explanation do I need? You. Su Danhe was so angry that her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. That strike not only killed an elder of Emperor Wu's, but also scared the cultivators around her out of their fighting spirit and courage. Originally, he had come here to flaunt his might, but the other party had killed 2 of his men consecutively, not even leaving behind their corpses. He was already on the verge of going berserk, but he still used his last bit of rationality to suppress his emotions. He bit the corner of his mouth so hard that it bled. Tell me, what benefits did the Heavenly Origin Chamber of Commerce give your Black Iron City? We will double the price, no matter what it is, as long as you don't interfere in today's matter. She had been holding back her anger. In addition to Mo Xiaochuan's identity as a member of the Black Iron City, he also had the Heaven Punishment Demon Sweeping Sword, which was the most precious treasure of the Black Iron City. The man in front of her must have a high status in the Black Iron City, and he was probably a very important figure. If she killed this man, the Tianyi Pavilion would not be able to withstand the revenge of the Black Iron City. Therefore, even though she was fuming with anger and the Tianyi Pavilion had lost face after the 2 provocations, she had to hold back her anger. Mo Xiaochuan said indifferently, there is no benefit. If there is one benefit, it is the head of an elder of the Tianyi Pavilion to practice my swordsmanship. Well, you want me to double the price? That's good. Ask 2 more elders to come out and chop off their heads, and I may be interested in cooperating with you. Puff. Su Danhe was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He instantly jumped up from his throne and struck out with his palm without saying anything. This was intolerable, his words were already so provocative. If he continued to endure it, how would he be any different from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle? Even if they had to offend the Black Iron City, even if they had to start an all-out war with the Black Iron City, they would not hesitate. Su Danhe was already a few levels higher than Mo Xiaochuan. Not to mention, under this kind of rage, his entire person went berserk, and he used 120% of his strength. With one palm, the entire earth was covered. It was as if the sky was collapsing, and the sun and moon lost their light. The members of the Heavenly Origin merchant group kept quiet like cicadas in the winter, and all of them waited for death in despair. Even Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian were shocked. They quickly stood in front of Li Yunxiao, one on the left and one on the right. One of them held his sword in the air while the other clenched his fists. The resolute expression on their faces showed that they wouldn't retreat even if they died. Elder Su, why do you have to get angry at these juniors? Isn't that lowering your status? An indifferent voice rang out, giving off a lazy and cold feeling, without the slightest bit of anger. In front of Su Donna's palm, a figure suddenly appeared. He also turned his hand and slapped out with the same tyrannical power. When the two palms collided, there was a muffled sound in the sky. It was no weaker than the clash of Xian artifacts. The surrounding people's blood and chi surged. Just the shockwave from the palm strike was enough to make them tremble. Some martial artists with lower cultivation even bled from their 7 orifices and vomited large mouthfuls of blood from their injuries. A true peak confrontation. Just one palm was already this terrifying. The people who were still silent under the power of Mo Xiaochuan's sword were filled with despair. They were like frogs at the bottom of a well that saw the vast sky. A terrifying black hole appeared between the two palms and continued to expand, as if it was going to swallow the entire space. Zhang Chong, it's you. Su Donha was shocked and angry. He shouted, is the money gang also tied with the Heaven Yuan commerce? Zhang Chong chuckled and said, we are all businessmen. How can Elder Su say such a stupid thing? There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Damn it. Su Donna's eyes were burning with anger. He roared, I'd like to see what interests the money gang has with the Heaven Yuan commerce. You are even willing to go to war with the Tianyi Pavilion. He was a little dizzy. The emperor energy in his hand intensified. He gritted his teeth and exerted 200% of his strength. He almost wanted to blow up the entire Songyang city. Alas! A sigh was heard. I wonder if the 4 Extreme sect can compete with the Tianyi Pavilion. In the huge energy storm, someone tore the black hole apart and forcibly opened a crack. A foot stepped out from inside. His silver suit of armor flashed incessantly on his body, forcing a path through the palm strikes of the two of them. At the same time, a simple and unadorned pagoda flew out of his right hand, and he made a hand seal before pressing it into the sky. The tower instantly turned into a pillar that reached the sky. It unfolded over the entire Songyang city and fell into Su Donha's and Zhang Chong's palms. Rumble. There was a dull rumble. The earth shook as if the sky was falling and the earth was collapsing. In the distant station of the Plethora Treasure Pagoda, everyone turned pale with fright. Cui Bo's eyes were so sharp that he could almost see through the layers of the sky and see what was happening in the distance. Elder Xian's concern has come true. I'm afraid the Tianyi Pavilion is going to fail this time. His eyes fell on the towering tower in the distance. His eyes were full of complex emotions and shock. Di Xinghua was also surprised. He exclaimed, the sky-suppressing pagoda of the 4 Extreme sect. This supreme treasure has always been in the hands of the deputy sect master of the 4 Extreme sect. Is Luoying there as well? Cui Bo murmured, this sky-suppressing pagoda is an ancient artifact. It is said to be an extremely powerful replica of a supreme magical artifact. Although it is a defensive artifact, it is almost at the peak of the 9th grade. What's more, Luoying can almost exert 80% of its power. She has become a top figure in the Merchant League. Di Xinghua was shocked. A replica of a supreme magical artifact? Isn't Noah's Ark the only supreme magical artifact? Cui Bo shook his head and said, that happened after humans took control of the continent. Before that, there were many powerful beings. Even supreme magical artifacts were few and far between. But, how did the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce manage to invite Luoying to help them? Elder Xian, what do you think? The shock in Xian Yutong's eyes disappeared in an instant. He regained his composure and said calmly, I guess there is information we are missing. The 4 Extreme sect and the Money sect are aware of this information. That's why they came forward at such a critical juncture. Otherwise, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce would not have been able to attract the attention of these two sections. You have a point. What is the information we are missing? Chuibo thought for a moment and suddenly said in surprise. Do you think the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce has promised to be loyal to them and that's why they invited such strong reinforcements? Xian Yutong was stunned for a moment. Then, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. He said seriously, I can't rule out this possibility. But with my understanding of Ding Linger, she won't do this. Unless it's that Li Yunxiao's idea. After all, if a girl meets her Mr. Right, it's normal for her to give everything she has to him. Oh? Elder Xian's meaning is that the actual controller of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce right now is that Li Yunxiao? Di Xinghua paced back and forth a few steps and said, there's really this possibility. Then can we think of a way to control this Li Yunxiao? Wouldn't that bring the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce under our myriad treasure tower's control? Di Xinghua seemed to feel that this was a brilliant idea. The more he thought, the more agitated he got as he said, that Li Yunxiao is merely a southern domain aboriginal and has never seen much of the world before. Wanting to control him shouldn't be hard. Chuibo poured a basin of cold water and said with a snort, Elder D's thinking is really naive. How can a figure that can control the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce and even draw the Four Extremes sect and the money sect into the water together be as simple as you think? Our top priority right now is to figure out what the Four Extremes sect and the money sect know, and what we don't know. Xian Yutong said that Li Yunxiao has always been monitored by invincible fire ever since he entered Songyang City. Perhaps he has already grasped some information. Oh, since it's invincible fire? Why would such an aboriginal be arranged for him to go? Who made the arrangements? Chuibo cried out repeatedly, but he's very perceptive. This Li Yunxiao is indeed different. Quickly call invincible fire over to see me. Xian Yutong focused his gaze and then looked towards the distant sky. That withered yellow expression on his face seemed to be a little moved as he muttered to himself, but no one could hear what he was saying. In the sky above the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce's station, a pillar of the heaven-suppressing pagoda pressed down. At the entrance of the pagoda, a powerful suction force was drawn out, directly sucking the surrounding space, including the black hole created by Su Donhe and Zhang Chong's palm force into the pagoda. Su Donhe and Zhang Chong's expressions changed abruptly. After the two of them struck out with their palms again, they retreated from each other and fell downwards. Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank as he looked at the pagoda, and his body trembled. He had heard of the Merchant Alliance's heaven-suppressing pagoda, but this was the first time he had seen it. What shocked him the most was that this heaven-suppressing pagoda was exactly the same as the ancient pagoda that suppressed Dijia in the outer space. The difference was that the aura that this heaven-suppressing pagoda exuded was not as terrifying as Dijia's ancient pagoda, and it looked much newer. Could it be a replica? Where did this heaven-suppressing pagoda come from? I must find a chance to find out. Li Yunxiao thought to himself. After Luoying settled the dispute between the two of them, the silver ray armor on his body retracted, and the heaven-suppressing pagoda shrank rapidly until it fell into his palm and was absorbed into his body. Not only Su Donhe, but also Ren Guangran couldn't help but yell, Luoying, Zhang Chong, why are you here? This is a matter between the Tianyi Pavilion and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Are you trying to cause a rift in the merchant union? He was shocked. The two men's actions represented the stance of the Four Extremes sect and the money gang. He had a feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. Humph. Before the two men could answer, Li Yunxiao snorted and said, Old fool, since you know this is between us and the Tianyi Pavilion, why did you stick your balls in? I have always regarded you as my friend. And Brother Feiyu, you promised me that you would be the first one to stand up and teach them a lesson if anyone tried to harm me. Now, you are ganging up with others to deal with me. It seems that the old friendship in Yufeng City is over, and we can't have fun together anymore. Li Feiyu was sweating profusely. He said sheepishly, young Master Yun's words are biased. I, Li Feiyu, am a fair man. I promised you that I would be the first one to stand up if anyone tried to bully young Master Yun. But now, you are the one who is bullying others. Li Yunxiao looked calm and said coldly, there is no need to worry that the words you want to hear are unfounded. Fortunately, I saw your true colors and the true colors of the entire myriad treasure tower during this difficult time. Fortunately, not everyone in the merchant union bullies the weak and adds insult to injury. Fortunately, the Four Extremes sect and the Money Gang are willing to put aside their personal interests and stand up against you clowns for the sake of the internal harmony and stability of the merchant union. He spoke with great righteousness and said in a loud voice, "May the universe be in its rightful place, and the righteousness of heaven and earth shall last forever." Everyone's mouths were wide open, and they were all stunned. Even Luoying and Zhang Chong frowned. They wondered if they were so noble and righteous. The more they thought about it, the more convinced they were. They straightened their backs and looked as if they were punishing evil and promoting righteousness. Li Feiyu swallowed. He found that Li Yunxiao's eloquence was even more powerful than his mysterious strength. He was at a loss for words. Su Dan had gradually calmed down after Luoying appeared. She realized that the situation was completely out of her control and was developing in the worst possible direction. The Four Extremes sect, the Gold Money Gang, and the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce already represented 3 of the 7 giants. Unless he pulled in the other 2, he would not be able to contend against them. Moreover, there was also the Black Iron City, whose intentions he did not know. Black Iron City was an existence that could rival the entire Chamber of Commerce alliance and contend against the 7 superpowers. Su Dan's heart immediately turned cold, and she felt a chill in her heart. As one of the 4 prodigies of the northern region, young Master Li is actually such a person. It's rather disappointing. The space near the Tianyuan Merchant Association twisted, and a large group of people appeared. With Qian Wudi at the head, they were all from the Money Gang. Surprisingly, there were 2 Emperor Wu's experts among them. Martial saints were everywhere. As soon as they appeared, they didn't conceal their auras at all. Under the powerful fluctuations of martial intent, the surrounding space seemed to waver. Qian Wudi's body flickered with fighting spirit. He stared at Li Feiyu provocatively. Young Master Li is one of the 4 prodigies of the northern region. Of course, he is different from small fries like us. We only know that we must keep our promises, but young Master Li is flexible with his words. He can hit you from either side. On the other side, another group of people slowly emerged. It was Tang Xian, who also led many experts from the Four Extremes sect. She said with a faint smile and a mocking smile on her face. The Gold Money Gang, the Tianyuan Merchant Association, and the Four Extremes sect lined up in a row. It was as if they were going to swallow the Tianyuan pavilion. After the 2 of them spoke, the surroundings fell silent. No one made a sound. The shocking reversal of the situation was difficult for everyone to adapt to. It was too dramatic. Ding Linger was, after all, the owner of the Tianyuan Merchant Association. Although everything was managed by Li Yunxiao, she was still the acting president. At this moment, she stepped forward as the host and said to the 2 groups of people gratefully, "Linger, thank you for your help. I will never forget your kindness today." Tang Xian narrowed her eyes and said with a smile, "Miss Ling, you are too kind. It is our duty to suppress the evil forces, promote the righteousness of the world, and maintain the unity and stability of the Merchant League. It is our duty to uphold." Everyone was speechless. Ever since Li Yunxiao took the moral high ground, the conflict of interests between the 2 groups had suddenly turned into a battle between good and evil, a battle between unity and destruction. The people from the Tianyuan Pavilion and the Myriad Treasures Pagoda were howling in anger. However, they were no match for the other party in terms of eloquence. Their faces were dark, and their eyes were spitting fire. Su Dan's anger and resentment gradually subsided. She said coldly, "Luoying, Zhang Chong, you 2 won't be as vicious with your words as these juniors, will you? I hope you 2 can state clearly what happened today. Are you on the same side as the Tianyuan Merchant Association? You are even willing to break off the relationship between the Merchant League and start a war with them." Luoying and Zhang Chong both frowned. They dared not speak carelessly about something that represented their stand. Zhang Chong said with a smile, "Young Master Wudi is in charge today. I am merely following him. As for the reason, you can ask my young master." Luoying nodded and said, "Likewise, the person in charge of the Four Extremes sect today is young Master Tang Xian. Elder Su, please ask him." After they finished speaking, they turned their heads away and looked at the sky coldly. They did not want to say anything more in case they made a mistake. Su Donha trembled with anger. With his status, Qian Wudi and Tang Xian were not qualified to speak to him directly. However, the situation was pressing. He had no choice but to put down his pride and look at Qian Wudi and Tang Xian. Ahem. Tang Xian coughed heavily and said, "We are only promoting the righteousness of the world. We will follow young Master Yun's orders." Qian Wudi nodded and said with a smile, "That's right. I will follow Li Yunxiao's orders." You. Su Donha's suppressed anger flared up again. At this moment, he had the urge to perish together with these people. However, with Luo Ying's sky-suppressing pagoda here, he might not be able to do so even if he wanted to. Li Feiyu had a bitter expression on his face. It was clearly inappropriate for Su Donha to speak to Li Yunxiao directly. Since the Plethora Treasure Tower and the Tianyi Pavilion came together, it was not appropriate for him to sit back and watch the show. He had no choice but to speak up and say, "Young Master Yun, today's incident involves a lot of people. I didn't expect the Four Extremes sect and the Money sect to be involved. It's not a good time to fight anymore. Why don't we talk things out and resolve the conflict? Didn't you say that you want to maintain the internal stability of the Merchant League?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, "I don't deserve to be called Young Master Yun. Just call me Li Yunxiao. To be honest, I really don't want to know you. What you mean is that you didn't expect the Four Extremes sect and the Money sect to help me and thought that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce was doomed. That's why you went back on your word and added insult to injury. If you had done this earlier, you wouldn't have gone back on your word and would have continued to act tough. I can only say hee to people like you." Li Feiyu's face flushed with shame. He was really innocent. He had been shot while doing nothing. That day, he only had the idea of keeping Li Yunxiao alive and casually said that Songyang City was in danger, and he was caught by his opponent. Now that Li Yunxiao was pressing on him, he was almost accused of going back on his word. If word got out, it would be a huge blow to his reputation. However, he was no match for Li Yunxiao in debating, so he had no choice but to give in. He said, "There are too many misunderstandings in this matter. Feiyu really didn't intend to do that. I will definitely give young Master Yun a satisfactory explanation for what happened between us. Today, let's focus on the overall situation of the Merchant League." The expression in his eyes was mixed with a trace of bitterness, and there was a hint of pleading in his eyes. Li Yunxiao snorted. He naturally understood the meaning behind Li Feiyu's words, but he didn't know how much that satisfactory explanation was worth. "Alright, our matter is a private matter, after all. We'll talk about it another day. However, if young Master Li uses this as a delaying tactic, I will definitely reveal the true face of young Master Li and 10,000 Treasure Tower to the world. Today, let's talk about the official business of the Merchant League." His words were full of threats. Li Feiyu and Ren Guangran both understood that if he was not satisfied with that satisfactory explanation, Li Feiyu and 10,000 Treasure Tower would be in trouble. Ren Guangran only felt dizzy. In all these years, no one had ever dared to threaten 10,000 Treasure Tower. Today, he was actually threatened by a mere martial monarch. He suddenly felt that he had learned something new. Or had the times changed? Tang Xian and Qian Wudi were overjoyed. They knew that 10,000 Treasure Tower was going to pay a heavy price this time. With the devil Li Yunxiao, it was impossible for them to escape unscathed. Li Feiyu suffered a loss, but he couldn't voice it out. He could only swallow it. However, he also had a certain understanding of Li Yunxiao's character. He knew that Li Yunxiao was already being magnanimous. Otherwise, Li Feiyu's reputation for going back on his words would be ruined, and a war within the Merchant League would be ignited. That would be truly terrifying. He sorted out his emotions and said with a straight face, "Originally, the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and the Tianyi Pavilion had no grudge against each other. It was just some minor misunderstandings that led to today's situation. In my humble opinion, why don't we let bygones be bygones and call a truce? Let's fight again in the martial arts competition in a few days. What do you think?" Li Yunxiao said, "The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has never provoked others first. I have no objection to this idea. I just don't know if the culprit, the Tianyi Pavilion, will agree." Su Donha said angrily, "The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has gone too far. How dare you accuse us of being the culprit? We can settle the rest, but you killed an elder of the Tianyi Pavilion. We can't let this slide. You must give us an explanation. It didn't matter how many minions died, but the elders were the foundation of the Chamber of Commerce. They were the absolute strength of the Chamber of Commerce. The loss of any one of them was unbearable. Su Donha was the mastermind behind today's incident. If she couldn't come up with an explanation, she wouldn't be able to answer to the sect master of the Tianyi Pavilion. Seeing Su Donha's exasperated expression after losing an elder of the Tianyi Pavilion, the rest of the members of the Chamber of Commerce grinned and gloated. Even Wan Baolu was secretly delighted in his heart. To be able to weaken the strength of the other four core alliances was something they were happy to see. Li Yunxiao said contemptuously, "Explanation? You can only blame yourself for not being skilled enough and dying without leaving a single piece of you. Otherwise, you could still bring an arm or a leg back to admire it." Su Donha's face darkened. He gritted his teeth and said, "I'm not going to argue with you. If you don't give me an explanation today, the Tianyi Pavilion will perish together with you." His murderous aura suddenly surged out, filling the air with a chilly aura. The surrounding martial artists couldn't help but shiver in fear. The faces of the warriors of the Tianyi Pavilion and the vassal forces were ghastly pale. They didn't want to perish together with their enemies. They were confident that they would win, but they didn't even dare to make a move under such circumstances. The ones with the most unsightly expressions were the three martial emperors of the Chu Luo Merchant Association. This time, their hearts turned cold. It seemed like they had nowhere to go. The minions of the Luo Chu Chamber of Commerce who were still standing inside the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce gloated at the three, waiting to see what would happen to them. Seeing Su Donha's determined attitude, Li Feiyu was at a loss. Luoying suddenly said, "Elder Su, how about this? If we old fogies do it, the repercussions will be too great. It's better to let the younger generation fight among themselves. Let's bring forward the martial arts duel to settle the grudge between the two sections. What do you think? Bring forward the martial arts duel?" Everyone narrowed their eyes. But after a moment of consideration, they agreed that it was a good idea. Otherwise, it would be troublesome if an expert of Su Donha's level decided to go all out. The people of the Four Extremes sect and the Money sect were especially worried. They only wanted to save the Tianyi Pavilion from this disaster and didn't want to become enemies with the Tianyi Pavilion. I think that's a good idea," Ren Guangran said slowly. "There's no need to bring forward the martial arts duel. Anyone who wants to settle the grudge can do it today. The loser will immediately take his men and horses and leave Songyang City, and will not be allowed to participate in the upcoming meeting." Luoying furrowed her brows and said, "That doesn't seem appropriate. After all, the duel is a duel between martial arts and martial arts. Why don't the loser just admit defeat and declare it as the loser in the martial arts duel a few days later? Only then will it be fair." Ren Guangran glared at Luoying resentfully. What he said just now was to kick the Tianyi Pavilion or the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce out of the competition for the position of the board member. In this way, the 7 magnates could be reduced to 6, which was in line with the interests of the Myriad Treasure Tower. How could Luoying not understand Ren Guangran's meaning? However, the Myriad Treasure Pagoda was powerful, and the other giant still had to weaken its power as much as possible. Hence, it was still beneficial for them to retain 7 positions. Yes, Brother Luo's words make sense. I agree with you, Zhang Chong said with a smile on his face. Su Donha's expression turned cold. She snorted and said, "Since everyone agrees, the Tianyi Pavilion will not object. If the Tianyi Pavilion loses, I'll leave immediately and never mention the death of Elder Qiu. But what if the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce loses?" She fixed her eyes on Ding Ling and began to interrogate her. After all, it was Mo Xiaochuan who killed Elder Qiu, and Mo Xiaochuan was from the Black Iron City. Even if she handed Mo Xiaochuan over to her, it would not be easy for her to deal with him. This was a headache. Ding Ling shivered under Su Donha's intense gaze. She immediately hid behind Li Yunxiao. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "That's easy." He understood Su Donha's concerns. He pointed at Mo Xiaochuan and said, "If we lose, I'll behead the murderer who killed Elder Qiu and give you his head. What do you think? In case the Tianyi Pavilion fears revenge from the Black Iron City, we'll be the bad guys." What? Everyone was shocked. Li Yunxiao's words were obviously full of confidence. They would not lose, except for Qian Wudi, who believed in Li Yunxiao's strength. The others looked doubtful. Although the martial venerable who used the magical artifact cube was killed by Li Yunxiao, the situation was so chaotic that no one saw the details clearly. They all thought that Emperor Wu of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce had secretly killed the martial venerable. Otherwise, the martial venerable would not have died so easily. Mo Xiaochuan's face darkened. He said sheepishly, young Master Yun, are you going to sell me out? If I lose, then I'll. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed and scolded, what are you worried about? Don't you think it's more unbelievable for young Master Yun to lose than for you to be beheaded? Mo Xiaochuan said sheepishly, that's true. But it still feels strange. Why don't we bet on your head? Young Emperor Hao Lian snorted and said, don't pretend to be innocent. How much is your head worth? It's a great honor to be young Master Yun's bet. You must be secretly happy now, right? Why are you still pretending to be innocent? The casual conversation between the two left the crowd speechless. However, the people of the Tianyi Pavilion heard it with a heavy heart. Su Danhe said coldly, fine. A gentleman's words cannot be retracted. The big shots of the Merchant League are here. Don't go back on your word when you lose. Yui, you have to win this battle. You can't afford to lose. When Su Danhe said the name, the heaviness in her heart was swept away. She seemed to have regained the prestige and vigor of the chief elder of the Tianyi Pavilion. The name had given her unparalleled confidence. Everyone's heart was slightly shaken. All eyes fell on the green-clothed woman behind Su Danhe. Especially Qian Wudi and the other geniuses of the younger generation. Their expressions were grave. The green figure swayed a little, and the crowd only felt a faint fragrance wafting over. They then saw that the slim figure had already stepped out of the ranks and was slowly walking forward. Although Liang Yui wasn't as beautiful as Shui Luoyan and Ding Ling she was still slender and elegant. Her face was like a peach blossom. However, the biting cold aura around her made people not dare to have any profane thoughts towards her. Don't worry, Chief Elder. I will not disappoint you. His words were crisp and pleasing to the ears, making people feel very comfortable listening to him. It made people not doubt the confidence and strength contained in the words I will not fail the mission. Su Danhe was in a good mood. She said, don't stay here. Kill them if you can. Yes. Liang Yui nodded in response. When she raised her head once more, the clarity in her eyes had already disappeared, and it was replaced by a gaze that was as sharp as a blade. It was so sharp that it seemed as if she would be pierced by the brilliance if she was 3 feet away from her. Su Danhe looked at the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce and snorted, since the martial arts contest has been brought forward, who will you send? Ding Ling or this strange Li Yunxiao? Li Yunxiao smiled and said, me, of course. If you send the president to fight, won't you raise your status? Liang Yui's eyes flickered. She sized up Li Yunxiao and said, if it's you, then this battle will be meaningful. If it's Ding Ling there's no need to fight. However, only the rising stars of the Chamber of Commerce are qualified to participate in the martial arts contest. I heard that you're the mayor of the southern region's Yanwu City. I wonder if you're qualified to fight on behalf of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? That's right. Li Yunxiao, you're not qualified to fight. Su Danhe suddenly reacted. She shouted coldly, if people outside of the Chamber of Commerce can fight as they please, then everyone should just ask for external help. What's the point of having a martial arts contest? Luoying frowned and said, Li Yunxiao, are you from the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? Otherwise, you'll be breaking the rules. You can only let Ding Ling go or send someone from the Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling seemed to be prepared for this situation. She said loudly, Li Yunxiao is an honorary elder hired by the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Su Danhe sneered and said, haha, honorary elder? It's just a temporary position to deceive children. Isn't it too childish? The people from the Gold Money Gang and the Four Extremes sect also frowned. An honorary elder could be casually appointed. However, it was different for an official elder. It was completely a part of the Chamber of Commerce. Ding Ling also wanted to let Li Yunxiao be an official elder. However, she was worried about Li Yunxiao's peerless identity and his identity as the mayor of the Yanwu city. She didn't dare to casually give him the position of an elder. She was afraid that Li Yunxiao would be unhappy. Liang Yui smiled gently and said, "An honorary elder is indeed too childish. Li Yunxiao is the mayor of the Yanwu city. How can he be an elder of the Chamber of Commerce? Unless..." She smiled and said, "Unless you marry Ding Ling and become the son-in-law of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. This is in line with the rules." Ding Ling's body shook. Her face turned red and she lowered her head all the way down to her neck. She couldn't even lift her head. How could she not have thought about what Liang Yui said? However, the difference in their identities was too big. Furthermore, she couldn't understand Li Yunxiao's thoughts at all. In order to represent the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, she had even specially discussed with Elder Yu. Originally, she wanted Elder Yu to probe Li Yunxiao's intentions. However, she didn't expect a sudden change. Elder Yu died in the hands of his own younger brother. This matter had been put on hold. She planned to bring it up before the martial and martial duel meet. However, she didn't expect the change in plans. The martial contest was brought forward. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian both had a playful expression. They looked like they were watching a good show. Luo Yunshang also felt nervous for no reason. There was also a hint of disappointment in her heart. She seemed to be afraid of losing something. The rest of the people in the Chamber of Commerce didn't have a good expression on their faces. It was always a depressing matter for a goddess to be taken away by someone else. Ding Ling and Shui Luoyan were the dream lovers of countless young talents in the merchant union. As for handsome rich men, they would always be the biggest enemies of losers. How could Li Yunxiao not know Ding Ling's intentions? Even he, who had always been indifferent to the common people, couldn't put down his old face. He said, "The matter between me and Ling is purely a private matter. Forgive me for not telling others. As for my identity, since everyone is interested, I will say it directly. Yanwu City is a subordinate force of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce in the southern region. I, the mayor of Yanwu City, am also under the jurisdiction of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. Is everyone satisfied now?" Everyone's expression changed slightly. Based on what Li Yunxiao said, even if Yanwu City had nothing to do with Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce before, it had completely merged with Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce now. Originally, a mere city in the southern region would not attract everyone's attention. However, Yanwu City had inherited the shocking spiritual energy of Mount Meru, one of the four immortal realms. It was not inferior to the treasured lands of the seven superforces. If not for the Sacred Territories Order, it would have already caused a bloody battle. Such a high-quality asset suddenly became Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce's. This undoubtedly injected a shot of adrenaline into this empty shell. Ding Ling was also greatly shocked. Then, she felt warmth in her heart. With Li Yunxiao's identity and strength, owning a treasured land like Yanwu City could very likely develop into an existence like the seven superforces in the future. However, he did not hesitate to give such an important stronghold to her. Moreover, Li Yunxiao did not deny their relationship in front of everyone. Although he said it vaguely, it filled one's imagination. Apart from being moved, she also felt warmth and sweetness. The people from the Four Extremes sect and the Money Gang did not look too good either. The competition within the Commerce Union was extremely intense. The southern region was originally a place abandoned by the commerce unions. Only the Heavenly Yuan Commerce Union, which was on the decline, would go there to take a bite. They did not expect to pick up a treasure like Yanwu City. They were all slightly unhappy. Liang Yui nodded and said, "Since you can even give up Yanwu City, I naturally have nothing to say. Then, let the martial contest begin. Use your life to make one last contribution to Ding Ling." Li Yunxiao laughed and said, "Haha, what a confident girl." He walked out of the Chamber of Commerce and walked forward. "Young Master Yun, be careful." Ding Ling warned with concern. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled and said, "Sister Ling is worrying for nothing." Mo Xiaochuan snorted and said, "Sister Ling I'll have to change the way I address you very soon." Ding Ling blushed and turned her head slightly. Liang Yui stared at him and said indifferently, "I know you have a trump card and hidden your strength, so I feel that fighting you is quite interesting. But if you say you can defeat me, that would be a joke. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, since that's the case, I'll put on a joke today to make everyone happy. After the short conversation between the two, a murderous aura spread out around them. Everyone held their breaths and retreated far away. Sigh, it doesn't feel interesting just looking at it. Tang Xian, why don't we make a bet? Qian Wudi suddenly opened his mouth and laughed, looking very interested. Every time there's a martial competition, those bastards like to bet. This time, we're no exception. Tang Xian also had the appearance of a spectator as she analyzed. Yui is one of the few experts in the Merchant Union, and her strength is hard to estimate. I'm afraid that only Li Feiyu would dare to say that he's stronger than her in the younger generation. Although young Master Yun is only a martial monarch, he gives off an unfathomable feeling. It seems like he has many trump cards as well. This is a difficult bet to place. Qian Wudi smiled and said, a little bit of fun can be fun. Today, I'll make the bet. No matter how you look at it, Li Yunxiao is at a disadvantage. His odds are 1-1, and Liang Yui's odds are 2-1. What do you all think? Tang Xian nodded and said, this odds seems very reasonable based on their current situation. To be honest, no matter how I look at it, I don't think that Li Yunxiao has any chance of winning. However, I like to bet on dark horses, so I'll bet on Li Yunxiao winning. I'll bet 10 million mid-grade primal stones. Qian Wudi revealed a mocking expression and sneered, 10 million? You're really a little gambler. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Tang Xian laughed and said, haha, alright. Another 100 million mid-grade primary stones is just for Liang Yui to win. A trace of smugness flashed in Qian Wudi's eyes. Out of everyone present, aside from the people from the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce, he was probably the only one who understood Li Yunxiao's strength the best. Back at Mount Meru, this brat was only a martial king, yet he could fight against a terrifying existence like Di Jia. At that time, he was probably a martial monarch. Now that he was a martial monarch, Qian Wudi would never believe that he didn't have the strength to fight a martial saint. Zhang Chong smiled and said, young Master Wudi, you dare to make a bet with such a huge disparity in strength? Aren't you afraid that our money gang will go bankrupt? With the cultivation of a 2-star martial monarch, if you say you can defeat Liang Yui, then even if I lose this 500 million primal stones, I will accept it wholeheartedly. After he finished speaking, he threw out a storage pouch. He bet 500 million primal stones on Liang Yui. Qian Wudi rejoiced inwardly, but he revealed a bitter expression and said, Elder Zhang, please don't harm me. Humph, the ignorant are fearless. Su Donna's gaze shot over coldly, and she said coldly, I'll bet 50 billion on Yuyi's victory, do you dare to accept? Ah. Everyone gasped in shock. 50 billion primal stones was enough to crush a small business association. Even the 7 giants of the Merchant Union couldn't casually transfer that amount of primal stones. Qian Wudi's joyful mood instantly turned into shock and solemnity. No matter how much confidence he had in Li Yunxiao, he became extremely nervous with such a huge bet at stake. If he lost it all, he would have to pay 25 billion. This amount was enough for his father to slap him to death. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and he became uncertain. He raised his head slightly and looked at the smile on Li Yunxiao's face. Suddenly, he had an idea. He clenched his teeth and said, I'll accept, of course I'll accept. Since I've opened the bet, I'll accept any amount. Zhang Chong was shocked and said anxiously, young master, this amount of money. Qian Wudi waved his hand and said in a low voice, don't worry, Elder Zhang. Li Yunxiao has a high chance of winning. I'm going to win. Zhang Chong was stunned. He turned to look at Li Yunxiao as if he was trying to see through him, but he couldn't find anything special about him. He was just an ordinary 2-star martial emperor. Good, you've got guts. Su Dan had glanced at the members of the affiliated chambers of commerce and said, don't you want to make some money? The affiliated chambers of commerce of the Tianyi Pavilion immediately shouted and placed their bets. Under Su Donna's gaze, they didn't dare to turn down the bet. At the same time, they wanted to make some money. After all, Liang Yui's strength was obvious, and Su Donna had bet 50 billion on Yui. She was very confident. Immediately, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million, and so on were all placed on the bet. The members of the Four Extremes sect and the Myriad Treasure Pagoda didn't want to be left behind. They stacked all kinds of chips on the bet. No one wanted to give up this obvious opportunity to make money. Some of them placed their bets on Li Yunxiao, but the amount was very small. Soon, the bet on Liang Yui reached 200 billion mid-grade primal stones. Qian Wudi was covered in cold sweat. He couldn't bear the pressure anymore. He said bitterly, "Damn it, you guys are too ruthless. You bet 200 billion. Are you trying to kill me?" Tang Xian said with a smile, "Haha, that's more like young Master Wudi's character." After Tang Xian bet 500 million on Liang Yui, she saw that the crowd was in high spirits, so she added another 1 billion. Many cultivators even mortgaged their treasures to raise as much primal stones as possible. In comparison, Li Yunxiao's bet was less than 100 million. It was a shabby sight. The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce bet 50 billion mid-grade primal stones on Li Yunxiao. Ding Linger said slowly. Her words shocked everyone. However, everyone thought about it. If they lost this martial contest, the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce had a high chance of being eliminated. At that time, the entire Chamber of Commerce would be at risk of being swallowed. A mere 50 billion was not enough. This was all the primal stones Ding Linger could muster at the moment. Otherwise, she would bet even more. This was not only because it concerned the survival of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, but also because she knew Li Yunxiao's strength. There were people in the world who could defeat Li Yunxiao, but it definitely wouldn't be Liang Yui. Those who could defeat him definitely wouldn't appear in the younger generation. Mo Xiaochuan also said, "My heavenly punishment devil sweeping sword, can I mortgage it for 50 billion? Qian Wudi was taken aback. He said with a bitter smile, "Of course it's worth it." "You also want to bet on Li Yunxiao?" "Of course." Mo Xiaochuan rolled his eyes and said proudly, "If young Master Yun loses, I'll lose my head." "What's the point of my sword?" Qian Wudi felt a little dizzy. He said, "That's, alright, I'll take it as 50 billion. He was still slightly relieved. Although there was still a gap between the two bets, it was close to a balance. No matter which side won, he wouldn't lose too much. It was just that the profit he would earn would be reduced a lot. Only 100 billion? How annoying! Li Yunxiao shouted. His hand flashed, and a powerful fire elemental aura immediately spread out from the center. A pile of southern fire gold crystal sources suddenly appeared in front of Qian Wudi, exuding a tempting and terrifying aura. These southern fire gold crystal sources are mortgaged for 50 billion mid-grade primal stones. I bet on myself to win. Everyone was shocked, and their eyes flashed with extreme greed. There were so many southern fire gold crystal sources, which were equivalent to the existence of top-grade primordial stones. Especially those fire attribute martial artists, they directly opened their mouths wide in astonishment. Zhang Chong picked up a crystal source and carefully examined it. He nodded and said, "It is indeed southern fire gold crystal sources. Even the Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce might not have so many. I wonder where this person got them." Qian Wudi smiled bitterly and said, "Since they are true crystal sources, it is naturally worth it." He had just casually opened a bet and wanted to make a small profit. He didn't expect such a large bet to be involved. According to the odds, if Li Yunxiao won, he would earn 50 billion yuan stones. Just thinking about it made him excited. But if Liang Yui won, the compensation would be 250 billion yuan stones. Thinking about this, his face turned pale. He wished he could rush up and chop Liang Yui first. Liang Yui nodded and thanked him. "Li Yunxiao, thank you for your crystal sources. I happen to need them." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "I am also looking forward to a large amount of primal stones." Liang Yui revealed a rare smile. "Since that is the case, let's not waste any more time." She raised her right hand and pointed gently. An illusory sword immediately appeared in the sky and slashed down at Li Yunxiao. Her moves were clean and efficient, without any hesitation. Although it was simple and direct, it was pleasing to the eye. Li Yunxiao kept a smile on his face. He had some misgivings. After all, there was no lack of experts here. It was not convenient for him to use some of his techniques, such as the immortal golden body and the three-sword techniques. If they were discovered, it would be a great disaster. Even if he did not use these famous techniques, he was undefeatable. At the very least, he still had the gourd's little guardian deity. If he released it, he could even fight a peak martial saint, much less a mere Liang Yui. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he had gone overboard and was being unfair to the young lady. Bang! The sword descended from the sky and blasted a huge pit in the ground. Light flickered under Li Yunxiao's feet. He executed exquisite footwork and easily dodged the sword. Liang Yui moved forward and similarly, she moved with exquisite footwork. Many afterimages appeared in the area. She fought with Li Yunxiao in close combat. It was difficult to see their movements with the naked eye. However, most of the people around them were experts. Every move was clearly seen by them. Liang Yui's techniques were extremely profound. A thin layer of red light appeared around her green dress. The wind from her fists and palms were unhurried as she executed one move after another. On the other hand, Li Yunxiao seemed to be in a passive position under his opponent's pressure. However, he countered each move with his own and was not at a clear disadvantage. Furthermore, he tried his best not to collide with Liang Yui's. After all, there was a huge difference in their cultivation. If they clashed head-on, he would only be at a disadvantage. Liang Yui had noticed this. She planned to use her cultivation to exhaust her opponent's essence. At that time, no matter how many trump cards he had, without the support of essence, he would only be a paper tiger. This Li Yunxiao is indeed strange. He has the strength of a 2-star martial monarch. How is he able to fight with Yui for so long? Zhang Chong had a strange look on his face as he said, "It seems like a large amount of energy was directly absorbed by his body. Could it be that he also cultivates his body?" Qian Wudi immediately remembered that day in Mount Meru, Di Jiao wanted to use Li Yunxiao's body as a cauldron. Thinking about it, Qian Wudi said, "His body is indeed powerful. If it's not magical, then he must have cultivated some secret technique." Zhang Chong was suddenly enlightened, so that's how it is. A miraculous secret technique that can withstand an attack one realm higher is indeed remarkable. But if you don't have any other methods, this is as far as you can go. As she spoke, Liang Yui spat out a flaming sword from her hand. It danced in her hand, leaving a series of afterimages. The tip and the tail of the sword joined together to form a flaming net that suddenly closed in from all directions. Li Yunxiao was like a fish in the net, unable to escape. Li Yunxiao formed a seal with one hand and said, "Water dragons roar." The water element in the air quickly gathered and formed a ball of water at the tip of his finger. It took the shape of a dragon and circled around his body. Under the guidance of the seal, it broke through the flaming net. Within the water dragon, the shape of a sword could be faintly seen. It was already impossible to tell if it was a water dragon or a sword ray dragon's roar. Furthermore, with a point of the sword, it broke through the surface. Hiss, hiss. The moment the water dragon came into contact with the fire net, it was instantly evaporated. An ice-like longsword suddenly shone with a cold light, piercing through the mist with a dazzling light, and cut through the fire net. The moment the northern sky cold star sword broke through the net, Li Yunxiao flew over and grabbed the hilt of the sword, charging out of the encirclement. Liang Yui gave a light shout and a flame spread under her feet. The aura on her body gradually rose, quickly reaching the peak of a 3-star martial venerable. The flaming net in the sky condensed into a ball of fire under her command. It danced in the air like a small sun, and waves of heat came crashing down. Great Sun divine technique, one breath into the blazing sun. Liang Yui struck out with her palm, and the fireball in the sky fell like a meteorite. The power of her palm sealed the entire space, making it impossible for Li Yunxiao to move. Mo Xiaochuan revealed a shocked expression. What a powerful and domineering palm power. A girl actually cultivated such a martial technique. No wonder she said that the southern fire gold crystal source was extremely beneficial to her. Ding Ling said with a serious expression, "Liang Yui cultivates the fire element, but compared to Sister Yun Shang's divine 9-yang body, it is still inferior." Luo Yunsheng blushed and said, "Sister Ling don't laugh at me. My strength is far inferior to hers." Ding Ling smiled and said, "Sister Ling don't belittle yourself. Young Master Yun once said that the Divine Firmament Palace's 9-yang pure energy was specially created for your physique. Back then, Gu Qingqing was the #1 person in the world because of her divine nine-yang body. Sister, your future is limitless. Please don't forget me in the future. When Luo Yunxiang heard that it was Li Yunxiao's words, she instantly felt a sweetness in her heart. However, a moment later, her heart was shrouded by a layer of haze, and she became absent-minded. She muttered to herself, young Master Yun said so much to her? Why didn't he tell me? In the sea of fire, Li Yunxiao's pupils shrank, and he smiled lightly. You're finally serious? The surrounding space was impregnable under Liang Yui's palm, and it was too difficult to teleport. Li Yunxiao turned his hand and stabbed out with his sword. 9 green lotuses bloomed one by one and formed a line in front of him, protecting his body and blocking the blazing sun fire. What's going on? He actually blocked the blazing sun power of a peak 3-star martial saint? The surrounding people felt that it was inconceivable. Even Sudana's expression became slightly ugly. I think it's because of the ice sword in his hand. The cold air that's being emitted from the sword just happens to restrain Liang Yui's blazing sun fire. That sword is indeed extraordinary. When it's unsheathed, it shines with a cold light. It's extremely likely that it's a rank 9 existence. A martial monarch of the 7 constellations realm using a rank 9 profound artifact, this is too much of a waste. He has the ability to trick that little girl into running around in circles. I reckon that this sword was probably forged for him by that little girl from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce. Tisk tsk, getting both wealth and beauty. Why don't I have such a good life? You can only blame your parents for giving you a frog face. If it wasn't for them throwing money at you, do you think you'd be able to pick up girls with that face of yours? Liang Yui frowned slightly. It was clear that she also felt that it was a little inconceivable that Li Yunxiao had blocked her attack. However, her expression was still as calm as water, without the slightest expression. 2 Qis give birth to yin and yang, for suns revolve simultaneously. Following her shout, the hand seals in her hands changed, and a line of fire appeared. The fireball blocked by Li Yunxiao's 9 azure lotuses suddenly split into 2, then into 4. In that instant, 4 suns revolved and rushed into the lotus, destroying it one by one. Li Yunxiao's expression changed slightly. Compared to the previous fireball, these 4 fireballs were not as powerful as the previous one. Although they were not 4 times more powerful, they were still several times more powerful. His strength of a 2-star martial monarch could not withstand the power of the Northern Sky Cold Star Sword. If you don't have any more trump cards, then die. Liang Yui let out a light shout, and the 4 fireballs in her hand whistled down. The hearts of the people from the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce were in their throats. No matter what, they did not think that Li Yunxiao would be able to escape this calamity. Even Qian Wudi, who was originally full of confidence, was somewhat worried. After all, the stakes were too high. He really could not afford to lose. At this moment, the person who was the most confident was Li Feiyu. That day in the Plum Valley, the sword technique that Li Yunxiao had displayed in his demonized state had shocked even him. If it appeared again now, it would be a piece of cake for him to break Liang Yui's 4 days revolving simultaneously. However, demonization was not Li Yunxiao's original intention, and he did not dare to use the sword technique. Wind, come. The immemorial heavens eye between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows suddenly opened. A terrifying astral wind from the boundless void whistled out. He pointed the northern sky. Cold Star soared vertically in his hand to the sky. The endless power of the immemorial astral wind, with the sword as the guide, blew out. The 4 fireballs, as big as the sun, were suddenly blocked, unable to press any further. On the contrary, the power of the blazing sun gradually weakened, as if it was being devoured. Liang Yui's expression finally changed. She could clearly feel that the wind around Li Yunxiao's long sword was extremely abnormal. It was rapidly consuming her blazing sun. She lightly snorted, and her delicate body danced in the air. 4 fireballs flew back and revolved around her, and the hand seals in her hands became faster and faster. Ren Guangran couldn't help but say in shock, is this Li Yunxiao really that strong? He actually wants to force Liang Yui to use her ultimate technique. Li Feiyu's expression was solemn. He is far more powerful than what we see now. What I'm worried about is that even if Yui uses that technique, she might not be able to restrain him. What? Nonsense. Su Dan has shouted coldly. Young Master Li has never seen Yui's ultimate technique. How can you make such a judgment? Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, although I haven't seen Yui use it, I have seen Li Yunxiao's ultimate sword ray. To be honest, now that I think about it, even I might not be able to withstand that attack. Su Dan's expression changed greatly, revealing a look of complete disbelief. Ren Guangran slapped his thigh and angrily cursed, "Brat, why didn't you say so earlier? I bet 2 billion source stones on Liang Yui to win." Li Feiyu smiled bitterly. Although Li Yunxiao's trump card is powerful, little sister Yui doesn't seem to be at this level. Her chances of winning are still very high. On the battlefield, as Liang Yui's hand seal spread out, the 4 large fireballs suddenly appeared in a row. They actually split again. 5, 6, 7, in the end, they turned into 10 blazing suns that interacted with each other and continuously grew stronger. It really is 10 suns in the same sky. Qian Wudi revealed a serious expression. I didn't expect her to have cultivated it to perfection. Zhang Chong was also shocked. This little girl's talent is truly terrifying. This time, Li Yunxiao is in trouble. I'm really curious as to how he will defend against this 10 suns in the same sky. Defend? Su Dan's face was filled with cruelty and disdain. She coldly said, of course he will directly die. Rise. Liang Yui raised her hands to the sky. 10 large fireballs whistled through the air and slowly rose into the sky. 10 suns in the same sky above Song Yuyang City. Li Yunxiao finally revealed a shocked expression as he looked up at the sky. The power emitted by the 10 giant fireballs was as though they were real suns. If they were to fall like that, even his indestructible golden body wouldn't be able to block it. Luo Ying's voice sounded at the side and said, it's indeed the 10 suns in the same sky. Congratulations. However, if the 10 suns fall to the ground, I'm afraid more than half of Songyang City will be destroyed. Why don't we make a move and lock the surrounding space to prevent the energy from spreading too much? Agreed. Zhang Chong nodded slightly and stood up, preparing to make a move. Ren Guangran of Thousand Treasure Pagoda also stepped out. Only Su Dan's expression was cold as she ignored their actions. Just the 3 of us will be enough, Luoying said softly. She slowly extended her right hand and shot a beam of Emperor's Qi into the sky. Zhang Chong and Ren Guangran also made a move. 3 beams of Emperor's Qi immediately spread out in the sky and formed a powerful barrier, which then enveloped and locked the 10 suns in the same sky phenomenon. The entire Songyang City was astonished and didn't understand what was happening over there. Only some higher-ups were making different speculations. There were even many people who flew up into the sky and headed towards the barrier. Liang Yui's entire body seemed to be burning at this moment. She looked at Li Yunxiao coldly in the sky and said, I'm curious how you're going to deal with the 10 suns in the same sky. Or will you just vanish like smoke into thin air? She raised her right hand high and pointed it down abruptly. She shouted, 10 suns in the same sky, destroy heaven and earth. 10 huge fireballs danced in the air, spiraling down from the sky. One by one, they rushed towards Li Yunxiao's body. The scorching sunlight shone on Li Yunxiao's face, causing his expression to turn sluggish. Everyone thought that he had completely given up hope. However, in reality, Li Yunxiao was still thinking about how he was going to deal with this move. Should he throw the Universe God Monument, the gourd, the little guardian deity, or the Imperial Bell? Or should he use the magic sky armor and indestructible golden body to take it head-on? There were too many choices, and it was easy to get confused. Forget it. It doesn't matter if others recognize me. I, Li Yunxiao, have never been afraid of anyone. Clang, at this critical moment, Li Yunxiao stabbed his sword into the ground and placed his right hand over the hilt. The image of a dragon slowly poured into the northern sky frost star sword from his arm. In an instant, the roar of a dragon soared into the sky. Not only that, but his body also transformed into a demon. Scales appeared on his body, and a pair of horns appeared on his forehead. As the dragon image entered the sword, a swimming dragon appeared on the blade of the sword, emitting a terrifying sword intent. Demonization? Is this his trump card? The pupils of the surrounding cultivators dilated. They could sense the power on Li Yunxiao's body and the sword intent emitted by the Northsky Frost Star Sword. It was no longer any weaker than a martial honor, a ball of golden light condensed on Li Yunxiao's left hand. He slowly placed it in front of him and turned it into a lotus flower, attracting everyone's attention. Suddenly, the golden lotus exploded like a star. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared, causing everyone's eyes to hurt. They immediately closed their eyes. Mo Xiaochuan's pupils shrank, and two tiny prisms appeared in front of his eyes, directly reflecting the dazzling golden light. He thought proudly in his heart, I knew it was a trick. He dared to use the sword art in front of so many experts. As expected of master, he is not afraid of trouble coming to his door. The moment the golden lotus bloomed, Li Yunxiao's northern Skyfrost star sword finally shot out a rainbow-like sword energy. A dragon soared in the sky, and the surrounding stars flickered and disappeared. The 10 suns were overshadowed by this sword energy. It was the sword art, star extermination. Liang Yui's eyes were instantly blinded by the golden light, but she clearly felt the shocking sword energy. Like a divine arrow shooting the sun, a dragon image rushed toward the 10 suns. Rumble. When everyone opened their eyes, they saw the 10 suns completely erupt. The entire barrier was covered in a sea of red flames. Other than the flames, nothing else could be seen. But that overbearing and powerful power still transmitted fluctuations through the barrier, causing everyone's hearts to palpitate with fear and trepidation. Qian Wudi's eyes were filled with shock. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Would he be able to withstand the 10 suns in the same sky move if it was him? The answer made him very disappointed. An indescribable anger spread in his heart. What a powerful force. Is that Li Yunxiao dead? Is there a need to ask? He must have been burned to ashes. Don't you see the terrifying sea of fire inside the barrier? But I just felt an extremely powerful sword energy. That feeling almost scared my soul out of my body. It doesn't seem to be any weaker than the 10 suns in the same sky. Yes, I felt it too. However, that golden flower was too dazzling. I was distracted and didn't see it. Listening to the whispers of the crowd, almost all of them concluded that Li Yunxiao would definitely die. Ding Ling and the others were all very nervous. Although they knew Li Yunxiao's magical power, they still couldn't help but feel anxious. Luoying and the other experts revealed strong shock in their eyes. Just now, they were also careless and fell into Li Yunxiao's trap. They were blinded by the dazzling golden flower's light and were instantly blinded. They felt quite regretful that they didn't catch the sword energy move. What shocked them even more was that at that critical moment of life and death, Li Yunxiao still wanted to deceive others. What was he trying to hide? Was he hiding that sword move? Could it be that there was some shameful secret? This time, even Su Danhe, who was full of confidence, revealed a shocked expression. This was because, with his cultivation, he could clearly sense that Li Yunxiao wasn't dead. He wasn't even injured. In the sea of fire within the barrier, the power of the sword art, Star's annihilation, was too weak. Although it destroyed several blazing sun flames, most of them still bombarded his body. The devilish sky armor also materialized and resisted the attack of the flames. However, the devilish sky armor that had lost all of its devil chi was like a Xian artifact without any spiritual chi. It basically didn't have much effect. A large amount of blazing sun still attacked Li Yunxiao's body and burned it. In the raging flames, he wasn't afraid that others would see him. Spots of golden light appeared on his skin. While resisting the blazing sun, he was also absorbing the opponent's power to replenish and heal his injuries. Although it was only the initial stage of the indestructible golden body, it almost reached a balance and allowed his wounds to recover quickly. Zhang Chong said, "The power of the blazing sun has almost dispersed. The barrier should also disperse." He was the first to transform into a golden light and fly to the Gold Money Gang's team. The power of the barrier in the sky immediately weakened. The other two people also dispersed. Immediately, the blazing sun flames spread rapidly, scaring the nearby low-leveled warriors into fleeing. However, the power of the blazing sun was already an arrow at the end of its flight. After a short period of burning, it gradually extinguished. Li Yunxiao's body also appeared from within the flames. Although he wasn't unscathed, he seemed to be unharmed. There was even a trace of a smile on his face. Ah. This Everyone's minds seemed to have been struck by lightning. They almost lost their ability to think. Each of them widened their eyes and rubbed their eyes, afraid that they had seen wrongly. How could it be? Even the 10 suns in the same sky couldn't kill him. Sudanha was also stunned and completely dumbfounded. Yes, this person has too many secrets. Young master, if you meet him in the future, you must be careful, Luoying warned softly. Beside her, Tang Xian's face was filled with shock. She had a dignified and contemplative expression. After Liang Yui used the 10 suns in the same sky, her essence, qi, and spirit were greatly weakened. Her face began to turn pale. Although she expected that Li Yunxiao wouldn't be defeated by that move, she didn't expect that he would be able to withstand it so easily. Moreover, he was completely fine. On the contrary, she had consumed a lot of her spiritual energy. However, she was an expert after all. After a moment of shock, she immediately regained her calmness. Her figure became faint in the sky and finally, it slowly disappeared. Hiding in the void? What an old-fashioned move. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and spread his divine sense. Suddenly, he frowned and said in surprise, "Strange, there is no spatial fluctuation." She didn't enter the void? Then why did she disappear? This time, not only Li Yunxiao, but the surrounding experts were all shocked. This was because they also discovered the same problem. Liang Yui didn't just hide in the void. So. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on the left of Li Yunxiao and a sword light slashed down. Li Yunxiao was shocked. He only noticed Liang Yui's existence the moment she made her move. A wave of mental energy instantly spread out from between his brows and changed the surrounding space. He teleported far away and dodged the sword qi. Teleportation? Everyone was shocked. This was an extremely powerful ultimate skill that only a rank 8 alchemist master could perform. Eh? Liang Yui's voice came from the sky. She was obviously surprised by his sudden teleportation. Then, she could no longer catch any trace of Liang Yui. Ren Guangran couldn't help but say, "Damn, these two actually had a trump card. Could that Li Yunxiao be a rank 8 alchemist? He can actually teleport." This sentence made everyone's heart tremble. If he was really a rank 8 alchemist master, then who could match his future skills? Everyone who thought of this became absent-minded. Could it be that the heavenly essence commerce, which was originally the least optimistic, was going to stand out and become the biggest dark horse? Even if he lost to Liang Yui in this match, it was just a loss of points deducted. With the strength that Li Yunxiao displayed so far, not only was he fine under 10 suns in the same sky, he even had the mood to play tricks to hide his moves. In the entire 7 major commerce associations, apart from Li Feiyu, who else could win him for sure? Even Li Feiyu's gaze was solemn at this moment. He didn't have any confidence in his heart. So what if he's a rank 8 alchemist master? Everyone, don't worry. That Li Yunxiao will definitely die in this battle. Suddenly, Sudanha's voice sounded out coldly. Her gaze was fixed on the battlefield, seemingly full of confidence. Everyone was puzzled. Under the circumstances where even a super big move like 10 suns in the same sky could bring harm to Li Yunxiao, how could Liang Yui win? Could it be because of this inexplicable vanishing secret art? Liang Yui's sword radiance kept shooting out of nowhere, but Li Yunxiao couldn't detect it at all. After a few rounds, Liang Yui's attacks became faster and faster until only the shadows of her sword and Li Yunxiao's dodging shadows could be seen. What the hell is going on with Liang Yui? Qian Wudi was horrified. He couldn't detect his opponent's presence, but the sword radiance was so real. If he were in the arena, he would have been dead by now. Zhang Chong also looked serious. He said thoughtfully, what a strange secret technique. Even I can't detect her presence. I'm curious about what's going on. I've never seen such a body movement technique in the Tianyi Pavilion. Could it be that Liang Yui's master is an expert? This time, even Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian's expressions became serious. Even with their cultivation, they couldn't see any clues. Although they didn't think that Li Yunxiao would lose, it wasn't a good idea to continue fighting like this. Li Yunxiao dodged here and there. Even though he could teleport, he was soon at a disadvantage. Even I can't detect it. I'm no stranger to this situation. But you can't be that person's disciple. It must be a simulation of some secret technique. Li Yunxiao suddenly became quiet and said slowly. There was even a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Your attack is still so sharp. It seems that your main body is not far from me. Actually, this move of yours is very easy to break. Do you believe me? Oh, since I mastered this secret technique, no one has ever broken it. Liang Yui's voice rang out in the arena. However, each word came from different directions, making it difficult to understand. Humph, how arrogant. Su Dana sneered, this kind of provocation is useless against Yui. Li Feiyu also looked serious. He kept thinking about what he would do if he encountered such a situation. Li Yunxiao said with a smile, that's because the people you met are too weak. You can hear me, which at least proves that my sound waves can reach where your body is. No matter how you hide, you must at least have a point of contact with this space. Otherwise, you will forever be lost in another space. Liang Yui said indifferently, you're right, but there are an infinite number of points in space. Even if you use an indiscriminate attack, the probability of hitting me is 0. Let me ask you, how are you going to find this contact point? Moreover, this point can be moved. Li Yunxiao smiled but didn't say anything. His gaze gradually focused as he reached out his right hand. The imperial bell slowly appeared in his hand, emitting a golden radiance and an ancient charm. It was grand and imposing. Qian Wudi's pupils constricted and his body shook. He naturally recognized that this was the treasure that Li Yunxiao had snatched back at Mount Meru, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a hint of resentment. That day at Mount Meru, he had returned empty-handed. It's actually very simple. As long as we use an omnidirectional sound wave attack, you won't be able to escape. When you are shaken by the power of the sound wave, you will definitely show a tremble. As long as my sound wave does not stop, you will not stop shaking. When that time comes, how will you hide? Li Yunxiao's gaze turned cold. The imperial bell in his hand rang with a dang, and an ancient charm spread out. The sound wave instantly spread through the entire space. What profound level weapon is this? Everyone present was shocked. Even if a normal sound wave attack could be used in all directions, it definitely wouldn't be as grand and imposing as this bell. The ancient charm was overflowing, as if the ages and years were passing under the sound of the bell. This time even Su Dana's expression changed completely. A trace of panic and astonishment flashed in her eyes. Liang Yui, I've already caught you. The scales of victory have already tilted in my favor. The sword in Li Yunxiao's hand flashed. The northern sky-cold star sword suddenly shot out and stabbed at a point in the air. There was an extremely slight change in the frequency of the sound wave at that point, but it still couldn't escape Li Yunxiao's sharp divine sense. Humph, you want to leave? Under the sound of my bell, even the slightest fluctuation of frequency can't escape my perception. As long as you resist the sound of the bell, it will definitely change. Unless you give up resisting, then the power of the bell will directly enter your body and shake your meridians and blood, directly exploding and dying. The sword in Li Yunxiao's hand moved according to his perception, chasing in the direction of Liang Yui's movement. He sneered, if you resist, you will die. If you don't resist, you will also die. What choice will you make? Bang! Li Yunxiao's northern sky-cold star sword received a huge shock. A wave of scorching sun power pressed down. Liang Yui's figure gradually appeared in the air. Her eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. With a livid face, she used the scorching sun art and fiercely attacked. She shouted angrily, even if I reveal my true body, you only have the power to resist. How can you talk about defeating me? The people of the Chamber of Commerce were all abnormally shocked. If it was them, who could think of such a wonderful method to force Liang Yui out in that situation, even if they knew this method now, who could create such a powerful sound wave attack? Furthermore, who could control it so exquisitely and sense the slightest fluctuation under the sound wave? Haha, there is indeed a large realm difference between you and me. It is not easy to fight. But after using the 10 suns 1 sky and the secret technique to hide your body, your stamina is already less than a third of what it was before. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly and said, let me ask you, how much longer can you last? As he spoke, the sword in his hand did not stop for even a moment. He continuously used various sword moves to attack, exhausting Liang Yui's stamina and Yuan Qi. Apart from some of the more abnormal ones, a lack of stamina was the weakness of any woman. With Li Yunxiao's unceasing attacks, Liang Yui finally began to gradually fall into a disadvantageous position. The faces of the surrounding people all darkened because they had all put in a lot of effort. This time, they were going to lose even their pants. Liang Yui's face was livid. Extremely unwilling, she circulated the scorching sun art again and slowly gathered a fireball. But everyone could see that she was already an arrow at the end of its flight. There would be no change in the outcome. Li Yunxiao smiled lightly. His figure teleported and disappeared on the spot. His leg appeared in the air beside Liang Yui and kicked her shoulder, directly sending her flying. Bang! That kick directly sent a force into her body, shaking her blood and qi. She was thrown far away, leaving a long mark on the ground. The large fireball in the field also dissipated. The winner of the martial contest has been decided. Do you still want to continue? Li Yunxiao stood in the field proudly. The corner of his mouth always had that gentle smile. In the eyes of everyone had their own thoughts, but most of them had grave expressions. Especially Li Feiyu, Qian Wudi, and Tang Xian, these three outstanding talents of the younger generation. If they were in Liang Yui's place, not only would the outcome be uncertain, but even if they could win, it would not be such an easy victory. In an instant, Li Yunxiao had become a great enemy in everyone's eyes. Luoying slowly said, "This martial contest, Li Yunxiao wins. Does anyone have any objections?" Zhang Chong originally looked like a carefree person watching the show, but after Li Yunxiao used the dynasty bell, his expression also became grave. He said, "Of course there are no objections. What do you think, Elder Su?" Su Donna's face had already turned green and couldn't speak. There was a look of defeat in his eyes. This time, he had suffered a huge setback. Not only had he lost an elder, but he had also lost a match before the 2 sessions had even started. He had also lost countless primeval stones. And all of this was given to her by this young man in front of her. Right now, she really wanted to rush up and kill this person at all costs, however, she knew that she couldn't. She spat out 2 words from her throat with difficulty. Trash. She glanced coldly at Liang Yui, who had a face full of shame. Liang Yui trembled under her gaze. She felt a wave of coldness and humiliation surge in her heart. She raised her resentful gaze and looked at Li Yunxiao. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and humiliation. Li Yunxiao frowned and said coldly, "Old hag, victory and defeat are common. Calling others trash after losing is really degrading." Flames of fury shot out of Su Donna's eyes, and she said coldly, "You dare to call me trash." An extremely strong murderous intent surged in her heart. She really wanted to find an excuse to instantly kill Li Yunxiao. So what if I call you trash?" Li Yunxiao said disdainfully, "If it wasn't for the fact that I am not your opponent now, I would still want to slap you to death. Just you wait, I will slap you in a few years' time." Everyone present broke out in a cold sweat. To dare to speak to a powerful Emperor Wu like this, just this courage and insight was not something an ordinary person could do. "You're courting death." Su Donna's figure flickered, and she disappeared from the throne. Her movement was faster than her words. When everyone heard her voice, her attack had already reached the field. Qian Wudi and Tang Xian were shocked. If Li Yunxiao died, they would not be able to obtain any information, and this trip would be in vain. Only Li Yunxiao's cold snort was left in the field, and he disappeared on the spot. He had already seen Su Donna's restless appearance, and he immediately teleported away to avoid that attack. Boom, a huge black pit suddenly appeared on the martial contest field. He did not see how Su Donna attacked, and the result was already like this. Luoying and Zhang Chong's expressions changed drastically. They immediately took action and blocked in front of Su Donna. Zhang Chong said coldly, "Elder Su, you lost the bet, and the result of the martial contest has been decided. We are all fair people." "Are you really as immoral as Li Yunxiao said?" Su Donna gritted her teeth in anger. She looked at Li Yunxiao, who was gradually appearing behind them, and said coldly, "Li Yunxiao, I will remember this name. I will not rest until I kill you." Li Yunxiao waved his hand impatiently and snorted, "Whatever. You are not the only one who throws harsh words at me after losing. Face needs to be won with real strength, not by threatening words, stupid bird. You. Pfft. Sudanha couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood under the extreme provocation. As the chief elder of the Tanny Pavilion, she had never been humiliated like this. Her eyes were completely red, and the only word in her mind was kill. Luoying frowned, thinking that Li Yunxiao was too ungrateful. If he angered Sudanha, even if he could survive today, would he be able to escape for the rest of his life? Fearing that there would be more complications, Luoying said hurriedly, since Elder Su agrees with the result of the martial arts contest, then we will stick to our previous agreement and let this matter rest. The Tanny Pavilion will add 1 defeat to their record. Everyone, let's call it a day. Standing in the air, Li Yunxiao ignored the shocked crowd and said, Ling collect the money. Everyone trembled, and many people's eyes turned red. That was all their wealth. They gnashed their teeth in hatred. Don't bet if you can't afford to lose. You're just losing some money. I think some of you are getting hot-headed. If you continue to be hot-headed, you might lose your life. Li Yunxiao's cold voice rang out in the arena. Only then did some of the hot-headed people who wanted to do something out of line immediately shiver and calm down. Haha, thanks to you. Although Qian Wudi was jealous of Li Yunxiao's wealth, he was a man who was content with what he had. He transferred 150 billion vital stones to Li Yunxiao without hesitation. The people of the Tanny Pavilion and its affiliated chambers of commerce left angrily under Su Danha's lead. Li Feiyu also said goodbye. Congratulations, young Master Yun. I'll take my leave now. Li Yunxiao nodded and said, Young Master Li, please don't forget about the satisfactory explanation you promised me. I can't afford to be cheated again. Li Feiyu sweated profusely and said, No problem, no problem. We'll talk about it another day. He fled as fast as he could, feeling that the more he talked to Li Yunxiao, the more dangerous it would be. After the crowd dispersed, Tang Xian said with an envious expression, Congratulations to young Master Yun for your victory. Although I bet on little sister Yuyi's victory, I still had faith in you. I supported you in spirit and believed that you could win, and just as I expected. We didn't come in vain to witness such a duel today. I'll host a banquet at the Four Extremes Sex Base tonight to entertain young Master Yun and Brother Wudi. I hope you'll do me the honor. His meaning was clear. Our promise has been fulfilled, and now it's Li Yunxiao's turn to contribute information. Furthermore, the location was within the Four Extremes gate. For Li Yunxiao, it was also a great test to see if he dared to come. After all, after today's battle, his name had completely resounded throughout the entire Merchant Union. He had become the focus of the Merchant Union in such a high-profile manner, and there were probably many people who wanted to kill him. I'm in the Four Extremes sect. Can Mr. Tang Xian guarantee my safety? Li Yunxiao looked scared. Tang Xian laughed and said, Young Master Yun, you must be joking. As long as you are in the Four Extremes sect, you will be my honored guest. Even if the 7 superpowers come, I will guarantee your safety. Li Yunxiao's eyes flickered. Oh? Was it really that safe? He won't be like Li Feiyu, who makes promises sound better than anything else, but turns hostile faster than anything else. Tang Xian had a determined look on her face. She patted her chest and said, Impossible. Li Feiyu is used to being a villain. The Myriad's treasure tower has no credibility to begin with. How can they compare to the Four Extremes sect? Moreover, Brother Wudi is here as a witness. How can I go back on my word? Qian Wudi's heart skipped a beat, and he sneered, Tang Xian, you've been scheming against others too many times. Don't fail miserably, like Li Feiyu. Tang Xian sneered, Brother Wudi, isn't it just a sincere invitation? Do you think I, Tang Xian, will go back on my word like Li Feiyu? If that's the case, then I can rest assured. Li Yunxiao smiled, I will be there on time tonight. Qian Wudi said, I will come as well. Tang Xian was overjoyed, then I will be waiting for the two of you. The people from the Four Extremes sect rose into the air and left in a flash of light. Qian Wudi glanced at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with wariness and a strong desire to fight. I look forward to meeting you in the martial arts duel. Zhang Chong also glanced at Li Yunxiao, his eyes filled with uncertainty. The members of the money sect also turned into beams of light and disappeared. Ding Ling and the members of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce heaved a deep sigh of relief after the victory, but they could not relax. They still felt as if there was a mountain weighing down on them. Ding Ling said, "The base is completely destroyed. What should we do now?" Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "It's simple. Move to the side and make room for the other minions. Otherwise, we will assume that they are joining the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce." Everyone broke out in a cold sweat when they heard this. This was a blatant expansion of power. However, they had just defeated the Tianyuan Pavilion, so no one dared to stand out and challenge the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce at this time. Ding Ling immediately made arrangements according to Li Yunxiao's plan. The core members of the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce temporarily occupied a small courtyard. After settling down, Ding Ling said worriedly, "Young Master Yun, I don't think Tang Xian has good intentions in inviting us. Why are you putting yourself in danger?" She felt that it was completely unnecessary. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "I have my own thoughts on this matter. In my eyes, there is no real danger except for those who are at the peak of the realm. Moreover, Tang Xian is indeed a force that can be put to good use. I need him to fight against Tang Jia." His eyes were solemn as he said, "The existence of those big demons is a great threat. If necessary, I will even do my best to help Tang Xian." Mo Xiaochuan frowned and said, "Are those big demons really that powerful?" Li Yunxiao said with a rare serious expression, "Those few people used to be like me. They were all at the peak of the Jiutian realm. Their strength has been lost over the years. If they are replenished with a large amount of resources from the Four Extremes Gate, they will become an extremely terrifying force. It is even possible for them to become one of the 7 super forces. What worries me even more is that those who are not of our race must have different intentions." Coldness flashed in young Emperor Hao Lian's eyes as he said, "If that is the case, then we should kill them before they grow up. A long night is fraught with trouble." "Yes, this is also my idea. Therefore, I will come to the banquet today to investigate Tang Jia's current situation. If necessary, I will directly announce the situation of these big demons to the world and let the sacred region worry about it." Li Yunxiao said, "The reason why I don't want to do this now is that those people also know many of my secrets and the ownership of Noah's Arkansas. If they also spread this information, it will definitely bring great danger to me and Yifan." Young Emperor Hao Lian scolded in annoyance, "So there are so many reasons. If I knew this earlier, I would have left them alive no matter what on the demon plane." Li Yunxiao said, "At that time, I was in a hurry to go to outer space to find the immemorial astral wind. You didn't know about it, so I can't blame you. However, this is also a great opportunity. We must grasp Tang Xian and even the Merchant Union's card and strive to get rid of these future troubles." Mo Xiaochuan said, "Then for tonight's banquet, young Emperor and I will accompany you. Quality is more important than quantity." Li Yunxiao nodded and said, "Yes, very good. The 2 of you will come with me. You can also try to contact the people from Death God Palace that young Emperor mentioned. Their goal is to save Yuan Ao, which doesn't conflict with what we are doing." Young Emperor Hao Lian shuddered and said, "Young Master Yun, I didn't know about their nature before and only thought that they were purely an assassin organization. Now that I know, even if you beat me to death, I won't dare to contact them. It is better to send senior brother. He is senior brother, so he is more capable." Mo Xiaochuan said angrily, "If you can't even do such a small thing, what use do you have?" A strange expression appeared on his face as he chuckled and said, "Junior brother happens to be handsome, elegant, and romantic by nature. Although your choice of target is different from theirs, you can still be considered to be on the same path. You can have a good exchange of experiences, maybe you will gain something." Young Emperor Hao Lian shuddered and his face instantly turned pale. He looked pitifully at Li Yunxiao for help. Li Yunxiao also got goosebumps and shouted, "Xiaochuan, stop messing around. Even my hair is standing on end. We will talk about this later, let's investigate the situation tonight." After the matter was settled, everyone left. Li Yunxiao suddenly said, "Yun Shang, wait a moment." The other 3 all revealed strange expressions. Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian looked like they were gossiping, while Ding Ling felt an indescribable sense of loss. When they reached the door, they heard Emo Xiaochuan secretly say, "Little sister Ling don't be discouraged, I support you even more." Then, young Emperor Hao Lian said softly, "My two big sisters support you." "What are you talking about?" "Young Master Yun must have something important to tell little sister Yun Shang." "Yes, of course it's important when it comes to men." "Right, junior brother?" "Hee, of course. There is nothing more important than this." As the voices of the three grew further and further away, Luo Yunsheng blushed and felt uneasy. She didn't know what Li Yunxiao meant. Could it be that he really want to? She didn't dare to think about it anymore. Li Yunxiao violently coughed a few times and said, "Ahem, don't misunderstand. It's broad daylight right now, why would I think about what happened at night?" Luo Yunsheng's heart softened as she kept thinking about these words in her mind. What happened at night? What happened at night? Li Yunxiao took out a large amount of southern fire gold crystal sources and said seriously, "Yun Shang, these crystal sources are extremely beneficial to your nine-yang true art. It's enough for you to achieve a huge improvement. You have the nine-yang divine body, so you will definitely reach the peak of martial arts." Luo Yunsheng recovered from her daze and hurriedly declined, "Such precious items." Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "There's no need to do this between us. It goes without saying that increasing your strength will benefit me. Do you remember that time in the Light Song Forest, when our divine bodies sensed each other and entered that wondrous state of cultivation?" Luo Yunsheng's delicate body trembled, and her face revealed an embarrassed expression. How could she forget that experience? It was a kind of union between the soul and the divine body. The two of them were connected, and it was even deeper than the physical intercourse between a husband and wife. Every time she thought about it, Luo Yunsheng's heart would beat faster and her face would turn red. Is he trying to befriend me now? Luo Yunsheng thought to herself. Her heart was beating fast. Li Yunxiao said seriously, "That accident was beneficial to everyone's cultivation. Your divine body is of the fire element, while mine is of the water element. Maybe that's why our divine bodies can complement each other. When we're done here, let's go back to Yanwu City and study it in detail." Luo Yunsheng almost fainted. She was so engrossed in her research that she couldn't even remember how she walked out. The southern fire gold crystal source in her hand emitted a thick warmth that made her feel surprised, happy, and shy. "Kid, you want to marry this girl, don't you?" The demonic dragon's voice came through his soul. "Stop joking," Li Yunxiao denied, "you know the benefits of our divine bodies. It's twice the effort for half the result. It's a great benefit to everyone." Zhenryu said disdainfully, "If she befriends you all the time, will she marry anyone else?" Well, Li Yunxiao was speechless. He looked a little embarrassed, but his heart was filled with strange emotions. The news that the Tianyi Pavilion and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce had a duel in advance and the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce's defeat spread across Songyang City like the wind. Li Yunxiao's reputation was unparalleled. After all, the impact of this matter was too great. It was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It could even be said that it was a subversive ending. In addition, the Chamber of Commerce had top-notch intelligence work. Soon, Li Yunxiao's background was dug up and spread like wildfire in the city. That kid is the inheritor of the spiritual chi of Mount Meru. No wonder he's so powerful. The Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce has hidden its trump card well. The entire situation has become even more unpredictable. More than that, I heard that 2 of the 10 titled Emperor Wu went to Yanwu City to fight for the spiritual chi, but they returned empty-handed. Do you know why? It's because this kid has a powerful connection with the Saint Realm. With an iron order from the Saint Realm, Yanwu City was given to him. That's right, I've heard about it too. That Li Yunxiao seemed to be the illegitimate son of some big shot in the sanctuary. In order to conceal his identity, he was placed in the southern region, a place where even birds wouldn't shit. However, the resources that he had secretly transported over the years were definitely astronomical. Otherwise, with his age, he could have killed the Constellation Old Monster with one palm in Yanwu City that day. Magnetism. He was the one who killed Old Star Constellation Monster? Isn't that a little too terrifying? Who in the younger generation could be his match? I heard that Ding Ling has been hiding in the southern region all these years to serve this man. I heard that they even have a few sons. It seems that it's true. TSK, what a pity. Humph, what's there to feel pity about? She has a father who's a sanctuary bigshot. Do you have one? It was normal for a goddess to throw herself at him. Ding Shan's foresight was really far-sighted. He had long sent his daughter to the southern region to be a child bride, and now the clouds had parted to reveal the moon. According to reliable sources, the betrothal gift is the entire Yanwu city. Sigh, that's their fate. Poor losers like us should stop dreaming. Come, drink, drink. Strive to break through to martial ancestor as soon as possible, find an ordinary sect to live in seclusion, and live a carefree life with a dozen wives. Young Master Yun, you and little sister Ling really have a child? Doesn't that mean we have a lot more junior brothers? On the way to the banquet, Li Yunxiao and the other two heard all kinds of rumors. Li Yunxiao kicked young Emperor Hao Lian and scolded with a smile, when did this kind of thing really happen? However, I really did accept a disciple. I don't know where he is right now, maybe, he's in the sanctuary. When he thought of the Mengwu siblings, his expression immediately became somewhat gloomy. He didn't mention this matter to the two of them, but he also mentioned it at this moment. Young Emperor Hao Lian was furious when he heard this. That Wei Qing is really king bastard. After young Master Yun recovers, bring us to kill our way to the sanctuary and slap that bastard a few times. Humph, kill our way to the sanctuary, only you dare to think about it. Mo Xiaochuan said disdainfully, even if Hua Qianshu and Jun Ruyun came, I'm afraid any law enforcement captain would be able to destroy our sect. Moreover, from what young Master Yun said, little junior brother must have an inextricable connection with that Wei Qing. Could it be like the rumors say, that he's the illegitimate child of a big shot in the sanctuary? Li Yunxiao said coldly, no matter what, we must go to the sanctuary, just not now. Although the three of them were leisurely walking and chatting, they were never out of the surveillance of various spies. Soon, they entered the Four Extreme Sect's encampment, and only then did they feel a sense of peace. The three of you are, the two guards of the Four Extreme Sect sized up the three of them. The aura emitted by Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian made them feel a chill in their hearts. Please inform Tang Xian that Li Yunxiao has arrived. Ah? You are young Master Yun. Please wait a moment, I will immediately inform second young master. One of the guards was shocked and hurriedly opened the barrier. The three of you, please enter, I will go and, The two guards were suddenly shocked. They saw that after Li Yunxiao and the other two entered the barrier, they suddenly flashed and disappeared in front of everyone. Where are those three people? The guard who let them in trembled, stunned on the spot, a little at a loss of what to do. Could it be that those three people are not Li Yunxiao, but imposters? The other person analyzed in shock. Suddenly, they were all scared to the point that they were drenched in cold sweat. The martial artist who let them in was even more so, trembling, he said, What should we do now? The other person said with a gloomy face, we can only play dumb. If the higher-ups know that we let people in, not only will you be finished, but I will also be out of luck. Then what if something happens? Play dumb to the end. These people are powerful, who knows where they came from and how they entered, we don't know anything. Do you want to go to young master to receive punishment? No. When the man heard that he would receive punishment, he immediately trembled in fear and hurriedly said, You won't sell me out, will you? What are you saying? What kind of person do you think I am? Oh, sorry, I was just too worried. It's okay, we are friends. Oh, by the way, I can't get along with your sister-in-law at all, I have already divorced her. I heard that your most beautiful sister is also 14 years old this year, I have feelings for your little sister, you know. While the two guards were still whispering, Li Yunxiao and the other two had already appeared in a long corridor of the Four Extreme Sect station. Li Yunxiao said, This Four Extreme Sect is really a bit strange, not only is there a big barrier outside, but there are also barriers everywhere inside. If we are not careful, we will be in trouble. Young Emperor Hao Lian said, Yes, the internal struggle is too fierce. Tangjia is in the west, also covered by a barrier, and it seems to be very unusual. He pointed to the distance, there was a faint light behind a few corridors, and it seemed that he was also inside the barrier. Yes, I will go through this place alone, you guys go into the world God steal, I will call you out if there is a problem. A beam of light flashed between Li Yunxiao's eyebrows and the two of them were sucked into it. He then sent a voice transmission into it, saying, Young Emperor, there's a person inside that was sealed by you before. Go and undo it for him now. After that, his figure flashed and he headed west. Oh? Who was it that I sealed? Young Emperor Hao Lian was full of doubts. It was his first time entering the world God steal. His eyes were filled with curiosity and shock, but when he saw Duan Yu's figure, his expression became strange, and he said in shock, It's him? Mo Xiaochuan said, Young Master Yun is talking about him? How did you seal him? Young Emperor Hao Lian smiled embarrassedly, Nothing much, it has to do with picking up girls. Every time I pick up girls, it's all about love, everyone is willing, this brat can't eat grapes, so he wants to ruin my plans, and so we have a grudge. But I see that he is a good man, so I just sealed him. Mo Xiaochuan frowned, and said, With your boastful character, sooner or later, something big will happen. Young Emperor Hao Lian hurriedly smiled, and said, In the future, I will follow senior brother and young Master Yun, I won't dare. The Four Extremes Sects encampment was even bigger than the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce. It was exquisitely arranged, and there were many names. It could be seen that their strength was extraordinary. The overall work was also meticulous. Li Yunxiao carefully crossed a few corridors and small courtyards, and soon came to the west courtyard. It was actually a dilapidated courtyard, overgrown with weeds, and the courtyard's door was not locked. Yes, another spatial arrangement, a little troublesome. A red light appeared in Li Yunxiao's eyes, his gaze swept around the courtyard, looking for spatial cracks. There is actually no trace. The person who arranged this is too skilled. He searched a few times and felt somewhat shocked. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he suddenly sensed that someone was moving in this direction. His figure immediately flashed and hid in the air. The people who came were 3 gray-robed men, all of them seemed to be 8-star martial emperors. The 3 of them arrived in front of the door and stopped. The leader took out a token, drew a symbol in the air, and threw it into the courtyard. As the token entered, the empty courtyard suddenly flashed with light, and a layer of mist appeared. The token floated in the air. Soon after, the entire space distorted, and a passage was opened. The passage flickered with white light, and the spirit chi was oppressive. The leader stretched out his hand and drew a few symbols in the air, and the token flew back into his hand. After taking back the token, the 3 of them stepped into the passage. The moment the passage closed, Li Yunxiao slowly walked out of the void and followed them in without anyone noticing. The space inside the passage was not big, but it surprised Li Yunxiao. In this narrow space, there was nothing else except a 5-story building, which was several hundred meters long and wide. It almost took up the entire space. This building was very grand and imposing, and the carvings on it gave off a strange feeling. There were also all kinds of strange pictures of human bodies and monsters. It was obviously not the common architectural style of the heavenly martial arts realm. It should be the demon clan's architecture. These people of the fiend race are just temporary residences. Is there a need to make it so grand? How extravagant. Do they want to turn this place into their lair? Li Yunxiao muttered a few words and continued to follow them into the Fiend Pagoda. Although the Fiend Pagoda was big, there were very few people. Li Yunxiao followed the 3 of them easily and was not discovered along the way. Instead, he felt it was a little strange. Why was there a restriction when the defenses were so loose? The 3 of them walked to the 2nd floor of the Fiend Pagoda and entered a large hall. Li Yunxiao's heart trembled slightly. There was a powerful demonic aura coming from inside. He did not dare to be careless. He formed a seal with his right hand and drew an arc in front of him. He immediately used a high-level concealment technique to hide himself and followed them stealthily. When the 3 of them walked into the large hall, it was empty. There was only a cyan formation slowly operating. The 3 of them became nervous when they saw it. They did not dare to disturb them and stood quietly to the side. Li Yunxiao hid in the void and his pupils shrank. The 2 people sitting in the formation were Xianxia and Yu. They seemed to be cultivating some kind of cultivation method. Xianxia's aura had already reached martial saint, but his body was filled with demonic aura. He should have been taught the cultivation method of the fiend race. However, he did not see the figures of the other great demons. They should be in seclusion somewhere else. He did not know how strong they were now. The current strength of those great demons was also an important piece of information that he wanted to know in this infiltration. Yu sat quietly in the formation. Her body was blocked by a faintly discernible force. She could not probe her strength. Furthermore, he was a rank 8 alchemist and had strong mental energy. Xianxia did not dare to probe too much. After a long time, Xianxia seemed to have completed a cycle. He inhaled and exhaled, absorbing all the demonic aura around him. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. The 3 people who had been waiting for a long time rushed forward and said, "Young master, the materials are here." The 3 of them each took out a storage bag and handed it over. Xianxia's face was expressionless. His divine sense swept through and suddenly stopped on the 3rd storage bag. His face immediately became gloomy and he shouted, "Why are there so few demon crystals?" The man shuddered and said in a trembling voice, This is all that's left in the storeroom." A wisp of hostility flashed on Xianxia's face, and he said coldly, "All of them? Does that mean there won't be any in the future?" The man licked his parched lips and said nervously, "We need to purchase them again in large quantities. After all, the demand for these things wasn't high before, so very few people used them." Xianxia said angrily, "Then what are you still standing here for? Go and collect it. No matter the cost, take in as many as you can." "Yes." The man was startled and hurriedly bowed and excused himself. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. Xianxia was obviously very dissatisfied with the demon crystals provided this time, and his aura became a little restless. At the same time, Rain opened her eyes and said, "Your demonic technique has already reached an extremely high level. The effect of the demonic crystal is also becoming weaker and weaker. The rest will depend on your own strength and cultivation. If the myriad treasure towers Li Feiyu is only at the level that you said first, it's easy for you to defeat him now." Xianxia snorted and said, "Before meeting you guys, I was a frog at the bottom of a well in this merchant alliance, thinking that this world is only the merchant alliance. Only after the trip to the demon plains did I know the vastness of the sea and sky, only then did I realize my previous ignorance. Since I already know that the world is so big, then my sights aren't just on the merchant alliance. Even if it's those northern domains 4 prodigies, I also want to defeat them one by one. There's also that Li Yunxiao, as well as Yifan who obtained Noah's Ark, they will all be my greatest opponents." Rain frowned and said, "Li Yunxiao and Yifan are indeed 2 great scourges, but it's too late to control them. With your current strength, dealing with the 2 of them is also not an issue. It's just that these 2 people both have holy artifacts in hand, it's extremely hard to deal with. After Lord Shang repairs the armillary sphere this time, only then will you have the strength to fight them. The size of the world is indeed hard to estimate. So many holy artifacts appearing all at once, if it was in the past, I definitely wouldn't believe it. I don't know if that armillary sphere can be successfully repaired. Originally, the probability of relying on the eternal evergreen tree's essence energy is extremely low. Fortunately, your 4 Extremes sect actually has one of my demon race's most valuable treasures back then, the Kusha wheel. As long as Lord Shang controls the Kusha wheel, he will definitely be able to repair the armillary sphere. That will has been left in my 4 Extremes sect for who knows how many years, and no one has ever been able to identify its origins. Even the Mei family only knows that it's extraordinary. Who would have thought that it would actually be such an evil thing of your demon race? There's no such thing as evil in the world, it's just that people have evil hearts. No matter what you say, the existence of that thing is an object of extreme evil." The 2 people at the side listened in a daze. They didn't know what the Kusha wheel the 2 were talking about was, but they were already used to these people's world-shaking words, and only stood silently at the side, not daring to make a sound. Young Master Tang's words are a bit biased. The Kusha wheel has existed for countless years, and no one has ever felt that there's anything wrong with it. A woman's voice traveled over. Li had appeared in the main hall at some point, a smile on her face. Her body also faintly emitted a mysterious feeling. She no longer had that frail appearance from when she was in the Yao Plain. Clearly, she had also recovered quite a bit of strength. "You said in shock, why did you come out? Could it be?" Li shook her head, and said with a smile, soon, but not yet. She waved her hand and threw a storage pouch to Xianxia, saying, "This is the essence energy of the eternal evergreen tree. Lord Shang has no use for it anymore. Take it and absorb it. It can suppress the demonic aura in your body, and prevent your body from being unable to withstand the negative effects of the demonic crystals." Yu's brows furrowed, as if dissatisfied, and said, "You came out at such a crucial time just to say this?" Li smiled, saying, "There's one more thing, and that is to take care of the rat. This Hall of Yao is one of my spatial treasures, and everything inside is under my perception. That person's concealment technique is truly brilliant, so it's normal that you didn't discover him." "What? Someone snuck in?" Everyone was greatly shocked. Xianxia and Yu's killing intent immediately spread out in the hall. The content of their conversation was too shocking, and it definitely could not be spread out. The two martial emperors broke out in a cold sweat. Someone had entered, so it must have been someone who had followed them in just now. If something went wrong, they could not bear the responsibility. Li smiled lightly, and said, "Don't panic, it's just a mere martial emperor level rat. Although this person's concealment technique is extremely high, unfortunately, his cultivation is a complete mess." She raised her hand, and with a flick of her finger, a ray of light shot toward a certain corner in the air. "Rat, your sister." Li Yunxiao knew that he had been seen through, and with a curse, he appeared out of thin air, lightly dodging that attack, and revealed his true form in front of everyone. He said, "I was wondering where you guys had the time to build a house, and it was still so grand. So it's a transcendent artifact. Is this how you guys greet old friends?" "Ah?" When Xianxia and the other two saw Li Yunxiao's true appearance, they were all greatly shocked. Even Li's expression changed greatly. Although she could sense the person's cultivation, she could not see his appearance. "Li Yunxiao, you really have the guts to come here personally to die." After Xianxia recovered from his shock, his expression suddenly became sinister. He laughed loudly, and said, "Haha, I was just fretting about not having a place to find you. Even the heavens are helping me." Yu's expression also instantly froze, and all of his spirit was locked onto Li Yunxiao, afraid that he would escape. This was an extremely rare opportunity, and he had to make him stay no matter what. "Why are you looking for me? Are you going to give me some benefits?" Li Yunxiao said coldly, and his figure dissipated in the air. "Want to escape?" "In your dreams." Yu's pupils constricted, and he immediately released a wave of energy, sealing off the entire hall. Li also suddenly made a move. Under her control, the hall rumbled and trembled. All the doors and windows were directly closed, as if a huge beast had suddenly closed its mouth. Li Yunxiao did not take the opportunity to escape like they thought he would. After he used teleportation and disappeared, he immediately appeared in front of Xianxia. With extreme speed, he scooped up the storage pouch in Xianxia's hand and laughed loudly, "Escape? You guys have treated me so well, why would I want to escape?" His move succeeded, and his entire person instantly dissipated again, floating in the sky. His eyes revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. The storage pouch was indeed filled with the eternal Aucuba tree's energy essence, and it was definitely of great use to him. "Ah? You?" Xianxia's entire body trembled. He was actually robbed by the other party in a moment of carelessness. He was so angry that he cried out loudly. A red light flashed in his hand, and a scarlet treasured sword appeared in his hand. He slashed over and roared angrily, "New grudges and old grudges, I'll settle them all together today." Great Void Chop. His vermilion bird saber was obtained by young Emperor Hao Lian in the Demon Plane, and the treasured sword in his hand was an 8th-tier profound artifact. "Haha, old friends are dying one after another, and there aren't many left. Cherish your time. Everyone, I'll be leaving the next time we meet." Li Yunxiao laughed loudly as he dodged Xianxia's attack in the air. He took out an item from his storage pouch, and it flickered with a green aura. It was the tranquil heart sandalwood that he obtained from Big Dipper Sect's Xianglinghua. Li Yunxiao scattered it with a grab, and a wave of Yi-Wu-Qi spread out in the surroundings. He softly chanted, and his entire figure became fainter and fainter. In the end, he turned into a green electric light and flashed in the air. Everyone only had time to hear the crackling sound of the electric arc, and the green lightning had already rushed to the door. "Stop him!" Yu was shocked. Li Yunxiao could actually turn into lightning directly, and it caught him off guard. In a moment of regret, he suddenly struck out with his tail light sword, and chased after him as one with a sword. Even without Yu's reminder, Li also knew to stop him. The entire demon pantheon was one of her transcendent artifacts, and she could completely control it as she pleased. With a hand seal, the demon pantheon's artifact power surged towards the door. Boom! Just as the two of them attacked at the same time, the lightning emitted a terrifying flame power, and directly broke a large hole in the door. Li Yunxiao, who had turned into lightning, had already disappeared without a trace. This? Everyone was stunned. They stood there and looked at the huge hole. There were still flames burning around it. Although they were not strong, they did not seem to be extinguished. Level 10 Divine Fire. Yu clenched her teeth and slashed with her sword. Only then did she manage to cut off the burning part, burning it into ashes in the air. "Stop him. Why don't you stop him?" Tang Jia almost fainted from anger. He roared at Li, "Didn't you say you were a little mouse? Didn't you say the entire Hall of Monsters is under your control?" Li looked at him as if he was an idiot and said, "We are all humans. Why is the difference between us so great?" She ignored Tang Jia's roar and showed a worried expression. She said to Yu, "What do we do?" Yu's expression was extremely ugly, but she did not panic. She said, "The entire Hall of Monsters is under my space seal. Although he escaped from the Hall of Monsters, he might not be able to escape the space seal so easily. Let's go after him first." Li was about to give chase. Suddenly, she thought of something and said with a frown, "Someone broken again. It seems to be the person from last time." Yu said coldly, "Those dregs are not a threat, but you and Ao must not be allowed to escape. Tang Jia, you go and deal with those dregs from last time. Li and I will go after Li Yunxiao." After he finished speaking, he disappeared from the hall first. Li followed him. Only a gloomy Tang Jia was left in the hall. He roared, "In your eyes, my strength is only enough to deal with dregs. You demonic beasts, I will step on all of you sooner or later." The other two kept quiet out of fear. They were so nervous that they did not dare to make a sound. Tang Jia looked at them coldly and said, "Follow me. Let's see what those dregs from Death God Palace want to do. This time, we must not let them escape." The three of them immediately gave chase. The entire hall was left with an empty formation that was still operating. Strange. Where is he? After Yu and Li chased, they immediately lost track of Li Yunxiao. The entire space was not big. Apart from the Hall of Monsters, the rest could be seen clearly. Did he break out of the seal? Li asked. Impossible. Yu said coldly, "It's not that he doesn't have the strength, but if he wants to break the seal, he'll definitely cause a huge commotion. There aren't any essence energy undulations here at all. I suspect that he is still in the Temple of Demons." Impossible. This time, it was Li's turn to firmly reject, saying, "You also know that this Hall of Monsters is my magic treasure. If you are inside, it is impossible to escape my senses." Rain's face was grim as she gritted her teeth and said, "If it were others, I'd naturally believe it. But he's Li Yunxiao. An existence that possesses a holy artifact and a 10th tier divine flame, as well as that lightning transformation technique just now. Have you ever seen anyone other than Xiaoqing who transforms into a wood spirit? Although we've all made great progress and recovered with the large amount of resources from the Four Extremes sect, I feel that his progress is faster than any of us. If we don't kill this person as soon as possible, he will become a great threat to our demon clan sooner or later." "No, he's already a serious problem." Li said, "I agree with your assessment of this person. But if he hides in the Temple of Demons and performs a secret technique that even I cannot detect, how are we going to find him?" "Wait." Yu calmed her emotions and spat out a word, saying, "We can only wait. I don't know what his intentions are this time, but as long as he makes a commotion in the hall, he won't be able to escape your senses. That lightning transformation technique must have some kind of restriction. Otherwise, if he can perform it without limit, why would he need to escape?" N. Li also calmed down and said, I forgot that this person still has a holy artifact in his hands. Perhaps he really has a way to resist my senses. There aren't many people in this temple of demons. Lord Shan has Wing guarding his place, and UNAO has a few experts from the Four Extremes sect. The rest of the places are empty. As long as he makes any strange movements, he definitely won't be able to escape my capture. The two of them quietly guarded the entrance of the space seal. They sat cross-legged in the air and waited quietly. After Li Yunxiao transformed into lightning and escaped, he didn't plan to escape. Instead, he wanted to investigate the matter of the Kusha wheel. After all, it was abnormally shocking and inconceivable for him to be able to repair a transcendent-grade profound artifact. However, after knowing the profoundness of this temple of demons, he didn't dare to act with great fanfare like before. Instead, he transformed the Devil Sky armor to cover his entire body. Since this temple of demons was a profound artifact, it naturally had the same level of suppression as a profound artifact. The Devil Sky armor was an item at the peak of the 9th level. Even though it didn't have any demonic aura now, its level was still there. It was enough to suppress the temple of demons and prevent his aura from being detected. He wandered around the hall aimlessly for a while and finally found something. The layout of the temple of demons was very exquisite. On the 4th level, there were all kinds of strange flowers and plants. There was even a stone fountain. Below his feet, there was a stone path. The stone path led to a small courtyard. Nearby, there were a few faintly discernible auras, which attracted Li Yunxiao's attention. Could this be where Shang is cultivating in seclusion? But I don't sense any demonic aura. Li Yunxiao gradually hid in the void and slowly snuck over. Suddenly, someone walked in from outside. It was Tang Jia. Tang Jia's expression was very calm. He walked straight to the front of the small courtyard. A ray of light condensed in front of the small courtyard, and a skinny figure slowly walked out. He said, Young master. And, Elder Chu, thank you for your hard work. I have something to do inside. Elder Chu's face revealed a look of hesitation. What is this? Tang Jia's expression changed. He said coldly, Elder Chu was sent by Lord Father to assist me. Could it be that you have become a subordinate of those demons? Young master, you worry too much. Go in. Elder Chu immediately made way for him. His entire body turned into a ray of light and dissipated. Tang Jia said coldly, remember your duty. Also, no matter what happens inside, you are not allowed to come in. The void was silent. There was no response. Tang Jia grunted coldly, and then he walked in. Li Yunxiao felt suspicious. He felt that something was wrong. That Elder Chu's cultivation was definitely at Emperor Wu's level. If he were to enter rashly, he would most likely be discovered. In addition, there were several weaker divine senses, so he had some confidence. After pondering for a while, he sent a message into the divine boundary steel to formulate a countermeasure. Young King Hao Lian's figure appeared from the divine boundary steel. He turned into a ray of light and passed through the small courtyard. Who is it? You're courting death. Elder Chu's voice rang out. The space around him trembled and a skinny figure appeared. He sent out a palm strike. Haha, you're the one who's going to die, old man. Young King Hao Lian laughed loudly. He sent out a Vajra fist. The power of space gathered around his fist and collided with the palm strike. Under Li Yunxiao's warning, he already knew that this person was powerful, so he did not dare to be careless. He attacked with his full strength without holding anything back. Boom! Two tyrannical forces collided, shaking the entire monster pantheon. Elder Chu's expression changed slightly. Clearly, the strength of this person had exceeded his expectations. He snorted coldly and sent out a palm strike. His entire body turned into a gust of astral wind. Young King Hao Lian was shocked. This old man's strength was beyond his expectations. He was even more powerful than Mo Xiaochuan. Fortunately, his plan was only to lure the enemy. After sending out a palm strike, he had no intention of fighting anymore. He instantly retreated and fled into the distance. The palm strike of the two also attracted the other martial artists who were hiding in the void. There were a total of 4 people, and they were all Emperor Wu. Li Yunxiao was shocked. There were actually 5 Emperor Wu powerhouses hiding in this small courtyard. Even the 4 extreme sect could not easily take out such a powerful force. Humph, want to escape? Since you've revealed your true appearance, you must die. The 4 of you stay here to prevent anyone else from coming. After saying this, Elder Chu turned into a ray of light and chased after them. The other 4 looked at each other with puzzled expressions. They then hid in the void again. Li Yunxiao used the shockwaves from the palm strike of the 2 to sneak into the courtyard. These 4 people were only 1-star Emperor Wu. Even without the shockwaves, it would not be easy to discover him unless someone cultivated a special cultivation technique. Yu and Li, who were guarding the entrance of the seal, were both alerted by the shockwaves. Li shook his head and said, "It's not Li Yunxiao. It's just that the person who came is not simple. I actually only discovered him now. Ignore the others. Let the 4 extreme sect deal with them. We can only wait here. This time, we must kill Li Yunxiao." Yu's face showed determination. She did not care about the aura in the distance. Li also calmed down and waited calmly. Li Yunxiao stepped into the small courtyard. This place was no different from an ordinary residence. There seemed to be a faint fluctuation of origin energy coming from a small room inside. He hurriedly and carefully probed inside. He saw that the room was also incomparably empty. A strange red formation was arranged in the center. A familiar figure was cultivating inside. When Li Yunxiao saw that person, he almost vomited. It was Yuan Ao, who he had not seen for a long time. He looked much more spirited. At this moment, Yuan Ao was looking at Tang Jia lovingly. He said in a sweet voice, "What does young Master Tang mean? This concubine does not understand." That coquettish voice almost shook Li Yunxiao out of the void. Hearing it, his entire body went cold and his hair stood on end. Tang Jia, on the other hand, was much calmer. Perhaps it was because he had more contact with them. He said indifferently, "Do I still need to explain? These Yao people are only here to extract the special power in your body. To put it bluntly, you are just livestock that they raise, waiting to be slaughtered at any time. Or perhaps you are just a spirit herb that can be pulled out at any time to be used as medicine." Yuan Ao had a peach blossom on his face, but he sighed with hidden bitterness. He leisurely stood up and walked to Tang Jia's side. He leaned his body lightly and placed a hand on Tang Jia's shoulder. He said faintly, "So what if you know? Who asked beauties to be unlucky since ancient times?" Li Yunxiao covered his mouth with one hand. His entire body was trembling. He felt that he was about to reach his limit. But what made him even more terrified was that Tang Jia did not dodge. Instead, he rubbed his hand over. At this moment, Li Yunxiao felt like he had lost all of his moral integrity. His mind went blank. Yuan Ao sat on Tang Jia's lap, not knowing if he did it on his own or because Tang Jia was holding him. Li Yunxiao covered his mouth and closed his eyes, afraid that he would be found out. However, the 2's voices kept coming into his ears, giving him goosebumps. "I have a way to make a beauty happy. I just don't know if you would like to try it. Oh, Master Tang, you are so good to me. Seeing you sad every day, my heart is in pain." "Really? Why didn't I see that before? Let's not talk about it. If you trust me, let's start now." "No, I still want you to hug me a little longer and kiss me a little longer. There is still a long way to go. If we love each other for a long time, why would we stay together day and night?" "Alright, I will listen to you." Then, everything quieted down. Li Yunxiao wanted to open his eyes, but he didn't dare to. He was afraid that he would see something that he couldn't handle and would expose himself. As expected, rapid breathing was heard. The sound of 2 people panting made Li Yunxiao's scalp go numb. "Ah!" Suddenly, Yuan Ao's scream was heard. Li Yunxiao's body trembled. He opened his eyes and saw that the 2 of them were half naked. Their mouths were facing each other, and a red light was being sucked into Tang Jia's mouth. You. Why, Yuan Ao looked like he was in pain. His face was getting paler and paler. His eyes were filled with disbelief. "Why? Yuan Ao, Don't tell me you still can't recognize my cultivation technique? The towering yang creation technique. While sucking Yuanao's energy, Tangjia said, I have finally obtained this power. Yuanao's entire body trembled as he said, You are not Tangjia. You. Who? Who are you? This kind of sucking power seemed to bring him great pain. Are you my brother? That's right. Tangjia said coldly, I'm indeed from Death God Palace, but I wasn't sent by your perverted brother. His eyes were filled with monstrous fury as he roared in a low voice, Your brother, that pervert, has already been cut into pieces by me and fed to the dogs. Now it's your turn. Yuanao's eyes were filled with deep fear. He kept struggling, but this Tangjia in front of him was even more powerful than he was. He had already been hit by Tangjia's spell, and could not move at all. All he could do was feel his life slowly slipping away, and quietly wait for death. Tangjia's eyes were filled with the pleasure of abuse. He couldn't help but laugh out loud and said, Haha, what powerful strength. You two brothers are indeed abnormal. No wonder this group of demon clan people trapped you as a bloodhead. After I absorb all of your energy, you will be completely free. No need to thank me, please call me Lei Feng. Yuanao was speechless. He could only quietly listen to Tangjia narrate. After I absorb all of your energy, I can combine them into one and attack the Jiutian Emperor Wu. Haha, a realm that I have never dared to imagine is within my reach. This is what I deserve. This is the compensation that you perverts should give me. Tangjia's expression was getting crazier and crazier. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. I was originally a young noble who only wanted to inherit a noble's inheritance. However, I was forced into a dead end by my enemies. When I obtained the Death God's token, I thought I saw hope. When I came to you with the hope of revenge, who knew that it would be hell? My worldview was ruined, my moral integrity was ruined, and my entire life was ruined. Yuanao seemed to know who this person was. His hoarse voice was trembling. Tangjia continued, What you perverts think is fun, in the eyes of normal people like us, is hell. I endured humiliation to survive, and finally succeeded in cultivating your abnormal technique. Not only did I obtain all of your brother's power, but I also completely controlled the Palace of Death. But I will never forget the humiliation I suffered in the Palace of Death. This is my nightmare for the rest of my life. I hate you, but I hate my enemy even more. But if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have ended up like this. I've already chopped your brother into minced meat and let him have a taste of the pleasure of watching his own body being nibbled away by wild dogs bit by bit. Don't be afraid, the next one will be you. After obtaining your power and combining it with your brother's power, it will be complete. Only then will I be able to attack a higher realm, Jiutian Emperor Wu. Tangjia gradually calmed down. The absorption was nearing its end. He said coldly, Although this technique is almost flawless, if you perverts didn't lose your nature at the sight of men, how would I be able to succeed so easily? His face began to slowly change, returning to a handsome appearance. He said coldly, When you die, the next person I will kill is the greatest enemy who pushed me into this place of no return, Li Yun Xiao. The face that had completely recovered was even better looking than Tangjia's, but much more enchanting. His eyes were filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Li Yunxiao was also completely dumbfounded. The person in front of him was Li Yi, who had been missing for many years. He suddenly felt a sense of sorrow for Li Yi. Although Li Yi was a despicable person, he was at least a man of steel. In the kingdom of Aqua Sky, he could be called a hero. How could he end up in such a miserable state? Just as he said, it was definitely hell. Li Yunxiao wiped his sweat. He really didn't know how he survived. Bang! Yuanao's power was finally sucked dry. His withered corpse fell to the ground. Li Yi took a deep breath. His eyes emitted a bright light. He couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. The heavens are really unfair. They actually gave such great power to these two perverts. They really have to combine into one. So powerful. I've never seen such power before. His resentful gaze fell on Yuanao's body. He said coldly, You think everything will be fine after you die? He was about to go up and torture the corpse when his eyes suddenly flashed coldly. He snorted, someone actually came. Consider yourself lucky. Boom. The door of the small hut suddenly shattered, turning into dust and scattering away. Several martial artists rushed in. The ones in the lead were Tang Jia and Li. Behind them were the four Emperor Wu's warriors. It turned out that Li sensed Yuan Ao's aura suddenly disappear at the entrance of the seal. She was so shocked that she couldn't care about guarding the entrance anymore. She left Rain there alone and hurried over. She just happened to see Tang Jia and the four Emperor Wu talking. They said that they saw another Tang Jia enter. They immediately felt that something was wrong, so they rushed in. Li immediately saw Yuan Ao's corpse on the ground. She instantly felt dizzy. Boom. Li Yi didn't say anything. He immediately shattered one of the walls of the house and rushed out. Catch him. Tang Jia saw that Li wanted to escape. He was even more furious. Things had gone wrong for him again and again today. First, he lacked demon crystals. Then, Li Yunxiao snatched away the eternal evergreen tree's energy essence. Now, a nameless junior killed Yuan Ao. He was about to explode. After the four Emperor Wu rushed out, Tang Jia also rushed out. Li examined Yuan Ao again. He was indeed as dead could be. She immediately stood there in a daze. She said absent-mindedly, "What should I do? The power of the mother's body has been lost. How do I explain this to Lord Shang?" She crouched down again and carefully examined the body. She frowned and said, "From the looks of it, he died because his power was sucked out. If that's the case, could the mother's power have been left in that person's body?" Thinking of this, Li immediately rushed out. After everyone had left, Li Yunxiao came out of hiding. He looked at the corpse on the ground and sighed. "We were acquaintances. I'll cremate you for you. Don't let others ruin it." With a tap of his finger, the corpse instantly burned and turned into ashes. Then, he sensed the direction and headed out. The biggest commotion in the entire area was the chase between young King Hao Lian and Elder Chu. The difference in strength between the two was simply too great, and young King Hao Lian was forced to flee. Even so, he was still in a perilous situation. "Hey, old man, we have to stop fighting." "Humph, it's too late to beg for mercy now." "Beg for mercy? Who's begging for mercy? I'm just saying that we don't fight anymore. Let's all live in harmony." Elder Chu ignored him and chased with all his might. He was also feeling vexed. The other party was focused on escaping, and he really couldn't catch up. "Stop." Suddenly, a voice came from the sky. Li Yunxiao appeared in front of Elder Chu and chuckled. "Old man, the person you're protecting is already dead. Why are you still in the mood to play hide and seek? You really have good mental fortitude. I'm impressed." "Young Master Yun." Young Emperor Hao Lian saw Li Yunxiao, especially the sharp light in the latter's eyes, and knew that his mission was complete. He hurriedly returned to his side and shouted, "This old man is too ruthless. Every move he makes is trying to kill me. Young Master Yun, you have to teach me a few more moves. Otherwise, it'll be a small matter if I die, but if I lose face, it'll be a big problem." "What? Yuan Ao is dead?" Elder Chu was shocked. He asked angrily, "You killed him?" Li Yunxiao smiled. "I'm just a martial emperor. How could I possibly kill Yuan Ao? Everyone is hunting for the murderer. Why aren't you going to help?" "Even if I want to help, I'll have to take you down first," Elder Chu said angrily. "Don't even think about getting out of this." He rushed forward and struck out with his palm. After knowing that Yuan Ao was in trouble, he didn't hold back at all. His palm energy enveloped the surroundings. "Let's go." Li Yunxiao was already prepared for this. He grabbed young Emperor Hao Lian and teleported away. Form displacement transposition? Elder Chu was shocked. A cold expression appeared on his face. "Even if you're an 8th grade alchemist, you won't be able to escape today." He changed the direction of his palm and the surrounding space immediately froze. With his palm as the center, it began to collapse. "Damn you!" Li Yunxiao cursed from a nearby pavilion. He had wanted to teleport as far away as possible, but Elder Chu's palm had interrupted him. "Let's see where else you can run to." Elder Chu shouted coldly. His figure flickered in the air a few times, and his palm turned into thousands of rays of light as he rushed over. Li, who was chasing after Li Yunxiao, suddenly had a thought. He looked towards the pavilion where Li Yunxiao was and hurriedly used a secret technique to inform you. Just now, Li Yunxiao's teleportation had finally revealed his whereabouts. Yu, who had been guarding the entrance of the seal, was as still as a mountain. He suddenly opened his eyes, and a cold light shot out from them. His whole body instantly rushed forward. His tail light sword pointed at the coordinates Li had sent him, and he slashed forward as one. The same target was the same. Two shocking forces attacked together. Under the pressure of the strong wind, the pavilions began to explode one by one, turning into dust. Under this astonishing pressure, Li Yunxiao seemed to have no way out. In a moment of desperation, he had nowhere else to go. Hence, he threw out the Universe God Monument and pulled young Emperor Hao Lian to hide in it. Rumble. The two enormous forces collided and exploded. More than half of the Hall of Monsters was directly smashed into smithereens. The intense tremors were still spreading, crushing outwards like dried twigs. The World God's Monument was also affected by the two forces. Its size suddenly increased, and it was like an immortal monument falling from the sky, about to suppress the earth. Li Yunxiao's shadow suddenly appeared on the monument. He slammed his palm on the World God's Monument, and immediately, an endless power of the realm of wind was released, corroding everything around it. At the same time, he kept the World God's Monument in his hand and flew away with the wind. Yu and Elder Chu were shocked. Li Yunxiao was hiding in that tornado of astral wind, and the astral wind could directly corrode everything, so they did not dare to get close. It even blocked their divine sense, and they could not even see Li Yunxiao's figure in the wind. Damn it! Yu gritted his teeth. Li Yunxiao's progress was more powerful than he had expected, and he was even more determined to get rid of him. Today, even if my martial arts are destroyed, even if my bloodline is dried up, I will definitely destroy you. Rain's killing intent was aroused, the radiance on his body began to intensify, a streak of scarlet blood vessels extended from his body, the tail light sword released a cheerful bloodthirsty aura. Elder Chu frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face. After that attack, he stopped in the air and crossed his arms in front of his chest, as if he didn't intend to attack anymore. It was unknown whether it was because he disdained working together or because he wanted to see Rain's movements. He didn't have much interaction with these people from the demon clan. He just followed Tang Jia's orders. Sword, 11. Rain let out a long roar. Her sword radiance flourished, emitting a sharp air-piercing sound. Her sword slashed out numerous black cracks as she chased after him. Li Yunxiao's figure gradually appeared from the gale and the Universe Divine Monument was in his hands. He laughed coldly and said, You want to kill me as much as I want to kill you. However, now is not the time to kill you. Let's part ways here. A large amount of Yiwood Qi was released from his body. It was the eternal Aucuba tree's essence Qi that he snatched from Tang Jia. Boom, Yu's sword pierced through Li Yunxiao's chest. The sword radiance struck a distance away and caused a powerful shock. Yu's pupils shrank and her eyes revealed a look of shock. Li Yunxiao didn't disappear. He just turned into lightning again. Li Yunxiao's body gradually faded away under the influence of the Yiwood Qi. He looked indifferently at the shocked Yu and gently placed his hand that had turned into lightning on Yu's forehead. He said indifferently, turning into lightning is like the origin of the 5 elements. Only Jiutian Emperor's Qi can break it. Although your attack is not below the Emperor's Qi, unfortunately, the level is too low. Goodbye. I hope the next time we meet, I can take your life. He lightly spat out 2 words and said, Thunder Barrage. Boom, a large amount of lightning energy converged in Li Yunxiao's palm and struck Yu's shocked face. Yu let out a blood-curdling scream and retreated. Her entire body flickered with lightning, and her face revealed a pained expression. After his attack succeeded, Li Yunxiao didn't dare to stay. He directly used the power of lightning to break through the air and escape. Crackle! Crackle, the arcs of light on his body flickered. Suddenly, his expression changed. His body of lightning was suppressed by a force and his movements became extremely slow. This force did not come from Elder Chu. He looked at the half of the Yao temple that had not yet collapsed and revealed a solemn expression. When Elder Chu saw you retreating, a cold smile appeared on his face. He was about to make a move when he and Li Yunxiao both looked in the same direction. A round object flew out from that direction, exuding a terrifying aura. It had actually locked onto Li Yunxiao from afar. "Humph, have you fixed it?" Li Yunxiao looked coldly at the round object. The round object was the armillary sphere. Upon closer inspection, he found that the axis had been restored. He had no idea how they had fixed it. When Li Yunxiao saw this, his heart trembled and he did not dare to be careless anymore. He hurriedly took out the universe god steel and released the power of the three realms at the same time. Three terrifying forces spread out and condensed into a rope in the air, directly breaking open the armillary sphere's lock. Boom, the space shook violently and the armillary sphere also stopped for a moment, as if it did not dare to get too close. Li Yunxiao took the opportunity to turn into a bolt of lightning and fly towards the entrance of the seal. Elder Chu's brows furrowed. He could sense that the two cultivators' profound artifacts were extremely unusual, but he couldn't tell what was wrong with them. Although he didn't want to join forces with them, he couldn't just watch as Li Yunxiao escaped. Transforming into a streak of light, he chased after them. After the armillary sphere was stopped by the power of the universe god steel, it spun a few times in the air and flew again. At this moment, Li Yi, who was being chased by Tang Jia, had unexpectedly appeared in front of the entrance of the seal. After suffering for so long in the Death God Palace, apart from the inhuman torture, he had also learned a lot of various assassin skills. Assassination, invisibility, escape, and other skills were all top-notch. Under the pursuit of so many experts, he actually managed to escape. A crimson aura rose from Li Yi's hand and formed an arc around his body. Suddenly, it turned into a domineering palmed force and hit the entrance of the seal. Boom, the space shook and a passage slowly appeared in the sky. It was as if a soft candy had been peeled open. When it was opened to the maximum, it began to gradually close up. "You monsters, I will remember the humiliation you have brought me today. When I become Emperor Wu, I will settle the score with you." Li Yi turned around and looked at Tang Jia, who was chasing after him angrily. He smiled coldly and raised his middle finger sarcastically. Then, he was about to walk into the passage. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot over, transforming into a human figure that rushed into the passage ahead of Elder Chu. The armillary sphere's speed was even faster than Elder Chu's, and it caught up to him first. Li Yunxiao's expression was solemn. His thunder transformation technique was still at a very shallow level. Every time he used it, he not only needed a large amount of Imu Qi to support it, but he also had a very limited time. At this critical moment, he could not care too much. He directly grabbed Li Yi, who was completely dumbfounded because of his appearance, and threw him into the armillary sphere to buy himself some time. Finally, he disappeared into the passage. Li Yi was stunned by Li Yunxiao's sudden appearance and was completely petrified. He thought that the monsters had used some kind of illusion to make the person he hated the most appear in front of him. It was not until Li Yunxiao grabbed him and threw him out that he was shocked. It was not an illusion, but the real Li Yunxiao. "Li Yunxiao, ah!" He roared these words in shock and anger. No words could describe his feelings at the moment, but he did not have time to be angry because the armillary sphere had already smashed down on him. Li Yunxiao's apologetic voice came from the gradually disappearing tunnel. "You've tried to harm me many times in the Aqua Sky Nation. You've saved my life this time. Just take it that our grudges have been resolved. Take care of yourself." If people who did not know the reason heard this, they would think that the relationship between the two was very good. At least at this moment, Tang Jia and the monsters thought so. Li used all his strength and gathered a red true power in his palm. He fiercely pushed it out, trying to block the attack of the armillary sphere. He had used 100% of his strength in this palm, but under the power of the sacred weapon, he felt like a drop in the ocean, and his heart was filled with despair. The feeling of impending death spread throughout his body, and his heart was filled with incomparable despair. At this moment, his hatred for Li Yunxiao had reached the extreme. "Huh?" Suddenly, Shang's suspicious voice sounded. The power of the armillary sphere seemed to be restrained, and the speed at which it was smashing down slowed down. Boom! Li Yi's palm strike landed on the armillary sphere. Although Shang had temporarily held back some of his power, it was still not something he could withstand. A huge rebounding force came, and his whole body was instantly sent flying, blood splattering across the sky. The power in this person's body seems to be the complete power of the mother's body. I am not too sure, but take care of him first. Yes. Li replied, then what about Li Yunxiao? Tang Jia's expression was ugly. I will follow Elder Chu to chase after him. It is not good for you to show yourselves. If we let him escape from this sealed space, it will be too difficult to chase after him. You did not hold out any hope, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. However, she still formed a seal with one hand and opened a path for Tang Jia and the others to pass through. Lord Shang, this armillary sphere, after Tang Jia and the others left, you looked at the armillary sphere, which was brimming with spiritual energy, and asked doubtfully, has it been completely repaired? Not yet. Shang sighed. After all, it is a sacred weapon. Once it is damaged, it will not be so easily repaired. However, I have almost finished studying the Kuchakra wheel. The day they master both martial arts and magic will be the day I repair the armillary sphere. After Tang Jia and the others left the sealed space, Elder Chu immediately used the great spatial technique to seal the entire Four Extremes sect's encampment, and began to search around. Who is it? Several cries of alarm rang out from within the Four Extremes sect's encampment. Soon after, several figures soared into the sky and gathered around the encampment. Their originally cold and stern faces were replaced with shock when they saw Tang Jia and Elder Chu. None of them dared to ask any questions. Tang Jia, what the hell are you doing? An angry voice rang out. Tang Xian had arrived with his men, and under his command, they immediately surrounded Tang Jia and the others. Tang Xian appeared under the protection of the crowd. Several experts immediately surrounded Tang Jia and the others. They were all Tang Xian's trusted subordinates. They would not show any mercy even if they had to kill Tang Jia. It was already evening, and Qian Wudi was with them. His eyes fell on Tang Jia, and his pupils constricted, revealing a look of shock. He originally thought that after obtaining the martial intent Dao fruit and becoming a martial venerable, he would be the strongest in the merchant alliance besides Li Feiyu. However, after the battle with Liang Yui, he lost all confidence. He did not even have the confidence to defeat Liang Yui, let alone Li Yunxiao. Now that he looked at Tang Jia, not only did he also advance to martial saint, but he also gave off a strong aura that made him fearful. Humph, Tang Xian, there's a spy in our sect. I'm trying to catch him. Go away, don't get in my way. Tang Jia was already in a bad mood, especially after he started cultivating his demonic arts. He was already on the verge of going berserk after Yuan Ao's death and Li Yunxiao's escape. On top of that, his own power had increased greatly, so how could he still respect Tang Xian? Tang Xian was enraged by his blatant disdain. He laughed out loud, haha, spy? I've invited guests tonight. Are you purposely trying to ruin my plan? Don't think I don't know your background. Did you raise a few beasts in the space seal? Tang Jia's expression changed and he said. Coldly, brother, you've changed a lot after spending so much time with beasts. Tang Xian snorted and stared at him, brother, you've changed a lot after spending so much time with beasts. Just as the two of them were about to clash, Li Yunxiao suddenly appeared from the void and said, Brother Tang Xian, your brother demonic beast almost killed me. Save me. He immediately hid behind Tang Xian with a look of lingering fear. You really let the spy in. Tang Jia was enraged and his expression was ugly. No wonder Tang Xian knew that he was with the beasts. They were already on the same side. Hand over Li Yunxiao and I'll spare your life. You can still be my brother, or else, otherwise what? Tang Xian's face turned cold. Although he did not know when Li Yunxiao had arrived, Tang Jia's tone had already infuriated him. A trace of killing intent flashed in Tang Jia's eyes, and he said in a cold voice, otherwise, I'll put righteousness before family. As soon as those words were spoken, the entire place was filled with a somber atmosphere. The atmosphere instantly froze. Although they were all from the Four Extremes sect, they were clearly divided into two factions. Second young master, you'd better capture that person. Elder Chu calmly said, you are all outstanding talents of the Four Extremes sect. Don't fight among yourselves, lest others laugh at us. Humph, since when did Elder Chu side with Tang Jie? Anger flashed across Tang Xian's face as she mocked. Why didn't you inform me so that I could congratulate you? Elder Chu could hear the sarcasm in Yang Kai's words, but his expression remained unchanged as he calmly replied, I have not pledged my allegiance to anyone. I will only listen to sect masters' arrangements. Oh? From what you're saying, it's father who sent you to listen to Tang Jie's orders. Although Tang Xian's words were filled with mockery, her eyes were filled with deep shock. My clever little brother, didn't you always boast about how meticulous your plans are? Can't you see through something so simple? Tang Jie said proudly, Father has not only given me Elder Chu, he has also given me many more resources. You must have known about this a long time ago, but you're just playing dumb, right? My good little brother, playing dumb won't save you. It's better to be smart. Kneel down and kowtow to Big Brother to admit your mistakes, and Big Brother will let you live happily for the rest of your life. Tang Xian's face darkened as she coldly said, Are you done? If you're done, then scram back to your monster beast nest. Elder Chu, there's no need to be courteous with him. Capture Li Yunxiao directly. If anyone dares to resist, kill them without mercy, including Tang Xian. A bloodthirsty killing intent flashed across Tang Jie's face as he stared coldly at Tang Xian. This little brother of his had always been a thorn in his side, but now, he was no match for him at all. Tang Xian could not help but feel a surge of pleasure from his revenge. As soon as Elder Chu and the 4 Emperor Wu masters made their move, the cultivators surrounding them all paled. If they really fought, they would all be cannon fodder. Young Master Tang Xian, you must save me. Don't forget what you promised me earlier today. You said that within the 4 extreme sect, even the 7 super forces would not be able to harm me. Li Yunxiao said with a fearful expression. Anyone could tell that he was faking it. Tang Xian was even more speechless. So this brat had planned this all along, and he had really fallen for his trap. But even without the promise he had made during the day, he would not allow Tang Jie to take Li Yunxiao away. Not to mention the information that Li Yunxiao had on Tang Jie, even Tang Xian himself would not allow such a thing to happen. Don't worry, I, Tang Xian, always keep my word. As long as I believe in it, I will not regret it even if I die 10,000 times. Tang Xian swore. If that's the case, then let's die together. Kill. At Tang Jie's command, a trace of reluctance and hesitation flashed in the eyes of the 4 martial emperors. However, their loyalty prevailed. The aura on their bodies dispersed, immediately causing everyone to keep quiet out of fear. Elder Chu also slowly walked out and stared at the person beside Tang Xian. I heard that Hidden Dragon is the #1 expert by second young master's side. Today, I really want to take a look at your face. Hidden Dragon, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, said coldly, If you want to see my face, then prepare to die. He did not show the slightest bit of fear and lightly walked forward. Their gazes met in the air, and a faint spiritual pressure spread out, immediately causing the surrounding people to feel a great pressure. The battle was about to begin, but suddenly, an auspicious force appeared, instantly suppressing the 4 Emperor Wu masters who were about to attack. A cold voice rang out, All of you, stop. A powerful force descended from the sky and immediately pushed back the 4 Emperor Wu masters. The person who had just arrived was the 4 extreme sect's vice sect master, Luoying. His face was extremely gloomy, and there was a hint of anger in it as he said in a low voice, Elder Chu, not only are you not trying to stop this internal strife, but you are also participating in it? Elder Chu was startled and retracted his aura towards Hidden Dragon. He said lightly, I am only following the sect master's orders. He told me to follow young master's orders. Luoying coldly said, I don't care whose orders you are following. In any case, I will never allow internal strife. Go back to where you came from. Elder Chu's expression changed slightly. Luoying's words did not give him any face. However, the other party's strength and status were above his, so it was not appropriate for him to say anything. He only snorted coldly and raised his head, putting on an unruly expression. Tang Jie, the person in charge, stood up and stared at Luoying. Lord Vice Sect Master, that Li Yunxiao has trespassed into my forbidden area. As long as Tang Xian hands him over, everything will be fine. Luoying frowned and said, Li Yunxiao is a guest invited by Tang Xian. Why would he trespass into your forbidden area? Even if he did, he probably did it unintentionally. That's right. Sect Master Luo is right. I did not do it intentionally. Li Yunxiao smiled in agreement. You. Tang Jia was furious. How could such a huge commotion be unintentional? However, he could not say anything about the Yao Pantheon Palace, so he could only say bitterly, Lord Vice Sect Master, I hope you can seriously consider this. I am no longer the person I used to be. Don't stand on the wrong side, or it will be troublesome in the future. As soon as he said this, everyone's expression changed slightly. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Luoying had always been neutral, but Tang Jia was digging his own grave by pushing Luoying to his side. As expected, Luoying's expression suddenly changed, and he said coldly and angrily, I, Luoying, want to see how young master will cause trouble for me. I will count to 3 now. If you don't scram, then don't go back. 1. As soon as he finished speaking, he began to count. Elder Chu and the others' expressions changed drastically. They knew that the negotiation had completely broken down. Moreover, Luoying had always been a man of his word. If he did not back down, it would really be troublesome. Tang Jia was infuriated and shouted, Good, good, very good. I will definitely make you regret it one day. Tang Jia was not a fool. Under the current circumstances, they could not gain any advantage no matter what. He led the others back resentfully and disappeared from the sealed space. Tang Xian hurriedly stepped forward and said, Thank you for saving us, Uncle Luo. Luo Ying's expression was still livid as he said, It's all right. Tang Jia is getting more and more overboard. Once this matter is over, I will return to the For Extreme sect and ask your father what his attitude is. After he finished speaking, he looked at Li Yunxiao suspiciously and disappeared on the spot. Phew. We're finally saved. Young Master Tang Xian is indeed a man of his word. Li Yunxiao heaved a sigh of relief, looking as if he had just survived a disaster. Hee, you're too kind. Young Master Yun must be joking. I thought you wouldn't come to today's banquet. It turns out that you've already arrived and caused so much trouble for me. Tang Xian chuckled, but his eyes were extremely cold. Li Yunxiao's actions today had further intensified the conflict between him and Tang Jia. Now that he knew nothing about Tang Jia's trump card, he still had to smile and ask Li Yunxiao to provide information about Tang Jia. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. Even though he was aggrieved, he still had to continue. Young Master Yun once wrote a poem at the Fragrance Pavilion yesterday, Throughout the ages, there is no one who can rival me. Listening to the fragrance, boiling water, drinking tea, flipping the waves in my palm. At that time, Tang Xian was ignorant and fearless. Only now do I realize that the poem is true. Tang Xian smiled and said, Young Master Yun invites you in. Brother Wudi invites you in as well. The banquet was held in a small secret room. Only Li Yunxiao, Qian Wudi, Tang Xian, and the mysterious hidden dragon were present. This showed how important the hidden dragon was in Tang Xian's heart. There are a total of 18 restrictions in this secret room. It's impossible for anyone to eavesdrop on us. Both of you can rest assured. Tang Xian was very confident about the safety of the secret room. That's good. After all, what I'm about to say is very important. The more people who know, the more dangerous it will be. Li Yunxiao smiled and then revealed a cautious expression. Tang Xian and Qian Wudi were stunned. Tang Xian's face darkened. Is the Noah's Ark really in Tang Jia's hands? This question was of great importance, especially to him. It was practically fatal. If Tang Jia obtained the Noah's Ark, he would lose his father's support and would no longer be able to fight against Tang Jia. Qian Wudi was also nervous. The position of a supreme-grade Xian artifact was too important. If someone took it, the entire continent's power structure would change. Hidden Dragon was the only one who couldn't see through the black robe, but he wouldn't be calm either. Li Yunxiao smiled, Don't worry about this. The Noah's Ark was taken by someone, but it wasn't Tang Jia. Both of them were shocked. Qian Wudi exclaimed, Who? Tang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. His palms were sweating. Li Yunxiao whispered, Yi Nanchen's descendants. You don't have to worry about this. Yi Nanchen's descendants have no interest in the merchant union. As for where they are now, I'm sorry, but I don't know. Yes, I believe what young Master Yin said. Tang Xian asked, what about the Grand Demon and the Heaven and Earth chessboard you mentioned? Li Yunxiao picked out some of the things that happened that day. He talked about the origin of the Great Demon and the chess game set up by the throne. Both of them were dumbfounded. He talked for half the night. Qian Wudi was very upset. I didn't expect things to be so exciting after I left. I regret it so much. Li Yunxiao smiled, Brother Wudi, you took the time to become a martial venerable. I'm so envious of you. Why are you upset? If you chose to stay that day, you might not have come out alive. Tang Xian's face paled after hearing this. He gritted his teeth, you mean Tang Jia also knows how to solve the Heaven and Earth chessboard? That's right. Though it was unintentional, he did solve it. Li Yunxiao was surprised. Why did Brother Tang Xian's face turn as red as a pig's liver after hearing this? Qian Wudi's heart skipped a beat. I've always heard that you're a prodigy who solved the Heaven and Earth chess game and received the throne's inheritance. Is there a problem? Tang Xian's face was dark and gloomy. She could not control her emotions. She clenched her fists tightly and paced back and forth in the secret chamber. Li Yunxiao and Tang Xian waited in silence. After a while, Tang Xian finally calmed down and said, the rumors are true. I did solve the chess game and obtained the inheritance. Oh. Qian Wudi's heart shook. Since you've already obtained the throne's inheritance, why do you have such an ugly expression? Tang Xian gritted her teeth and said, because the inheritance is engraved outside the Sea of Soul formation. Anyone who can decipher it can obtain it. Qian Wudi was stunned. So that's how it is. Tang Xian couldn't help but feel annoyed. She said angrily, and judging from the time, it's very likely that he has already gone to the deification realm. And he struggled in his heart and finally said, and the resources of the Four Extremes sect are flowing towards him like a tidal wave. I suspect that even if the monsters have not recovered to their peak, they are not far from it. Qian Wudi was shocked. A few monsters at the peak of the 9th rank. This is a big joke. Li Yunxiao shook his head. It's certain that they have recovered a lot, but it's impossible for them to have recovered to their peak. Otherwise, he would have taken over the entire Commerce Alliance. He was once at the peak of Emperor Wu, so he knew how difficult it was to fully recover. Resources alone were not enough. They needed to accumulate over time. Although the monsters had recovered a lot from the trip to the Hall of Monsters, they were still far from the peak of Emperor Wu. Tang Xian's eyes were filled with hatred. She said, it's too dangerous. I should have gotten rid of him earlier. I thought everything was under my control. I didn't expect such a big mistake. Man proposes, God disposes. His luck is actually so good, it can be said to be heaven-defying. Li Yunxiao looked at Tang Xian's angry face and said, the situation is already set. Brother Tang Xian, I'm afraid you can't even protect yourself, right? Although his luck is too good, I've already prepared all kinds of backup plans. He won't be able to deal with me in a short period of time. Tang Xian said coldly, as long as he doesn't have the help of Noah's Ark and the peak of Emperor Wu, I can eliminate him before he gets stronger. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, Brother Tang Xian, don't underestimate the strength of those great demons. They all have peak rank 9 profound weapons. I have an idea that can save you a lot of trouble. He did not mention the armillary sphere. Otherwise, the shock it would bring would not be less than the Noah's Ark in Sao. Quick, young Master Yun. Tang Xian was overjoyed. Li Yunxiao now held a very high position in his heart. Li Yunxiao nodded. Don't the two of you think that the appearance of a few monsters is enough to shake the continent? Ever since the monsters were trapped in Mount Pentacolor, the rest have been hiding in the illusory stars and moon. What kind of impact will the appearance of several peak of the 9th rank bring to the human race? Have you not thought about it? Both of them were shocked and fell into deep thought. Tang Xian said, Young Master Yun, do you mean to let the entire human race block it? Li Yunxiao smiled. It's not as serious as you make it out to be. We just need to inform the sanctum and they will make a decision. Do you think the sanctum will tolerate the cooperation of a few monsters with the Four Extremes sect? What a clever move. Tang Xian was overjoyed. As long as the sanctum's enforcer gets involved, I can operate from within. Even if father supports Tang Jia, he will die for sure. Li Yunxiao said, not necessarily, but it will be a heavy blow. This is the internal strife of the Four Extremes sect. That's all I have to say. It's getting late, so I'll take my leave now. Li Yunxiao got up to bid farewell. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only did he find out about the big monsters, but he also obtained a large amount of emu essence, enough for him to cultivate the thunderization technique. He even guided Tang Xian to fight against Tang Jia to restrain the big monsters. Tang Xian and Qian Wudi also gained a lot. They learned many secrets, but unlike Li Yunxiao, their mood was unusually heavy. In that case, Tang Xian will see you off. Watching Li Yunxiao and Qian Wudi leave, Tang Xian's expression became uglier. He suddenly asked, Hidden Dragon, how much do you believe in Li Yunxiao's words? Hidden Dragon didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, how much does young master want me to believe? Tang Xian smiled. It was a rare smile. He said, it doesn't matter how much you believe. Li Yunxiao is right. The sacred zone will never allow the big monsters to mix with the Four Extremes sect. You can rest assured, Mr. Hidden Dragon. Yes, I will report this to the higher-ups. When you send the news to the sacred zone, there will be people who will help verify the news. At that time, let the people of the sacred zone deal with Tang Jia. It will save us a lot of trouble. Hidden Dragon's eyes, hidden in the black robe, suddenly shone brightly. Young master, what do you think of Li Yunxiao? Tang Xian's body trembled. His face was full of seriousness. He said, powerful, very powerful. I really don't know when such a person appeared in the realm of heaven martial arts. Whether it is wisdom or strength, I feel that even the four talents of the north may not be a match for him. Yes, when I saw his battle with Liang Yui that day, it was really an eye-opener for me. Even when he used teleportation, I am sure that he didn't use his full strength. In the Merchant Alliance, only Li Feiyu and Tang Jia have a chance to fight against him. Oh? Mr. Hidden Dragon thinks so highly of Tang Jia? Tang Xian's face was slightly unhappy, but she still said indifferently, but fortunately, Li Yunxiao's goal is at least the same as mine. Although I don't know why he wants to deal with Tang Jia and the demon clan, I can see that their hatred is not small. Li Yunxiao just wants to use me, but I also want to use them. Hidden Dragon laughed and said, hee hee, young master, don't be angry. When Tang Jia saw him just now, his body faintly revealed an aura that even I can't detect. After coming into contact with the demon clan, he has indeed changed a lot. Your father may have some thoughts about the demon clan. Aren't you afraid of ruining your father's plan? Humph, since he supports Tang Jia with all his strength, it means that he has already given up on my life. Since that is the case, he is no longer my father. Tang Xian's eyes flashed with fierce determination. After Li Yunxiao left the Four Extremes sect, the sky was about to break. He walked alone on the main road. The milky white morning mist shrouded the entire city, making it difficult to distinguish between near and far in the morning light. It was like a misty fairyland. Suddenly, a pale blue light flew over silently, as if it had appeared out of thin air. If not for the blue light flashing, it would have been impossible to detect it. Li Yunxiao let out a soft sound of surprise. He gently used 2 fingers to catch the blue light that shot over. It was actually an extremely small blue needle. This needle, Li Yunxiao's pupils suddenly shrank, revealing a look of shock. He said, blue meteoric iron? He gently touched it with 2 fingers. Although it was very small, it was definitely blue meteoric iron. It was a raw material that was no less precious than the northern cold star iron. This material was unusually difficult to identify. It was not much different from other low-grade raw materials, but to Li Yunxiao, it was simple. Hiss, hiss. There was a thin flow of air in the air. Where Li Yunxiao's eyes were focused, a few more blue lights shot over. They arrived side by side. They were extremely fast, but they did not have much power. What kind of idiot is giving me raw materials? I'd be letting myself down if I didn't take them. Although Li Yunxiao felt that it was a little strange, he was bold because of his skills. Naturally, he was not afraid. Instead, he clawed at the blue lights. Light flashed in the sky again. This time, it came from all directions without holding back. There was a feeling that the sky and earth were covered in blue light. Li Yunxiao was stunned for a moment, but then his face lit up with joy. He displayed a strange movement technique and flashed across the street, grabbing at the blue meteoric iron one by one. If it was only a needle, it would be almost useless. But with such a large amount, even if it was the size of a fist, it would still be an extremely precious existence. The technique of these needles, just as Li Yunxiao was having a great time grabbing, he suddenly went into a daze. Abruptly, he seemed to have thought of something and secretly exclaimed, **T. He quickly flashed a few times and collected all the blue meteoric iron needles into his hand. He rapidly spread out his divine sense. The surroundings were still quiet, without the slightest movement. Trouble! Li Yunxiao exclaimed, his expression solemn as he looked at the hundreds and thousands of blue meteoric iron needles. He muttered to himself in a deep voice, "Who the hell is it? In order to probe my identity, he is actually willing to use such precious treasures. Looks like that person must have long suspected me. I also don't know how accurate his conjectures are at this moment. And, let's not care about him. It's hard to know whether it's a blessing or a curse. Go back first." Li Yunxiao collected those blue meteoric iron needles and changed his leisurely appearance from before, swiftly heading for the heavenly essence chamber of commerce. A slight fluctuation rippled in the void, and an irrepressible excitement came over, saying, "It's really him." To be able to identify the blue meteoric iron so easily and can also recognize this set of exquisite technique of mine, as well as the movement technique when he collected these blue meteoric iron needles just now, it's too familiar. The morning mist gradually broke apart under the rising sun. A slender figure appeared in the void. It was precisely the Myriad Treasure Tower's third elder, Yuan Bo. His face was full of pride as he said softly, "To be able to confirm his identity, I lost a fist-sized piece of blue meteoric iron of mine. But it's worth it. This matter must be informed to Cui Bo as soon as possible." Yuan Bo turned into a flash of light and landed directly in the Myriad Treasure Tower's encampment. His divine sense radiated out, wanting to find the shocking secret that Cui Bo informed Gu Feiyong. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he discovered that his divine sense was actually blocked by a force, unable to push it away in the slightest. He immediately cried out in shock, "Who is it?" The space ahead moved slightly. A figure emerged. A withered yellow face appeared in front of Yuan Bo. He said coolly, "Elder Yuan need not be surprised. It's me." Yuan Bo heaved a sigh in relief and said, "So, it's Elder Xian." I was still perplexed. How can there be such a powerful force inside the Myriad Treasure Tower station that can cut off my divine sense? The newcomer was Xian Yutong. He glanced at Yuan Bo and said, "I am in charge of the safety of the outpost, so I have to keep a close eye on external forces. When did Elder Yuan come to Songyang City? Could it be that the Tower Lord has new instructions?" Yuan Bo shook his head and said, "If Tower Lord has new instructions, there's no need for me to convey it either. I've already been in the city for a period of time, and I discovered a shocking matter that must be reported to Lord Cui Bo immediately. This matter is of great importance and might affect the interests of the entire Myriad Treasure Tower." "Oh, what's so important?" Xian Yutong's stiff face seemed to be moved. Something that could make Yuan Bo think it was important was definitely not an ordinary matter. It was definitely an earth-shattering existence. Yuan Bo pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, "Does Elder Xian still remember Gu Feiyong?" Xian Yutong's pupils suddenly constricted, then recovered to normal, and said, "Although Pujuan Emperor Wu has fallen for many years, how can I forget? Elder Yuan's matter is related to him?" Yuan Bo said seriously, "Exactly." A bright light flashed across his eyes, revealing a very solemn expression. He said word by word, "Gu Feiyong hasn't fallen. The person assisting Ding Ling in the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce now is precisely Gu Feiyong himself. I don't know whether he's possessed or reincarnated. He's currently changing his name to Li Yunxiao. What? Xian Yutong's entire body shook violently. Layers of wrinkles immediately appeared on his withered, yellow, and deathly still face, and he said with great shock, "This matter is too shocking. Do you have conclusive evidence for what elder you said?" Yuan Bo said seriously, "I have a close friendship with Gu Feiyang, so I'm 100% certain of this matter. It's precisely because this matter is too important that I can't act arbitrarily. I must report it to Lord Chui Bo first before proceeding with the next step." Xian Yutong's expression was complicated, unable to suppress the fluctuations in his heart. He said slowly, "Who else knows about this matter?" Yuan Bo thought for a moment, then said, "Two of Gu Feiyang's disciples, Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian, have also appeared. Since they're assisting Li Yunxiao, they naturally know about it. I just don't know if Ding Ling of the Heavenly Essence Chamber of Commerce knows about it." "No one else knows about it." Xian Yutong took a deep breath and said, "That's good." Yuan Bo frowned, feeling that there was something wrong with his words, and asked doubtfully, "That's good? What do you mean by that?" Xian Yutong sighed and said, "Something wrong. Lord Vice Tower Head Chui Bo suffered qigong deviation while cultivating in seclusion yesterday. Now his martial intent has collapsed, and he has completely become a cripple." "Ah, what?" Yuan Bo's body shook, and he cried out involuntarily, "How is this possible?" His face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe it at all. For martial artists at their level, although their progress in cultivation was getting smaller and smaller, their foundation in martial arts was getting deeper and deeper, so it was very difficult for them to suffer qigong deviation. Unless they switched to cultivating a cultivation method that was on a completely different path from their own cultivation method, it could cause such a situation to occur. Xian Yutong sighed, "Do you think I would lie to you?" He pointed to a small courtyard in the distance, and said, "If you don't believe me, you can radiate your divine sense over there, and you'll know." Yuan Bo's face paled, and his palms seeped with cold sweat. He hurriedly radiated his divine sense into the small courtyard, and immediately, the entire situation in the small courtyard was under his perception. There's no one in the courtyard? Ah, Elder Xian, you. While Yuan Bo was still in shock, an incomparably domineering power suddenly enveloped his body, and 9 different colored beams of cold light pierced through the air towards him. His heart instantly turned cold, and he immediately understood that he had fallen into his opponent's trap, but he couldn't understand why his opponent would do this. There was no time for him to think. Subconsciously, a ray of light flashed on his right hand, forming a golden armor 3 feet away from his body. The armor slowly glowed, and the armor materialized to block the 9 streaks of void-piercing force. However, these 9 beams of 9 colored light weren't just 9 simple attacks. They were connected from head to tail, binding each other, forming an extremely dangerous array. In addition to being swift and fierce, it also exuded a terrifying destructive intent. Bang, bang, bang. Yuan Bo's golden battle robes were also extraordinary. Under the impact of the 9 colored light, streams of spiritual pressure spread out like ripples. However, with every strike, the battle robes would cave in, and the spiritual qi would be rapidly drained away. Yuan Bo's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in shock, "These 9 beams of light, you are, humph." Xian Yutong coldly snorted, and his withered yellow face was torn apart, falling down like an abandoned wall, completely unrecognizable. "My 9-colored divine light is the power of 9 extreme ways, and they balance and derive from each other. Together, they form the 9 deaths array. You are the first person to see its power. Yuan Bo, you can die without regrets." As Xian Yutong's voice fell, Yuan Bo's armor suddenly collapsed, and the powerful artifact mournfully wailed, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated, and pieces of scrap iron fell apart. Yuan Bo's mind was immediately severely injured, and he forcibly gathered all his strength into his palms, trying to directly shake off the 9 beams of light. However, he found that as soon as his emperor qi touched the killing array, it was like a broken dam, and instantly leaked out. This array. He was shocked, and he watched as the 9 beams of divine light broke through the power of his emperor qi, and finally penetrated into his body. In an instant, his whole body was cold, and a sharp pain came from his 9 acupoints. His body almost collapsed on the spot, and his emperor spirit martial intent was also severely damaged. A killing intent rushed from his body to his dantian, wanting to completely destroy his martial arts foundation. Xianxu's attack succeeded, and his whole body rushed forward, and his palm directly broke through Yuanbo's physical strength. His fist smashed into Yuanbo's chest, immediately blasting open a big hole, and flesh and blood flew out. Yuanbo, I heard that your frigid marrow ice soul secret art has reached perfection. Today, I will take your frigid marrow ice soul secret art to help me reach the peak of Jiutian martial arts. Xianxu's cold voice sounded, and his right hand was actually breaking Yuanbo's bones and sucking his marrow. A pained expression appeared on Yuanbo's face. His pupils were completely dilated, and he could barely speak. A hoarse and intermittent voice rang out from his throat. You. Who are you? Half of Xianxu's face had already collapsed, revealing half of his jade-white skin. He said coldly, do you still not remember the 9-colored divine light cultivation method and this old man's half-face? Looks like you've really forgotten about me all these years. As expected. It's you. Then where's Elder Xian? Large amounts of blood flowed out of Yuanbo's 7 orifices. His face was completely unrecognizable, but he still held on to his last breath. He was filled with unwillingness. Xianxu smiled coldly and said, there has never been any Elder Xian. Xianxu has always been me. So, that's how it is, Yuanbo got his answer. His slackened eyes suddenly flashed with a bright light, like the last radiance of the setting sun. His dantian surged with power, like the center of a scorching sun, and Jiutian Emperor Qi crazily surged out. Xianxu's face fell and he said with a snort, it's already too late to want to self-detonate. My 9-colored divine light has already sealed your dantian. If you had self-detonated earlier, it would have been enough to break my 9 deaths formation and draw Cui Bo here. It's a pity that you realized it too. Late. Yuanbo was silent. Perhaps he could no longer speak. The golden light in his dantian was immediately trapped by the 9-colored divine light, unable to detonate. Suddenly, a white light emerged from his body and broke through his back. It broke through the blockade of Xianxu's Emperor Qi and fled into the distance. That's what? Xianxu's pupils suddenly shrank. Looking at the white light that broke through the sky, he said angrily, Ice Soul. It's actually Ice Soul. As the white light broke through his body and left, Yuanbo's eyes suddenly dimmed, and there was no longer any luster. His body went limp, and the golden light in his dantian gradually began to dissipate. Xianxu's expression was extremely vexed as he said hatefully, damn you, Yuanbo, the Ice Soul was actually hidden in your back. No wonder I couldn't find it. To actually use self-detonation as bait to let the Ice Soul escape, leaving a glimmer of life for yourself. Worthy of being the Myriad Treasure Tower's 3rd elder, indeed good means. Under his violent rage, he pulled his right hand out of Yuanbo's chest. In the blood-colored hand, he held a lump of pure white object, as clear as glass. Humph. Xianxu snorted coldly and waved his left hand. That 9-colored divine light wrapped around Yuanbo's dantian power and slowly landed in his hand. The jade marrow has already been obtained. Although the Ice Soul escaped, obtaining this complete martial intent Emperor Qi is also considered a kind of compensation. He casually pointed again and put away Yuanbo's storage ring too. He glanced angrily at the corpse that already had no value at all, a ball of ghostly fire appearing in his eyes. That corpse started burning with a bang, instantly turning into ashes and flying away, as if it had never existed before. The bloodstains and traces of fighting in the small courtyard were also completely wiped away by him. I didn't expect that Li Yunxiao is actually Gu Feiyong. This news is too shocking. Otherwise, I also wouldn't need to risk exposing my identity to kill Yuanbo. I didn't expect that the person by her side is actually Gu Feiyong. This is very interesting. It really gave me a pleasant surprise. It's just that the Ice Soul escaping now will be a hidden danger sooner or later. Xianxu quietly thought about it, the expression in his eyes uncertain as he muttered to himself, without the ice marrow, that Ice Soul can't last for long either. Since he already knows my identity, he'll definitely go find trustworthy people to help. The Myriad Treasure Tower and Heavenly Essence Trading Association are both under my surveillance. He shouldn't dare to come. Yuanbo, where will you escape to? After pondering for a while, Xian Yutong's face recovered to that withered waxen color again, vanishing from the small courtyard. After returning to the Heavenly Essence Trading Association's encampment, Li Yunxiao summoned his 2 disciples and 2 women. The 4 of them were currently the core people by his side. Young Emperor Hao Lian asked impatiently, "Master, how is it?" Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, "Everything went smoothly. I found out everything I wanted to know." The great demons had indeed recovered quite a bit, but it was not to the point where they were out of control. That armillary sphere, on the other hand, makes me feel uneasy. From what they said, they seemed to be able to repair it with an artifact called the Kushakra wheel. I've studied Formula Dao for so many years, yet I've never heard of it. Jushi wheel? The 4 of them shook their heads in confusion. Forget it. In short, the sanctuary will intervene in this matter soon. Tang Jia and Shang won't have an easy time. But Li Yunxiao revealed a solemn expression and said, "My identity might have been exposed." The 4 of them were shocked and exclaimed, "What? Who is it?" Li Yunxiao shook his head. "I don't know for now." He then told him about the blue meteoric iron needles he encountered on the road. Mo Xiaochuan said solemnly, "To be able to think of such a method to unknowingly find out young Master Yun's identity, it's very likely to be someone you know. Does young Master Yun have any guesses?" Li Yunxiao said, "I have some thoughts in my heart, but I can't be sure. Even that person wouldn't be able to make such a hasty judgment of my identity. Let's wait and see. Moreover, sooner or later, the world will know about it, so it's better to deal with it earlier. I'm going into seclusion to cultivate the lightning transformation divine art these few days. Songyang City will probably be quiet for a while after the ruckus we've caused these past few days. Let's wait for the 2 meetings." Everyone saw that he had already made up his mind, so they didn't say anything else and left one after another. After everyone left, Ding Ling was the only one left. She wanted to say something but hesitated. After thinking for a while, she said softly, "Young Master Yun, I haven't been able to contact my father. I'm a bit worried, so I plan to send Ding Peng back to the headquarters to take a look." Li Yunxiao frowned. Ding Shan is definitely not an ordinary person. You don't have time to worry about this matter now. Sending Ding Peng is fine. Ding Ling nodded slightly, but her expression didn't reduce in the slightest. Li Yunxiao seemed to see through her thoughts, and he said with a smile, "Apart from wondering if something has happened to your father, you actually have an even bigger knot in your heart, don't you?" Ding Ling's delicate body trembled, and she said bitterly, "Young Master Yun saw through me. I thought about it carefully last time, and I felt that my father probably had a plan, but I don't know why he hid it from me. Could it be that letting me take over the Chamber of Commerce is also a test for me?" Li Yunxiao stood up and walked forward to face her. He stared at Ding Ling's watery eyes and said with a smile, "Ling, you're not an ambitious girl. If Ding Shan has his own plans, wouldn't that be perfect? Perhaps one day, you won't have to bear the pressure of the Chamber of Commerce anymore, and you'll be able to live the life you like." "The life I like." Ding Ling's heart trembled slightly, and an indescribable bitterness flowed through her heart. All these years, when had he ever stopped for even a moment? She had originally hoped to raise her younger brother as soon as possible, but who knew that Ding Peng would be so useless? She suddenly felt very tired and hopeless. Luckily, he's always by my side. Ding Ling's heart warmed slightly, and she looked at Li Yunxiao with a burning gaze. Cough, cough, cough. It's time for me to go into closed-door cultivation, and I'll try to come out before the 2 meetings. Li Yunxiao also felt the strange atmosphere, and he coughed heavily a few times, causing the strange atmosphere to become awkward. Ding Ling was extremely shy, and she said, "Young Master Yun, don't worry and go into closed-door cultivation." Then, she turned around and left. Li Yunxiao took out the Universe God's monument, and his whole body flashed into it. At this moment, the Universe God's monument had already begun to recover due to the continuous supply of a large number of primary stones. The power of the 4 realms was only lacking the power of water, and the existence of this elemental source was something that could only be encountered by chance, so he was not in a hurry. He was just worried that once Shang's armillary sphere recovered, with Shang's complete control over the armillary sphere, it would be difficult for him to control this incomplete Universe God's monument. Li Yunxiao crushed a storage pouch, and a large amount of yi wood qi spread out, all of which were collected by the demons in the demonic plane at the risk of their lives. It's all here. It seems that they are indeed very confident in repairing the armillary sphere, or they would not have given these yi wood essences to Tang Jia so carelessly. Li Yunxiao's frown deepened, and it took a while for his frown to ease. He snorted and said, "But it's all mine now. The thunderization divine formula is indeed something. I'll try to cultivate it to the phenomenal accomplishment before the martial arts and sorcery incantation." He cast aside all distracting thoughts and began to devote himself to the yi wood qi, cultivating the thunderization divine formula. Just as Li Yunxiao had predicted, the entire Xianxia city became a little more peaceful after the defeat of the Tianyi pavilion. The restless emotions seemed to have disappeared after the storm. The only thing that remained unchanged was the various stalls on the streets, which showed signs of increasing. In the next few days, a major event suddenly broke out. Shui Luoyan, the goddess of the Mando Chamber of Commerce and one of the two golden flowers of the Merchant Union, suddenly announced her engagement to Chen Feng, the son of the sect master of the Saber sect. This immediately caused a huge uproar, and the entire Merchant Union was shaken. The direct effect of this marriage alliance was that Chen Feng could participate in the martial arts and sorcery incantation as Shui Luoyan's fiancé. He could even bring the experts of the Saber sect with him. Originally, after the crisis of the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce was resolved, the Mando Chamber of Commerce began to enter the sights of everyone. Who would have thought that such a shocking event would happen? Everyone wanted to occupy the positions in the 7 major merchant unions, and the competition was extremely fierce. Everyone knew that the Mando Chamber of Commerce was going all out. None of the 7 major forces were good for nothing. Forming a marriage alliance with them was like asking a tiger for its skin. However, the Mando Chamber of Commerce had no better choice. If they were eliminated, the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Now, the Thunderous Chamber of Commerce was the weakest among the 7 major merchant unions. However, the Thunderous Chamber of Commerce had been unusually low-key, as if they did not care about anything that happened in Xianxia City, making it difficult for people to guess what was going on. We just received accurate information. Right now, we can already confirm that Chen Feng will participate in the martial arts competition, and the condition for marrying Shui Luoyan is to obtain first place. Inside the 10,000 treasure tower, after Cui Bo obtained the first-hand information, he immediately gathered all the upper echelons for a discussion. He showed the information to everyone and said, "Everyone, what do you think about this? The Mando Chamber of Commerce's move has completely broken the rules of the Merchant Union. It's an extremely bad start. Not only will the other chambers of commerce fight to imitate them in the future, but there will also be a large number of external forces infiltrating into our Merchant Union. If the Saber sect takes over the Mando Chamber of Commerce, it will definitely be a disaster for the Merchant Union. Su Wanson is also an old fox. Why would he do such a stupid thing? If they form a marriage alliance, their Mando Chamber of Commerce will only end up being controlled. Su Wanson definitely understands this. Could it be that they have some secret agreement in private? Agreement my ass. All agreements are based on strength. Without equal strength, an agreement is just a piece of paper. As long as Chen Feng marries Shui Luoyan, everything will be out of Su Wanson's control, unless Su Wanson has some way to keep the Saber sect in check. But the possibility is extremely small. Hearing everyone's discussion, Cui Bo could not help nodding. He glanced at the people beside him and said, "Elder Di, Elder Ren, Fei Yu, what do the 3 of you think?" Di Xinghua said coldly, "The Mando Chamber of Commerce is courting death. They can't blame others. So what if the Saber sect interferes? As long as our 10,000 treasure tower sits firmly in the position of the Merchant Union's boss, they will still have to listen to us. Maybe this is an opportunity to control the Saber sect." Everyone felt dizzy when they heard this. The entire Merchant Union had to work together to be able to contend with them, and they still wanted to control others. Cui Bo was also somewhat speechless. This Elder D's strength was not ordinary. It was just that the way he thought of questions was a little weird. In the future, it was better to ask him less about major matters. "Fei Yu, what do you think?" Li Feiyu pondered for a while and said, "The Mando Chamber of Commerce's move is actually taking a risk out of desperation." "Oh? What do you mean?" Cui Bo's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether it was strength or intelligence, Li Feiyu was the cream of the crop among the younger generation. Li Feiyu nodded and said, "Don't forget that the condition they promised the Saber sect is to obtain first place. In order to obtain first place, one of the two arbiters must be the champion, and the other must also obtain extraordinary results. Even for the Saber Sword sect, this is an extremely difficult matter." "Not bad," Cui Bo praised, "with one of the northern region's 4 prodigies, Feiyu, here, at least they have no hope in the martial contest. This time, my son Cui Yuan will be the one to use the skill formula. Even if he can't win, he can at least get a good result. The Saber Sword sect is probably going to be fooled by Su Wanson this time. They helped the Mando Merchant Association obtain the qualifications to sit on the permanent board of directors, but they won't get any benefits." Ren Guangran said in astonishment, "So the candidate for the secret art is actually Cui Yuan. Has he also come to Songyang City? No wonder the vice floor master had been so secretive all this time. With Cui Yuan's help, I'm sure the first place will be safe." Cui Bo laughed and said, "Don't think too highly of that brat. This time, I also wanted to let him experience the young talents of the Merchant Union and let him know that there is always someone better out there." "Haha." Ren Guangran laughed and said, "Vice Tower Master, you don't mean what you say. I'm afraid your real intention is to teach those arrogant brats from the Merchant Union a lesson, to let them know that there is always someone better than you." Cui Bo smiled without saying anything. Obviously, he was very optimistic about his beloved son's strength. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and said, "Lord Vice Pavilion Master is too optimistic. I really do not have any confidence in this martial competition. I hope that Cui Yuan can secure first place. That way, the pressure on me will be much less." Cui Bo frowned as an unhappy expression appeared on his face. "Feiyu, why do you say that? Could it be that you don't have the confidence to defeat Chen Feng? Don't forget that you're one of the 4 prodigies of the northern region, and he isn't." Li Feiyu shook his head and said, "I do not dare to speak of Chen Feng's strength, but since the Saber Sword sect dares to agree to this agreement, they are naturally confident. Perhaps?" He paused and muttered to himself for a moment before continuing, "Perhaps the person who caused the Saber Sword sect to stumble this time will be that person from the Heavenly Yuan Chamber of Commerce." "Li Yunxiao?" Cui Bo said coolly, "He's indeed very strong, but he's not strong to the extent of being able to defeat you. Even if he could teleport, it was most likely a similar secret technique. It was impossible for it to be level 8 spiritual power. How old was he? Otherwise, it would be too shocking. A secret technique, huh?" Li Feiyu laughed bitterly without end. He knew that Li Yunxiao had repaired the teleportation formation that even 2 8th rank artificers were unable to repair at Rain Peak City. Ren Guangran said, "Feiyu, you mustn't belittle yourself. You're my Myriad Treasure Tower's flag, the #1 person among the young generation. The only person who can stop the Blade Sword sect from entering the territory of my Merchant Union is you. This is not only the consensus of the entire Merchant Alliance, even the Saber Sword sect must think so." Li Feiyu's heart trembled and he said solemnly, "Elders, rest assured. Feiyu will definitely do my best and absolutely dare not to lose face for the Myriad Treasure Tower." Cui Bo nodded and said, "Just do your best. Even if something unexpected really happens, you have a clear conscience. Don't give yourself too much pressure." "Yes." Li Feiyu responded and fell silent. Ren Guangran asked, "Why don't I see Elder Xian? His insight has always been sharp and unique. Perhaps he will have some good ideas." Cui Bo frowned slightly and said, "Elder Xian suddenly announced that she's going into closed-door cultivation. It seems that her cultivation has reached a critical juncture." "Oh? Then congratulations," Ren Guangran said enviously. At their level, every breakthrough was extremely difficult, and every opportunity was abnormally precious. He himself had already stayed at the same place for decades and had completely given up. Cui Bo said indifferently, "I hope that Elder Xian can make a breakthrough. Everyone, disperse. Elder Ren, you stay behind." After everyone left, Cui Bo said, "Elder Ren, I'll leave Feiyu's cultivation to you during this period of time. It's good to use some trump cards. You must ensure that Feiyu obtains first place." Ren Guangran was stunned and said in shock, "Vice Tower Master, don't you have confidence in Feiyu? A cold light flashed in Cui Bo's eyes, and he said, it's not that I don't have confidence, but Feiyu himself doesn't have confidence. Have you ever seen him so unconfident? It's all because of Li Yunxiao. An opponent that he has yet to come into contact with has already started to break him down mentally. That Li Yunxiao is really not simple. Ren Guangran frowned. Li Yunxiao is really strong. Even when he was fighting against Liang Yui's 10 sons in the same sky, he didn't give his all, so no one was able to see through his real fighting power. He will be a strong opponent for Feiyu. I understand, I'll do well. Cui Bo said firmly. Feiyu is one of the 4 talents of the North region, the flag of Plethora Treasure Tower. This flag must not fall. Within the Universe God Monument, lightning flashed and filled the entire sky. At a glance, there was only a green sea of lightning and it looked as if there was no end to it. Suddenly, the sea of lightning started to shrink violently and condensed into the center, forming a thundercloud tornado. Gradually, a figure was formed. This feeling is so strong. Li Yunxiao looked shocked and he muttered to himself, is this the thunder transformation divine technique that has been cultivated to great success? I can only fully manifest it in the Universe God Monument. I wonder how much power I will have when I get out. He frowned and said to himself, there isn't enough chi of Imu. But I have thought of a good idea, I wonder if it will work. Humph, your ideas have never worked. Xianxia said in disdain, think twice before you act. I'm counting on you to be successful. Don't get yourself killed. Shut up. If you say anything inauspicious again, I'll refine you into a starlight soul. After Li Yunxiao scolded, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared next to Yuan Gaohan. He shouted, Old Yuan, how's the sword refining going? Yuan Gaohan's anxious voice came from below, Li Yunxiao, come and help me. Li Yunxiao's heart moved and he appeared next to Yuan Gaohan. The purple gold cauldron was shaking violently, as if it was going to explode at any time. Oh no, I put 2 sword embryos into the cauldron at the same time. I can't control it anymore. Yuan Gaohan was sweating anxiously. Gui Weshing, who was next to him, looked terrible too. Damn it. Li Yunxiao was also shocked and he said angrily, you condensed 2 9th-rank profound weapons at once. Do you think you're a 10th-rank god? Yuan Gaohan said anxiously, the profound weapons here don't have the thunder trial. It's missing the last crucial step. So, I don't think it's a big deal. I just want to try. Try your sister. Arcane masters are a bunch of lunatics. Li Yunxiao scolded. He didn't realize that he had also scolded himself. He suddenly calmed down and muttered to himself, I can try my lightning transformation technique. I wonder if it can be used to refine artifacts. I can give it a try. Genryu. After Li Yunxiao thought of this, he immediately formed a seal with one hand and his entire body turned into a bolt of lightning. Under the dumbfounded gazes of Yuan Gaohan and Gui Weshing, he flew down and surrounded the celestial dance revolving purple gold cauldron. He poured all the lightning energy in his body into the cauldron and began refining it. This works. Yuan Gaohan was stunned for a moment. He immediately became excited and said, Li Yunxiao, I'll use the divine fire to help you. His hands quickly made several hand seals and attracted the divine fire of the phoenix. At the same time, he burned the purple cauldron. The whoosh of the fire and the crackle of the lightning interweaved and continuously refined the northern sky cold star sword in the cauldron. It slowly suppressed the violent intent of the purple cauldron. However, Yuan Gaohan could clearly feel that his purple cauldron was slowly losing strength. Whether it was the rank 9 artifact essence or the divine fire, it wasn't something it could withstand. The purple cauldron's spirituality was rapidly draining away. However, Yuan Gaohan only frowned slightly and then didn't care. The purple gold cauldron was important, but the heaven-defying refining process was even more important. He was only worried that this cauldron wouldn't be able to last until the refining was complete. Solidify. Li Yunxiao's soft shout came from within the purple cauldron. The entire purple cauldron finally couldn't withstand the pressure. Not only did it let out a sorrowful cry, a large number of cracks began to appear on the cauldron's body. Not good. Yuan Gaohan turned pale with fright and shouted. Bang! The purple gold cauldron finally exploded, emitting an earth-shattering sound. A large amount of purple gas dispersed, and the cauldron's artifact essence completely disappeared in an instant. Did it fail? Gu Yuesheng stared blankly at the ball of purple gas, as if she was somewhat unwilling. These two sword embryos had been refined by him and Yuan Gaohan for too long to have such an effect, but they were destroyed so easily. Thunder and lightning solidify. The purple gas gradually dispersed, and Li Yunxiao's cold voice came from within. Lightning flashed, and as the purple gas was gradually dispersed, tens of thousands of lightning bolts suddenly appeared. Two icy chi seeped out. It was the cold chi of the northern sky-cold star sword. Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yuesheng held back their excitement at the same time, and looked over, only to see two treasured swords shining in the sea of lightning, quietly standing in the middle. Li Yunxiao said proudly, "As for the cauldron, I'll get you a better one after a while. I'll first go outside and solidify the thunder and lightning disaster to refine the shape of the swords." After he finished speaking, the lightning immediately enveloped the two swords, and they disappeared on the spot. Yuan Gaohan and Gu Yuesheng were slightly disappointed. They also wanted to see the thunder and lightning disaster refine the swords, especially Gu Yuesheng, who had never seen such a magnificent sight. But they also understood that before Li Yunxiao recovered to the peak of Emperor Wu, he wouldn't let them go. But luckily, they had stayed here well, and both of them had improved tremendously. Even Yuan Gaohan could faintly feel that he would break through to the 9th level in the Universe Divine Monument. The various experiences during this period of time were all great opportunities for him, and they were hard to come by in his lifetime. Now, even if he were to be chased out, he wouldn't be willing to leave. At that moment, he was even a little nervous. If Li Yunxiao were to return to the peak of the 9th level and chase him out, what should he do? Gu Yuesheng's benefits were even greater. Everything that she had learned from Yuan Gaohan during this period of time, regardless of whether it was her knowledge, comprehension, or abilities, they were all improving by leaps and bounds. After the two of them sighed with emotion, they went on their own to cultivate. Li Yunxiao appeared in the secret room, put away the Universe Divine Monument, and teleported out of the house. He turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly disappeared from the base of the Heavenly Essence Trade Association, shooting into the distant horizon. That was, in an instant, several people rushed out and looked at each other, then at the empty house. Tomorrow is the grand event of the two meetings, and young Master Yun is leaving at this time? Young Emperor Hao Lian said in astonishment, "What's so important?" Mo Xiaochuan's voice came from the courtyard, "Stop guessing. Young Master Yun already sent a message to me. He'll be back before tomorrow." Luo Yunsheng looked at the worried Ding Ling and smiled, "Sister Ling you're worrying too much. When has young Master Yun ever disappointed us?" Ding Ling said seriously, "I'm not worried about young Master Yun. It's just that he left in a hurry. I don't know if he's in danger." Luo Yunsheng was startled and became worried as well. Young Emperor Hao Lian laughed, "Haha, you're worrying for nothing. Women, when they fall in love, their intelligence drops to zero." He shook his head and left with an unfathomable look, leaving the two blushing girls behind. Young Emperor is right. There aren't many people in this world who can put young Master Yun in danger. Luo Yunsheng comforted Ding Ling with a blushing face. At the same time, she was also comforting herself. Sister is right. There's nothing to worry about. I was thinking too much. Ding Ling nodded. The atmosphere between the two was inexplicably awkward. Both of them knew what Li Yunxiao was thinking, but Li Yunxiao didn't respond. On the contrary, the relationship between the two became better and better. The two seemed to be doing it on purpose. They began to treat each other like sisters. I saw a hairpin in a jewelry shop yesterday. It's quite suitable for sister. I wonder if sister has time to take a look. Ding Ling said. Sure. Luo Yunsheng smiled gently. The two left together. They were still in the mood to go shopping on the eve of such an important event. Li Yunxiao turned into lightning and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he was thousands of miles away from Songyang City. It was a vast and empty land, and there was no one in sight. He quickly formed a hand seal with both hands and condensed a medium-sized formation with a radius of 100 meters on the ground. Then, he scattered a large amount of primordial stones into the formation. Only then did he reveal a solemn expression and light slowly appeared in his hands. As the light flickered, endless cold air was produced. The cold light shone on the water, and the entire sky began to stir. Dark clouds began to cover the sky. The appearance of a ninth-rank profound artifact immediately caused a phenomenon. Thunder clouds rolled in the sky, and the pressure was shocking. "This," Genryu exclaimed in shock, "you actually set up a lightning gathering array below. This way, it will attract lightning by several times and magnify the ninth stage lightning tribulation. Do you want to die? You'll really die if you play like this." Li Yunxiao revealed a trace of a maniacal smile and said, "Haha, I'm precisely going to absorb the lightning power of this ninth-tier profound artifact's heavenly tribulation and use it to cultivate the thunderization divine art. At the same time, I'll refine my primordial heavens once more. This lightning is an extremely strong power of wood." "Lunatic, lunatic." Genryu scolded angrily, "You'll get me into trouble too. I'm still hoping that you'll have a bright future." Why would Li Yunxiao care about it? He quietly waited for the lightning tribulation to descend. The lightning gathering formation below seemed to sense the large amount of lightning energy filling the air, and it began to slowly revolve, emitting a bright green light. A green color began to appear between heaven and earth. Thunder clouds gathered terrifyingly in the sky, and a huge sea of lightning appeared, gathering and not descending. Genryu felt the power coming from the sky in a daze, and his entire person was a little sluggish. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and he kept muttering to himself, "It's over, it's over." Lunatic, a complete lunatic. The entire sky, which was originally dark and without light, began to gradually brighten up as the lightning gathered. It was as if a huge piece of jasper was embedded in the sky, growing bigger and bigger, and the pressure became more and more intense. Li Yunxiao only felt the hair on his entire body stand up, and he felt a terrifying shiver. "Are you afraid too?" Genryu said in a serious voice, "I know that you like to mess around, but this time, you've really gone overboard. Hurry up and hide in the universe god's monument." He shared a soul with Li Yunxiao, and could feel the shiver coming from Li Yunxiao's body. It wasn't the cowardice of a human, but the feeling of being insignificant under the might of heaven and earth, like a chestnut in the ocean. There was a limit to a person's strength, but heaven and earth were boundless. Li Yunxiao's indifferent voice rang out, and there were hints of extreme excitement in it. He said agitatedly, "What I stand for is heaven and earth. To be able to feel the boundlessness of this creation, and the majestic might of the universe, I feel very happy and honored." Boundless battle intent appeared on his body, and he made all preparations to fight against the might of heaven. The sea of lightning in the sky, which was like a jasper disk, finally turned into a shocking thunderbolt after it had gathered enough energy, and it fell from the sky. The thunderbolt was 100 meters thick, and it was completely green in color. Luckily, it was only green. If it were purple, no matter how heroic Li Yunxiao was, he wouldn't dare to block it recklessly. "Northern Sky Cold Star Sword, go." Li Yunxiao swung his sword, and the Northern Sky Cold Star Sword in his hand instantly pierced into the ground. The thunderbolt from the ninth heaven struck down, and Li Yunxiao weaved a seal with both hands. A green light appeared around his body, and his body started to turn into lightning. Boom! The thunderbolt fell, and the whole world was shrouded in a sea of lightning, and there was no other existence. He wanted to use the lightning of the heavenly tribulation to make up for the lack of wood chi in the thunder transformation divine skill, and directly absorb the lightning for his own use. When he was transforming into lightning, it felt like his whole body was integrated into the lightning. The energy of heaven and earth was a part of his body, and it could evolve into endless meanings. However, as the lightning fell, his body still felt a great shock, as if it was about to be washed away. The body of lightning couldn't even maintain its original state, and it began to appear. The power of the lightning scoured his body, meridians, and bones, and it also caused great damage. His body was almost completely destroyed in an instant. After it condensed, a golden light appeared, and the indestructible golden body began to absorb the power of the lightning to repair itself. However, compared to the speed of destruction, it was still too slow. Blood constantly seeped out of his pores, and even his eyes were bleeding. The archaic heaven eye on his forehead was mottled with blood. Looking closely, there was a small vortex in the heaven eye, as if it was constantly absorbing the power of the lightning. Can he really withstand it? Genryu's eyes were solemn, and he constantly used his soul power to strengthen Xianxia's body. However, under this kind of lightning, there was no effect at all. As soon as the dragon's demon form appeared, it was immediately dispersed by the lightning, and only the indestructible golden body was bitterly holding on. At this moment, Xianxia's mind gradually became blank, and there was only one firm belief in his mind, and that was to never turn back and to press forward. On the ground below, the huge formation was densely covered with thunderclouds. The northern cold star sword made a very strong cry, as if it was struggling like Xianxia's body. Cold air constantly spread out, and the sword's momentum rose. Hundreds of miles away from the thunderclouds, dense purple lines appeared in the sky, and there were also black cracks flashing. Soon, a crack opened, forming a passage. 5 figures slowly emerged from inside, all dressed in snow-white clothes, exuding a cold arrogance and nobility, as if they were immortals in heaven. Huh? There's such a strong ripple of energy from 100 miles away. Could it be that there are experts fighting? The person in the lead had a pair of handsome and clear eyes, and there was a wide blue belt around his waist. His face was like a peach blossom, and he was gentle and elegant. He raised a slender finger and placed it on his cheek, thinking, it's the power of lightning. I can feel it even from 100 miles away. That person is very powerful. There were 4 servants behind the man, all dressed in the same white clothes, with thin gauze scarves draped over their shoulders. They all had coral flowers in their hair. Of the 4 of them, some were bright and dignified, some were as beautiful as the autumn moon, some were charming, elegant, and beautiful. However, all of them were rare beauties, and their beauty was overwhelming. What was even rarer was that the 4 of them all had extremely high cultivations. They were all 3-star martial saints. With her age, beauty, and cultivation base, she would be the center of attention no matter where she was placed on the continent. But in front of this man, there were only 4 servants, with the 4 surnames of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and they were named zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Xiaoqi raised her slender hand, wearing a ball-shaped glassware on her wrist. She stared at it for a moment, then said, "Young master, we are still 3,000 miles away from Xianxia city." Donghua smiled sweetly. The sky around them was like a blooming peach blossom, and it became much livelier. We sneaked out in a hurry, so it's normal for our location to deviate. 3,000 miles can be covered in an instant, and it's much better than what we expected. There's no hurry to go to Xianxia city. The martial arts contest is tomorrow. It's rare for me to come out, so I want to see the experts of the realm of heaven martial arts. The person using a lightning technique in the distance doesn't seem weak. The man stared into the distance, showing great interest. The 4 women were all startled, and Chen Qin hurriedly said, "Young master, you are very precious. I don't know what's going on with that boorish fellow in front of you. If he injured you, you won't be able to escape death." The man furrowed his brows, and he looked a little unhappy. He said, "Didn't Elder Zhu say that with my strength, there are few who can rival me under Emperor Wu? How come I ran into someone who can injure me right after I came out?" This, Chen Qin didn't know how to reply. They and the young master had been training in the faction for a long time, and they rarely came out. How could they know what was going on outside? The young master was a little more excited, and the 4 servants were a little more vigilant. Seeing that the young master was unhappy, the 4 of them became nervous. Xiaoshu hurriedly said, "I'm just afraid that his luck will be so bad that he will run into an expert like Emperor Wu right after he comes out. And he doesn't know who you are, so it'll be really troublesome. Why don't you go to Xianxia city first? When Elder Zhu and the others arrive, you can ask Elder Zhu for permission to travel outside for a period of time." "That's right. I heard from the intelligence department that the son of the Mystic Profound Sect's leader was beaten to death and injured. Now, the entire Mystic Profound Sect is looking for the murderer." Xiaoshu also agreed. The 4 of them were afraid that the curiosity of the man in front of them would cause trouble. What kind of trash faction is the Mystic Profound Sect? How can it compare to my saber sword sect? The man snorted coldly and unhappily said, "Those trash factions created a ranking of the northern region's 10 great factions. Do they think that they can keep pace with us with that? A group of naive people. That ranking directly pulled down the level of my saber sword sect." Chen Qin smiled, "Of course they can't be compared. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they are more luminous than the bright moon. However, aren't we worried for young master? We're afraid that some uncontrollable accident will happen. At that time, not only will it be bad for young master, but the four of us will also be implicated. Young master, can you bear to see us four sisters get punished? She looked delicate and pitiful, while the other three girls also looked weak and pitiful, making people feel pity for them. Dong Hua's eyes flickered with sparkling tears as she said sadly, could it be that young master is going to marry Shui Luoyan of the Merchant Alliance and no longer dote on us? I heard that Shui Luoyan is one of the two golden flowers of the Merchant Alliance. Compared to her, the four of us are inferior. This man was the son of the Saber Sword sect master, Chen Feng. His goal in coming to Songyang City was to participate in the martial contest. However, he wasn't willing to wait for the sex arrangements, so he snuck out alone with his four beloved maidservants. Chen Feng said, "Don't worry, if Shui Luoyan is as good as you, she will only have the same status as you. If she's not as good as you, she will only have a title at most." The so-called marriage this time was just to infiltrate the merchant union's inner circle. Not just any woman can receive my, Chen Feng's, favor so easily. Dong Hua smiled through her tears and said happily, young master's kindness to us sisters is something that we can never repay. We are willing to serve young master with our lives. Yes, if Shui Luoyan is as sensible as you and obediently controls the Merchant Alliance for me, she will benefit greatly in the future. Chen Feng acted as if Shui Luoyan was already his. He said, after marrying her, the four of you will help me teach her well. Also, that Ding Ling her reputation and beauty are not inferior to Shui Luoyan. I can go take a look. If she is to my liking, I will take her in as well. Don't worry, young master. Chen Qin covered her mouth and laughed, even if she is not to your liking at first, we will definitely teach her to the point that young master is satisfied. Didn't young master praise the pair of beautiful sisters of the Jingmen sect master and pampered them 5 times? Xiaxu smiled and said, to be able to be favored by young master 5 times is already an amazing feat. These 2 sisters are truly blessed. Chen Feng said, indeed, apart from the 4 of you, there are very few people who can interest me more than 5 times. The lightning has disappeared. While they were talking, Chen Feng's pupils suddenly shrank, and he stared into the distance. The 4 beautiful maids whined incessantly. They had managed to distract Chen Feng's attention with great difficulty, but now they were once again attracted to him. Dong Hua hurriedly said, young master, let's hurry to Songyang City. If a fight broke out midway and caused the young master to use up too much of his physical strength, it would affect the martial duel tomorrow. That would be troublesome. If I fail in the end and fail to marry Shui Luoyan, I'm afraid that even the sect master will be furious. In the end, you just don't believe in my strength. I don't believe that I'll meet an existence that I can't defeat the moment I leave the Saber Sword sect. As for that martial art, other than Li Feiyu, who has an undeserved reputation, can anyone else withstand a single move from me? This time, not only will I let those frogs at the bottom of the well of the Merchant Union know the strength of my Saber Sword sect, I will also get their 2 golden flowers to submit to me. I will also control 2 of the 7 great merchant unions and remove Li Feiyu from that bullshit T4 talents. Chen Feng was full of confidence, as if he was in charge of the country. He disdained the pleas of the 4 and turned into a ray of light, flying towards the place where the lightning had disappeared. The 4 women were secretly anxious, and could only follow behind him. They constantly prayed in their hearts that there was no powerful existence in front of them. Otherwise, if Chen Feng was injured, they would not be able to bear the responsibility. After Li Yunxiao was baptized by the lightning, his entire body almost completely went limp. He lay on the ground, covered in blood. At this moment, the ground was scorched black, and the lightning-gathering array had also been destroyed without a trace by the extremely powerful lightning. Only the northern sky-cold star sword that had been completely tempered was stabbed into the ground. The cold light shone on the water, and it was incomparably dazzling. Suddenly, a ball of yellow light flowed out from Li Yunxiao's body and slowly condensed in the air, turning into the appearance of a transformed Li Yunxiao. It stared at him, sizing him up, as if it was extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, what the hell is going on? The spiritualized Li Yunxiao cursed. It was actually the voice of a fiendish dragon. He said, in this state, am I Li Yunxiao or myself? Last time when this kid used the Starlight Soul Body technique, it seemed to be dominated by his own thoughts. Why is it me now? Could it be because he is currently heavily injured? Yes, it should be. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to separate myself. This damn pervert, cultivating a cultivation technique in such a strange manner, please don't harm me in the end. Genryu was a little afraid. He was very dissatisfied with his transformed Li Yunxia's appearance. He squatted down to check on Li Yunxia's injuries, and said, he shouldn't be dead, right? This kid is definitely a lunatic. He thought of the power of lightning from before, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. Genryu kicked Li Yunxiao, who was lying on the ground, a few times, and he rolled on the ground a few times before saying, haha, your whole body is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. How fragrant. But this kid's corporeal body is really not bad, to actually recover so quickly. Li Yunxiao's corporeal body flickered with the light of the bright moon divine physique, and there were also golden light embellishments within. His corporeal body was recovering at a visible speed. You kicked me 3 times, I'll remember it. Li Yunxiao suddenly spoke, and directly sat up from the ground. He formed seals with both hands, and started to absorb a large amount of primordial stones. He said, how could you run out by yourself? Genryu was startled by his sudden awakening, and said embarrassedly, I just wanted to see if you were dead or not. I also don't know what happened. I just felt that your power was very weak, and with a thought, I directly condensed the power of starlight, and broke out of my body. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Li Yunxiao opened his eyes, and looked at him coldly, and said, my whole body is extremely weak now, and you even split your soul out. Do you think this is a good thing or a bad thing? Hee hee. Genryu laughed awkwardly, and directly turned into a beam of light, and flew into Li Yunxiao's body. After the soul fusion, Li Yunxiao immediately felt a great increase in strength. He executed the creation in one qi skill, and a huge amount of primordial qi was absorbed into his body, and his body quickly recovered. N? You are just a martial monarch trash, how could you produce such a strong power of lightning just now? Chen Feng's voice rang out in the sky, and he looked coldly at Li Yunxiao. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the northern sky cold star sword beside him. His expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock, this is a rank 9 profound weapon? The 4 girls arrived at the same time. With one look, they saw that it was just a martial monarch trash. They then spread out their divine sense, and when they did not find anyone else, they all heaved a sigh of relief. Xiaxu, you are a rank 6 alchemist. Look at that sword below, is it a rank 9 profound weapon? Chen Feng said with a serious expression. The 4 girls were shocked at the same time, and when they looked at the sword, they felt a chill, and they were all shocked. Xiaxu hurriedly used her soul power to check, and her expression instantly changed. She said in shock, young master, this really is a rank 9 profound weapon. Why is there a rank 9 profound weapon here? The other 3 girls were also shocked. Even if it was the Saber Sword sect, one of the 7 super forces, a rank 9 profound weapon was not ordinary. Desire appeared in their eyes. Chen Feng closed his eyes slightly, and started to speculate, and said, just now, there must have been 2 Emperor Wu experts fighting here. After the victor was decided, one of them died, and the other was heavily injured and escaped. The person below should be the follower of the fallen Emperor Wu. In the final confrontation of strength, although he hid far away, he was still affected by the residual power, so he was heavily injured. This rank 9 profound weapon belongs to his master. That must be the case. Young master is indeed more intelligent than others. Chen Qin revealed an expression of admiration, and her eyes were filled with intoxicated little stars. The other 3 girls also had expressions of worship. Idiot. The 2 untimely words rang out, and after the 4 girls recovered from their shock, their expressions changed greatly, and they all glared at him. Chen Feng's expression also turned cold. He stared coldly at the person who said the 2 words, and said coldly, Martial Emperor trash, who are you scolding? Li Yunxiao said indifferently, I scolded whoever thought himself clever. He opened his eyes lazily and looked up into the sky. Suddenly, his expression froze, and he said, where did these 4 beautiful girls come from? Then he shook his head and said regretfully, "What a pity, what a pity. These 4 girls have peach blossoms in their eyes, and none of them are virgins. All the good cabbages have been taken by pigs, and fresh flowers have been stuck on cow dung." When the 4 girls heard him praise them as beautiful, their faces were like peach blossoms, and they revealed smiles. However, the more they heard, the more they felt that something was wrong. In the end, their expressions changed greatly, and Chen Feng was already furious. Dong Hua scolded, "Where did this brat come from? Making irresponsible remarks, you deserve to die." Chen Qin comforted Chen Feng, and said, "Young master, don't be angry. The people outside just don't know what's good for them. They don't know your identity, which is why they dared to offend you. Otherwise, they would have knelt and kowtowed long ago." Only then did Chen Feng's anger subside slightly, and he said, I won't bother with this kind of person. I'll just take the sword and teach him a lesson." He was a famous young master, so he had to have his own magnanimity and elegance. Xiao Shu stared at Li Yunxiao, and there was a look of disdain in his eyes. He said coldly, "You are like a piece of mud. Quickly hand over the sword with both hands, then kneel to the side and wait for my young master's instructions." Li Yunxiao frowned, and scoffed, "Just because of what you said, I will slap your young master 10 times. Xiao Shu's expression changed greatly, and he laughed out of anger. "Haha, you are a frog at the bottom of a well. What a joke. You probably can't even see through our cultivation. Let me tell you, Toad, our strength. The 4 used shoes are 1-star martial honorables, and this idiot is a 7-star martial honorable. Furthermore, the aura he faintly exudes is above that of a 7-star martial honorable." Li Yunxiao did not care about the 5 people's shock, and continued to say, the blue belt on this idiot's waist seems to be an extremely powerful profound level weapon. Why do I feel that it looks familiar? Using a belt as a weapon, and it can still leave an impression on me. Let me think." The 4 servant girls were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Chen Feng's face was also filled with shock. He suddenly felt a sense of anger in his heart, as if it was an insult to have his strength seen through by such a bastard, let alone seeing through his background. He was extremely unhappy and angrily shouted, "Don't speak nonsense. How can a mere martial monarch like you have the right to know my—" "Ah, I remember now." Li Yunxiao slapped his thigh and interrupted, "It's Qin Duantian's purple snake bramble sword." "What, he passed it down to you? Are you his son?" You do look a little like him." Chen Feng was completely stunned. The other party had identified his identity in an instant, stunning him. The 4 beautiful maids were also completely dumbfounded. The 5 of them sized up Li Yunxiao once more. His entire body was covered in filth and bloodstains, and he was as unkempt as he could be. His face was also extremely filthy. Normally, it would be a great honor for them to even glance at such a person. However, at this moment, there was a strange feeling in their hearts. Chen Qin suddenly said, "Young master, don't be fooled by his nonsense. In the entire northern region, it is very easy to guess young master's identity for someone as handsome and elegant as you, the spring, summer, autumn, and winter beauties, to accompany you. Since they have guessed young master's identity, it is not surprising that they connected it to the sect leader's purple snake bramble sword. So that's how it is." Chen Feng revealed an expression of understanding. He looked at Li Yunxiao in disdain and said, "You are indeed a despicable person. Do you think you can escape with your life by playing tricks like this? How naive." Chen Qin said coldly, "Originally, we only wanted to teach you a lesson. Now that you are seeking your own death, you cannot blame us." "Ignorant." Li Yunxiao snorted disdainfully and said, "Chen, if Duan Tian were to come personally, I might be a little afraid. However, if it's his son. These 2 girls were disrespectful to me. For your father's sake, I'll just slap you 20 times. You are seeking death." Chen Qin felt that she had never seen such a person who did not know what was good for him. Since he already knew their identity, not only did he not listen to her orders respectfully and obediently, he even dared to speak rudely. In her eyes, this was already a great offense. The sound of a sword being unsheathed rang out. A cold light flashed, and a white shadow flew down. It was like a cleansing waterfall falling on Jiutian. A look of praise appeared on Chen Feng's face as he commented, Chen Qin's move, a river of spring water flows eastward, has perfectly demonstrated the essence of the spring water sword style. The results of your training during this period of time are very obvious. That 9th tier profound artifact below is a cold attribute item. After you take down this kid, young master will bestow that profound artifact to you. Many thanks, young master. When Chen Qin heard this, she was overjoyed, and she could not help but reveal a joyful expression. Even to them, a 9th tier profound artifact was something that they could not obtain. She steadied her hand and added a few more strands of origin energy into it. She was very anxious to obtain that sword. The other 3 girls all had looks of envy on their faces. They were secretly regretting their decision. Why did they not make a move first, allowing Chen Qin to gain such a great advantage? Li Yunxiao took a light breath. The injuries on his body had already recovered by 70 to 80%. Under the lightning tribulation, his cultivation broke through several stars, reaching the level of a 5-star martial monarch. After that, he pointed at the sword with one hand. Immediately, a sword light appeared. The northern sky cold star sword turned into a rainbow-like sword chi and soared into the sky. 2 cold lights, similar sword lights, clashed violently in the air. The northern sky cold star sword appeared to be even sharper. The sword chi slashed apart the power of the spring water, directly splitting Chen Qin's spring water flowing east into 2. The sword light split it in half, while Li Yunxiao's sword chi continued forward, illuminating Jiutian. Chen Qin's joy instantly disappeared, and her face turned pale from fright. Fortunately, her strength was not ordinary in the first place. At the crucial moment, she recovered from her shock and fear. Her delicate body instantly flashed, and she dodged the soaring sword light. However, the coldness of the sword chi caused her entire body to tremble. For some reason, when she looked down again, Li Yunxiao's eyes, which were as clear as the stars in the night sky, were untainted by even a speck of dust. It made her unable to summon any will to resist. The other 4 people were also shocked. They looked at the sword light that was gradually dispersing in the sky in shock. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Was this a power that a trash martial monarch could display? Pa! 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 Just as everyone was shocked and unable to react, a few clear slaps rang out in the air. It was even more shocking than thunder, causing the 4 women to instantly become dumbstruck. Chen Feng was unintentionally caught off guard, and was directly slapped 3 times by Li Yunxiao. Only then was he forced back. The entire sky was strangely silent. There was no sound at all. Chen Feng and the 4 women were stunned. They only felt that everything in front of them was so unreal. He was the son of the sword sex leader, a famous young master. Everyone respected him. Ordinary martial artists were even proud to be able to see him. Being able to speak a few words to him was enough to brag about for a lifetime. But now, Chen Feng covered his slightly hot face from the slaps. His mind was still unable to react. Looking at Li Yunxiao's cold and mocking gaze, he finally slowly accepted this reality. He, the son of the sword sex leader, a famous person in the world, was actually slapped by this filthy young man in front of him. If the person in front of him was a martial arts senior, an existence like Emperor Wu, then it would be fine. But he was actually an existence of the same age as him. Ah! Die, die, die! Extreme anger roared in the sky. Chen Feng felt that he had never been so angry in his life. Even if he gathered all the anger he had in his life, it would not be as much as this. The anger almost burned him. The other 4 women were already at a loss. They stood in the sky in a daze, silent like cicadas in winter. Their bodies trembled. They did not know how to deal with the current situation. It seemed that even if they dismembered Li Yunxiao into 1,000 pieces, it would not be able to make up for his sins. Die. Chen Feng took a deep breath and spat out the word die again. His entire aura instantly rose to the extreme. He pointed angrily with his finger. A jade finger glove on his right index finger flickered, and in an instant it was unsealed. A terrifying power spread out, as if all the spiritual chi within 1,000 miles had been sucked in. A green spiritual pressure shot out, continuously expanding in the sky, pressing down from all directions. The entire sky had become the world of this terrifying finger. All living beings seemed so small and insignificant within it. Li Yunxiao watched everything quietly. There was not even the slightest bit of surprise in his eyes. Under the sword seal with both hands, he guided the northern starfrost sword to spin a few times in front of him. 9 lotuses appeared, forming a huge lotus that stood tall in the sky. The sword stood upside down in front of him, and a 3-dimensional diamond-shaped light appeared, dispersing the power of the finger. Sword Song, 9 Lotus Dream Flower. Li Yunxiao kicked lightly with his right foot, and a wave of energy shook the tip of the treasured sword, giving off a crisp and long sound. His right hand, which was holding on to the hilt of the sword, moved forward, and his entire figure and the sword became one, cutting through the vast sky filled with pressure. The sword pierced through the surface with a single point. It was like a piece of green silk being cut open. Chen Feng's pupil shrank. Although he had very little experience in fighting, he knew at this moment that Li Yunxiao was not as simple as he appeared to be. Furthermore, he could use the 9th-level profound artifact with ease. Perhaps he really was the owner of the profound artifact. Thinking of the shocking power of thunder from before, his heart gradually grew heavy. However, he, who had always thought highly of himself, would not be startled by these speculations. His hand seal changed, and his left hand came together to form a seal. 3 different colored hand seals appeared in his hands. They were connected head to tail, forming one. It was like the head of a ferocious beast, and it roared as it charged forward. Li Yunxiao's sword song cut through the finger radiance. It was pressed down by the howling beast head, which opened its huge mouth to swallow him. In particular, the astonishing pressure from the beast head almost crushed all the bones in his body. The circulation of the qi in his body was also shackled. It's actually the torch dragon seal. Li Yunxiao was shocked and said, "It seems that you're not just a vase with a cultivation base. I heard that cultivating this secret art requires one to change one's tendons and bones. Only by injecting the torch dragon's blood into one's body can one begin the path of cultivation. The process after that will be even more difficult. Back then, even Shen Duan Tian could not cultivate it to the peak. I see that this move of yours is already a little mature. I'm afraid that you've suffered a lot." His sword momentum changed, and he changed from attack to defense. The sharp sword radiance was withdrawn, and several green lotuses appeared around him. Every time he slashed out with his sword, he blocked the beast head's attack. Although he was at a disadvantage, he did not seem to be defeated at all. He looked like he was doing it with ease. Although Li Yunxiao's words were filled with praise, in Chen Feng's ears, it was incomparably sarcastic. When he thought of the 3 slaps, he became even angrier. However, his torch dragon seal was already an extremely powerful technique. Although he had the upper hand, he seemed to be unable to do anything to his opponent. He was so angry that he cried out loudly. "What, you're not happy that I'm praising you?" Li Yunxiao sneered. "Although this torch dragon seal is domineering, you're still too naive to think that it can take me down." He suddenly changed the topic, and his sword suddenly sped up. Hundreds of sword radiance pierced through the air, and his body suddenly turned into dozens of afterimages. Every sword radiance slashed at a different part of the torch dragon's head at almost the same time. For some reason, the beast head became lifelike, and it even seemed to be in pain as it retreated. After repelling his opponent, Li Yunxiao took the opportunity to retreat dozens of meters. He stood in the air and sneered. "Don't tell me that the purple snake brambles on your waist are just for show?" Chen Feng's expression was extremely ugly. It seemed that he had no choice but to accept this extremely depressing reality in front of him. This extremely unkempt young man was qualified to make him fight with all his strength. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. Not only did his great sense of superiority in status suddenly disappear, but even his great sense of superiority in cultivation also disappeared. "As you wish, I'll grant you the qualification to see my true strength." Chen Feng became calm, and all of his negative emotions were swept away. At this moment, he once again returned to being the high and mighty son of the saber sword sect master, the famous young master. "Young master, you can't." Chen Qin hurriedly cried out, "If I use up too much origin power now, then tomorrow, shut up." Chen Feng's expression turned cold as he blurted out those words. It caused Chen Qin's body to tremble and she didn't dare to speak anymore. I've been training hard in the sect since I was young and rarely had the chance to come out. However, I've heard the elders and protectors of the sect say that my strength and talent are very powerful. Even the famous 4 prodigies of the northern region don't have that reputation and are no match for me. I've always thought that was the truth. Chen Feng calmed down and continued, ever since I was young, my goal has been to become the leader of a sect, to join the ranks of the world's experts and to become a martial arts grandmaster that is revered by tens of thousands. So, I've never bothered to fight for the title of 4 prodigies of the northern region. Even father has high expectations for me. He told me to focus on the martial way, to aim for the peak of the world, and to advance forward without looking back. However, I have never dared to disappoint Lord Father. For so many years, I have always set the 7 great sect masters as my goal, and with the 10 great martial emperors as my motivation, I have pursued this never-ending path of the martial Tao. However, today, the heavens have allowed me to meet you. Chen Feng's expression turned stern. His eyes were still filled with the anger of being deceived. He growled, only now that I've met you, do I realize that all the rumors about my shocking strength and talent, that there are few who are a match for me below the martial supreme realm, were all false. They're all lying to me. Once I left the Saber sect, I had such a hard time fighting against a random martial emperor. Even the candle dragon seal that the sect elders praised endlessly was helpless against you. So they've all been lying to me. As a 7-star martial saint, I can't even take down a 5-star martial emperor like you. What shocking talent. What rare opponents below Emperor Wu. What grandmaster. What powerful Emperor Wu. Chen Feng began to become extremely agitated. Strands of origin power surged from his body, and his aura rose steadily under his rage. The purple snake's brambles at his waist began to tremble, as if they were about to be unsheathed at any moment. Li Yunxiao sighed helplessly and said, can't help it. Your strength is indeed not bad. Unfortunately, you ran into me. Not to mention you, even if the northern region's 4 prodigies came together, as long as they didn't have Emperor Wu's cultivation, I would still be able to beat them down. You won't be able to escape the remaining 17 slaps today. Just take it as a lesson. What he said was indeed the truth. With Li Yunxiao's current strength, even if he wasn't the strongest under Emperor Wu, he wasn't far from it. Even you think that I'm no match for the 4 prodigies of the northern region? When Chen Feng heard Li Yunxiao's words, it seemed to have a different feeling. The anger of being underestimated burned through his entire body. Chen Feng roared and shouted, today, I will use your blood to reforge my heart of the martial Tao. His entire body turned purple under the sword at his waist, and his face also became somewhat pained. The 4 servant girls had long retreated far away in shock. Their faces were all filled with deep worry, and they were extremely anxious. Oh? Looks like you used your body to refine the sword, but you weren't able to fully control it. That's why there's this extremely slow and painful state of activating it. Alright, I'll give you a chance to unleash your full strength, and let you accept your defeat wholeheartedly. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, standing far away in the air. He didn't take the opportunity to make a move, and only rapidly recovered his strength. The 4 girls in the distance were even more astonished when they heard this. They were shocked by Li Yunxiao's insight and confidence. Xiaoqi said apprehensively, sisters, what should we do now? Young master is already riding a tiger and unable to back down. If he uses the purple snake's brambles, he'll probably be in a weakened state for a few days. What about the Songyang City Martial competition tomorrow? Xiaoshu's large eyes flickered, and she said, but if he doesn't use that rank 9 profound artifact, young master can't suppress this person in front of him. Just who is this person? Could it be that we've been in the saber sword sect for too long, and are used to being flattered that our strength is actually very weak? Chen Qin shouted, don't speak nonsense. This person should be a special case. Otherwise, how can he cross a realm to challenge someone, and it's against our young master? Young master's true battle prowess is not just that of a 7-star martial venerable. Dong Hua said worriedly, the arrow is knocked on the bowstring now, and we have no choice but to release it. We can only think of a way after the battle. When Elder Zhu comes, there should be a way for young master to recover some of his strength. As long as he can recover half of it, dealing with those country bumpkins in Songyang City should be no problem. Qiu suddenly said, if young master uses the purple snake's brambles and still isn't a match for this person, what do we do? Pa. Chen Qin spat in disdain, and coldly snorted, you pig brain. The purple snake's brambles is a peak rank 9 profound artifact that young master personally refined. Once this sword is unleashed, even an expert like Emperor Wu will have to avoid it. This sloppy ghost will definitely die. If young master loses in the end, we'll just be waiting to be bullied and humiliated. Think about it, as long as it's a normal man, would he let go of peerless beauties like us? When the other 3 girls heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Thinking about it, they felt that Chen Qin's words made sense, and all of them became extremely worried. Especially Li Yunxiao, who had just come out from the lightning tribulation, was extremely unkempt. This made these beauties, who were slightly obsessed with cleanliness, extremely worried. If they were violated by others, Chen Feng would definitely not want them anymore. At that time, their value would plummet, and they would directly go from being the servant of the future saber sword sect leader to an ordinary martial artist. Their status and treatment would be extremely different. The 4 of them secretly prayed that Chen Feng would not lose. Their palms were all sweating, and they were even more nervous than the 2 people fighting in the arena. Chen Feng's pained expression gradually disappeared, and his entire face became ice cold. He said coldly, you are very arrogant, and this will be the biggest reason why you will suffer such a huge setback this time. If you are lucky enough to continue living, remember this next time. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, it's a bad habit to make conclusions before you even make a move. No matter what you say, there's no chance of you living. Chen Feng pointed with one hand, and the purple snake's brambles on his waist immediately flew out, transforming into a long snake in the air. It soared into the sky and roared as it whizzed down. Although it was a snake's body, it flickered with an incomparable sword qi, causing half the sky to be illuminated with a purple vapor. The long snake in the air did not cause much of a scene, as if it was an ordinary profound artifact being unsealed. However, it gave Li Yunxiao a huge pressure, and he did not dare to underestimate it. His expression also became extremely solemn. Let me try and see how much control you have over this long worm. Li Yunxiao stood with his sword horizontally, and a ray of cold air pierced out from the sword. He wanted to test the power of the purple snake sword, but he was instantly suppressed. The sword light had just left his body, and it instantly dispersed. Then, the mountain-like sword aura descended from the sky, as if it was going to cut through everything. So powerful. Li Yunxiao's heart sank. Chen Feng's control over the purple snake sword was beyond his expectations. Even the Northsky Frost Star Sword's sword aura was completely suppressed. Genryu was also shocked. It can't be 100% of its power, right? Li Yunxiao said coldly, this kind of 9th rank profound artifact, only experts at the peak of 9th rank can unleash 100% of its power. He sacrificed himself to the sword, at most 30%. Even so, it is still not something that I can fight against. He no longer hesitated. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and the Universe God Monument flew out directly, turning into a small mountain, and pressed down on the purple snake. The Northsky Frost Star Sword was suppressed by the purple snake's brambles, but the Universe God Monument was not afraid at all, and rammed into it directly. Rumble. There was a huge tremor, and the entire sky was about to shatter. Chen Feng's expression changed, and waves of shock appeared in his eyes. Under the attack just now, his mind was connected with the purple snake's bramble sword, and he felt a huge impact. His blood vessels were spurting, and his organs were tumbling non-stop. And what made him even more shocked was that he could clearly feel the fear from the purple snake, as if it was being suppressed by his opponent. That is a peak of 9th rank profound artifact, how can it be suppressed? A huge question mark appeared in Chen Feng's mind. Before he could think carefully, his opponent's jade monument attacked again. The purple snake danced in the sky, as if it was trying its best to avoid it. This time, it became a one-sided chase. Chen Feng and the 4 girls watched with their mouths wide open, not knowing what to do. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Chen Feng cried out twice. Half of his mind was filled with anger, and the other half was dumbfounded. However, he could feel the purple snake's intent to escape. Under the control of his fingers, he pulled the sword back into his hand in a hurry. Immediately, it created streaks of purple shadows, and it slashed through the air like a whip. That way, he could avoid a direct collision with the profound artifact. If it were to damage his purple sword a few more times, he would really want to cry. Humph, the purple sword is powerful, but your cultivation is limited. It's useless. Xianxia smiled coldly and pulled back the Universe God Monument. He turned into a bolt of lightning and disappeared from where he was, causing the purple shadow to miss. Teleportation? Chen Feng's eyes widened, then he cried out, "No, it's not teleportation. He's so fast." He suddenly realized that Xianxia was moving through the air with lightning-like speed, only leaving behind crackling arcs of lightning. He was actually unable to catch him with his naked eye. He calmed down and probed with his divine sense, but he discovered that the surroundings were filled with supreme spiritual power. It formed a great disturbance, cutting off his divine sense. Swish, a bolt of lightning slashed through the air. Not only was it lightning, but it also contained extremely powerful sword qi. It was as fast as lightning. Chen Feng was shocked and hurriedly raised his sword to block. With a bang, the sword qi dispersed, and he used the momentum to counterattack in the direction of the attack, but he missed. So fast. Chen Feng was greatly shocked. He could not help but become rather flustered. His divine sense had been disturbed by his opponent's powerful spiritual power, so he was unable to determine his opponent's location at all. All he could see was lightning constantly flashing through the air. Suddenly, he realized that the tremendous power of lightning from before had come from this person. What an interesting battle technique. This is also the first time I've used it, so I'll use you to test it out. Xianxia's cheerful voice came over, almost causing Chen Feng to vomit blood. However, now that the situation had been reversed, he could only passively take a beating. Although he could deal with Xianxia's attacks with ease, a huge sense of humiliation and anger surged in his heart. Xianxia was currently practicing this kind of fast-moving attack. He also needed to constantly release a large amount of spiritual energy to interfere with the surrounding spiritual sense. To him, this was a very novel battle technique, especially when it came to controlling spiritual energy. It required a large area of interference, and the difficulty was not lower than refining. Just as he was getting more and more proficient, he suddenly felt an unusual aura from Chen Feng's body. Under the continuous attacks, the other party's emotions gradually calmed down. Xianxia's pupils constricted, his body appeared in the sky, and he exclaimed, "Heaven's wrath." Chen Feng raised his hand, and streams of purple qi came out from the sword. In an instant, the sky was covered in purple. He looked coldly at Xianxia, and said, "Since you know my saber sect's ultimate skill, it can be seen that you do have a background. No matter how crafty your moves are, or how strange your profound weapon is, can you withstand my profound meaning?" Xianxia retracted his frivolous expression, and his expression became serious, as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sky also began to become extremely oppressive, as if a mountain rain was about to fall. "This is my first time using the purple snake brambles to execute this move. I won't die, right?" A trace of worry appeared in Chen Feng's eyes. Even he himself felt a little afraid, as if he was worried that he would not be able to control the power of this move. The treasured sword continuously overflowed with powerful weapon energy, and many of them shook into his body, causing him to feel extremely destructive power. And this was just the beginning. "It's very challenging." Xianxia's face revealed a crazed expression, and he laughed. "I've wanted to experience the ultimate skill of the saber sect for a long time, but I never had the chance. Since you know Heaven's wrath, that's great." He pointed with one hand, and a stream of light appeared on the northern cold star sword, standing quietly in front of him. Then, with a wave of his left hand, another long sword appeared. The two identical swords began to spin under his hand's seal, creating a subtle connection between them. This action caused everyone to stare with their eyes wide open. With the cultivation of a martial emperor, it was already a heaven-defying situation to be able to wield a ninth-stage profound artifact, let alone to wield two at the same time. Besides, how could a person who was able to possess two ninth-tier profound armaments be an ordinary person? Chen Feng and the four maids gradually realized that this person's identity was not simple. but they had no choice but to act. Moreover, in terms of status, the son of the Sword Blade sect leader would not lose to anyone. Heaven's majesty, heaven's wrath. With the rise of Chen Feng's sword momentum, the entire world changed color. Heaven and earth shifted, and a sovereign rule power appeared. Heaven and earth were heartless, treating all living things like straw dogs. All living things disrespected heaven, and the power of judgment would descend, destroying everything. Xianxia's expression changed greatly. As soon as the power of heaven's wrath appeared, he felt a boundless pressure. Under the vast and mighty power of heaven and earth, his body automatically emitted a golden light, resisting the heaven's wrath that could destroy all living things. Fortunately, at this moment, under his hand's seal, a golden light flourished. Although Chen Feng and the four maids saw the abnormality of his body, no one would have thought that it was the indestructible golden body. Under his control, the two northern cold star swords grew stronger and stronger, and the connection between them overlapped. Outside the two swords, a strange formation faintly appeared, resonating with the two swords and connecting them into one, as if they were a single profound artifact, no longer distinguishable from each other. Heaven Sword, second Heaven Sword diagram. Li Yunxiao gave a light shout, and under the cold light of the sword chi, his face turned fierce and pale. Under the formation, all his strength was instantly drained, pouring into the sword diagram. The heavenly sword chi formed a horn and evolved, forming a sea of swords, facing the power of heaven's wrath from afar. At this moment, the purple snake thistle in Chen Feng's hand was unsealed. The long snake flicked its tongue, as if the totem that had descended the power of heaven's wrath had personally descended upon the world. Boom, the two forces collided. One was heaven's wrath as an attack, while the other was heavenly sword diagram as a defense. They collided violently, and the sky instantly fell into darkness. The four maids, who were watching from afar, were also greatly affected. They hurriedly circulated their vital chi to resist, and were so shocked that they could not even open their eyes. The four maids were shocked at the same time. This was also the first time they had seen Chen Feng use such an earth-shattering move. They only felt that such a terrifying move should not exist in this world. What shocked them even more was that Li Yunxiao could actually resist this heaven's wrath. Boom! Boom! The loud sounds continued, and the aftershocks became stronger. In the center of the shock, Li Yunxiao had already formed the demonic sky armor, but he still could not resist the suppression of the heaven's wrath, and his body continued to collapse. At this moment, he consciously released the demonic aura that was suppressed by the dynasty bell. He wanted to use the demonic aura to resist the heaven's wrath. However, he realized that the demonic aura seemed to be restrained by the power of heaven's wrath. A large amount of it was dying, and it was almost completely cleared. On the other side, Chen Feng's condition was not good either. He used all his strength to resist the power of heaven's wrath and the backlash from the purple snake thistle. The battle suit that he formed was also in danger, and it was about to dissipate under the power of the backlash at any time. Brat, hurry up and hide in the Universe Divine Monument. Genryu wanted to demonize his body, but it also failed under the heaven's wrath. Even his soul power was gradually dissipating. You can't be dead, right? It watched in horror as Li Yunxiao's body collapsed, and a large amount of blood splattered. Idiot, shut up. Can't you see that I am preparing a counterattack? Li Yunxiao shouted coldly. His voice was extremely cold, and it seemed as if he did not feel the damage to his body at all. Genryu was truly speechless. He said in shock, counterattack? Is there something wrong with your brain? Make sure you don't die first, then. Its words came abruptly, and it was horrified to discover that Li Yunxiao's exploded body was turning into lightning and dissipating inch by inch, no longer erupting into a bloody mist like before. As the power of Chen Feng's sword gradually crushed the sword diagram, the two northern sky cold star swords were completely shattered. They lost their light, and became lifeless. Li Yunxiao also lost his greatest defense. His body completely exploded, and turned into a thundercloud. At this moment, another sword appeared in the thundercloud. It was the third northern sky cold star sword. Once the sword embryo appeared, the color of the sky changed, and the lightning tribulation started to gather. Now's the time. If you want to kill me, let Chen Duantian come. A cold voice sounded in the thundercloud. Li Yunxiao activated the small ball of divine power floating above his dantian. that was the last of his strength. His entire body shone brightly, and suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Rumble. The sword in the lightning was sharp, and it directly attracted the ninth stage lightning tribulation to chase after him. Chen Feng was shocked, and his face turned pale. The sword chi was not strong, but with the 2 bolts of lightning, it became shockingly powerful. It actually broke through the sword of heaven's wrath. Li Yunxiao's lightning body finally merged with the ninth stage lightning tribulation in the sky before he stabbed out with the last sword. The heavenly might also surged, and it struck the purple snake brambles. Boom! The sky exploded once again. Although it wasn't as shocking as before, the 4 women let out miserable cries at the same time. Chen Feng's body was sent flying like an arrow. After the tremor, the thundercloud in the sky gradually condensed into Li Yunxiao's body. However, it was incomplete and dripping with blood. The 3rd northern sky cold star sword in his hand also lost its spiritual light after being struck by the purple snake brambles. His aura was abnormally weak, but his eyes did not lose their sharpness at all. He coldly stared in the direction that Chen Feng had been sent flying. Li Yunxiao put away the northern sky cold star sword. A light flashed between his eyebrows, and he released the gourd's little King Kong, which flew into the sky. He gently stepped on the back of the King Kong and flew in the direction that Chen Feng had been sent flying. At this moment, the 4 women in the distance finally reacted. They could not care about their fear or the shock in their hearts. They only felt that something big had happened, as if the sky had collapsed. They hurriedly turned into 4 rays of light and flew away. Chen Feng was sent flying several kilometers away, and he fell heavily to the ground. The purple snake brambles also landed beside him. It was like a belt again, limp and powerless. The 4 women landed immediately and hurriedly went up to check on Chen Feng's condition. After discovering that he was still alive, they all sighed in relief. However, in the blink of an eye, they were greatly shocked. They saw Li Yunxiao standing on the back of the gourd's little King Kong, coldly staring at Chen Feng on the ground. The 4 women felt their hearts go numb. Although they sensed that this person was already at the end of his rope, they did not dare to go forward due to the might from earlier. They only guarded in front of Chen Feng vigilantly. Chen Qin held her sword tightly in her hand and braced herself to go forward. She said sternly, "You have already won, please leave. The saber and sword sect is not to be trifled with." In the past, when people knew of their identities, they would all be respectful. There was no need for them to boast about themselves. Now that they called out the name of the saber and sword sect, the 4 women all felt a wave of helplessness in their hearts. If this person in front of them was afraid, he would not have been able to beat their young master into such a sorry state. At this moment, he was still unconscious. Scram! Li Yunxiao shouted coldly, immediately causing the 4 women to become extremely nervous. They all drew their weapons and stood in front of Chen Feng to protect him. The 4 of them were martial saints, which was not considered low. However, after witnessing the incomparable battle between the 2 of them, how could they still have any fighting spirit? Xianxia said in fear, "Could it be that you want to kill my young master? There will no longer be a place for you to hide at the ends of the earth." Li Yunxiao frowned. The gourd's little King Kong suddenly punched out. The might of the King Kong fist was just right. It did not injure the 4 women, but the might of the fist suppressed the 4 women, causing them to be unable to move. Li Yunxiao slowly walked towards Chen Feng. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes. The 4 women were all terrified in their hearts. All of them could not believe it. Could it be that he really wanted to kill the young master? Who was he to actually dare to do such a heaven-defying thing? Li Yunxiao ignored the 4 girls' fear. He raised his hand and pointed. Origin power flowed out from his fingertip and dragged Chen Feng's body up. Chen Feng's limbs drooped and he was completely unconscious. "Although you've lost your ability to fight, I can't go back on my words," Li Yunxiao said indifferently. He waved his right hand and a series of pa. Countless slaps rang out, shaking the hearts of the 4 women. It seemed so unreal. After 20 slaps, Chen Feng's body was thrown out again. He fell to the ground, unmoving. However, both sides of his face had already turned green. "I'm starting to like this purple snake bramble. But..." Li Yunxiao looked at the purple snake bramble on the ground and sighed, "I don't want Chen Duantian to come looking for me personally. That would be troublesome. Even when he won all 7 sects back then, he did not dare to say that he would definitely win. If he met them now, he would definitely die. Even if he hid in the world god steel, he would not be able to escape. So, although he liked the purple snake bramble, he could not take it. He waved his hand and the King Kong immediately retracted his fist. The 4 girls immediately felt their bodies relax and the power that was suppressing them disappeared. The King Kong flew forward and the Xianxia stepped on its back. They immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the horizon. Although the battle was extremely dangerous, he had gained a lot. Moreover, he had mastered the thunderization technique and witnessed the saber sect's power of heaven's wrath. It was also a great gain. What he needed to do now was to slowly digest what he had learned from the battle and recover his origin power. Once Li Yunxiao left, the 4 servants immediately ran towards Chen Feng in panic. They kept calling out Mr., but Chen Feng could not reply. Xiaqi, is Mr. okay? The 3 of them waited for Xiaqi's test results in silence. They were worried. The 4 of them would not be able to escape responsibility for what happened today. However, as long as Chen Feng could wake up, they did not need to worry about punishment. They were just worried that if something happened to Chen Feng, they would be finished. Although his meridians are broken, his bones are shattered, and even his muscles are smashed, Xiaqi said slowly. Why don't you just tell me the result? Will the young master be all right? You're going to make everyone anxious and worried to death. Chen Qin said anxiously with dissatisfaction. The other 2 also had anxious and hurried expressions on their faces. Xiaqi's dignified face suddenly broke into a smile. Look at how worried you are. Are you afraid that if something happens to the young master, no one will pamper you? Each and every one of them was a show-off. Don't worry, although it looks very serious, it's not fatal. Moreover, these injuries are only minor injuries to us, and we'll be fine after taking some elixirs. It's just that tomorrow's martial arts duel. Her face sank into worry again. Chen Qin sighed and said, to be able to preserve my life is already a great fortune within misfortune. No matter how important the martial art competition is, it is not as important as young master's life. At most, everyone will be punished. As long as young master wakes up, he will naturally take responsibility and won't blame us. Now, let's find a safe place to treat young master, then release the signal and wait for Elder Zhu to come. The 4 girls hurried to carry Chen Feng when Xiao Shu suddenly whispered, Sister Chen Qin, didn't you say that person would bully us after he wins? Could it be that we are not charming enough? Chen Qin blushed and a cold expression appeared on her face. She snorted and said, if this person was not afraid of my saber sect, do you think we would have been able to escape today? Xiao Shu revealed a puzzled expression and said, since he is afraid of our saber sect, why would he dare to hurt young master? Chen Qin was stunned, then glared at her fiercely and said angrily, stop babbling and look at young master carefully. Are you looking for a beating? The 4 girls carried Chen Feng and turned into a ray of light, disappearing on the spot. However, they did not dare to go in the same direction as Li Yunxiao, so they went in another direction. In the center of Songyang City, there were 7 symbolic flags, which symbolized the highest authority of the merchant union. They fluttered in the strong wind, and the sound made everyone's emotions surge. Every time there was a duel in both martial arts and martial arts, it was the time for the merchant union to reshuffle its power. It had the greatest impact on the merchant union's power. Those who were strong would become the king, squeezing into the 7 merchant unions and splitting the huge cake. Those who were weak would leave my city and be in danger, or even fall apart. This was because the competitors who went up would not let the losers go. They could only rely on the other members of the board to find a breathing space. Back then, after the Heavenly Essence Merchant Union squeezed into the top 7, they had completely annihilated one of the original board members to secure their position. The business world was like a battlefield, but it was even worse and crueler than a battlefield. Killing people and destroying sects was just the ultimate method to prolong the struggle. No one knew how many merchant unions there were in the merchant union. This was because there were new merchant unions being formed every day, and there were also old merchant unions dying. The total number had always been around 500. At this moment, the central plaza was filled with people. There was no one like them. Apart from the 7 big merchant unions, all the other medium and large merchant unions had their presidents present. Even if they could not squeeze into the 7 big merchant unions, even if the merchant union they belonged to had a high ranking, they would still be able to get a lot of benefits. The duel in both martial arts and martial arts accounted for 50% of the total. The top 10 of each would be given a score of 1 to 10. After adding up the scores, the final score would be the final ranking. This ranking would directly affect the division of benefits in the next few years. It would be a huge bargaining chip for splitting the cake. Under the 7 big flags in the center, there were 7 seats arranged in a fan shape. It could accommodate hundreds of people, but only the people from the 7 big merchant unions had the right to sit. The rest of the merchant unions could only stand. Only 2 rows of chairs were placed on one side of the plaza for the other Emperor Wu warriors to sit on. This was also a kind of respect for the warriors. More than 10 people sat on the chairs one after another. They were all the powerful warriors from the medium and large merchant unions. Each of them had an indifferent expression. It was impossible to tell what they were thinking. There was little conversation between them. Even if there was, it was just a few simple words. Each of them had their own plans and were listening to the whispers of the people around them. Teleportation? Don't joke around. Apart from the mental strength of an 8th-rank alchemist, there are many secret methods that can be used. I think so too. Look at how old that Li Yunxiao is. Unless he started cultivating in his previous life. I think his strength is at the peak of the 6th rank. How can he be at the 6th rank? Moreover, although soul power is an important factor to measure an alchemist, it is not an absolute factor. Even if he is born with amazing soul power, what's the use if he has no understanding of formula? That's true. I think his understanding of formula can at most make it into the top 20. I don't think he can make it into the top 20. I'm more optimistic about young Master Tang Xian of the 4 Extremes sect. I heard that he inherited the array Dao from the sovereign realm and has a deep understanding of formula. Tong Xiu of the Tianyi Pavilion is said to be a disciple of a master alchemist in the sacred region. He was seduced by a pair of beautiful female disciples of the Tianyi Pavilion and is now a disciple of the Tianyi Pavilion. Speaking of seduction, no one can compare to the water goddess of the Mando Chamber of Commerce. She even seduced the son of the sect master of the Saber sect. I think the Mando Chamber of Commerce will be the champion of the Merchant League this time. The possibility is high. But the Plethora Gem Tower is not to be trifled with. Li Feiyu is one of the 4 prodigies of the northern region. Even the son of the sect master of the Saber sect might not be able to defeat him. Hearing this, one of the martial emperors on the 2 rows of chairs suddenly coughed loudly. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he stared coldly at the 2 cultivators who were chatting idly. The 2 were disciples of his Chamber of Commerce. They were so frightened that they retracted their tongues and did not dare to talk anymore. Brother Zhao, the analysis of these 2 kids is quite reasonable. Why don't you let them continue? A gray-robed cultivator next to Emperor Wu with the surname Zhao smiled faintly and said, "It seems that young Master Tang Xian inherited the Sovereign Realm's array Dao this time. Looks like it's true that this mere technique will be a piece of cake for him to take first place." Brother Zhao's East Ancient Chamber of Commerce is the number 1 vassal of the 4 Extremes sect. This time, it will also prosper. Emperor Wu with the surname Zhao snorted coldly and said, "Brother Sun's smile is insincere." The Mando Chamber of Commerce played the beauty card this time and attracted a big fish. I wonder if it's a big fish or a big crocodile. As the 2 were talking, the crowd suddenly quietened down. A group of people slowly walked over from afar. The crowd immediately made way for them. It was the people from the money gang who passed through the crowd and walked towards their seats in the center. The 7 seats in the center represented the highest authority and honor of the Merchant League. Everyone stared at the 7 flags in the sky with fiery eyes, looking forward to the day their Chamber of Commerce could also be so dazzling. The person in charge of the money gang, Zhang Chong, looked around and immediately shouted, "These people are really arrogant. They actually made the Plethora Gem Tower wait for so long. Isn't this openly challenging the authority and status of the Plethora Gem Tower? I think each and every one of them is courting death. Of the 7 major chambers of commerce, only the Plethora Gem Tower and the Money Gang were present at the moment. The other 5 seats were all empty. The Plethora Gem Tower's Cui Bo smiled faintly and said, "When did Elder Zhang become so good at drawing hatred for others? They are courting death. How about Elder Zhang do it for us?" Zhang Chong laughed and said, "I don't have that ability. Your Plethora Gem Tower outshines others, suppressing our 6 sections. My Money Gang is merely a small follower." His eyes turned behind the Plethora Gem Tower seats and landed on a young man with delicate features. He immediately cried out in surprise, "Cui Yuan? The person for your technique this time is actually him? Haha, my son just happened to return from the deity transformation sea. I'll let him fight on my behalf. Just don't lose face for our Plethora Gem Tower." Cui Bo chuckled and said, his face full of pride. Zhang Chong no longer had the mood to tease now. His expression became somewhat solemn. He silently sat back on his seat and did not say a word. Inside the Money Gang, a purple-clothed youth beside Qian Wudi frowned. He seemed to be unwilling to accept this. His soul power overflowed from his body and condensed into a certain form in the air. Suddenly, it shot towards the direction of the Myriad Treasure Tower. His target was Cui Yuan. This kind of battle before the competition was a big taboo. All the participants were properly cultivating their bodies, hoping to participate in the battle in 100% condition. No one was willing to waste a single bit of soul power before the competition, let alone such a large-scale attack that consumed a lot of soul power. Wow! His soul power actually condensed into a form. This immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes turned to the 2 central factions, revealing extremely shocked expressions. While the participants were shocked, they all revealed looks of joy. They couldn't wait for both sides to be injured. Cui Bo revealed an unhappy expression, but when he turned to look, he saw that Zhang Chong was pretending to be dead, as if he didn't see it. Cui Bo snorted coldly. As the deputy sect master, he couldn't order his subordinates to attack in front of so many people. He could only let Cui Yuan take it on himself. Cui Yuan appeared to be very casual. A faint soul power spread out from his body, forming a defense around him that directly blocked the purple-clothed youth's soul power attack. He didn't counterattack and just constructed a barrier to defend himself. The purple-clothed youth's expression changed. In an instant, he increased his soul power by several times, wanting to crush it. However, he discovered that the barrier also became stronger. It just happened to block his attack, as if it didn't consume any energy at all. The purple-clothed youth was furious. He used all kinds of spiritual attacks, but no matter what he did, he couldn't break through the barrier. In a moment of desperation, he felt that he couldn't afford to lose face, so he attacked even more fiercely. "Nan Menxingqing, stop." Qian Wudi said indifferently, "Save some energy for later. It's very easy to gain face later. It'll be fine after you defeat him. Now that everyone is looking at you, it doesn't look good." Nan Menxingqing seemed to be a little afraid of him. He snorted coldly and withdrew his soul power. However, his expression became colder as he looked at Cui Yuan. The latter didn't seem to care. Zhang Chong glanced at Nan Menxingqing and indifferently said, "Don't underestimate him. He might be your greatest opponent today. Have a good rest." Although Nan Menxingqing still had a cold and arrogant expression on his face, he did not dare to be too arrogant in front of Zhang Chong. He nodded and said, "I do have some strength. However, I am still confident." His probing caused the surrounding people's topic to shift to the 2 of them, and they kept making guesses. Who is that Nan Menxingqing? He was actually able to manifest his soul power. So powerful, I think it's at least level 7. There's definitely a tier 7 one. Otherwise, the Money Gang wouldn't have let him come. It's just that even at the 7th step, there's still a huge gap between them. I think that Cui Yuan seems to be slightly stronger. The spell art this time is actually so intense, even rank 7 alchemists have become common goods. I remember the last dual meet, a tier 7 alchemist of the Myriad Treasure Tower took everyone's breath away, winning the championship in one go. Hee, the new generation excels the old. Now is the time when the Merchant Alliance is filled with young talents. Perhaps it will push the entire Merchant Alliance into an incomparably prosperous era, and even contend against the 7 superpowers. It's still too early to contend against the 7 superpowers. This time, we can take a look at the saber sword sex strength and see what level they have reached. After all, the saber sword sex goal this time is to be number 1. Number 1? I think it's going to be extremely difficult. They are underestimating the talents of our Merchant Alliance too much. I hope we can show them the power of our Merchant Alliance this time. Look, the people from the Heavenly Yuan Merchant Association are here. The crowd's discussion stopped for a moment. Ding Linger led the crowd as she walked over. She had an enchanting smile on her face, making people feel as if a spring breeze was caressing their faces. She was filled with confidence, appearing noble and inviolable. While everyone was admiring the beauty, their resentful gazes landed on Li Yunxiao, who was standing behind her. This southern mountain range native who had appeared out of nowhere had instantly seduced the goddess in their hearts. He really deserved to die. Not only Ding Ling but also Shui Luoyan. This time, all the young men in the Merchant Alliance would have a sleepless night after witnessing both martial arts and sorcery. Everyone was thinking the same thing. That damned Li Yunxiao and Chen Feng. These 2 outsiders not only stole our limelight, but they also wanted to steal our women. Now, all the young men were united against a common enemy, hoping that someone could suppress these 2 outsiders and make the Merchant Alliance proud. Miss Ding, you look like a spring breeze. You seem to be full of confidence. Chuibo squinted his eyes and smiled. His gaze involuntarily fell on Li Yunxiao behind her, as well as Mo Xiaochuan who killed the elder of the Tianyi Pavilion with 1 strike. He was also worthy of a few more glances. Ding Linger said with a smile, "It's just a spot, I have this bit of confidence. However, if you want to replace the Myriad Treasure Tower as the leader of the Merchant Alliance, I think it's still a bit far-fetched." Her words immediately stunned everyone. Ding Linger had always been humble and polite, a sponge who tried to get what she wanted from everyone. This time, however, she had changed her usual image. Her words became so aggressive, like a sharp blade that was slightly revealed. In the Myriad Treasure Tower, a yellowish face turned around with a numb expression, but his eyes were unusually sharp. It fell on Li Yunxiao as if he wanted to see through him completely. Li Yunxiao's heart suddenly trembled, as if his whole body was seen through by that gaze. An indescribable sense of foreboding rose in his heart. He followed the gaze, and the sharpness in that gaze suddenly disappeared. Instead, he saw a pair of dark and cloudy eyes and a stiff expression. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Mo Xiaochuan and young Emperor Hao Lian both noticed the strange expression on Li Yunxiao's face and asked with concern. Li Yunxiao had not recovered his origin energy since he came back with serious injuries yesterday, which worried everyone. "Young Master Yun, are you okay?" Ding Linger and Luo Yunshang became nervous when they heard the greetings from the 2 of them. They did not conceal their concern and adoration in front of everyone, causing the people from the merchant associations to burn with jealousy. Although Luo Yunshang did not have a threatening temperament like Ding Linger, she was also a great beauty with a different style, completely different from Ding Linger. Li Yunxiao said indifferently, "I'm fine. I was just bitten by a mosquito." Although he said it lightly, his heart was in turmoil. He only felt that it was not good. He felt that under that yellowish face, there was a very frightening expression. Although it was just an indifferent glance just now, it was as if all his secrets were known by the other party. He had never felt this kind of feeling before. Who is this person in the Myriad Treasure Tower? I have never had an impression of him before. Could it be that the person who used the blue meteoric metal to test me that day was him? Li Yunxiao speculated in his heart, but no matter how he tried to test that person with his eyes, the other party remained indifferent and was unwilling to pay any attention to him. Ding Linger said faintly, "Mosquito bite. Young Master Yun, if you feel any discomfort, please don't force yourself." She spoke with sincerity, and the tenderness in her eyes became a little scorching. Li Yunxiao found it a little hard to bear in public. "Is this Li Yunxiao, who has become famous today? You seem to be in poor spirits. Are you also participating in today's technique? Chuibo looked at Li Yunxiao with curiosity. This was the first time he had seen this person, and he was indeed somewhat extraordinary. Li Yunxiao smiled. "It's just a child's play, so I can participate as I please." "Who is this old man?" He seems a little unfamiliar. He pointed directly at Xianxia, and a faint sneer appeared in his heart. So what if he has seen through my identity? When have I, Li Yunxiao, ever backed down in front of anyone? Since you have pointed it out intentionally or unintentionally, then I will not stand on ceremony and point it out to you. The people of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda all looked unhappy and angry. Pointing out an elder of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda and calling him an old man was extremely disrespectful to them. Xianxia, on the other hand, was still expressionless. He did not even turn his face, as if he did not care about these things at all. There was no sign of Ren Guangran and Li Feiyu in the seats. No one knew why they were absent. Cui Bo's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "This is Xianxia, the second elder of the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Young Master Yun, it seems extremely impolite to ask such a question." Although he was angry, he was, after all, the deputy sect master of a sect. At this moment, he was representing the Myriad Treasure Pagoda to coordinate the affairs of the commercial union. He could not lose his demeanor. Humph, polite? Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "When the Myriad Treasure Pagoda and the Tianyi Pavilion targeted the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, did you ever think about being polite? You can only treat evil people with evil." He brought up the past again, not showing any respect to the Myriad Treasure Pagoda. Cui Bo had heard the ending of the incident from Ren Guangran. He knew how eloquent Li Yunxiao was. If he continued to argue, it would only get more and more troublesome. Just when he was feeling extremely embarrassed, a cold snort was heard. "How arrogant! You have no idea what's good for you." The voice was bone-chilling, laced with intense resentment and murderous intent. Everyone was startled and turned to look at the source of the voice. Su Danha of the Tianyi Pavilion had arrived at some point. She glared at Li Yunxiao with eyes as cold and vicious as a viper's, as if she wanted to devour him on the spot. Li Yunxiao frowned and said, "Old thing, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough last time? You. Damn your foul mouth. You'd better pray that you don't fall into my hands in this lifetime." Su Danha trembled with anger. Behind her, Liang Yui's face also turned pale. She looked at Li Yunxiao with resentment and hatred in her eyes. She bit her lips so hard that they turned blood red. Li Yunxiao sneered and said, "Don't worry, I've never paid any attention to the Tianyi Pavilion." "Old granny, you're worrying for nothing." "Whoa. Damn it, damn it." Su Danha was so angry that her aura suddenly exploded. Her face turned green and red, and her hands trembled in the air. Mo Xiaochuan and Hao Lian were on high alert. They stood in front of Li Yunxiao to protect him, fearing that the old woman would make a sudden move. "Haha, young Master Yun is really funny. I was looking forward to fighting you, but you don't look well. Can you still fight tomorrow if you use the technique again today?" Qian Wudi's voice sounded as if he was trying to help him out. The others were waiting to see a good show. They couldn't wait to fight so that they could take advantage of the situation. Even if they couldn't take advantage of the situation, they could at least feast their eyes. They didn't think that with their weak strength, if Su Danha really made a move, they would be the first ones to be smashed into smithereens. Li Yunxiao smiled and said, "As you wish." He looked at Qian Wudi with admiration in his eyes. On the endless path of martial arts, too many young people had set him as their goal. Some of them even dared to challenge him. Qian Wudi had the spirit of endless martial arts. Qian Wudi was shocked. The aura Li Yunxiao was showing right now was like a lofty mountain. At this moment, Qian Wudi had an illusion that this person was a martial arts senior who was silently watching him from a place he couldn't reach. This kind of illusion spread uncontrollably in his heart, causing his mind to be greatly shaken. "How arrogant. I wonder if your strength is as good as your mouth." A man appeared in the Tianyi Pavilion with a cold expression. He walked slowly toward Li Yunxiao and said, "Let me see if you are qualified to speak here." Every step he took seemed to contain the laws of heaven and earth. A faint layer of yellow energy appeared around his body, like a thin film of water. It stuck to his skin and became more solid with every step he took. Borrowing power. He is borrowing power. Can soul attacks also borrow power? Is this Tong Xiao? I heard that his master is a master alchemist in the sanctuary. Exclamations of surprise could be heard from all around. It was common for martial artists to borrow the power of heaven and earth, but the power of the soul was the most elusive, not to mention borrowing the power of heaven and earth to enhance one's soul. Soul force is also a power of the world, so it should be possible to borrow it. But how many people could do it? Looks like the result of this spell will be very suspenseful. Many exclamations and sighs came from the surroundings. With every step Tong Xiu took, a surge of energy seemed to condense and rotate in the air, transforming into a sharp blade-like soul attack that shook Xianxia's mind. As he approached, the shock grew stronger and stronger. A cruel smile appeared on Tong Xiu's face. His soul attacks were endless, each wave stronger than the last, as if he wanted to shatter Xianxia's soul. He also understood the status of this person in front of him in Elder Su's heart. If he could help Elder Su get back at him, then his status would rise rapidly. Xianxia frowned. He had already recognized the origin of Tong Xiu's attack. He laughed coldly in his heart and thought to himself, so it's your disciple. I won't be courteous then. His face revealed a cold expression, and the great divine evolution technique circulated in his body. Instantly, his mind and sea of consciousness evolved into a vast ocean, causing Tong Xiu's various attacks to be like stones sinking into the ocean, without any ripples. This? Tong Xiu was shocked. His attacks actually didn't suffer any obstruction at all, but it seemed like they all hit thin air. He only felt that it was empty in front of him, and he couldn't find the target or the point of force at all. Why did this happen? Cold sweat began to appear on Tong Xiu's face, because he suddenly thought of a worst-case scenario, and that was that his opponent's strength and utilization of soul power far surpassed his own, which was why such a strange thing had occurred. He immediately realized that the situation was bad, and he wanted to withdraw his soul power in a hurry, but he suddenly realized that he was being pulled by an extremely strong suction force. No matter how he tried, he couldn't move it at all. His expression changed drastically, and he sweated profusely. At this moment, he was using an extremely powerful cultivation method, which consumed a lot of soul power. He couldn't move forward, but he couldn't retreat either. He was caught in a dilemma. The most important thing was that his soul power continued to be consumed. If this went on, he would run out of soul power before he even started using the cultivation method. What made him even more embarrassed was that he was walking toward Xianxia at this moment, so everyone was staring at him, thinking that he had the upper hand and was watching the fight between the two tigers. The people of the Tianyi Pavilion were waiting for him to slap Xianxia in the face and avenge the sect. Beads of sweat dripped down from his forehead, drenching his clothes. Only a few people could see his embarrassment. Cui Yuan slowly stood up from his seat, and a silver light flashed on his face. It was as if a dharma wheel was spinning, and a silver light shone in front of him. It turned into a cutting blade and slashed towards the middle of the two people. He didn't move when Nanmen Xingye challenged him, but now he stood up to save Tong Xiu. Obviously, he didn't want the Tianyi Pavilion to be in trouble. In other words, stabilizing the status of the Tianyi Pavilion was beneficial to the plentiful treasure tower. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted his soul power at such a critical moment. A sharp blade-like soul force slashed over and immediately severed Tong Xiu's soul force. Although it was a great cost, at least he was free. Tong Xiu's face was pale. To cover up his embarrassment, he blurted out, "Since Cui Yuan of the plentiful treasure tower intervened, I'll let you go this time." Xianxia sneered inwardly. When Cui Yuan performed the soul-cutting technique, Tong Xiu's soul power stored in his spiritual sea was instantly spat out like a huge sea beast that had absorbed enough seawater and was about to spit it out. What was laughable was that Tong Xiu didn't even bother to circulate his energy and regulate his breathing the moment his soul power was severed. Instead, he shamelessly boasted about his reputation. As a result, he felt an enormous wave of soul power slam into his chest like a mountain right after he finished speaking. He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. What? What's going on? Su Danhe was shocked. Although she was very strong, she was not an alchemist, so she didn't know what had happened. Her disciple, who had the upper hand all the time, was immediately injured and sent flying after Cui Yuan intervened. "Cui Yuan, look at what you've done." Su Danhe glared angrily at Cui Yuan and instantly locked the space where he was. She rose into the air and grabbed Cui Yuan before the people of the plentiful treasure tower could react. She roared, "How dare you hurt my disciple? What do you mean by this?" Cui Yuan was suppressed by a huge force at this moment, so he couldn't even open his mouth. He was extremely aggrieved. If he hadn't saved his disciple, he would have lost his life. How could he blame it on him? How could there be such injustice in this world? Cui Bo's expression changed abruptly. He roared, Su Donha, you're crazy. My son saved your disciple. He was extremely angry. Just now, he saw that the situation seemed to be wrong. After communicating with Cui Yuan, he asked him to save his disciple. If he knew this would happen, it would be better to let that kid die. Li Yunxiao revealed a look of fear at this moment. He said angrily in horror, Old woman, quickly let go of my savior. Otherwise, I swear to kill you. He cast a grateful look at Cui Yuan and said, Thank you for your help, young Master Cui. Don't worry, I will never allow your old woman to hurt you. When Cui Bo and his son heard this, their faces suddenly turned green. Both of them secretly thought that Li Yunxiao was too cunning. Looking at Su Donha's expression, they knew it was going to be bad. Sure enough, Su Donha's face was full of anger. She was like a volcano that was suppressing an eruption. She was so angry that she laughed and said, Haha, Cui Bo, you really think I'm a fool? This kid is already very grateful to your son. And he even said that he saved my disciple? Cui Yuan, who was under Cui Bo's fingers, felt a cold force rushing into his body. He could not resist it at all. Moreover, he could not speak. Beads of cold sweat were dripping down his face. He was in great pain. Cui Bo was furious. Waves of energy emerged from his body. He said angrily, Old woman, if you hurt my son, I will bury everyone in the Tianyi Pavilion with you. The masters of the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda came out in full force and instantly surrounded the people of the Tianyi Pavilion. A battle was about to break out. Su Donha was shocked. If they really fought, she was the only one who could escape unscathed. The rest of the disciples would all be buried here. Under the overwhelming pressure, she finally softened a little. However, she was still angry and said, Your son is a human, but my disciple is not a human. Cui Bo said coldly, I will say it again. My son did it too. Save your disciple. Otherwise, your disciple would have been killed by Li Yunxiao. Su Donha was shocked. Looking at Cui Bo's cold face, she began to believe him. Tower Master Cui, don't be afraid of the Tianyi Pavilion. I, Li Yunxiao, am not an ungrateful person. I will live and die with the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda. I will force this ugly old woman to compromise and save my benefactor. Li Yunxiao said righteously. He glowered at Su Donha, his eyes almost spitting fire. Old hag, if you know what's good for you, you'd better let go of our benefactor and kneel down with your people to apologize to me. Otherwise, the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda will never forgive you. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Damn it. Li Yunxiao's words provoked Su Donha. She no longer believed Cui Bo's words. She shouted angrily, Your son hurt my disciple, so I will punish him as well. However, the Tianyi Pavilion is not afraid of the 10,000 Treasure Pagoda. It's just that I, Su Donha, have to consider the bigger picture today. Stop it. A sense of foreboding welled up in Cui Bo's heart. He shouted angrily and rushed forward. Unfortunately, Cui Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood in Su Donha's hand. Cui Yuan seemed to have suffered some kind of injury, and then his body was sent flying. An eye for an eye. That's fair. Su Donha said coldly. She was ready to fight back at any time. He really spat out a mouthful of blood. You have guts, old woman. Li Yunxiao smiled and gave her a thumbs up. He said, Come on, everyone, give me a thumbs up. End of chapter 658. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.